Chapter 1. Awakening. It is your misfortune to be born in this desolate city. Upon a high platform stood an elderly figure clad in blood-stained, rusted armor, his voice somber as he addressed the youthful crowd below. Since the cataclysm that struck the world 12 years ago, monstrous beasts and malevolent entities have relentlessly descended upon us. We, the defenders of Great Sia City, have fought for 12 long years. Now, it is your turn to take the battlefield. Tell me, as you face the fearsome beasts and bizarre entities, do you tremble with fear? Below, despite their youthful visages, a resolute and unyielding group raised their arms in defiance, shouting in unison. We do not fear. Their thunderous roar echoed through the skies. For so many years, our predecessors have fought valiantly to protect Great Sia City, allowing us to survive. Now it is our turn. How can we possibly be afraid? To safeguard our homeland is our duty. In Great Sia City, every individual is a soldier. What does it matter if we are isolated? One day, we shall pierce through the horde of beasts and return to our ancestral lands. The elder's murky, weathered gaze swept across the youthful faces, his heart swelling with pride. This was Great Sia City, a bastion of resilience that had fought for 12 years without surrender, prepared to spill its last drop of blood in battle against the monstrous invaders. Well said. You are indeed the pride of Great Sia City. Let us commence the awakening ceremony. Those who have turned 18 this year, step forward one by one and touch the magic stone. I, along with the remaining 300,000 souls within Great Sia City, earnestly hope that you awaken to a formidable profession. Upon finishing his words, the elder shifted aside, revealing a black stone, encircled by 4 towering pillars, emanating an otherworldly glow. Though they had seen it many times before, the crowd's attention remained fixated upon it. The magic stone, a product of the world's upheaval, served to awaken those who had reached the age of 18, transforming them into powerful awakeners. Each individual yearned to awaken a formidable profession, thus contributing greater strength to the defense of their homeland. Jang Ji, you have arrived too? From the back, the sound of wheels rolling echoed as a young man grasped the wheel of his wheelchair, straining to propel himself forward. Seated in the wheelchair, Jang Ji maintained a calm demeanor and, upon hearing a greeting, smiled as he replied, I was born with a leg ailment and cannot become a warrior. Now that I have finally reached 18, if I can become an awakener, I can still contribute to Great Sia City and not be a burden to others. Hearing Jang Ji speak so candidly about his affliction, the surrounding crowd exhibited no surprise and certainly no mockery. Having shared the same birthplace, they were all kin, united in their thoughts and aspirations for Great Sia City. Moreover, Jang Ji, despite his disability, sought to contribute to Great Sia City, a sentiment that placed him on par with those who were physically whole. Arriving late, Jang Ji maneuvered his wheelchair to the end of the line, occasionally engaging in light conversation with those ahead of him. Cheers erupted intermittently as individuals awakened to powerful professions. In moments of ennui, flashes of recollection flickered in his eyes. In truth, Jang Ji bore 2 sets of memories within his mind. One set belonged to Earth, where he was considered a person who had traversed dimensions. Yet, Jang Ji was unaware if he was a soul transplant or a reincarnation. Even before his birth, while still a fetus, memories of Earth had surfaced in his consciousness. His ordinary 10-month gestation and subsequent birth left him unable to discern whether he was a traveler or a native of this realm. He had anticipated that, like the protagonists in novels, he would obtain a legendary boon, yet such a thing never occurred. Instead, he was born with a disability that would forever prevent him from walking like others. For 6 years, he lived a mundane life. Then came the day of cataclysm, when countless whirlpools appeared, and innumerable ferocious beasts surged forth, wreaking havoc upon human cities. Humanity was caught completely off guard, yet thanks to technological weapons, they managed to hold their cities for a time. However, human weaponry was limited, and the onslaught of beasts showed no signs of abating. Ultimately, many cities fell, becoming territories claimed by the monsters. Great Sia City, already distant from the heart of humanity, was further isolated by vast forests and an expansive sea. With neighboring cities collapsing, Great Sia City was entirely severed from human civilization, becoming a solitary bastion surrounded by beasts. Fortunately, just as technological resources were dwindling. The emergence of awakeners and warriors allowed Great Sia City to endure. The ancient martial arts heritage, after the cataclysm, could cultivate remarkable power. Awakeners, on the other hand, were those who, upon touching the magic stone under certain unknown conditions, would gain professions and talents. Unlike warriors who required diligent training to progress, awakeners could simply earn experience by slaying enemies to grow stronger. Upon leveling up, powerful abilities would manifest in their minds, and Great Sia City classified the strength of awakeners and warriors into 9 tiers. Of course, tiers 8 and 9 were largely theoretical, as the strongest human had only achieved tier 7. The people of Great Sia City believed that if a tier 9 powerhouse were to emerge, they might finally escape their plight and return to their former lands. For according to their estimates, the strongest among the beasts were limited to tier 9 as well. While Jang Ji pondered these thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Simultaneously, an otherworldly phenomenon materialized. A pristine white elven figure, wielding an ice-capped staff, gestured forward, unleashing an avalanche of frost that enveloped the earth in a blanket of unblemished white. How cold! The Ice Elf. It is indeed the Ice Elf. What a profession with group combat capabilities. Our defenders of Great Sia City shall find it easier now. With the addition of another group combat awakener, our casualty ratio against the beast shall surely diminish. Indeed, Great Sia City has an abundance of awakeners adept in solitary combat. Yet it has been years since we have welcomed a new group attack specialist. The elder on the platform nodded in satisfaction. The arrival of each group combat awakener was a boon for Great Sia City. In his mind, plans began to form to provide the best training for her, ensuring her swift growth. The ceremony progressed swiftly, nearing its conclusion with only a handful of individuals remaining. Jang Ji, too, heard the cheers of the crowd and silently cast a blessing toward the one who had awakened as the Ice Elf, while fervently wishing to become an awakener himself. Even if he did not awaken to a group combat profession, simply becoming an awakener would fulfill his desire. As those before him stepped up one by one, the ratio of those awakening was still disappointingly low. Among the 100 participants in this ceremony, less than a third managed to awaken, and only one attained a group combat profession. The remainder would have to persist in their martial training. In Great Sia City, every citizen was a soldier. Some had begun their training from childhood, and among this batch, the strongest had already reached tier 3 in martial cultivation. Even if they could not become awakeners, they were far from useless. Only individuals like Jang Ji, born with disabilities, faced the grim reality that without awakening, they would lack even the qualification to enter the battlefield. For those born in Great Sia City, this was akin to torment. As time passed, it soon became Jang Ji's turn. The crowd parted to make way for him as they beheld his form. Some, noticing his struggle to push the wheelchair, moved to offer assistance but were quickly deterred, shaking their heads in silent understanding that he hails from the grand city of Dacia, just like them, an ordinary individual. During the awakening ceremony, despite the challenges, everything must rely on his own strength. Only by treating him with equality can true respect be shown. The elder's gaze shifted towards Jang Ji, his eyes reflecting a subtle change, filled with anticipation. Xiao Ji, give it your all. Jang Ji wheeled himself to the magic stone, nodding in gratitude to the elder, before taking a deep breath and gently placing his hand upon the stone. In the next moment, endless radiance burst forth from the magic stone, cascading freely. Within mere seconds, the heavens revealed extraordinary phenomena. Boom! Woo! Bang! The signs of earth-shattering changes emerged, a hallmark of a powerful awakener. The first to manifest was an ocean of flames. Fire rained down, and a beautifully mechanical flamethrower was grasped in hand, unleashing a torrent of ferocious fire from its nozzle. The phantoms of formidable beasts appeared, only to be effortlessly incinerated by the vicious flames, leaving not even ash behind. Accompanying this were objects resembling grenades, raining down in droves, the sounds of explosions resonating relentlessly. As the smoke cleared, synchronized footsteps echoed, resembling an army of mechanical warriors advancing from behind, each equipped with power exoskeletons and wielding mechanical weaponry, casting an overwhelming shadow over the land. Power armor, unmanned bombers, demon-felling cannons, tracking missiles. An endless parade of mechanical creations continued to materialize. Ultimately, a shadow that obscured the sun enveloped the earth. A colossal starship slowly ascended, capturing the gaze of all present. The sunlight was completely blotted out, plunging the world into darkness. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by shock. Chapter 2. The Mechanical Sovereign. A considerable amount of time passed. The celestial phenomena gradually faded, and the long-awaited sunlight began to filter through once more. Yet, the people of Daxia remained silent for an extended period. In the past 12 years, extraordinary occurrences had often graced their skies, but none had reached such a magnitude. It was unprecedented. Only all lingered in their hearts. Mechanic. Uncertain who uttered the phrase, it ignited a fervor akin to a spark, and frenzied shouts erupted. Mechanic. After 3 long years, a mechanic has emerged once more in Daxia. There is hope for Daxia. The previous Lord's awakening of the mechanic class reduced our casualties 100-fold. He even led us beyond the city gates for the first time during these years of defense, launching a counteroffensive against the beasts. A mechanic, the king of group battles, the harbinger of death on the battlefield, the nightmare of beasts. The former Lord was heralded as the one most likely to reclaim our homeland. If it hadn't been for the ambush by an 8th-tier beast, our mechanic Lord would not have perished. Now that a mechanic has reappeared, hope has returned to Daxia. This is a second chance bestowed upon us by the heavens. We must protect this new mechanic with all our might. Indeed, even if it costs me my life, I shall ensure nothing happens to our mechanic Lord. Count me in weight, have you noticed? The mechanical phenomena of our former Lords seem less shocking than this one. Indeed, you're right. I suspect that the warship that appeared last could annihilate a 9th-tier beast with a single strike. Not just that, I feel the army of bionic robots alone could crush the beasts. The warship, after all, is a planet-destroying dreadnought. Does this imply that this new mechanic possesses even greater potential than the former Lord? May the heavens bless Daxia. 8T this moment. Jang Ji, seated in his wheelchair, became the center of attention. Only then did he find the opportunity to assess his own condition. Upon awakening, each individual is bestowed with a panel-like interface that allows them to intuitively view their abilities. Name, Jang Ji class. Mechanic talent. Sovereign of machinery. Flesh is frail and weak, yet machinery ascends. You are the ultimate source of machinery. The genesis of mechanics springs from you. With but a glance, you comprehend the principles of machinery, and any device may be conjured by your hands. Ability 1. Flames of the Forge. Any mechanical material can be smelted into desired components. Ability 2. Mechanical Arm. Possesses the ability to rapidly assemble mechanical parts into products. Ability 3. Mechanical Augmentation. Machinery created by your hands gains 10-fold functionality. Ability 4. Mastery of machinery. Any machine in your hands can be deftly controlled as if it were an extension of yourself. Ability 5. Gaining experience points through the creation of mechanical components, smelting of raw materials, assembly of products, etc. Level: LV.1, Tier 1, Strength, 1 Intelligence. Max, Infinite, Constitution, 1 Agility, 1. Tier 1 Mechanical Repository, Q1 Model, Rapid Recharge Gun. As Jang Ji surveyed the panel and lifted his gaze, a transformation occurred in his perception. Everything within his sight underwent a fundamental change. The firearms held by the surrounding guards, with just a glance, he could effortlessly analyze their principles, identifying flaws and areas that could be optimized for greater power. The cars parked along the roadside, as well as materials that could serve as mechanical components, became clear as day. The more he observed, the more his hands trembled with anticipation. He was eager to create his own mechanical products. However, before he could thoroughly examine his capabilities as a mechanic, the crowd below surged forward like a tidal wave. Mechanic, mechanic, mechanic. The crowd erupted in wild cheers. This was the first time Jang Ji had witnessed such a scene, momentarily leaving him dazed. Fortunately, the elder who had previously encouraged him acted swiftly, seizing the wheelchair beneath him. With a sudden jolt, a gust of wind enveloped them, propelling the two through the throng towards the Lord's mansion. A middle-aged aide beside him also reacted, addressing the crowd. The ceremony has concluded. Rest assured, our Lord's mansion will do everything possible to nurture our young mechanic. For now, let him familiarize himself with his abilities. You all may return home. He felt the need to remind them. The emergence of a mechanic was enough to drive the people of Daxia into a frenzy, as there had been precedents. If he didn't intervene, the mansion would soon be overwhelmed by the throng. Having said that, without waiting for the crowd's reaction, he whisked away the individual who had awakened the ice spirit towards the Lord's mansion. Though the ice spirit may not rival the mechanic, it was still a formidable presence in the eyes of the Daxia people, deserving of immediate cultivation. In the midst of his daze, Jang Ji found himself within the grand hall of the Lord's mansion. Long before the celestial phenomena had appeared, the current Lord had set aside his affairs to await in the hall. Alongside him, numerous powerful figures continued to enter the hall in succession. Thus, when Jang Ji opened his eyes, he was met with a barrage of fervent gazes, causing him to tense up in fright. All right, everyone tone it down. Don't scare Xiao Ji, the elder huffed discontentedly, admonishing them. Old Wang, after 3 years, the mechanic has reappeared. How can you expect everyone to tone it down? Someone chuckled. Indeed, since the sacrifice of the Lord of War Heaven City, the plight of our great Sia City has become increasingly dire. The emergence of the mechanic has the potential to reshape the current paradigm. Absolutely. And within our arsenal lies a plethora of mechanical creations left by the Lord of War Heaven City. Some of these artifacts have ceased to function, while others are damaged. If this young brother can restore them, our battles against the ferocious beasts will become significantly more manageable. There is no urgency in repairing these items. I believe our immediate priority should be to facilitate the rapid advancement of this mechanic's rank. No matter how formidable the Lord of War Heaven City's machines were, they are ultimately mere objects. Even if restored, their power would not revert to its former glory, certainly not comparable to the devices crafted by the mechanic himself. The current Lord, Yin Chuan, interjected, "You all make valid points. Since the mechanic has appeared, our foremost objective should be to nurture his talents." Afterward, he turned to Jang Ji and smiled. "I apologize for the disturbance caused by these brutish men. However, the arrival of the mechanic has stirred their spirits, so I hope you can understand. It's quite all right. The Lord of War Heaven City is also my idol, and I comprehend the significance of the mechanic's emergence." Jang Ji finally calmed his emotions. "May I ask your name?" Yin Chuan inquired. "Jang Ji. Jiang, you say?" Yin Chuan's eyes glimmered with curiosity. The elder known as Wang Lao nodded. "He is the son of Jiang Yuan, my former deputy in the Knightly Order." "Ah, a descendant of a hero." The crowd immediately expressed their respect. Wang Lao was the original lord of Great Sia City and one of the first awakened humans. Upon awakening to the knight profession, he sought out others of the same vocation to form a knightly order. Jiang Ji's father, Jiang Yuan, was among them. However, during a subsequent war, the knightly order suffered heavy casualties while attempting to rescue others, with most of its members falling in battle. Jiang Ji's mother was also an awakened individual and met her demise in a later conflict. Thus, over the years of Jiang Ji's growth, Wang Lao has looked after him extensively. Chapter 3. The beast tied. Consequently, Yin Chuan and the others began to comprehend Jiang Ji's abilities. There was no need for Jiang Ji to conceal anything. In the grand city of Daxia, there was no room for treachery, as everyone shared a singular objective: to vanquish the ferocious beasts and return to their homeland. Moreover, the reason these individuals sought to understand his capabilities was to devise a plan that would facilitate his swift advancement, which was indeed advantageous for him. Although the realm of mechanics held no secrets for him, the experiences garnered by the predecessors through their trials and tribulations were invaluable. When Su Shuangyue, who had awakened the ice spirit, learned that Jiang Ji possessed 5 distinct abilities, she was astounded. While none of Jiang Ji's powers were immediately combat-ready, they surpassed her own 2 abilities by a considerable margin. Furthermore, when it came to innate talent, hers merely allowed her to wield the forces of ice and snow with greater finesse, which paled in comparison to the prowess of the mechanical sovereign. In this regard, Su Shuangyue was left with only feelings of envy. Traditionally, the training method involved martial arts masters guiding their protégés to hunt ferocious beasts, thereby enabling newly awakened individuals to rapidly gain experience. The rationale behind not allowing awakened individuals to team up was that 2 awakened beings together would be deemed a party, and the experience earned from slaying ferocious beasts would be divided between them. Naturally, the stronger awakened individuals could also venture out to capture beasts and bring them back for their trainees to defeat. This dual approach would lead to a swift rise in the trainees' levels. Yin Chuan and the others initially intended to employ this strategy for Jiang Ji's training. However, he declined their offer. Unlike other awakened individuals, he could acquire experience not only through combat, but also by engaging with mechanical matters. With the talent of the mechanical sovereign, he found it far easier to gain experience through mechanical endeavors than through slaying foes. Upon observation, he recognized that his requirements for leveling up were vastly different from those of Su Shuangyue and the others. Perhaps due to his mechanical sovereign abilities, the experience he needed was immensely substantial. While an ordinary awakened individual required merely 30,000 experience points to ascend from the first to the second tier, he needed a staggering 300,000 points, tenfold that of a typical awakened individual. Such an amount of experience would suffice for a 5th-tier expert to level up. Thus, the previous plan was inapplicable to him. In contrast, engaging with mechanical tasks was markedly different. With his mechanical sovereign talent, he could swiftly handle mechanical-related matters while also repairing weapons left behind by former mechanics, achieving 2 objectives simultaneously. Given this, we shall heed your counsel, for you are the mechanic at hand, and we, as outsiders, need not impose our suggestions upon you, said Yin Chuan,
to which the others concurred. After further discussion, they established a plan. Jang Ji, here is the key to the mechanical treasury left by the Lord of Battle Heaven. As Sia City currently boasts only you as its mechanic, you will have full authority over its contents, whether they be ancient mechanical weapons or materials and components. Should you have any additional needs, do not hesitate to communicate them to us, and we shall strive to meet your requests with utmost diligence. Yan Chuan solemnly handed over a key, and after Jang Ji received it, he continued, moreover, you have complete authority over the mechanical products throughout the city. If you can find the time, it would be even better to modify the existing weaponry. Jang Ji nodded seriously, a sense of responsibility welling within him as he replied, I will. This represented an immense trust, akin to entrusting the entire defense of Sia City to him, and he vowed not to betray the faith placed in him. He planned to check the materials shortly, aiming to produce a Tier 1 energy gun to equip some lower-tier warriors, which would still yield considerable lethality. Old Wang approached and patted his shoulder, saying, with regard to Tier 1 weaponry, do what you can. Strive to advance to Tier 3 soon. A Tier 3 mechanic can become a nightmare for beasts on the battlefield. Someone nearby chuckled, indeed, I can hardly wait to see the mechanic demonstrate their prowess in combat. The group's spirits were lifted. The emergence of the mechanic brought a glimmer of hope that alleviated some of their despair about defending the city. Having arranged matters concerning Jang Ji, Yan Chuan shifted his focus to Su Shuangyue, stating, your profession is commendable. Since Jang Ji does not require the primary plan, we will wholeheartedly assist you in capturing beasts to expedite your advancement. Su Shuangyue's gaze was somewhat complicated as she glanced at Jang Ji. Normally, even if Jang Ji had other means to gain experience, it would not hinder his ability to slay beasts. Yet, he had entirely forsaken that option, allowing her to become the foremost candidate for cultivation in Sia City. To claim she felt no gratitude would be disingenuous. I owe you one. In the future, should you encounter danger, I will undoubtedly risk my life for you, Su Shuangyue silently vowed. She did not decline, as she too needed to grow stronger to better contribute to Sia City. The group continued to discuss improvements in their defenses against beasts. Jang Ji and Su Shuangyue listened in for a while. Just as Jang Ji was eager to delve into mechanics and prepare to leave for the mechanic's treasure trove, a spark shot up outside the hall, followed by an explosion. Accompanying this was a myriad of red lights flashing. Warning lights, positioned every 10 steps, blazed to life in a frenzy. When the warning lights illuminated, a siren echoed throughout every corner of Sia City. The once joyous expressions of the gathered crowd turned pale as they stood up in alarm. A beast tide? How could this be? Why would a beast tide emerge at this time? A burly man with a bushy beard exclaimed in shock. Before he could finish, a city guard rushed in, shouting, 30 miles east, a large-scale gathering of beasts has been detected. Preliminary estimates indicate at least a Tier 3 beast tide is about to attack the city. I urged the city lord to prepare at once. Before anyone could react, another soldier came rushing in. 30 miles north, we have observed a gathering of beasts. Preliminary estimates suggest a beast tide of Tier 3 or higher. I implore the city lord to take precautions. 2 directions of beast tides. Yan Chuan's expression darkened. It was important to note that the last beast tide had occurred a year ago, and during that event, Sia City had suffered the loss of 8,000 lives, with countless others injured in the struggle against the Tier 5 beast tide. At this moment, the initial level is set at Tier 3, and it is certain that ferocious beasts of Tier 5 and above will emerge, presenting a formidable challenge akin to previous encounters. Return to your respective positions at the swiftest pace, commanded Yan Chuan, and prepare to rally the defense forces against the impending beast tide. Wang Lao, I entrust you with the assembly of the Night Brigade. Understood, Wang Lao nodded, as the winds of urgency swept around him, hastening his departure. Chunli, lead the 1st and 2nd Defense Forces to the Eastern Gate and prepare to confront the enemy. Lin Wu, you shall command the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Defense Forces to the Northern Gate for the same purpose. Xiao Jun, dispatch notifications throughout the city to form militia units as a reserve force, wherever adversity strikes. Provide immediate support. The individuals addressed wore solemn expressions before swiftly departing to fulfill their duties. The rest of you, summon all awakened individuals to join me atop the walls, Yan Chuan instructed, delivering a series of commands in one breath. He cast a serious glance at Jang Ji and added, remember, this offensive may prove more ferocious than any we have faced before. The appearance of the mechanist invariably heralds the beast tide. I cannot believe there is no correlation. Though I keep this thought to myself. Lord of the city, what about us? Su Shuangyue inquired anxiously. You shall remain in the rear until the beast tide subsides. Yan Chuan replied, surveying them. That is unacceptable. As members of Sia City, how can we stand idly by in the face of crisis? Moreover, as an awakened individual and a Tier 3 warrior, my presence on the walls would contribute to our strength, Su Shuangyue argued fervently. This is an order. Yan Chuan's tone remained grave. In the face of the beast tide, even Tier 5 warriors face great peril. Your potential is the future of Sia City. Preserving your lives is far more meaningful than sacrificing yourselves. He paused before addressing Jang Ji. Hasten to the mechanical treasury. With every ounce of strength you gain, the pressure on Sia City will diminish. I hope you comprehend your significance. Jang Ji met his earnest gaze in silence. Deep down, he yearned to join the fray. But he recognized that without any machinery at his disposal, and with only a newly awakened state, his presence atop the walls would be a burden, risking the lives of others who might protect him. In this moment of crisis, he remained more lucid than ever. As Yin Chuan prepared to depart, a thought struck him, and he turned back to Jang Ji with gravity. Should I fall in battle, you shall be the next lord of Sia City. At these words, Jang Ji looked up in astonishment. Yin Chuan merely nodded. When the Lord of Battle Heaven fell, I was similarly entrusted with command. There is no need for surprise. With that, he turned and made his way toward the city gates. Chapter 4. Brother, we have come to assist you. The news of the impending beast tide spread swiftly throughout the city. A palpable aura of iron resolve surged within the hearts of every citizen of Sia City. Everyone was prepared. Each person stood ready for battle, armed with their weapons, rushing towards the nearby city walls. The Tier 3 beast tide signified that only Tier 3 ferocious beasts had thus far appeared. However, all understood that every beast tide would invariably feature commander-level beasts with strength surpassing Tier 5. This was merely a preliminary estimate. In the grand city of Sia, every citizen is a soldier. Among the 300,000 inhabitants, the awakened ones number scarcely 30,000. The remainder, aside from a few exceptional individuals like Jang Ji from before, are all martial artists. After years of relentless battles, the average strength of these martial artists hovers around the 3rd tier. While over 200,000 martial artists may seem formidable, they pale in comparison to the ferocious beasts. Firstly, 1st-tier beasts are inexhaustible in every beast tide. Typically, a 3rd-tier martial artist can withstand the assault of at least 10 1st-tier beasts, and the truly exceptional can fend off 30 or 40. However, one must not forget that the very nature of a beast tide implies an unending onslaught. If 10 beasts are insufficient, then 100 will follow. If 100 are inadequate, then 1,000 will emerge. Even a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant, let alone the savage beasts. Even 5th-tier warriors would find themselves overwhelmed when besieged by 10,000 1st-tier beasts. The demise of 1st-tier beasts bears little impact on the tide. Yet the loss of lives among the citizens of Sia is irreplaceable. From the outset, the disparity in strength is glaring. Moreover, aside from 1st-tier beasts, there are also 2nd and 3rd-tier beasts, which, while not infinite, are still numerous. Thus, each beast tide is perceived by the defenders of Sia as a battle for survival. The aftermath of such encounters is inevitably grim. Unless a wide-ranging area attack awakener emerges, the defenders can focus on the higher-tier beasts, significantly alleviating their burdens. This explains the immense joy that accompanies the arrival of any awakened individual adept in group combat. Within the hall, the previously raucous crowd disperses, leaving only Jang Ji and Su Shuangyue. The two share a complex gaze, seeing an unyielding spirit reflected in each other's eyes. I must take my leave. Jang Ji states first. For the current Sia, time equates to life. He must seize every moment to grow stronger in order to mitigate the onslaught of the beast tides. Su Shuangyue, having made a resolute decision, ignites with a fierce determination in her eyes. Take care. If I fall, the duty of protecting Sia will fall to you. Even if Yin Chuan forbids her from joining the fight, she is determined to contribute. She cannot bear the thought of hiding in the rear while watching her fellow citizens perish on the walls. Whether labeled as lacking foresight or simply headstrong, she feels compelled to fight in an environment like Sia. Jang Ji hesitates, then ultimately responds, take care. Remarkably, this is the first encounter between them, a mere initial acquaintance. Jang Ji finds no justification to reproach his peer for her perceived lack of perspective, especially considering her 3rd-tier martial prowess. Were it not for his own circumstances, he might very well make the same choice as Su Shuangyue. As they part ways, Jang Ji makes his way toward the mechanical treasury left by the former city lord. On his journey, he encounters individuals hastily heading toward the city walls, making him the solitary figure moving against the tide. However, upon seeing him in his wheelchair, no one voices any objections. They merely nod in acknowledgement. Anxious within, Jang Ji exerts himself to propel the wheelchair, for the first time resenting his uncooperative legs. At that moment, suddenly, Jang Ji felt a force pushing from his wheelchair, and he turned in surprise. Brother, we are here to help you. 2 children, around 10 years of age, supported the wheelchair on either side, straining to push it forward. What caught Jang Ji's attention was the visible physical imperfections of the 2 children. The girl on the left had only her right arm, while her left sleeve hung empty. The boy on the right limped on one leg, clutching a small wooden stick. hopping along to move. Who are you? Jang Ji inquired. I am Zhou Ming, and this is my sister Zhou Ling, the boy replied. We cannot practice martial arts or fight on the battlefield, so we can only look for ways to help within the city. Zhou Ming explained, Brother, where are you heading? We will assist you. Hearing the boys' words and observing their shared physical challenges, Jang Ji felt a stirring in his heart. This is the spirit of the people of Great Sia City. All right. Thank you, Jang Ji said, taking a deep breath and not refusing their offer. He pointed them in the direction he intended to go. Upon realizing he accepted their help, the children visibly brightened. Though they could not fight on the battlefield, they too could contribute and assist Great Sia City. Through their combined effort, they soon arrived at an imposing structure. The building was enveloped in a faint blue protective shield. Jang Ji took out a key and inserted it into a slot. Upon successful recognition, the shield vanished. He pushed the wheelchair to the entrance and opened the door, instantly illuminating the dark interior with a radiant glow. Wow, isn't this the treasure vault left by the master mechanic? Brother, what are you doing here? Zhou Ling exclaimed. Jang Ji gently ruffled her hair and smiled. Actually, I am also a mechanic. With that, he began to survey the interior of the vault. The vault was divided into 4 distinct areas: the section for smelted parts, the area for raw mechanical materials, the finished product zone, and the mechanical waste section. Among these, the finished product zone was entirely bare, likely because all the completed items had been deployed in combat. The parts section was also exceedingly sparse, as Jang Ji understood that since the last mechanic perished, no one had been there to create spare parts. In contrast, the other 2 areas were brimming with a variety of items. Jang Ji pushed the wheelchair and first approached the materials section, casually picking up a piece of blue stone, which triggered relevant information to surface in his mind. Mechanical material, solid stone. Solid stone is one of the auxiliary materials for crafting weapons below the 3rd tier. When smelted into weapon components, it provides exceptional stability. As Jang Ji continued to examine the materials, he was simultaneously familiarizing himself with the mechanic's profession. He could not help but marvel at the formidable capabilities of the talent for mechanical mastery. The properties and smelting methods of any material were laid bare before him. Main material, fangs of the devouring stone beast, one of the materials for the arcane vine mechanical armor. Having briefly surveyed the materials, he began to formulate a plan in his mind. First and foremost was the only Tier 1 weapon he could currently manufacture. Model Q1 Rapid Charge Gun. This weapon could store 12 energy rounds and belongs to the category of firearms, thanks to the innate talent of the mechanical sovereign. The Q1 Rapid Charging Gun surpasses ordinary charging guns in efficacy. Not only can its charging time be reduced to a mere second per shot, but its power has also been significantly amplified. An ordinary charging gun's energy projectile, unless it strikes the critical point of a first-tier beast, will only manage to barely breach defenses. However, the Q1 charging gun is devoid of such limitations. Any hit guarantees that the beast will sustain severe injuries. Moreover, let us not forget Jang Ji's additional ability. Ability 3, Mechanical Amplification. The mechanical creations you conjure are enhanced tenfold in function. With this amplification, the Q1 charging gun can even achieve a one-shot kill against a first-tier beast. Even against second-tier beasts, it still inflicts damage. Therefore, Jang Ji plans to mass-produce the Q1 charging gun using the materials at hand, equipping those martial artists with commendable firearm talents, enabling them to slay a first-tier beast in a second, significantly alleviating the pressure on lower-tier warriors. Chapter 5. Q1 Rapid Charging Gun. After formulating a preliminary plan, Jang Ji proceeded to the mechanical wasteland. With his understanding of mechanics, he was acutely aware that while the Q1 charging gun could alleviate pressure, it could not lay a foundational impact. To end the beast tide, more advanced weaponry is essential. Hence, it is imperative to restore the high-tier weapons left behind by the previous generation of mechanics. External skeletal armors, power armors, buried explosive mines, remote-controlled bombers, war robots, abandoned mechanical products lay piled upon the shelves. Some were damaged from overuse, others appeared destroyed, and some merely lacked ammunition, rendering them ineffective. Most were 3rd and 4th-tier weapons and armors. Notably, as long as materials are available, Jang Ji could indeed repair these mechanical products. Currently restricted by his tier, he could only manufacture Q1 rapid charging guns from scratch. However, the mechanical products created by others, under the influence of the mechanical sovereign's talent, held no secrets for him. In theory, he could replicate these mechanical items, but constrained by his tier, even if he succeeded, the resulting creations would fall short of their intended tier, perhaps even worse. But repair is a different matter. He need not alter the mechanical structure, only mend the damaged components to restore their intended functionality. The demon-slaying cannon? During his inspection, Jang Ji suddenly spotted a grand artillery-like mechanical weapon, exuding an aura of technological brilliance. The demon-slaying cannon, adorned in black and gold, extends 3 meters in length. with a half-meter wide muzzle, radiating an overwhelming presence. Jang Ji circled it, observing closely. He was not mistaken. This was indeed the fifth-tier weapon known as one of the primary ground-clearing mechanisms, the demon-slaying cannon. Beside the cannon, a box caught his attention. Upon opening it, he discovered more than 20 rounds for the demon-slaying cannon. At the sight, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Jang Ji's eyes. The reason the demon-slaying cannon is dubbed a primary ground-clearing mechanism lies in its capability for area attack. Its effective range extends an impressive 100 meters. The potency of fifth-tier weapons is beyond question. For ferocious beasts, any creature within the strike radius of the meteor cannon, especially those below the fifth tier, is doomed to perish. Even fifth-tier entities, if caught at the epicenter of the artillery strike, face severe injury or, at worst, instant death. A single shell can obliterate an area of 100 meters, and a barrage of over 20 shells is sufficient to annihilate the core strength of a beast horde. This formidable weapon lays the foundation for victory, exemplifying the terrifying prowess of advanced mechanics. Regrettably, one of the components within this meteor cannon has suffered damage, compromising its structural integrity and posing a risk of explosion if activated recklessly. Nevertheless, Jang Ji remains exhilarated. He had previously surveyed the materials area and found that most of the necessary components for repairing the meteor cannon were available. As long as he had the materials, he could restore the meteor cannon to perfection, enabling the city of Dasha to successfully withstand the impending beast tide. Eagerly, he returned to the materials area, meticulously selecting each component required for the repair. As time passed, he found himself cradling a substantial collection of items. Wait, where's the Starfall Stone? This is impossible. Surely higher-tier materials exist, so how could the Starfall Stone be missing? Jang Ji muttered to himself, a look of growing anxiety surfacing on his face as he scoured the shelves repeatedly. Is it truly absent, this primary material, the Starfall Stone? Let me think. What could possibly serve as a substitute? Amethyst? No. Obsidian? No. How could this be? Impossible? Jang Ji's spirits, which had soared upon discovering the meteor cannon, plummeted to despair. His expression turned somber. Without the crucial reinforcement effect, the plan to repair the meteor cannon was utterly dashed. Steadying himself, Jang Ji began to search the abandoned area, yet alas, nothing compared to the meteor cannon seemed suitable. At that moment, Zhou Ling timidly approached, finally regaining her composure. She had been astonished to learn that Jang Ji considered himself a mechanic. She had never expected that the person she and her brother were assisting was indeed a master mechanic. She harbored no doubts about the truth of his words, and her face gradually brightened with excitement. Could it be that she had aided a master mechanic? Oh, if only her family knew, they would surely take pride in her. In Daxia, who was unaware of the significance of a mechanic, Zhou Ming followed his sister, his mind racing. Master mechanic, I just heard you mention the Starfall Stone. Is that what you seek? Indeed, but it is not here, Jang Ji replied with a hint of bitterness. It may not be here, but perhaps it exists elsewhere. Master mechanic, I shall ask the adults outside for assistance. Please wait for me, Zhou Ming exclaimed, excitement igniting his expression as he dashed out. He had noticed the master mechanic's troubled demeanor, and if he could locate this Starfall Stone, it would surely be a tremendous help. Seeing his eager face, Jang Ji felt little hope. This was the mechanical treasury, and if it was absent here, how could it possibly be found elsewhere? Yet, a sliver of hope lingered. Perhaps, just perhaps with a huff, she lamented the fact that her elder brother had beaten her to it, causing her frustration to rise. Observing that she was unable to assist, Zhou Ling's demeanor began to falter. Ah, little Ling, come here, I need your help, Jang Ji said, displaying a fondness for the two children. Not able to temporarily repair the fallen demon cannon, the only option left was the Q1 rapid charge gun. Fortunately, there was an abundance of low-tier materials, sufficient for mass production. Can I also assist the esteemed mechanic brother? Zhou Ling exclaimed joyfully, her spirits lifting. Jang Ji found her address amusing, yet chose not to correct her. He sorted through some materials and instructed the little girl on what to retrieve. In a corner stood an operational platform, and as Zhou Ling delivered the materials one by one, Jang Ji commenced work on his inaugural mechanical creation. Ability 1. The Fire of the Forge. All things in the world can be melted into the mechanical components you desire. Upon awakening, his knowledge of machinery felt innate, devoid of any unfamiliarity. Grasping the materials, he focused his thoughts, conjuring a flame that spontaneously ignited and began to mold the materials in his hands. Initially apprehensive, Zhou Ling soon discovered that this flame bore no heat. Even when she placed her hand upon it, she felt no burn. Jang Ji was unsurprised, for he knew his forge fire lacked any offensive capability, not even akin to a normal flame. However, as the forge fire consumed the sturdy materials, they gradually melted and shaped themselves according to his will. Mechanical component creation completed. Experience points 30. As time passed, a series of mechanical components emerged under Jiang Ji's craftsmanship, and his experience points continued to rise. Having completed a set of components, Jang Ji invoked his second ability. Ability 2. The mechanical arms possess the capability for rapid assembly of mechanical components, transforming them into mechanical products. 2 ethereal mechanical arms manifested behind him, deftly assembling the components on the operational platform. In merely 5 minutes, a dark-hued mechanical product materialized. Q1 Rapid Charge Gun, augmented. Successfully crafted a mechanical weapon, experience points 500. 2 notifications appeared automatically. Jang Ji, witnessing his first mechanical creation, felt a surge of joy and eagerly examined it. Chapter 6. The Battle on the City Wall. After observing for a while, Jang Ji procured a piece of mechanical scrap, a hard bone from a first-tier ferocious beast. This material bore no utility. Its sole function was its hardness, comparable to that of a living beast's bone. Jang Ji instructed Zhou Ling to secure the hard bone at a distance, signaling her to step aside before raising his gun to take aim. With his mastery of machinery, he resembled a born sharpshooter, unleashing energy bullets with precision. A near-invisible dark trajectory zipped past, and the hard bone of the beast instantly bore an egg-sized hole. Satisfied, Jang Ji nodded in approval. The energy bullets, no larger than a fingertip, had the power to perforate the hard bone of a first-tier ferocious beast with such ease, showcasing their formidable strength. In this dire situation, the formidable first-tier beasts are surrounded by an abundance of flesh and blood that offers moderate defense. Should they be struck, the impact would be far greater than that of a mere egg-sized target, unless fortune favors a direct hit upon the largest bone of the beast, allowing it to linger on for a brief moment. Otherwise, the devastating power of a single strike is no trivial matter. Within the span of just 1 second, the energy projectile is discharged by the charging gun, which then automatically absorbs the surrounding elements to convert them into energy ammunition, replenishing its magazine. This is the marvel of mechanical invention, which even spares the need for conventional ammunition. Regrettably, if only the charging gun could utilize physical projectiles, Jang Ji could infuse them with toxins or explosive materials to create devastating shells. Such a modification would yield substantial damage against second-tier beasts. Jang Ji merely mused for a moment before resuming the creation of the charging gun. The sooner he completes the production, the less peril the defenders atop the city walls would face. An unending stream of charging guns was being manufactured, and Jang Ji's experience points rapidly accumulated. Meanwhile, the situation at the city gate could only be described as harrowing. A vast energy shield enveloped the entire great Sia City, with countless warriors positioned along the walls, weapons in hand. The sounds of cannon fire reverberated incessantly. Below, a multitude of vividly hued bloodstains marred the ground. While the dismembered remains of beasts lay scattered about, some fell by gunfire, others by cold steel, and many more obliterated by bombs, littering the battlefield. Yet, in stark contrast to the slain beasts, the living ones vastly outnumbered them. A glance across the field revealed a dark, ominous tide that seemed endless. Instilling a sense of despair, they surged forward, trampling the corpses of their fallen kin, fearlessly charging towards the city walls as if oblivious to the very notion of terror. First-tier beasts dominated the ranks, interspersed with a few third-tier beasts that seized opportunities to blend in with the first-tier fodder. Once they breached the walls, they unleashed fierce attacks upon the energy shield. Although the shield remained largely intact, persistent assaults would inevitably carve small breaches into its surface. The third-tier beasts, seizing these openings, swiftly infiltrated the city. However, Great Sia City was far from unprepared. On the contrary, the defenders were well versed in such combat tactics. As the beasts entered, they were met with the formidable powers of the awakened. A flurry of dazzling lights flared, and the beasts found themselves swiftly dispatched. How long can our ammunition reserves endure? The atmosphere in the main war conference room was heavy, as Yen Chuan pondered. This wave of beasts presented a greater number of lower-tier creatures compared to the last fifth-tier beast tide. Although the warriors had significantly improved in strength, the pressure remained immense. Currently, the ability to maintain minimal casualties was largely due to the effectiveness of various firearms under pressure. At his side, a middle-aged strategist promptly responded, "1 nuclear missile remains. And we have 17 rockets left. If we continue at this rate of expenditure for the next half hour, the bombardment shells can be sustained for 3 months, while ammunition for firearms can last for 9 months. He did not factor in the cold weapons. The core represents the most resplendent ultimate weapon of technological civilization, possessing the power to annihilate 9th-tier ferocious beasts. This serves as both a foundation and a deterrent, marking the foremost contributor to the enduring existence of Sia City. Originally, Sia City possessed 3 cores. However, over the years, 2 have been expended in the defense of 2 catastrophic city-conquering battles. In the process, 2 9th-tier beasts were eradicated, effectively instilling fear in the highest echelon of feral power. Otherwise, the city, with its maximum combat prowess limited to the 7th tier, would have long been breached. Missiles are also classified as strategic armaments, capable of injuring 7th-tier beasts and exterminating 6th-tier ones. Regrettably, they are not weapons of mass destruction, merely capable of targeted strikes, thus diminishing their deterrent effect. Additionally, there are cannons, some of which are artifacts of civilization, while others are mechanical remnants left by the previous generation of engineers. Despite a middle-aged man's assertion that the supplies would last 3 months, Yin Chuan's expression darkened. Although the ammunition reserves appeared substantial, one must not forget that Sia City stands alone, devoid of resupply. Once the stockpiles are depleted, there would be no recourse. This is merely one encounter amidst countless beast tides. It is inconceivable to exhaust the ammunition reserves in a single onslaught. Otherwise, it would spell catastrophe for the ensuing battles. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Chuan issued a solemn command. Maintain the current state for another half-hour, cease the use of firearms, and inform everyone to prepare for close-quarters combat. Historically, the beast-tide assaults on the city have lasted no more than 3 hours, 1 hour of bombardment followed by 2 hours of melee combat, a strategy frequently employed by Sia City. Fortunately, the energy shield established by the engineers would prevent a full-scale clash. The middle-aged man promptly acknowledged and departed. Yin Chuan rubbed his temples, lamenting that since the sacrifice of the Lord of War Heaven, they have lacked a genuine champion of group combat. Otherwise, the struggle would not be so arduous. Suddenly, the visage of Jang Ji flashed in his mind, and he hoped that the young man would swiftly grow in strength. A voice from outside interrupted his reverie. Lord of the city, a child at the inner wall has brought news, stating that a mechanic requires a substance known as star meteorite. Star meteorite? Yin Chuan's expression immediately turned grave, and he hastened outside. Bring him to me. I shall inquire myself. Aside from the recently awakened Jang Ji, there were no other mechanics in Sia City. Earlier, Yin Chuan had already issued orders that the mechanics' requests must comply with the first decree of Sia City. Upon encountering the awaiting Zhou Ming, the sight of the city lord caused him to feel somewhat apprehensive. Nevertheless, he clearly recounted the matter concerning Jang Ji. I saw the esteemed mechanic encircled by a massive artillery piece, expressing a need for star meteorite, so I came to inquire whether any is available. Artillery piece? It seems that only the demon meteor cannon in the mechanic's vault fits that description. Yin Chuan's eyes gleamed with realization. Could it be that Jang Ji possesses the capability to restore the demon meteor cannon? In the era of the Lord of War Heaven, he had witnessed the formidable power of the demon meteor cannon firsthand. It is indeed a true instrument of war. If restoration is possible, this beast tide may become the easiest battle since the sacrifice of the Lord of War Heaven. He summoned his subordinates, instructing them to accompany Zhou Ming to confirm this with Jang Ji. In less than 10 minutes, the subordinate returned, his eyes gleaming with excitement, bearing confirmation from Jang Ji. As long as there were star meteorites, the demon cannon could once again take to the battlefield. It seemed that the city of Star Meteor had indeed run out of them. However, I recalled a star meteorite mine 20 miles west of Ximen. Yin Chuan pondered for a moment and then commanded, "Go summon Elder Wang." The people of Sia City had not stepped beyond the city gates for a considerable time. Yet he was determined to exert every effort for even a slight increase in their odds of success. Moreover, the demon cannon was an instrument that could decisively tilt the war towards victory. The Night Order under Elder Wang was highly mobile and might successfully retrieve the star meteorite. Chapter 7. The Night Order before the man arrived. A swirling tempest of gray and white surged forth, the sound of hooves skidding to a halt echoed. The city lord seeks me? Elder Wang appeared, clad in blood-stained silver armor and wielding a long spear, seated upon a war steed. The aura of lethal intent overshadowing his aged visage. The beast tied at the eastern gate was fiercer than ever. I could not linger away from the city gates for too long. Without waiting for Yin Chuan's response, Elder Wang spoke swiftly. He was among the first awakened beings of Sia City, now possessing formidable 6th-tier strength, and served as a key defender against the 6th-tier beasts. I have already arranged for someone to take your place, so there is no need for concern, Yin Chuan assured him, proceeding to summarize the situation regarding Jang Ji's need for star meteorites. The demon cannon? Indeed, it is a weapon capable of ending the beast tide, regardless of the cost. We must retrieve the star meteorites to fulfill Jang Ji's request, Yin Chuan stated earnestly. Of course, since the sacrifice of the city Lord of War Heaven, we have relinquished many resource points outside the city, retreating within for years, leaving us ignorant of the external circumstances. Thus, this mission will undoubtedly be arduous. Elder Wang immediately grasped his intent. The Night Order under his command possessed steeds, granting them unparalleled mobility within Sia City. They were undoubtedly the most suitable for venturing out. Yet, the dangers outside were unknown. Should the beasts become aware of human movements beyond the city, it would spell doom for those venturing forth. Furthermore, even if they reached the star meteorite mine swiftly, the extraction of the ore would pose additional challenges. Very well, I shall prepare now. In 20 minutes. I will personally lead the team out of the city, Elder Wang agreed without hesitation. The honor of the Night Order lay in charging into battle. Serving as vanguards and rearguards, wherever danger loomed, their figures would be present. Even if they had to fight their way through 20 miles after leaving the city. Even if the star meteorite mine were occupied by beasts, they would carve a path and return with the meteorites, bringing hope to Sia City. I have but one request. Under no circumstances should the Night Order take longer than 2 hours to return. I will have people positioned 5 miles out to assist you. Preventing a direct encounter with the retreating beast tide, Yin Chuan instructed. The beast tide would persist for 3 hours, and with nearly an hour already passed, he issued this demand. Should the Night Order attract the beast's attention, even with their agility, they would face certain death outside the city. Very well, send word to Xiao Ji, instructing him to prepare for the repair of the meteor cannon. In 2 hours, the knights will surely return with the star meteorite. After Elder Wang concluded his statement, he swiftly mounted his spirit steed and called upon his followers. Yin Chuan also returned to the main war conference room to oversee the city defense battle, his solemn expression belied by a silent prayer. The turning point of this beast tide rested upon Elder Wang and Jang Ji. Soon, a mere 15 minutes had elapsed when 12 armored knights appeared beneath the western city gate. Leading them was Elder Wang. His tone grave. You are the finest among my ranks. This venture outside the city is fraught with peril, yet should we succeed in retrieving the star meteorite, we shall be hailed as heroes of the great Sia City. The moment of glory for the knights has arrived. Now, I ask one last time. Does anyone wish to withdraw? The response was not in words, but in the thunderous neighs of their spirit steeds and the fierce whistling of their long spears. Each face bore the resolute countenance of iron and blood, having long cast aside the fear of life and death. The valiant knights surged forward. Witnessing this scene, a fleeting look of gratification passed through Elder Wang's eyes, and he bellowed, leading the charge as the slowly opening city gates beckoned him forth. The remaining 11 knights, not to be outdone, hastened to follow closely behind Elder Wang, charging onward. After 3 long years, the gray-white storm once again descended upon the wilderness ruled by ferocious beasts. All city defenders raised their right fists in salute, slightly bent, casting respectful glances. For the survival of Great Sia City, everyone was exerting their utmost effort. Jang Ji received word from Yin Chuan, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the star meteorite. At that moment, he vowed to let the beasts experience the true meaning of battlefield death. As time passed, Jang Ji's proficiency in crafting the Q1 rapid charge guns improved significantly. Initially requiring 5 minutes for each, he could now produce one in merely a minute. The materials dwindled rapidly as a steady stream of charge guns emerged from his hands, and his experience points surged. Within just over an hour, his experience exceeded 50,000, a pace far swifter than other awakened beings, who could not keep up with his rate of beast extermination. Had his leveling experience matched that of others, he would have already ascended to the 2nd tier. Regrettably, the talent of mechanical sovereignty was overwhelmingly potent. City Lord, something seems amiss, remarked a middle-aged strategist, his expression one of uncertainty. Historically, as time advanced, the onslaught of the beast tide would gradually wane, yet this time appeared markedly different. The beast tide's ferocity intensified with each passing moment. I have noticed as well, Yin Chuan acknowledged, solemnly nodding as he scrutinized the readings on the instruments. Furthermore, the high-tier beasts that emerged this time were denser in number than ever before. While the highest tier remained 5th, their quantity rivaled that of a 6th-grade beast tide, lacking only a 6th-tier beast. What are your theories? Yin Chuan inquired. The middle-aged strategist pondered deeply before responding earnestly. This is not an ordinary beast tide. I suspect there are otherworldly demons orchestrating it. Upon hearing this, even Yin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Otherworldly demons and ferocious beasts represent 2 entirely disparate concepts. Only beasts of the 8th rank or above possess true intelligence. Typically, ordinary beast tides arise when ferocious creatures congregate to a certain extent, naturally giving rise to a bloodthirsty desire to devour all in their path, which then gradually evolves into a tide of beasts. In contrast, the Igbo are akin to what ancient societies referred to as extraterrestrial civilizations, inherently intelligent like humans, and they exhibit a myriad of forms, including humanoid shapes. Their abilities are diverse and bizarre. In terms of similarities, they bear a resemblance to the various powers of awakened beings, yet must surpass humans in strength. Their physical prowess is innately formidable, and as they mature, their capabilities manifest in myriad ways. Each Imo poses a significant threat to the city of Daxia. As for the Imo, Yin Chuan's expression darkened. He was not unfamiliar with such entities. Though rarely revealing themselves, each appearance heralded significant events. During the beast tide that led to the fall of the Lord of Zhantian City, Imo were present. It was also in Yigbo that launched a surprise attack on the Lord of Zhantian. Long before, Sia City had speculated that Igwa possessed a means to manipulate beast tides. Some even theorized that ferocious beasts were merely cannon fodder bred by the EO, which would explain their simultaneous emergence on Blue Star. While the two were engaged in contemplation, the imagery displayed on the instruments suddenly shifted. A throng of ferocious beasts, as if commanded by some unseen force, came to a halt within 30 seconds, freezing in place. Even those that had rushed toward the city walls stood motionless, as though paralyzed, indifferent to the severing of their heads by the blades of Sia City's guards. Yin Chuan and his companion immediately noted this change. In the next moment, an extraordinarily peculiar sound resonated from outside the city. Chapter 8. Give it a missile to taste hand over the mechanic, and the beast tide shall cease. Once the multitude of ferocious beasts had halted, an eerie, distorted voice reverberated, echoing through every corner of Sia City. The sound was akin to a stutter, its pitch bizarre and unsettling. Those who heard it felt an unsettling sensation wash over their bodies, their faces contorted in discomfort. This is bad. It's the distorted magic sound of the Emo. Yin Chuan exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Send the orders, strike the thunderous drum. Yes, those outside battled through their discomfort and quickly organized themselves. Soon, a series of drum beats surged into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant beating of drums created a transparent ripple that dispersed the earlier strange sound. At last, the people of Sia City felt their minds clear. The distorted magic sound was one of the Yi Wo's methods, a form of sonic attack targeting the psyche and consciousness. Those with weaker wills, if exposed to the magic sound for too long, would find their minds gradually warped, compelled to act according to the implications of the sound. In extreme cases, once the mental defenses crumbled, they would descend into madness. Fortunately, the inhabitants of Sia City had endured countless battles, their resolve tempered to an unwavering strength. Though some felt discomfort, they could still withstand it. With the thunderous drum beats resonating, the physical unease began to dissipate. The thunderous drum serves as the primary weapon of an awakened purist, possessing the remarkable ability to purify the soul upon its reverberation. Specifically designed to counteract the twisted sound waves of malevolent sonic attacks. Once the influence of the distorted sound was completely eradicated, Yin Chuan finally exhaled in relief. However, his expression soon transformed into one of grave concern. Sonic attacks were merely a prelude. What truly troubled him was the insidious implication of that voice. Surrender the mechanic, and the beast tide shall cease. This was a psychological tactic. Presently, there existed only one mechanic in the grand city of Sia, the recently awakened Jang Ji. Although Yin Chuan had contemplated this possibility earlier, he was taken aback to discover that the beast tide had indeed been summoned for the mechanic, even attracting the attention of the alien demons. The Lord of Battle City, Zhu Yu, had toiled relentlessly to eliminate one, only to have another arise now. The alien demons, unhesitatingly summoning the beast tide, revealed just how much they feared the mechanic. While the people of Sia stood united, human hearts are notoriously fickle. A single beast tide could lead to countless deaths, and now, according to the alien demons, surrendering the mechanic could potentially avert such a tragedy. Might this not save many lives, perhaps even those of one's own kin? Surrender the mechanic, in exchange for 3 years of peace for Sia. The voice of the alien demon resonated once more, this time uninterrupted, perhaps recognizing the futility of its malevolent sound. Upon hearing these words, Yin Chuan's countenance shifted dramatically once again. If the earlier pronouncement was merely psychological warfare, this was a blatant temptation. No one desires peace more fervently than the inhabitants of Sia. 3 years of recuperation could yield countless formidable warriors and significantly increase the population. By that time, the collective strength of Sia would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. And all that was required was the surrender of a freshly awakened mechanic among those defending the city. While the majority remained coldly resolute, their eyes filled with animosity towards the ferocious beasts across from them, a few began to exhibit subtle shifts in their gazes. Yin Chuan inhaled deeply. He could no longer afford to remain passive. Decisive action was imperative. Have the enemy's position been pinpointed? His voice was icy and commanding. It has been located and can be attacked at any moment, replied a middle-aged strategist, his tone equally frigid, reflecting his own seething anger. Very well, let us send a missile their way. Humph, alien demons, let them comprehend the unwavering resolve of Sia to fight to the death. Sia had never been a city that would trade its kin for fleeting peace. Even if Jang Ji was the hope of Sia, Yin Chuan would not entertain the notion of cowardice, not even for a moment, not for an ordinary individual. The alien demons had grossly underestimated the solidarity of Sia and the resolve of its leadership. Indeed, upon issuing the command, a crimson beam of light surged into the sky from the Level 2 armament depot. Sia, are you courting death? From a certain direction, behind several fifth-tier ferocious beasts, the voice of the alien demons echoed, tinged with a sense of frustration and a hint of panic. It was unexpected that the great Sia City remained unshaken by its sinister sound, and it immediately pinpointed the creature's location. Having previously witnessed the devastating power of missiles from a distance, it swiftly maneuvered to evade, simultaneously commanding several fifth-tier ferocious beasts to shield it with their flesh. However, technological weaponry is not to be underestimated. As one of the strategic-grade weapons, the missile possessed tracking capabilities. Even before the second sound erupted from the creature, it had already been locked onto. In an instant, the missile surged forth from within Great Sia City and struck its target. The resounding explosion unleashed astonishing destructive force. The missile detonated against the creature's visage, obliterating the few fifth-tier beasts in the forefront, which perished before they could endure even half a second. This creature, though humanoid, bore a triangular head. As the missile approached, its expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. Raising its hand and chanting incantations, a veil of black mist materialized, forming shields before it. However, it gravely underestimated the missile's might. The black mist shields were shattered in an instant, and the overwhelming force of the explosion was unleashed upon it, propelling it hundreds of meters away. In the process, its limbs were obliterated, and upon landing, it had been reduced to a mere human stick. Remarkably, it did not succumb to death. Its eyes still flickered with life. In the next moment, the black mist reappeared, and its limbs astonishingly regenerated. With a remarkable ability for regeneration, the creature propped itself up, and although it survived, its aura had significantly diminished. It glared malevolently at the distant Great Sia City, its mind twisted in fury. To it, these inferior beings dared to defy its command and even launched a counterattack. Causing its power to plummet, it considered this a death wish. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone attack. I shall eradicate humanity. The creature's thoughts surged, and the previously stagnant ferocious beasts resumed their assault, their aggression surpassing that of before. Meanwhile, it retreated swiftly, anger notwithstanding, for it had developed a fear of the missile's might. Should another strike occur, it knew it would face certain death. Within Great Sia City, Yen Chuan observed the missile's landing point and inquired, "Is it dead?" The middle-aged strategist, examining the instruments, shook his head regretfully, saying no. The adversary possesses 7th-tier strength and belongs to the regeneration clan of the otherworldly fiends. The technological weapon's power still falls short. However, it is fortunate that, having endured the missile strike, its strength has diminished by a tier, now standing at 6th tier. Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan felt a twinge of disappointment and then asked, 6th tier? What are my chances of eliminating it if I engage now? The strategist glanced at him, conducted an analysis, and ultimately shook his head, stating, the likelihood of success is 0. That creature is exceedingly cunning. Having just regenerated, it has retreated. If you engage, you will undoubtedly be surrounded by the 5th-tier ferocious beasts present, resulting in a far more precarious situation. Yen Chuan nodded in understanding, refraining from further insistence. The middle-aged strategist, being a battlefield analyst, possessed an impressive accuracy rate of 95% in his predictions. There was no need to jeopardize Great Sia City for the sake of slaying a 6th-tier otherworldly fiend. Continuing to confront the beast tide. No matter how formidable the control of the otherworldly demons is, it cannot breach the 3-hour law of the beast tide. If we endure today, once Lord Wang retrieves the fallen star, there is hope to completely eradicate the beast tide tomorrow. Chapter 9. Dare to fight, dare to die? The words of the otherworldly demons are not to be trusted. As the defense of the city resumed its proper course, Yin Chuan ascended to a high point, holding a megaphone, and addressed the populace of the city. Let us not forget how the Lord of Zhantian's city was ambushed and perished. Back then, the otherworldly demons and the ferocious beasts were so intimidated by the Lord of Zhantian that they had no choice but to sign a 1-year truce with us. What was the outcome? We are all aware. Before the contract even expired, the horde of demons brazenly breached the agreement and resolutely launched the beast tide, with 10 7th-tier demons and 1 8th-tier demon covertly ambushing the Lord of Zhantian, leading to his demise. And what did the otherworldly demons lose? Merely the life of a single 7th-tier demon to bear the repercussions of their betrayal. So, can we, the Great Sia City, still place our trust in the words of these beasts? Now they wish for us to surrender our second mechanic. Such a demand is a disgrace to Great Sia City. I am heartened that many have remained steadfast, but to those few, I urge you to extinguish such thoughts. In Great Sia City, we have only the dead who fought valiantly, not the craven who bow and scrape. To dare to fight and to dare to die is the very essence of our city. In the throes of battle, Yin Chuan wielded his long sword, his voice resonating within the minds of the defenders. Some bore expressions of shame, while others appeared even more resolute. Dare to fight, dare to die. Countless voices erupted in fury. Surrender the esteemed mechanic? Bah! Whoever dares to entertain such thoughts, I will be the first to sever their head. Indeed, the esteemed mechanic is our sole hope for returning to our homeland. If the otherworldly demons desire him, they can only do so through bloodshed. Ha ha ha, my lord. That missile just now was truly satisfying. It invigorated me, and I feel I could strike down the ferocious beasts with renewed strength. One day, the esteemed mechanic will lead us to annihilate the ferocious beasts and eliminate the otherworldly demons. Do those wretches covet our esteemed mechanic? Surrender now, and you may avoid extermination at the hands of the demons. The morale of the defending soldiers surged at a visible pace, indicating the efficacy of Yin Chuan's words. Observing this, Yin Chuan descended to the ground, only to see a middle-aged strategist approaching with a peculiar expression. What is it? Yin Chuan inquired. Jang Ji is coming. The strategist replied, stepping aside to indicate the approaching figure. Yin Chuan's expression shifted, and he looked up to indeed see Jang Ji approaching in a wheelchair. Alongside him were the two children, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, struggling to push a small cart. Little Ji, what are you doing here? Quickly leave. This is a battlefield. Not a place for you to be, Yin Chuan said urgently. He feared Jang Ji might be swayed by the earlier words of the otherworldly demons. These individuals could withstand the pressure, but he was concerned that Jang Ji might not share the same fortitude. In Great Sia City, if anyone were to hear such words, they might willingly exchange their lives for 3 years of peace. Such blatant psychological manipulation could lead the people of Great Sia City to accept this sinister ploy willingly. Lord, this sudden beast tide formation is because of me, isn't it? Jang Ji, unperturbed, responded to the question with calmness. Observing Yin Chuan's expression, he quickly discerned the thoughts swirling within his mind. At the same time, a warmth blossomed within Jang Ji, although they were strangers. The concern evident in Yin Chuan's tone was unmistakable. The impending beast tide was an inevitability for the Sia City, merely a matter of time. Even if one does not awaken today, the beast tide will inevitably rear its head on some future day. Thus, there is no need to shoulder the burden of its origin alone. Yin Chuan took a deep breath, refraining from immediate rebuttal, and instead sought to rationalize the arrival of the beast tide, striving to prevent Jang Ji from descending into self-reproach. The youth, with limited experience, is often most susceptible to fixating on trivialities. Should Jang Ji believe that all blame rested upon his shoulders, it would spell trouble. The city lord need not worry about me. I am not so frail, Jang Ji smiled and continued. The otherworldly demons seek my life out of fear of my vocation as a mechanic. 3 years of peace will not resolve the survival issues of Sia City. But grant me 3 years, and I shall undoubtedly eradicate the crises brought forth by the ferocious beasts and otherworldly demons. On his way here, Jang Ji had heard the voices of his fellow citizens defending the city, and in that moment, he felt an unparalleled confidence. He firmly believed that his talent as a mechanical sovereign would not disappoint those who placed their faith in him. Good, Yin Chuan responded, clapping his hands with renewed conviction. His worry subsiding. As long as Jang Ji remained steadfast, the elders could shoulder all the pressure and allow him to grow without concern. You should return for now. We can handle the battle here, Yin Chuan attempted to persuade him. However, Jang Ji shook his head and declared, the reason I have come is to participate in the battle. No, Yin Chuan instinctively refuted. Undeniably, Jang Ji possessed immense potential, yet to Yin Chuan, his vulnerabilities were glaringly evident, namely, his recent awakening. A freshly awakened individual would possess little combat prowess, perhaps even incapable of withstanding a first-tier ferocious beast. Coupled with his leg ailment, it was ill-advised for him to step onto the battlefield at this juncture. What you must focus on now is familiarizing yourself with the mechanic profession and swiftly completing your ascension, not engaging in battle, Yin Chuan advised earnestly. The city lord seems to underestimate me, Jang Ji chuckled lightly, realizing that his previous explanations may have lacked clarity, leading to misunderstandings among Yin Chuan and the others. Yet, only he understood the terrifying potential of his mechanical sovereign talent. He chose not to elaborate further, intending to demonstrate his current abilities through action. Xiao Ming, Jang Ji called. The child, who had been waiting for an opportunity to speak, promptly retrieved a charged gun from a small cart and handed it to Jang Ji. He and Zhou Ling had already witnessed the prowess of the mechanic earlier and now looked at Jang Ji with eager anticipation. Yin Chuan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, is this the mechanical creation you crafted earlier? A charged gun? Its power seems rather ordinary for a first-tier weapon, not to mention accuracy. Even if it hits a ferocious beast, it may only barely breach its defenses. Jang Ji remained silent, his grip tightening around the charged gun as his gaze shifted to observe the situation on the city walls. They were positioned over 100 meters from the walls, atop a high platform that granted them an overview of the ongoing battle ahead. As the onslaught of the ferocious beasts intensified, the energy shield began to show numerous breaches, allowing one beast after another to scale the city walls. Many of the defending soldiers were gradually exhausting their strength. The initial waves had retreated to rest, replaced by the reserve troops. However, the reserves were somewhat lacking in power, leading to a few scattered beasts breaking through the defensive line and infiltrating the resting area. Upon witnessing this, those who were resting had no choice but to muster their strength and engage these beasts. In an instant, the situation turned dire. Jang Ji observed for merely a few seconds before seizing the opportunity to act. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, wielding the energy rifle with effortless precision, firing 3 shots without the need for aiming. Bang, bang, bang. The energy projectiles surged forth. His mechanical expertise was unparalleled. Even the rapidly moving beasts fell within his calculated range. Gripping the mechanical apparatus, he appeared as if born to be a master marksman, with trajectories, wind direction, and impact points all calculated with utmost accuracy. In a flash, 3 ferocious beasts, having just breached the city wall and intent on wreaking havoc in the rear, were struck simultaneously, resulting in a massive explosion of crimson blood. The energy projectiles entered through their eyes, traversed their brains, and exited from the other side. With a resounding thud, fist-sized holes appeared, and gory flesh erupted, blood splattering everywhere. Before the beasts could even register what had transpired, their several-meter-long bodies, propelled by inertia, crashed heavily into the nearby structures, meeting their demise. What just happened? A few warriors, on the verge of summoning their remaining energy to defend themselves, were momentarily stunned. What just occurred? We haven't even acted. How did the beasts fall? The speed of the energy rifle was astonishing, equipped with a silencer. And coupled with Jang Ji and the others being situated too far away, the onlookers remained oblivious to the events unfolding. Before they could react, in the span of a breath, several nearly imperceptible gunshots echoed from different directions. 7 first-tier beasts were struck at their vital points and collapsed. Some of the stronger individuals finally sensed something amiss and turned to gaze towards Jang Ji and his companions. Upon witnessing the efficacy of the energy rifle and that the most critical situation had been resolved, Jang Ji relaxed his aiming posture and smiled nonchalantly. What kind of weapon is this? Seeing Jang Ji's performance, Yin Chuan was momentarily stunned before coming to his senses, his eyes ablaze with excitement. From the moment Jang Ji acted until now, excluding the seconds spent observing, the remaining time was barely within 5 seconds. This meant that within just 10 seconds, Jang Ji had single-handedly dispatched 10 ferocious beasts. Yin Chuan was astonished. When did first-tier mechanical products become so formidable? The power of the energy rifle even eclipsed his awareness of Jang Ji's precise marksmanship. Chapter 10. Engagement. The Knight's Face Peril. What? A range of 200 meters. No need to change magazines. 1 shot charge per second, and a first-tier beast is guaranteed death upon being struck. Even a second-tier beast would suffer severe injury if hit in a vital area. Ever since Jang Ji described the capabilities of the Q1 energy rifle, the fervent gleam in Yin Chuan's eyes had not waned. Is this truly a first-tier mechanical product? If someone else were to claim it was third-tier, it would not be an exaggeration. He was a person well-versed in grand spectacles, having even encountered 7th-tier mechanical creations in the past. However, he had never witnessed a mere first-tier weapon possessing such extraordinary capabilities. It is important to note that when the previous city lord first awakened, the energy guns he crafted could inflict only minimal harm on first-tier beasts. With a stroke of luck, a well-placed shot might cause the beast to bleed a little more swiftly, but ultimately, it was only after exhausting its strength that one could hope to claim victory. Yet, what of the weapon crafted by Jang Ji? The notion that a first-tier beast would inevitably perish upon being struck is nothing short of astonishing. This implies that with precise marksmanship, an individual wielding the Q1 energy gun could effortlessly slay a beast within a second, without any pause. 60 in a minute equates to 3,600 in an hour. While this may be an ideal scenario, surely 1,000 kills in an hour is achievable. Moreover, this is merely the outcome of a single energy gun. Gazing upon the neatly arranged rows of energy guns in the small cart, Yin Chuan felt an overwhelming joy swell within him. He looked expectantly at Jang Ji, his voice quivering with anticipation. Do all these weapons possess the same might as the one in your hand? He found it hard to believe. Yet he yearned for Jang Ji to confirm his hopes. Even if the effectiveness were somewhat diminished, he would still be satisfied. Jang Ji smiled and nodded. Indeed, there are a total of 106 Q1 energy guns here. The city lord can assemble a team skilled in precision, assigning 1 gun to each member. This would significantly alleviate the pressure of defending the city. Alas, we are somewhat short on materials. Otherwise, every citizen in Sia City would be armed, and lower-tier beast hides would pose no threat to us in the future, Jang Ji lamented. Ha ha ha, splendid. Yin Chuan, who had maintained a somewhat serious demeanor, clenched his fist in exuberance. This batch of mechanical weapons is sufficient. Jang Ji, for this wave of beasts, you shall receive the greatest credit. Jang Ji had yet to participate in warfare, and his perspective remained somewhat limited. However, to Yin Chuan, the deployment of these mechanical weapons would reduce the pressure from the beast tide by a staggering 90%. not to mention the ability to eliminate scattered beasts from behind protective shields. He was confident they could withstand a direct confrontation. The more he looked at Jang Ji, the more his eyes sparkled. He had not anticipated such delightful surprises from the other party. Initially, he believed that a mechanic would need to be at least tier 3 to turn the tides for Sia City. But now it was evident that everyone had underestimated Jang Ji's prowess. The experiences of the previous city lord had led them into a misconception. In the past, the Lord of War Heaven had only begun to display his might on the battlefield after reaching tier 3, and it was not until he crafted the meteor cannon at tier 5 that he truly shone, earning the title of the Grim Reaper of the battlefield. Yet, Jang Ji had achieved this remarkable feat in a mere day. No, it had been less than 3 hours since his awakening, bringing forth such a stunning revelation. Yen Xuan could scarcely imagine the surprises that Jang Ji would unveil upon ascending to higher tiers. You shall remain here to assist the garrison. Yen Xuan guided Jang Ji to a relatively safe area with an expansive view. Having witnessed Jang Ji's marksmanship, he no longer opposed his involvement in the battle. However, he did not allow him to act alone. Instead, he summoned several strong warriors to ensure his protection. While first-tier beasts posed no threat to Jang Ji, higher-tier ones still required caution. Such a treasure, should anything happen due to improper protection, Yen Xuan would become the eternal sinner of Sia City. Rest assured, once the beast tide subsides, I shall exert every effort to procure mechanical materials for you. Yen Xuan assured Jang Ji with a beaming expression before hastily departing with a cart containing energy guns to assemble the gunner battalion. With Jang Ji's weaponry support, the pressure of defending the 2 city walls significantly diminished. The numerous, yet low-tier ferocious beasts were no longer the greatest threat. Many high-tier experts swiftly engaged in combat against their equivalent ferocious beasts, resulting in a marked reduction in casualties among the first and second-tier defenders. Yen Xuan established 2 gunner squads positioned in the most perilous areas, where energy bullets from the energy guns flew in all directions. A multitude of ferocious beasts perished before even reaching the city walls, and their fallen bodies further impacted those below. Jang Ji also took action. With each shot he fired, a ferocious beast met its demise. Occasionally, high-tier ferocious beasts broke through, but they were swiftly dispatched by the powerful beings guarding him. It could be said that with the inclusion of the energy guns, the most perilous situation had passed. To Jang Ji's astonishment, the energy guns he crafted not only allowed others to slay ferocious beasts, but also enabled him to receive a portion of the experience points. Since earlier, the notifications in his mind had been incessant. Kill a first-tier ferocious beast, experience points 100. Kill a first-tier ferocious beast with your manufactured mechanical weapon, experience points 10. Each ferocious beast killed granted him 100 experience points, and when he acted personally, he retained the entirety of the reward. However, when others used the energy guns to kill ferocious beasts, he could only claim 1/10. Though 1/10 may seem insignificant, the sheer volume made it substantial. With over 100 energy guns deployed on the battlefield, dozens of first-tier ferocious beasts were killed every second, causing Jang Ji's experience bar to rise at a visibly rapid pace. He had previously fretted over the scarcity of low-tier materials in the mechanical depot, which hindered the production of new energy guns and resulted in minimal experience from crafting mechanical components. This would undoubtedly prolong his ascension. However, observing the current situation, he found no cause for concern regarding his advancement. Manufacturing a single energy gun, including components and finished products, could provide him with approximately 700 experience points. And those energy guns had propelled his experience to over 70,000. Since joining the battle, he had amassed over 10,000 experience points in merely a few minutes, with the total continuing to surge. What does this signify? Should the beast tide persist a while longer, he might achieve an unprecedented feat, ascending on the very day of awakening. Thus, the so-called 30,000 experience points seemed trivial in comparison. Just as the city defense war entered a steady rhythm, in the wilderness, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed relentlessly. Shadows approached, heralding a storm. 12 figures, all stained with blood, rode swiftly on spirit steeds, their long spears occasionally brandished behind them. Notably, each individual bore a large burden on their backs, from which a faint glow emanated, revealing the irregular shapes of various stones. The cursed 7th-tier ferocious beast has audaciously claimed the meteorite mine as its lair. I shall hold the rear for you. You must ensure that these meteorites are brought back to the city. At the rear, Elder Wang bellowed, his armor already battered, blood flowing ceaselessly, with exposed bone glistening ominously in places. His coordination with the spirit steed was nothing short of exquisite, his movements relentless as he furiously retaliated against the pursuing beasts, while the spirit steed deftly evaded the savage onslaught with remarkable agility. Behind the knightly order, a horde of ferocious beasts was in hot pursuit, an estimated 100 or more. Among them loomed one creature, markedly larger than the rest, a formidable 7th-tier beast. Indeed, this single 7th-tier beast posed a greater threat to the knights than all the others combined. Previously, the knights had traversed unimpeded to the meteorite mine, believing the area to be devoid of feral beast clans. However, the commotion of mining attracted a pack known as the Fierce Black Wolves. The leading Wolf King possessed 7th-tier prowess, with the rest of the pack exceeding 3rd-tier strength. In an instant, the knightly order was besieged by a fierce assault. Had it not been for Elder Wang, a peak 6th-tier storm knight, who managed to withstand the primary threat posed by the Wolf King, the knights would have suffered grievous casualties. Thanks to the spirit steed's agility, they managed to break free from the encirclement of beasts and flee towards the city. Regrettably, despite Elder Wang's formidable strength, he remained a mere 6th-tier awakened, barely able to fend off the Wolf King, let alone slay it. The distance to the city was still 12 to 13 miles, yet every knight was wounded. The spirit steed, though a manifestation of ethereal essence, exhibited signs of exhaustion, its nostrils flaring as it breathed heavily. Chapter 11. The challenge of surpassing tears. With a sudden roar, the Wolf King surged forward once more, its icy, razor-sharp fangs aimed at Elder Wang's neck. Elder Wang had just repelled 2 6th-tier black wolves, his strength waning, and as the life-threatening danger approached, he sought to brace himself with his spear, but it was too late. The Wolf King's eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty malice as its foul stench filled the air. At that critical moment, a knight nearby, with a glint of determination in his eyes, maneuvered the spirit steed, using his lance to intercept one of the beasts. Propelling himself toward that direction, he positioned himself precisely between Elder Wang and the Wolf King. In the next heartbeat, the sound of flesh being torn apart echoed through the air. The attack from the 7th-tier beast was no jest. The knight's right arm fell within the range of the Wolf King's vicious bite, and in an instant, his arm, along with his armor, was severed by the Wolf King's sharp fangs. Chen Feng. Elder Wang cried in alarm. The knight named Chen Feng felt an excruciating pain radiate from his right arm. Yet a smile graced his face. He had successfully shielded his commander from a fatal blow, sacrificing only an arm. It was worth it. Commander, be careful. It's coming again. Chen Feng warned urgently, disregarding his pain as the Wolf King, having swallowed his arm, advanced for another assault. Wang Lao had long sensed the foul odor that followed, and upon witnessing the dire state of his knights, a surge of fury engulfed him. The moment Chen Feng intervened helped him regain his composure, and with a thunderous roar, he commanded, "Kill." He raised his spear, and a tempest of energy surged through him, merging entirely with the weapon. This was his ultimate 6th-tier power, the Spear of the Storm. The Black Wolf King immediately felt a formidable force emanating towards it. The spear, infused with the peak strength of the 6th tier and imbued with vengeful energy, transcended its expected level, reaching a 7th-tier potency. Boom! The Black Wolf King had no time to evade, enduring Wang Lao's desperate strike with its flesh and blood. The spear pierced its forebody, leaving a gaping wound, and the sheer force sent the Black Wolf King staggering back several meters. Its anguished howl echoed, marking the first time it had been wounded since the pursuit began, and by a mere 6th-tier insect at that. For a being of the 7th tier to be injured by a 6th-tier adversary was an immense humiliation within its limited intellect. Roar! The Black Wolf King bellowed again, disregarding the blood pouring from its wound, charging forward once more. Is this all I am capable of? A flicker of despair crossed Wang Lao's eyes. Can we, the 6th-tier awakeners, truly not battle beyond our tier? That last strike had drained his final reserves, yet the Black Wolf King had merely sustained a superficial injury. Perhaps, after its next assault, he would meet his demise on the spot. Captain, the knights, witnessing the scene, grew anxious, eager to emulate Chen Feng and shield Wang Lao from the Black Wolf King. Yet, Wang Lao had already discerned their intentions and bellowed, "Do not concern yourselves with me. Your mission is to escort the meteorite back to the city. Remember, this is a command of the Knight Brigade." Upon hearing this, sorrow flickered in their eyes. Yet they had no choice but to obey. The command of the Knight Brigade superseded all else. This had always been their consensus. To fulfill the mission, even at the cost of the captain's life, they were obligated to prioritize the task. This was an opportunity born from their captain's self-sacrifice. Should they falter, it would signify a betrayal of the Knight Brigade's trust and a disservice to their captain's faith in them. Thus, they suppressed their inner turmoil and urged their spirit steeds to run even faster. As the Black Wolf King drew near, Wang Lao struggled to lift his spear, preparing for a final strike, resolutely facing death. Suddenly, an intense heat surged forth, sweeping past the members of the Knight Brigade, and a flash of sword light appeared, striking the Black Wolf King. Sizzle! The searing crimson blade did not carve a wound into the Black Wolf King, but ignited its fur in flames. In an instant, a conflagration erupted, engulfing a large area, even spreading to the injury Wang Lao had inflicted. With new wounds compounding the old, the Black Wolf King grimaced in pain. Although this did not gravely injure it, it halted its advance, alleviating Wang Lao's life-threatening crisis. Fortunately, we have arrived in time. From the rear, the voice of Yin Chuan rang out, accompanied by 4 other figures exuding a powerful aura. Together with him, 5 sixth-tier warriors stood ready. Yin Chuan held the title of Flame Swordsman, and the searing sword light just witnessed was unleashed by him. Ah, Lord Yin has arrived. The captain is safe now. Chen Feng and the others sighed in relief, their spirits lifted upon seeing their leader escape peril. So these are the fallen star stones. Huh, I knew the Night Brigade would not disappoint, Yin Chuan remarked, immediately noticing the items they bore with joy. Thank you, Lord. Wang Lao, riding a spirit steed, approached with a solemn expression of gratitude. Had it not been for Yin Chuan's timely intervention, he would have perished. Yin Chuan quickly interjected, "No, it is I who should thank you, Wang Lao. You risked your lives to venture out and retrieve the star stones for everyone. Our mere act of coming out to escort you pales in comparison. Let us speak of this later. First, we must address the immediate danger and return to the city. That lad, Jang Ji, has been waiting for quite some time. Very well, let us return and discuss it then." With 5 intact 6th-tier warriors alongside Wang Lao, their gazes turned icy as they fixed their sights on the Black Wolf King. Notably, the flames enveloping the beast had yet to extinguish. Sensing the presence of 5 individuals whose strength rivaled that of the one from earlier, the Black Wolf King hesitated. While it was indeed a 7th-tier creature, these humans appeared formidable. Having participated in the beast-tide siege, it understood that perhaps a single 6th-tier human could not pose a threat, but a coalition of 3 or more could certainly confront it directly. Other members of its pack might hold off the remaining 2, but it lacked confidence in swiftly dispatching the other 3 6th-tier warriors. Of course, Yin Chuan and his companions could at most inflict severe injuries upon the Black Wolf King, but they lacked the ability to slay it. Ultimately, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Further combat would yield no fruitful outcome. With a mournful howl, the Black Wolf King cast one last glance filled with animosity at the group before decisively leading its kin away. Yin Chuan and the others exhaled in relief, remaining vigilant as they hastily made their way back toward the western gate of Sia City. Fortunately, this beast did not engage us to the bitter end. Let us return swiftly. The beast tide is drawing to a close. In truth, the chance to confront a solitary 7th-tier beast was a rare opportunity. They were not averse to testing their mettle in attempting to slay it. Should they succeed in overcoming a 7th-tier creature, at least one among them would undoubtedly ascend in rank. Alas, the threat posed by the beast tide was too great, compelling them to abandon that notion. Over the years, many awakened individuals in Sia City had found themselves stalled at the 6th tier. It was not for lack of desire to advance, but rather the stringent conditions imposed upon them. In addition to requiring vast amounts of experience, one must also slay a 7th-tier beast to fulfill both criteria necessary for ascension to the 7th tier. They had long since amassed the requisite experience. It was solely the latter condition that hindered their progress. Otherwise, there would not have only been one 7th-tier awakened individual among them in these years. Ascending beyond one's tier is indeed a formidable challenge. Chapter 12. The Gunner Brigade demonstrates its might after the Black Wolf King retreated. The group returned to Sia City without further incident. With the heavy gates closing and the energy barrier enveloping them, the Night Brigade and their allies finally relaxed, only then becoming acutely aware of the overwhelming fatigue that washed over them. Elder Wang, I have already summoned the awakened healers and other professionals. You may proceed with the healing. As for the meteorite, I shall personally hand it over to Jang Ji. During our expedition outside the city, the 12 members of the Night Order sustained varying degrees of injuries, with Chen Feng suffering the most grievous affliction of a severed arm and Elder Wang exhausted to the brink. Yin Chuan had anticipated the potential crisis they would face upon leaving the city, hence he had meticulously arranged subsequent matters well in advance. Thank you for your trouble, Lord of the City. Elder Wang nodded, depositing the collected meteorites in a heap before departing with the others for treatment. After their departure, a battlefield analyst approached. My lord, the beast tide has begun to retreat. Already? Hasn't it been less than 3 hours? Yin Chuan expressed his surprise. He had been keeping track of the time. From the onset of the beast tide until now, only 2 hours and 50 minutes had elapsed. Historically, unless unusual events occurred, the beast tide would persist for precisely 3 hours, rarely retreating early, while you were outside the city assisting the Night Order. You may not be aware that since the Rifle Regiment joined the fray, the rate of elimination of first-tier ferocious beasts has far exceeded our expectations. The Rifle Regiment? I see. Yin Chuan nodded, comprehending that Jiang Ji's energy rifles had surpassed his anticipations. He intended to inquire further, but then remembered that delivering the meteorite to Jang Ji was of utmost priority. He promptly instructed, since the beast tide has receded, arrange for post-battle affairs, tallying the casualties on both sides. Dispatch individuals to collect the bodies of the ferocious beasts. Those useful to the martial artist should be documented and later distributed according to merit. Also, pay attention to providing compensation, consolidating the injured, and guarding against any potential counterattacks from scattered beasts. Understood. As Yin Chuan's deputy, he was well versed in these matters and readily set off to make arrangements. Yin Chuan summoned 2 individuals, instructing them, "Take these meteorites with you and follow me to the mechanical warehouse." "Yes, sir." Upon the city walls, the ferocious beasts continued to retreat. The martial artists had begun to autonomously address the aftermath of the battle, having endured yet another beast tide. Those who survived expressed their gratitude, while casting sorrowful glances towards their fallen comrades. In the face of war, even with energy shields, it was impossible to emerge unscathed. Some youthful warriors, filled with rage, sought to pursue the beasts, but were swiftly restrained. Ultimately, martial artists lacked potent ranged attack capabilities. Once they ventured beyond the energy shield, their fates would be uncertain. In a distant locale, the sounds of gunfire rang out incessantly. In the wild, as ferocious beasts retreated, they were oblivious to the energy projectiles approaching from behind, and in the blink of an eye, they fell lifeless along their path. Ha ha! The inventions of the esteemed mechanic are indeed remarkable. Indeed, I've long harbored disdain for these beastly wretches. Each time the beast tide concludes, they come and go as they please, taking advantage of our insufficient ammunition and our reluctance to step beyond the energy shield. Now, we finally relish this sensation of beating a cornered foe. Hey, can you guess how many beasts I've slain this time? Guess? With your marksmanship. How accurate could you possibly be? I wager 300 at most. 300? Who do you think you're looking down on? Let me share with you that I have vanquished a total of 1,124 first-tier ferocious beasts. And I even managed to injure dozens of second-tier beasts, thereby creating opportunities for the frontline troops to reap rewards. Astonishing, over 1,000? I have only slain a little over 800. Where have you been all this time? Modestly, I confess that I was once a member of the Mechanized Legion, possessing an extraordinary mechanical talent since childhood, the individual boasted. Some, unable to tolerate his arrogance, interjected, "Over 1,000, and you dare to claim that? I've killed 3,000 without boasting, and here you are prancing about?" The crowd was momentarily stunned. 3,000 beasts. What a staggering notion. This implies that from the moment he acquired the energy gun to the time of engagement, he wasted not a single moment. Every energy bullet he fired claimed a beast's life. Who are you to declare 3,000 so casually? Who would believe that? The man's countenance faltered, revealing disbelief. Should I perhaps disclose that I am a master of firearms? Must I also reveal that I just ascended to the 4th tier? Young man, take a seat. A firearms awakener? No wonder, the crowd finally comprehended. Brother, I'll sit down, but be sure to teach me a thing or two when we return. The man, adept at both humility and pride, instantly approached with a flattering demeanor. Let us keep it amicable, refrain from boasting, for there are always greater talents. The retreat of the beast tide lasted for about 10 minutes, during which the Gunner Legion's relentless assault left behind thousands of carcasses. The other members of the beast tide cast envious glances toward the Gunner Legion's position. The sheer number of beasts slain indicated a significant accumulation of experience. For other awakened individuals, defeating more than 10 beasts of the same tier was already commendable. Yet, for the Gunner Legion, their tally was calculated in the hundreds, even thousands. After a single beast tide, nearly everyone had ascended in rank. This bounty was all thanks to the esteemed mechanic. Everyone silently prayed that when the mechanic next produced weaponry, they would seize the opportunity. As for the mechanic they envisioned, he had departed long before the beast tide concluded. Jang Ji was situated differently than the Gunner Legion. While they fought at the forefront, enjoying a vast battlefield view that facilitated such impressive results, he was positioned farther from the city walls, only able to eliminate scattered beasts to provide cover for those resting behind. Consequently, he had not slain many beasts, totaling just over 200. Nevertheless, possessing the ability to allocate experience, even with fewer kills, the experience he acquired was substantial. Regrettably, by the time the beast tide ended, he had yet to ascend, with his experience bar reaching 286,000. Just 14,000 experience points shy of a rank up left Jang Ji feeling somewhat disappointed. Thus, upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, he promptly departed, intending to visit the mechanical repository in hopes of crafting some mechanical components to attain that 14,000 experience. The reason he gained so little experience despite the multitude of slain beasts was due to the varying ranks of the Gunner Legion members. Higher-tier awakened individuals faced a reduction in experience when defeating first-tier beasts, resulting in Jang Ji receiving only 1/10 of the diminished amount. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Gunner Corps, there were also several martial artists present. However, these warriors did not gain experience points from slaying ferocious beasts, which resulted in Jang Ji not achieving the next rank. Otherwise, during this battle, The number of ferocious beasts that perished under the Gunner Corps would have exceeded 100,000, allowing Jang Ji to accrue over 1,000,000 experience points. Nevertheless, a surge of over 200,000 experience points within an hour was already a source of great satisfaction for him. Chapter 13. This is war. As Jang Ji returned to the machinery depot with Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, they fortuitously encountered Yin Chuan and his companions, who were carrying star meteorites. Star meteorites? Without needing confirmation, Jang Ji could sense their presence through the fabric, his eyes widening in astonishment. Initially, he had low expectations, yet he was pleasantly surprised that Yin Chuan had indeed procured the star meteorites for him. Regarding the night core departure from the city, Yin Chuan refrained from mentioning it to spare Jang Ji from unnecessary guilt, instead smilingly inquiring, "Well, Jang Ji, can these stones repair the fallen demon cannon?" "Certainly. With these star meteorites and the other materials at hand, I can assure you that the fallen demon cannon will be ready before the second wave of beasts arrives tomorrow." Jang Ji, under the impression that these star meteorites were part of the city's reserves, confidently assured him without further inquiry. He pondered to himself whether the mechanical weapons crafted by others would grant him experience upon his repairs. If the fallen demon cannon could also allocate a portion of the beasts it slayed to him, then reaching the third rank would not be a distant dream. After all, it was a weapon designed for large-scale extermination. "All right, in that case, I shall rest easy," Yin Chuan rejoiced at Jang Ji's assurance. The impending beast tide was destined to showcase the brilliance of the mechanic once more. Observing Jang Ji's eagerness as he examined the star meteorites, Yin Chuan cautioned, "Jang Ji, do remember to balance work and rest. If you tire, take a break. Do not overexert yourself." Jang Ji, however, shook his head. "If the others cannot rest, how can I afford to? Mayor, leave this to me. With the beast tide just concluded, I am sure you have many matters to attend to, so there is no need for you to linger here." Yin Chuan was both amused and exasperated. He had not anticipated that Jang Ji would be more invested in these matters than himself, even turning the tables on him. Is this what the children of the city refer to as the innate holy body of the city lord? Very well, just take care of yourself. And henceforth, do not call me city lord. It sounds rather distant. Just refer to me as uncle. Understood, Uncle Yin. I shall not disturb you further. Yin Chuan then instructed those around him. Stay here to assist Jang Ji. He may have mobility issues, so if he requires anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Yes, city lord. The two soldiers responded in unison. After imparting a few more words of caution, Yin Chuan took his leave. Jang Ji and his companions entered the machinery depot with the star meteorites, approaching the fallen demon cannon. Having gained some experience from sorting materials earlier, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling had acquired a modicum of knowledge. Jang Ji instructed the two to procure the materials necessary for the repair of the meteor cannon, while he himself maneuvered his wheelchair, devising a plan for the restoration. It must be noted that although he had long since acclimatized to the presence of his disability, operating while seated in a wheelchair proved to be quite cumbersome. Fortunately, once he ascended to the third tier, he would be able to fabricate a powered exoskeleton. At that point, he could affix it to his legs and walk as any ordinary person would. Should his affliction remain unhealed, he contemplated replacing his legs with mechanical constructs, thereby liberating himself from this vulnerability. However, if a cure were possible, he would prefer to retain his biological limbs. After all, compared to the coldness of machinery, the human body is far more aligned with the essence of humanity. Yin Chuan returned to the conference room, where a multitude of individuals awaited him, including Chun Li, Xiao Jun, and other commanders of the garrison. All present were formidable warriors of the current era, with none below the 5th tier permitted entry. Even though many had undergone a brief cleansing, a lingering scent of blood still permeated the air. The first wave of the beast tide, though predominantly composed of lower-tier ferocious beasts, was overwhelming in number, and it was interspersed with some formidable higher-tier creatures. In the effort to protect the energy shield from being breached en masse, even 5th-tier experts suffered injuries during the skirmishes. Let us discuss the battle reports in detail. Yin Chuan stated as he took his seat. Understood, replied Lu Huai, the battlefield analyst, as he opened his notebook and commenced his report. The attendees grew attentive. Their ears perked to listen. On the ancient calendar, the year 5012, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the ferocious beasts launched their 67th wave of assault on the great Sia City, with the scale of the beast tide reaching level 5. Over 1,000 beasts of tier 3 and above were detected, including 100 of tier 5 and 300 of tier 4. The second-tier beasts totaled 100,000, while the first-tier beasts were innumerable, with preliminary estimates suggesting their numbers surpassed 1 million. In response, our great Sia City deployed 100,000 vanguard troops, 100,000 reserves, and 100,000 logistical personnel. The duration of the beast tide was 2 hours and 50 minutes, during the engagement involving firearms. Our casualties amounted to 94 fatalities and 420 injuries. Once the combat transitioned to close quarters, the death toll escalated to 761, with injuries nearing 4,000. As Lu Huai concluded his report, a collective intake of breath echoed in the conference room. How could the casualties be so extensive? This is merely the first day? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. It was crucial to remember that this was under the protection of an energy shield, where the defenders only needed to guard against sporadic incursions by beasts scaling the walls. Had the entire army faced the beast tide head-on, the losses would have been incalculable, potentially multiplying by several tens. Such a mortality rate would rank among the middle tier even in past sieges against beast tides. The atmosphere in the conference room grew heavy. Each casualty represented a compatriot of Great Sia City, and the loss of even one would weigh heavily on their hearts for an extended period. This is the reality of war, Yan Chuan remarked with an air of detachment. He too mourned the fallen, but he would not outwardly display his sorrow, lest it dampen the spirits of his comrades. As Lu Huai and the others processed the information, he continued. The defense of the city has consumed 70% of our ammunition reserves, with one missile expended and countless melee weapons destroyed. Our report on enemy casualties is forthcoming. In the recent battle, the defenders of Sia City successfully annihilated a staggering 320,000 ferocious beasts, including 7 fifth-tier beasts and over 10,000 fourth, third, and second-tier beasts, with the remainder being first-tier. Moreover, missiles played a crucial role by injuring a 7th-tier aberration. A 7th-tier aberration? Thus, it becomes clear that the presence of a 7th-tier aberration orchestrating the conflict significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of the ferocious beasts, resulting in substantial losses for Sia City. Initially, when the aberration emitted its distorted magical sound, I mistakenly assumed it to be a 6th-tier entity, unaware it was, in fact, a 7th tier. It was at this moment that everyone comprehended the reasons behind such immense casualties. In previous skirmishes, the disparity between coordinated and uncoordinated beast waves was profoundly evident. Suddenly, someone remarked upon noticing inconsistencies in the data. 320,000? How is that possible? Without awakened individuals in group combat, how could we have slain so many beasts? It was not a direct confrontation. Surely the number of beasts that breached the energy shield to ascend the walls could not have exceeded 100,000. Considering the prior engagements involving firearms and certain awakened individuals proficient in ranged attacks, it seemed improbable to achieve such a result. Even slaying 50 to 100,000 beasts would be deemed a significant victory. At this juncture, Yan Chuan spoke up to clarify, stating, regarding this matter, I was just about to inform you that during the 2-hour duration of the beast tide, Jang Ji provided me with a batch of mechanical weaponry. Jang Ji. Who is that? Jang Ji. Isn't he the newly awakened mechanic from today? Mechanical weaponry? Could it be that he repaired some of the weapons left by the Lord of Battle Sky City? Yan Chuan shook his head. No, these are weapons of his own design, named the Q1 Rapid Charge Gun. He has only recently awakened. What significant impact could a first-tier weapon possibly have? Someone queried. Not out of disdain, but rather due to the conventional thinking that typically underestimates the potential of first-tier mechanical weaponry. No, you are mistaken. I initially shared your sentiment. But after Jang Ji showcased it to me, I realized the error in my judgment. The functionality of the Q1 charge gun far surpassed my expectations, reaching astonishing levels. It was precisely due to its existence that we achieved such remarkable results in this battle. Yan Chuan had someone bring forth one of Jang Ji's crafted charge guns and elaborated on its capabilities. In the next moment, astonishment etched itself upon the faces of all present, even exceeding the surprise Yan Chuan had experienced upon first hearing of it. Lord of the city, is this truly the case? You are not deceiving us. Someone stuttered, overwhelmed by shock. Do you think I would jest about such matters? Yan Chuan retorted, perturbed. Lu Huai interjected timely. After the Lord of the city received the charge guns from Jang Ji, a battalion of 100 gunmen was formed. In this recent battle against the beast tide, the gunmen alone accounted for the direct slaying of over 180,000 beasts. Furthermore, the beasts injured by the gunmen exceeded 50,000, which allowed the vanguard to harvest effortlessly. This was the primary reason for our extraordinary accomplishments in this skirmish. Moreover, with the inclusion of the gunmen, our casualties immediately dropped to a minimum. Otherwise, the number of losses would have surged by an additional 30%. As his words settled, the meeting room was enveloped in a profound silence, save for the sound of breathing. A mere 100 individuals, armed with mechanical weapons, can vanquish an astounding 180,000 ferocious beasts. Even if the majority of these beasts are of the first tier, the scene is one that others dare not even imagine. Typically, when a 5th-tier powerhouse is tasked with exterminating a group of first-tier beasts that do not resist or move, slaying 300 would be a remarkable feat. Exhaustion would inevitably follow. If one were to manage 500 or 600 kills, securing the title of the most enduring in the Great Summer City would certainly be within reach. But now, with just a single energy-charged gun wielded by a low-tier awakener, provided their marksmanship is adequate, one could eliminate a minimum of 700 beasts within an hour. The prospect of 100 individuals collectively slaying 180,000 is almost beyond comprehension. If every citizen of the Great Summer City possessed such a weapon, the implications are staggering. Could it be that for beast tides below Tier 3, the city might not even require an energy shield, achieving a flawless domination instead? Yin Chuan interjected. Lu Huai has overlooked a crucial point. The awakened members of the Gunner Corps, while wielding energy-charged guns, can have the beasts they slay counted as their own, thus earning experience points. After the beast tide concludes, many have already ascended to higher tiers. A collective gasp echoed through the room. Is it possible that in the future, should 6th or 7th tier mechanical creations emerge, one could achieve tier ascension through such cross-tier slayings? A quivering 6th tier powerhouse uttered. They had previously utilized the mechanical creations of the former city lord, yet none yielded such effects. Having been stuck at their bottleneck for far too long, the advent of the energy-charged gun illuminated the path to ascension for many. If this indeed comes to fruition, the Great Summer City will undoubtedly witness an influx of 7th tier powerhouses. I cannot say for certain. We must see if Jang Ji can ascend swiftly. Only then will we have clarity, Yin Chuan replied, shaking his head. City Lord, can the young mechanic Jiang still produce more energy-charged guns? With only 100 in the Gunner Corps, isn't that rather insufficient? An eager voice inquired. The notion of 7th tier power seemed distant, and the immediate concerns felt more pressing. Upon observing the expressions of those gathered, Yin Chuan comprehended their intent. Jang Ji's capabilities are not in question, but what? Do tell us. The crowd, now impatient and no longer addressing him as City Lord, urged him on with growing urgency. Lack of materials, Lu Huai answered on his behalf. The mechanical materials left by the former City Lord are only sufficient to produce these. Is it merely materials? City Lord, provide me with a list, and I shall immediately venture outside the city to retrieve them. Indeed, materials are trivial. I shall also seek them out. There are plenty of resource points outside the city. We can reclaim them. The crowd, each adding their voice, expressed their eagerness. Bang! Yin Chuan rapped the table. What do you think you're doing? Going outside? Are you planning to abandon the city during tomorrow's beast tide? Might as well hand over the Great Summer City to the beasts. As realization dawned on them regarding the current predicament of the city, laughter erupted, alleviating the tension. Enough. I have already contemplated this matter thoroughly. Yin Chuan produced a stack of papers and distributed them. This is the materials list for manufacturing the Q1 energy-charged gun. Gather your subordinates and commence collecting within the Great Summer City at once. The materials for the first-tier weapons are not particularly rare. In addition to the reserves in the mechanical storage, there are undoubtedly some stashed away in other locations. Once you gather them, promptly deliver them to the mechanical storage for Jang Ji. We shall discuss the matter of leaving the city once the beast tide has subsided. Yin Chuan had anticipated this earlier, which is why he had already instructed Jang Ji to compile a list, even adding images to ensure clarity for others. All for this moment. Understood. As soon as we acquire the materials, we shall deliver them to the mechanic. The group replied in unison. Some have already begun to fantasize. If a 100-man team could annihilate 180,000 foes, would doubling that not result in 360,000? And should a 1,000-man team arise? It seems the first-tier ferocious beasts of the 5th-level beast tide would be insufficient to contend with them. You need only arrange for the logistics on this front. Do not delay the preparations for resisting the beast tide tomorrow. We comprehend. By the way, let me share a piece of news with you. Tomorrow, Jiang Ji will present us with a grand surprise. Yin Chuan seemed to recall something, chuckling softly. A grand surprise? Could there be anything more formidable than the energy guns? Lord of the city, do enlighten us. Yin Chuan shot them a glance, disregarding their inquiries, and departed with Lu Huai. Damn it, Yin Brat is so ungrateful. Once Yin Chuan had left, someone remarked angrily. The energy gun was a marvel, and the surprise brought by the mechanic piqued everyone's curiosity. Who wouldn't want to know? They were all scratching their heads in eager anticipation. Indeed, I even spanked him back in the day, and now he is keeping us in suspense. Ridiculous. Enough, enough. Let us refrain from further chatter and focus on arranging the subsequent matters. Yin Chuan, not far off, overheard their words, a vein of annoyance throbbing on his forehead. Were it not for the fact that some among them were indeed his elders, he would have been tempted to return and unleash a fiery greatsword upon them. Lu Huai kept his gaze averted, daring not to voice a word, though his trembling shoulders betrayed his thoughts. In a certain wilderness, the triangular-headed aberration glared fiercely at the brightly lit great Sia City in the distance, eyes brimming with hatred. The conditions for the aberration's ascension were no less demanding than those for human awakeners. That missile had costed its rank, plunging it down to the 6th tier. How long would it take to recover? Furthermore, having fallen from the 6th tier, its influence within the clan had diminished. rendering it incapable of commanding even the 7th-tier ferocious beasts. According to its previous strategy, the beast tide was supposed to last at least 5 days, commencing with the 5th tier and culminating with the 7th, systematically dismantling the opposition. Ultimately, this would compel the emergence of the new mechanic for elimination, thereby fulfilling the clan's mission. But now, the 7th-tier ferocious beasts could no longer be commanded, and with only the 6th tier at its disposal, the plan had faltered significantly. The triangular-headed aberration silently lamented its choices, regretting its earlier belief that it could force humans to bow. Without the 7th tier as a trump card, regardless of success or failure, tomorrow would mark the final confrontation of this beast tide. It must launch a full-scale assault to have any hope of accomplishing the task of slaying the mechanic. It had resolved to deploy all the 6th-tier entities it could command, determined to breach the defenses of Great Sia City and unleash havoc within, seeking vengeance for the missile strike. That group of domesticated humans seemed somewhat amiss today. That weapon, did it not bear a resemblance to mechanical contrivances? Could it be that the individual from 3 years prior had not perished? As the triangular-headed demon contemplated the offensive strategy for tomorrow, it was beset by a sense of perplexity. The peculiar weapon that emerged during the mid-stage of the beast tide, while ineffective against it, nevertheless instilled a quiet dread within, as the large-scale demise of first-tier ferocious beasts evoked memories of a bygone era, causing it to suspect that the legendary mechanic had not perished. The specter of a reawakened deity of death on the battlefield loomed large. The thought that this could be the handiwork of the newly emerged mechanic never crossed its mind, for what could a mere first-tier mechanic accomplish? The ancient elders of its clan seemed to be lost in their own contemplations, stubbornly withholding their intervention. Had they acted sooner, these humans would have long since become their prey. Chapter 15, 2nd tier. At this moment, the inhabitants of Sia City remained oblivious to the fact that the evil would unleash their full might in the impending beast tide. Tension permeated the atmosphere as everyone engaged in frantic preparations, with even rest periods being meticulously rotated, allowing merely 2 hours of respite per shift. Those among the awakened with medical professions scarcely found time to rest, diligently tending to the wounded to ensure their combat readiness for the forthcoming battle. The riflemen were also intensifying their training. The hasty deployment earlier had squandered considerable ammunition and time, and if their marksmanship were to improve, even slightly, they might secure an additional ferocious beast's life in the morrow. A heavy air of anxiety enveloped Sia City. In the early hours of the morning, Jang Ji, with the aid of 2 soldiers, sat in a wheelchair, meticulously observing the abyssal cannon. After a grueling 3-hour repair session, the cannon had finally been restored. Although its exterior appeared unchanged, the internal components had been rejuvenated. Under different circumstances, Jang Ji would have eagerly tested the cannon, but alas, his current inability to manufacture 5th-tier ammunition and the dwindling reserves of abyssal cannonballs necessitated their conservation for the battle ahead, compelling him to suppress that urge. Nevertheless, with the innate prowess bestowed upon him by the master of machinery, the state of the abyssal cannon revealed no secrets to his discerning gaze. It was certain to shine brilliantly on the battlefield tomorrow. Brothers, take a moment to rest, Jang Ji suggested, feeling the weight of fatigue settle upon him after observing the cannon's condition. Indeed, they replied, having transported materials, assembled components, and adjusted Jang Ji's position for the past 3 hours, leaving them breathless from exertion. They collapsed onto the ground, casting admiring glances at Jang Ji. Their exhaustion was palpable, and it was only natural to consider the toll it had taken on the primary operator, Jang Ji. 3 hours of unwavering focus was no trivial feat. As a first-tier mechanic, repairing the abyssal cannon several tiers above him required extraordinary willpower to sustain such concentration. Truly a remarkable mechanic, they mused. Though Jang Ji felt little pride in the compliment, having pledged his commitment to the city lord, he was resolved to give his utmost. Should he fail to complete the repairs before the second wave of the beast tide struck, resulting in casualties, he would bear the weight of profound guilt. 15 minutes later, Jang Ji looked up and inquired, "Brothers, are you doing all right?" Upon hearing his voice, the 2 soldiers, having alleviated some of their fatigue, sprang to their feet. "Of course, young master. What would you have us do?" "Command us without hesitation." At this moment, no matter how fatigued they felt, it was imperative that they concealed their weariness. They bore a significant responsibility. Should their assistance falter and lead to errors in the battle to come, they would find themselves barred from even entering the summer tomb after death. The 2 spoke somewhat loudly, inadvertently awakening Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, who had dozed off from exhaustion. Groggily opening their eyes, Zhou Ling exclaimed, "Brother, how did we fall asleep? The mechanic still needs us." Upon hearing her words, Zhou Ming instantly became alert, raising his head to see Jang Ji beside him. "Ah, my apologies, dear mechanic," he exclaimed. Jang Ji chuckled, halting his words, and replied, "No worries. After a long day, if you are too tired, you may continue to rest." No, We shall not sleep any longer. Please, let us know if there is anything you would like us to assist with. Zhou Ming insisted earnestly. Zhou Ling nodded in agreement, saying, yes, please instruct us. Dear mechanic, we are not tired at all. As she spoke, she stifled a yawn. Very well, then. Please continue sorting the materials as you did this morning. Jang Ji said, unwilling to disappoint their eagerness. Understood, they chorused, promptly returning to their tasks. Earlier, while in the midst of repairing the meteor cannon, numerous individuals had delivered batches of materials for crafting energy guns. Some were sourced from various locations within the city, while others were freshly obtained from the carcasses of deadly beasts. A rough estimate revealed that this new supply exceeded the inventory within the mechanical vault. This influx of materials alleviated Jang Ji's immediate concerns. He had previously miscalculated. Repairing machinery crafted by others did not yield experience points, leaving his experience bar stagnant. With these materials, he could create his own mechanical devices and continue to gain experience. Without delay, Jang Ji commenced his work, drawing upon the experience acquired earlier that day. He was now exceedingly adept at crafting energy guns. The four of them sorted materials in tandem, just managing to keep pace with his manufacturing speed, as a series of energy guns were produced, causing his experience points to rise rapidly. After about 10 minutes, when the 15th energy gun was completed, a sound akin to shattering glass resonated from Jang Ji, as if he were transcending. Successfully crafted mechanical weapon, experience points, 500. Experience points reached 300,000, meeting advancement criteria. Ascending now. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the second tier. As soon as the advancement was complete, Jang Ji opened his personal panel. Name, Jang Ji. Occupation, mechanic. Talent, mastery of machinery. You are the ultimate source of mechanical creation, the very genesis of mechanics. With but a glance at any machine, you comprehend its principles entirely, capable of conjuring any mechanical innovation from your hands. Ability 1. Forge fire. Any mechanical material can be refined into the desired components under your guidance. Ability 2. Mechanical arm. You possess the capability to swiftly assemble mechanical parts, transforming them into functional machinery. Ability 3. Mechanical amplification. Machinery birthed from your hands boasts tenfold enhancements in functionality. Ability 4. Mechanical proficiency. Any machine is effortlessly wielded by you, as if an extension of your own being. Ability 5. Experience acquisition. Engaging in the crafting of mechanical components, refining raw materials, and assembling mechanical products grants you experience points. Level, LV2, second tier, strength, 1 intelligence, max, infinite, constitution, 1 agility, 1 second tier mechanical arsenal, Q1 energy gun, small self-destructing robot, energy cannon, unmanned remote-controlled aircraft. While his abilities and attributes remain unchanged, Jang Ji is acutely aware of his unique circumstances wherein his powers are entirely reliant upon mechanical creations, rendering attributes less significant. However, his mechanical arsenal has expanded to include several new devices, indicative of the mechanical weaponry he can now fabricate at this second tier. Jang Ji is well acquainted with these innovations. His familiarity with mechanics is profound, with only tier restrictions previously holding him back. Thus, with his tier now elevated, he can promptly produce the newly available mechanical creations, provided he has the necessary materials. The small self-destructing robot, upon deployment, will automatically detonate when it nears a predetermined threat, boasting considerable explosive power. It serves as an advanced version of a landmine, capable of mobility unlike its stationary counterpart. Its compact size offers stealth advantages, remaining inconspicuous to the unwise beasts that roam. Yet, its true targets are the intelligent races, such as the aberrant demons, though unfortunately, no lower-tier aberrant demons have graced the battlefield thus far. In ordinary circumstances, this would suffice, but one must not overlook Jang Ji's amplification capability, with a tenfold increase. The potency of the small self-destructing robot escalates from merely adequate to a formidable small-scale weapon. Its blast radius can reach 10 meters, ensuring that any second-tier beast caught within its grasp would meet certain demise, akin to a low-tier version of the fallen demon cannon. The energy cannon represents an evolution of the energy gun, replacing bullets with shells, thus significantly enhancing its lethality. The energy cannon, devoid of physical projectiles, utilizes energy munitions, which, even without amplification, can obliterate second-tier beasts. With amplification, it poses a lethal threat even to third-tier beasts, should they be struck in a vital area. The only minor drawback is that the energy cannon can only store 8 rounds of ammunition, requiring a lengthy recharge period of 10 seconds to replenish a single round. Its effective range is slightly diminished compared to the energy gun, extending only to about 80 meters. Overall, it is quite commendable. With its presence, even a first-tier awakened one has the chance to vanquish a third-tier ferocious beast. In Jang Ji's view, The ultimate asset for the great Sia City is indeed the unmanned drone. Having been closed off for several years, the city remains oblivious to the conditions outside, and now, with this drone, the mechanical resources are bound to dwindle, necessitating expeditions for gathering. Thus, the unmanned drone becomes indispensable. It can scout the external environment and relay real-time footage of its findings. How many lives can this replace? How many unnecessary sacrifices can it avert? Jang Ji could even indulge in some clever maneuvers, allowing the drone to carry small self-detonating robots into the throngs of beasts for a spectacular explosion. Of course, this could only be done when materials are plentiful. Otherwise, a detonation would cost 1 unit, which is somewhat wasteful. Chapter 16. Scaling the wall. Another 2 hours passed. A total of over 140 energy rifles had been manufactured. Coupled with those from the day, the count approached 250, which would surely reduce casualties once deployed on the battlefield tomorrow. Jang Ji instructed one of the soldiers to notify Yin Chuan, requesting him to send personnel to collect the rifles to expand the ranks of the riflemen. The earlier the training commenced, the greater the outcome. Before long, Yin Chuan himself arrived, carrying several provisions. Aren't you exhausted, you Iron Man? You're pushing yourself too hard. Here, have something to eat. Upon seeing Jang Ji's somewhat haggard complexion, Yin Chuan instinctively began to lecture, while passing the food to his subordinate to present to Jang Ji. Ah, just in time. I am a bit hungry. Thank you, Uncle Yin. Jang Ji, aware of his concern, accepted the food with a smile and began to eat heartily. Awakened ones are not made of iron. Naturally, they feel hunger, and he had merely restrained it earlier. Seeing him eat, Yin Chuan felt relieved and proceeded to inspect the pile of energy rifles, his eyes growing brighter with each glance. You truly are remarkable. I did not misjudge you. Producing over 100 once again. Well done. Yin Chuan praised Jang Ji with a thumbs up. With this, there would be 250 riflemen tomorrow. The first-tier beasts would surely face calamity. By the way, how is the meteor cannon coming along? Yin Chuan would not forget the formidable weapon he had been yearning for. It has long been repaired, Jang Ji replied, mouth full. I have counted. There are a total of 27 rounds for the meteor cannon. Ample enough to clear the beast tide. Excellent. The beasts tomorrow are in for a surprise, Yin Chuan exclaimed joyfully, clapping his hands vigorously. After this battle, you shall be the foremost hero of Great Sia City. Upon hearing this, the two assisting soldiers, along with the young Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, straightened their chests proudly, sharing in the honor. They had been involved throughout the Mechanic's work, and thus, this merit was undoubtedly theirs as well. Jang Ji waved his hand, saying, It is all for the sake of Great Sia City. Well then, I shall take my leave. Tomorrow, I will send someone to transport the meteor cannon, Yin Chuan said as he prepared to depart. Jang Ji quickly extended his hand to halt the conversation, producing the meticulously prepared list. Wait. Could you please assist me in gathering these materials, Uncle Yin? I intend to create something. Yin Chuan paused, accepting the list to examine its contents. These are all second-tier materials, correct? Aside from the energy gun, can you manufacture other weapons? He recognized some of the items. Having previously collected materials for the former city lord, Jang Ji nodded in affirmation. I have ascended. These materials are for second-tier mechanical weapon components. Wait, what did you say? You have ascended? Yin Chuan instinctively prepared to agree, but was immediately struck with astonishment. Hold on, didn't you just awaken this morning? Not even 24 hours have passed, and you've already ascended? The news left him more astounded than when Jang Ji repaired the fallen demon cannon. Jang Ji promptly displayed his attribute panel. After Yin Chuan perused it, his gaze became somewhat unfocused as he murmured, ascended in a day, ascended in a day. He couldn't help but exclaim, You truly are a genius. I'm starting to believe you can lead Great Sia City through the encirclement of ferocious beasts and fulfill the hope of returning to our homeland. Jang Ji was somewhat puzzled. Uncle Yin, isn't ascending in a day not all that remarkable? To speak candidly, were it not for the mechanical sovereign talent, gaining 300,000 experience points would not make such rapid ascension impressive. Ascending several tiers in a single day would be truly astonishing. Even as he departed, Yin Chuan continued to mutter about ascending in a day. Once he had distanced himself, he reminded Jang Ji, be mindful to balance work and rest. Don't exhaust yourself at the workstation. He understood that with Jang Ji's ascension to the second tier, he would undoubtedly continue his mechanical creations, possibly planning to work through the night, hence his caution. After hastily finishing his meal, Jang Ji finally had the opportunity to review the existing second-tier materials in the mechanical repository. After surveying the inventory, he found that he had the materials for 3 new mechanical products, albeit in limited quantities. As he anticipated ascending to the third tier in the future, he recognized that the materials would become even scarcer, thus necessitating advanced preparations for gathering resources outside the city. In accordance with his usual practice, Jang Ji sorted out a set of materials and enlisted the help of Zhou Ming and others to gather them. Once the materials were secured, he commenced the manufacturing of second-tier mechanical products. During this process, Jang Ji took a moment to glance at his experience bar. The experience required for ascending from the second to the third tier had risen to 900,000. He silently rejoiced, grateful that each ascension only tripled the requirement. Had it followed the previous tenfold increase, the future experience demands would be daunting. If the ratio were tenfold, it would be manageable before reaching the fifth tier. But the later stages requiring billions of experience points would be burdensome unless he could single-handedly vanquish a horde of beasts. Currently, 900,000 experience points, while substantial compared to other awakened individuals, seemed trivial to him. Indeed, the beast tide expected tomorrow might propel his experience bar halfway forward. Ascension, after all, was merely a matter of a few large-scale battles. As time passed, dawn broke, and sunlight once more illuminated the ironclad Great Sia City. At this moment, in the square before the city walls, several legions had already formed their ranks, standing vigilant against the impending second wave of the beast tide. At the forefront stood a diverse assembly of individuals, numbering around 200. These were the very people who had been swayed by the words of the alien demons the previous day. Yan Chuan had meticulously identified them in order to assist Jang Ji in eliminating potential threats. With a gaze laden with complexity, Yan Chuan addressed them. Our great Sia City has no need for cowards, nor for those who would betray their compatriots. This group of you, under the twisted demonic sound that echoed yesterday, succumbed to confusion and entertained thoughts of sacrificing your fellow citizens for your own safety. While the demonic sound played a part in your folly, as citizens of Great Sia, your lack of resolve is your own failing. The consequences you face are of your own making. However, in light of your past contributions to Great Sia, we shall grant you an opportunity. In today's battle, you shall serve as the vanguard. Survive, and your past merits will balance out your transgressions. Perish, and it shall be your fate. I urge you to act wisely. Among the 200, some displayed shame, while others exhibited fear. Yet, at this juncture, they had no choice and dared not resist. After admonishing them, Yan Chuan turned and called out to those below. In Great Sia City, we shall fight with courage, even to the last drop of blood, without forsaking any of our compatriots, let alone resorting to shameful acts of compromise. Should anyone dare to harbor treacherous thoughts again, there shall be no opportunity for redemption. Take your own lives to spare others the burden. His words resonated throughout every corner below. Everyone raised their weapons and shouted in unison, "Fight! Fight! Fight! We dare to battle, to the death." Instantly, the morale of all surged. Ascending the walls, Yan Chuan led the charge, stepping onto the ramparts. The throng surged forward, each individual fixated on the horizon, ready to spring into battle at the first sight of the ferocious beasts. Chapter 17. The artillery approaches in the mechanical depot. As the doors swung open, the figures of Jang Ji and others emerged. Even from a distance, Jang Ji could feel the momentum and roar emanating from the city walls, as it represented the preparations of 300,000 citizens. Beneath his wheelchair, a dozen small square devices with 4 rolling wheels and topped with metallic tendrils served as a source of propulsion, slowly moving the wheels forward. These were second-tier miniature self-destructing robots, palm-sized and devoid of facial features, yet possessing a rudimentary form of intelligence. Due to their limited numbers, Jang Ji opted not to squander them, instead utilizing them as his mobile power source. The small robots, with their tendrils overhead, propelled the wheelchair, thus liberating the 2 children, Zhou Ming and his sibling, from the burden of manual labor. Additionally, alongside Jang Ji floated 4 spherical drones, another type of unmanned remote-controlled device. By simply donning the corresponding observation goggles, he could control them with his thoughts, sharing their perspective and effectively gaining several additional eyes. Finally, there was the familiar small cart containing over 40 crafted energy artillery pieces. Currently, the materials available in the mechanical depot were barely sufficient for the creation of these second-tier mechanical devices. It was precisely due to the depletion of materials that Jang Ji was afforded a respite of over 2 hours, alleviating a modicum of his fatigue. An hour prior, Yan Chuan had already dispatched the falling demon cannon to the city wall. Shortly thereafter, Jang Ji and his companions arrived at the position they had occupied the previous day. Regarding his participation in the battle today, Yan Chuan and the others were less opposed, as with the energy guns and cannons at his disposal, Jang Ji had acquired a preliminary means of self-defense. Even ordinary third-tier ferocious beasts would likely find it impossible to approach him. This batch of energy cannons was allocated to the 30 most distinguished members of the Riflemen's Regiment, forming an independent artillery unit. These were lethal instruments capable of slaying third-tier beasts, and those selected were filled with exuberance, for if fortune favored them, they might ascend in rank today. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated from the distance, shaking the earth, as countless blood-soaked scorched earth fragments soared into the air, enveloped by a cloud of dust. They have arrived. Yan Chuan rose, fixating intently on the source of the sound emanating from the wilderness. From the perspective of the onlookers, A layer of black radiance appeared upon the distant plain, gradually revealing the menacing forms of ferocious beasts as they drew near. The second wave of beast tide had commenced. A dark horde of beasts surged forth, their sharp fangs, grotesque and massive bodies, and crimson eyes presenting a formidable visual shock to humanity. Fortunately, the resolve of the onlookers had been forged through countless trials. Their expressions were steely, betraying no sign of fear. Clang! Countless weapons were brandished, prepared for battle. The artillery was primed. Once the beasts entered the attack range, they would unleash hell upon them. The commanders surveyed the beast tide, calculating the distance between the two sides. When the beasts were but 100 meters from the city wall, the commander's fist descended heavily. Fire! As the command was uttered, the heat weapons, already primed, ignited instantly. The flames illuminated the icy gaze of the soldiers tasked with ignition, along with the subtle curl of their lips. The exhilarating thrill of suppressive fire was irresistible to anyone. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of ammunition was unleashed, with various shells raining down upon the horde of beasts, demonstrating their immense power. Boom, boom. The densely packed tide of beasts had no avenues for evasion. At the impact points of the shells, countless creatures were obliterated, leaving a gruesome scene of scattered remains and flowing blood, soaking the scorched earth beneath, adding yet another hue to the already charred landscape. In addition to the heat weapons, many awakened individuals also unleashed their unique abilities. Arrows, fireballs, magic, and elemental attacks, belonging to the awakened, fell in tandem, dispatching ferocious beasts with precision. Had Jang Ji been present, he might have recognized a familiar face amongst them. Su Xuanyue, who had awakened on the same day as he. Though merely of first tier, Su Xuanyue possessed the formidable class of ice elemental, and with each flourish of her hand, numerous shards of frost descended, freezing all first-tier beasts within a 5-meter radius of her casting position. Following closely behind the bombardment, the dual assault of ice and fire swiftly extinguished the vitality of the beasts. Remarkably, the first wave of suppressive fire from Sia City seemed to gain the upper hand, momentarily disrupting the advance of the ferocious beasts. Certainly, at the inception of the conflict, the number of ferocious beasts that perished appeared substantial. However, when juxtaposed with the vast multitude of the beast tide, it was but a mere fraction. As the monstrous entities continued to surge forth, their forms once again approached the city walls. The energy shield had long enveloped the entire city, and unlike the previous day, the close-quarters combat was postponed, supplanted instead by a contingent of soldiers wielding energy rifles. With the aid of the energy shield and cover, rounds erupted forth, resulting in the swift demise of countless beasts. In the initial phase of the beast tide, first-tier creatures predominated, thereby allowing the full potential of the energy rifles to manifest. The results were undeniably significant. A mere battalion of 250 riflemen flawlessly secured the ramparts. Astonishingly, after a quarter of an hour, not a single beast managed to breach the shield and ascend the walls. Some barely managed to ascend halfway before being struck down, never even grazing the perimeter of the shield. Incredible. The riflemen are formidable, and the energy rifles are impressive. Yet, the most extraordinary is undoubtedly the master mechanic. Truly, the mechanic has single-handedly altered the tide of battle, earning my utmost respect. I envy those riflemen. They are advancing yet again. Upon my return, I shall devote myself to honing my marksmanship, aspiring to join their ranks in the future. Why do I get the impression that we are becoming redundant? There are sentinels stationed at the wall, brandishing great sabers, scanning the surroundings, yet no beasts are in sight. How can one not relish such fortune? Must one engage in combat with the beasts to find fulfillment? I merely jest. Let us not celebrate prematurely. Thus far, only first-tier beasts have emerged. Once the higher-tier creatures assault the walls, it will be our turn to take action. Stay vigilant, everyone. As the words echoed, indeed, larger beasts began to materialize amidst the tide, the second and third tiers making their entrance. Artillery units were on the move. 30 individuals, previously prepared, swiftly positioned themselves alongside the riflemen, brandishing energy cannons, aiming at the third-tier beasts. Among them was the renowned gunsmith, who had felled 3,000 beasts the day before. Grasping a 10-centimeter caliber energy cannon, he took aim, and in an instant, a spherical shell was launched, exploding upon a third-tier beast that had just begun to scale the walls. The explosive might of the second-tier mechanical weapon lived up to its name, far surpassing the power of the energy rifles. The third-tier beast had no time to react before a gaping hole was blasted through its heart, resulting in its immediate demise. My word, has the master mechanic crafted yet another weapon, capable of slaying third-tier beasts? The riflemen were astounded, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as they suddenly found their energy rifles lacking in appeal. The gunsmith cast a glance their way and remarked in a nonchalant tone, "If you lack skill, practice more. Perhaps one day, you too shall earn the favor of the master mechanic." Chapter 18. The demon-crushing cannon, the thunderous sound of shells detonating, alongside the various assaults of awakened individuals, illuminated the heavens with a kaleidoscope of colors. Smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder saturated the air. 30 artillerymen, in concert with 250 infantrymen, once again succeeded in repelling the beast tied at the foot of the city walls. The high-ranking officials of the Great Sia, including Yin Chuan, were filled with immense joy upon witnessing this scene. For a full 30 minutes, the onslaught of beasts had assailed the city, yet astonishingly, not a single casualty was reported among the defenders of Great Sia, nor even a single injury. What an extraordinary achievement this was. Throughout the annals of warfare, never had Great Sia witnessed such a remarkable outcome. The crowd instinctively turned their gazes towards the position of Jang Ji. This newly emerged mechanist had accomplished such a feat single-handedly, earning him the epithet of the Heart of Great Sia. City Lord, the Demon Fall Cannon is ready and can be deployed at any moment. Lu Huai approached to remind him. Yin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. The fourth-tier beasts have yet to appear. Deploying the Demon Fall Cannon against these lower-tier beasts would be a waste. Let us wait. Once the entirety of this wave of beast tide is within our sight, it will be the opportune moment to unleash the cannon's might. Inform the 5th tier and above to prepare. As soon as the cannon demonstrates its power, we shall be the first to stride beyond the city walls and reap the remaining 5th-tier beasts, thereby conclusively eliminating the high-tier threat of the beast tide. Understood. Lu Huai nodded in acknowledgement. Not far away, Jang Ji was skillfully maneuvering 4 remote-controlled drones high into the sky, surveying the situation below. The 4 perspectives, captured through the observation lenses, presented a crystal-clear image of the battle upon the city walls. As he witnessed the prowess of the infantry and artillery, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, and a sense of accomplishment swelled within him. After all, he was but a young man, and the fact that his creations could serve such a significant purpose naturally instilled a sense of pride. Experience points surged once more, swiftly surpassing 1/10 of the total. The young girl, Zhou Ling, nervously clutched at the hem of his clothing. Although she had already endured a similar experience the previous day, the intensity of this battle still left her in a state of anxiety. In contrast, Zhou Ming exhibited an eager demeanor. Since the previous night, he had been practicing his marksmanship at every opportunity. Jang Ji had promised him that should he perfect his shooting technique to his satisfaction, he would be gifted a charged firearm, allowing him to contribute meaningfully to the defense of Great Sia. Thus, even without a weapon in hand, Zhou Ming attentively observed the movements of the infantry, hoping to glean a technique or two, thereby earning his chance to step onto the battlefield. The 4th-tier beasts finally made their appearance. The silhouettes of high-tier beasts emerged on the battlefield. These formidable creatures possessed incredibly resilient bodies, rendering the charged cannons somewhat ineffective against them. The defenders could only continue to eliminate the lower-tier beasts, striving to obliterate the low-tier forces of the beast tide, enabling the more powerful defenders within the city to focus on their appropriately matched foes. In the 40th minute of the beast tide, a creature finally breached the energy shield's gap and ascended the city walls. Awaiting them were the well-rested 4th-tier human warriors. Naturally, in the ensuing melee, casualties were unavoidable. Injuries began to manifest among the defenders of Great Sia. However, most who were wounded swiftly retreated to the rear for treatment. With the firepower of the artillery units, they no longer needed to fear being delayed by the lower-tier beasts, thereby minimizing casualties significantly. Lu Huai activated his battlefield analysis capabilities, gradually gathering data on the beast tide. Muttering to himself, he noted that the number of 4th-tier beasts had exceeded 1,000 and was rapidly increasing. 3,000 4th-tier beasts had emerged, and even 5th and 6th-tier creatures were now in sight. What? 100 6th-tier beasts? The lurking aberrations seemed to share our intentions, preparing for a decisive battle. He began to compile the final statistics. Yin Chuan also focused intently on the distance, his expression grave. 3,000 4th-tier, 1,000 5th-tier, and 100 6th-tier beasts. 5 minutes had passed, and initial estimates suggested that the 6th tier represented their ultimate strength, with no 7th-tier beasts expected to appear. Was it true that this beast tide lacked 7th-tier creatures? Yin Chuan's gaze shifted slightly. The absence of such formidable beasts would undoubtedly reduce the losses for the Great Sia City. Lu Huai nodded in agreement. It appears our assumptions were correct. After the aberrations fell in rank, they could no longer control beasts of a higher tier. However, the emergence of over 100 6th-tier beasts would still pose a significant challenge for us. Yin Chuan smiled, waving his hand decisively. Prepare the fallen demon cannon for action. A mere 6th-tier threat, as long as there are no lower-tier beasts to disrupt us. With our unparalleled 6th-tier experts in Great Sia City, we shall surely annihilate them. Indeed. Lu Huai also smiled, eagerly making the necessary arrangements. They were both anticipating the display of power from the fallen demon cannon. The battle atop the city walls had reached a fever pitch, with the appearance of high-tier beasts causing the artillery units to struggle. Below, the density of the beast tide had reached its peak, resembling a swarming mass of ants, with the distance between each beast no more than 2 meters, completely obscuring the ground. At that moment, a cannon vehicle was slowly pushed into the optimal position within the city wall's view. Jang Ji appeared, being carried by several individuals. He had already informed Yin Chuan the previous night that the operation of the fallen demon cannon must be conducted by him. Firstly, no one in Great Sia City possessed his mechanical expertise. Secondly, he wished to test a hypothesis. If he could gain experience by using high-tier weapons crafted by others to slay beasts, perhaps he would ascend to the 3rd tier today. His ascension was distinct from that of others. As long as he could reach a higher tier, he was confident in his ability to single-handedly bring an end to the beast tide. Thus, he had no intention of relinquishing this opportunity. To personally control the fallen demon cannon and conclude this beast tide was a task Jang Ji, the mechanic, was determined to undertake. He circled the fallen demon cannon, conducting a final inspection to ensure no errors would occur. For remote-controlled drones had already begun to scout the most suitable bombardment locations and relay visual data back to him. Once prepared, he commanded the loading of ammunition. Lu Huai and Yin Chuan assisted him directly, retrieving shells from the storage and filling the magazine of the fallen demon cannon. Subsequently, Jang Ji moved to the control station, adjusting the aim according to the visuals transmitted by the drones. At that moment, high-tier beasts had already breached the central position, roaring as they approached the city walls. In the far reaches of the wilderness, the aberrations were employing their strange powers to direct the beast tide, naturally possessing their own means of assessing the battlefield situation. Under its command, nearly 300 4th-tier beasts subtly gathered together, led by 3 6th-tier and dozens of 5th-tier creatures, forming an indomitable vanguard of ferocity, advancing beyond the tide of lower-tier beasts towards the artillery regiment on the city wall. The moment was ripe. Jang Ji seized the most opportune instant and decisively pressed the activation button of the fallen demon cannon. Instantly, a powerful aura surged, palpable to all present. Even before the projectile was unleashed, the imminent destructive might was already manifesting, instilling a lethal sense of crisis within everyone's hearts. Suddenly, a colossal and magnificent fireball soared into the sky. With a swift whoosh, before anyone could react, it descended upon the predetermined target set by Jang Ji. Bang! As the sound reached a certain magnitude, silence enveloped the world. In that fleeting moment, an unfathomable force of destruction erupted forth. The heavens were filled with the resounding explosion, a mushroom-shaped cloud rising into the air. Invisible shockwaves radiated outward from the point of impact, the ruinous power of the mechanical weapon violently striking the beasts within a 100-meter radius. Countless individuals gazed upward in astonishment, horrified by the scene of the soaring flames. Whispers of disbelief echoed. What manner of weapon is this? Those on the city wall felt a heat wave surge, momentarily frozen in shock. Chapter 19. The end of the beast tide. Even the distant city, hundreds of meters away, could sense that cataclysmic power, let alone those at the very epicenter of the explosion. At the impact site of the fallen demon cannon, the extreme temperature was sufficient to incinerate all matter. At the center of the high-tier beast horde, upon the explosion's occurrence, their eyes were instantly filled with terror, unable to react, and were evaporated by the searing force. Flesh, blood, and bones were all obliterated, leaving not a trace of ash behind. The first to succumb were the hundreds of 4th-tier beasts, their remains reduced to nothingness. Following closely were the 5th-tier beasts, which lasted but a moment before being annihilated by the subsequent waves of destruction, losing their lives in sheer terror. The blast radius of the fallen demon cannon was 100 meters. Beyond the high-tier beast horde, within a circular area of 100 meters centered around the impact site, countless lower-tier beasts were unknowingly shattered by the residual shockwaves. Rough estimates suggest that a single shell eradicated the beasts within that 100-meter range, claiming the lives of at least tens of thousands of lower-tier creatures. Even those lower-tier beasts beyond 100 meters were injured by the residual force, losing over 50% of their combat capability. As the dust settled, only 3 blood-soaked 6th-tier beasts remained, each in a grievously wounded state. The instinctual fear radiating from their eyes suggested they no longer dared to continue fighting. With a single strike, the devastation rivaled the cumulative achievements of past wars against beasts. The fallen demon cannon truly lived up to its reputation as a 5th-tier cleansing weapon, its might undeniable. Reload. Jang Ji's calm voice resonated, stirring the onlookers from their stupor. Yin Chuan was the first to respond, swiftly reloading the fallen demon cannon. Ha ha ha. After 3 years, I finally witnessed the re-emergence of the battlefield's Grim Reaper. The fallen demon cannon is invincible, Yin Chuan exclaimed, laughing heartily as he continued to load the weapon. A single artillery shell has wrought such devastation, rendering yesterday's meticulous efforts to seek out the star meteorite worthwhile. His anticipation for Jang Ji's ascension to the 5th tier grows ever more fervent. As the loading concludes, Jang Ji resumes his aim, targeting the areas densely populated by high-tier ferocious beasts. With a series of 10 meteoric shells unleashed in rapid succession, what appeared to be an endless tide of beasts was suddenly cleaved apart. Within 100 meters of the city wall, the space brimmed with ferocious creatures. Yet beyond that boundary, a mere scattering of remnants remained. The silhouettes of the beasts had been utterly obliterated. From an aerial perspective, one would discern the beast tide bifurcated into 2 segments, one beneath the city wall and the other positioned considerably further back. The expanse of 100 meters between them was devoid of any beastly presence. The triangular-headed aberration, sensing this scene, roared in exasperation, declaring that the individual could not possibly be dead, exclaiming the absurdity of any so-called new mechanic, decrying humanity as deceitful. It howled in madness, attempting to exert its influence to command the beasts forward once more. However, the powers it had wielded with such ease moments prior now felt utterly feeble. A wave of terror swept through the minds of countless ferocious beasts, though they did not receive direct orders. The instinct for survival in the face of such annihilating power bred a natural resistance against the commands echoing in their minds. Beasts of the 4th tier and below fared somewhat better, but those of the 5th and 6th tiers had already slowed their advance, no longer charging heedlessly into danger. This is untenable. The beast tide has failed. I must make my escape. The triangular-headed aberration begrudgingly acknowledged the complete failure of its orchestrated assault. With 2/3 of the assembled beasts obliterated by the 10 meteoric shells, the remaining creatures could no longer pose a threat to the human stronghold. Annihilation was merely a matter of time. I must leave this place. The aberration's resolve to escape intensified, just as a commanding shout echoed nearby. Knights, charge! Led by the venerable Wang Lao, the knightly order approached with long spears in hand, swiftly closing the distance. Already wounded and weakened, the triangular-headed aberration stood no chance against the onslaught of Wang Lao and his cadre of 6th-tier warriors. Within a mere 3 minutes, its triangular head was sent soaring into the air. As the dark mist of its regenerative ability began to manifest, it was violently shattered by an overwhelming tempest. Thus, the mastermind behind the beast tide, a regeneration aberration of 7th-tier prowess, met its end. Upon the death of the triangular-headed aberration, the ferocious beasts present suddenly felt the strange force that had dominated their minds dissipate, restoring their primal bloodthirst. Yet, as they sensed the overwhelming scent of their fallen kin, fear swiftly eclipsed their hunger, causing them to scatter in frantic retreat. Under the might of the meteoric shells, the beast tide began to withdraw before an hour had elapsed. Those above the 5th tier, follow me to eradicate the high-tier ferocious beasts, Yin Chuan declared, brandishing his flaming greatsword as he surged forth against the beasts. Behind him, dozens of powerful allies followed suit, sweeping through to eliminate the remaining high-tier threats. After 3 long years, the scene of venturing forth from the city to purge the ferocious beasts ignited a fervor among the assembled warriors. To be candid, the abrupt conclusion of the beast tide left an air of unreality among them. Laughter erupted as they proclaimed that from this moment forth, the balance of power between the great Sia City and the ferocious beasts had shifted. Strong warriors jubilantly dispatched high-ranking beasts, while the ordinary guards, heeding Yin Chuan's prior admonitions, refrained from pursuing the beasts beyond the city walls. Instead, the artillery units wielded their formidable weapons, trailing behind the powerful warriors to harvest the lower-tier beasts. This battle resulted in the annihilation of at least 1 million foes, a resounding victory not witnessed in years, which resonated with the jubilant cheers of the populace of Great Sia City. Jang Ji returned to his wheelchair, gazing down at the scene below with a beaming smile. This beast tide had originated from him and concluded with him. This battle promised at least 3 months of peace for Great Sia City, allowing him to focus on his own development. His earlier conjecture proved correct. Even though the meteorite cannon was a mechanical weapon crafted by others, his personal utilization of it granted him experience points for slaying the beasts, though he received a fraction less than the full experience. The simultaneous deployment of 10 meteorite cannons filled his experience bar to the brim. At that moment, he ascended once more, reaching the 3rd tier. From 2nd to 3rd tier in just 2 days. If Yin Chuan were to learn of this, he might well succumb to despair. Post-ascension, the required experience points surged threefold to 2,700,000. Fortunately, the experience gained earlier left him with a surplus, pushing his experience bar just above 1 million, heralding a promising future. With the threat of the beast tide now extinguished, his focus shifted to the meticulous crafting of machinery in preparation for the next unforeseen conflict. However, the procurement of mechanical materials posed yet another challenge, and he needed to discuss this matter with Yin Chuan and others post-battle. The urgency of venturing outside the city for resources was imminent. Chapter 20. Post-battle, mechanical skeleton 3 days swiftly passed, bringing the repercussions of the beast tide to a close. Led by Yin Chuan, the assembly stood solemnly before a cemetery, their expressions grave. This was the most revered site in Great Sia City, the Xiaoling, where those who had perished in defense of the city over the past 12 years were laid to rest, forever immortalized as heroes, revered by countless souls. In this recent beast tide, 867 lives were lost, as each well-preserved body was laid to rest in Xiaoling. A profound silence enveloped the gathering as they paid their respects. Family members bore reddened eyes, yet refrained from weeping. The fallen were heroes who sacrificed themselves to protect Great Sia City. Such was the fate of those born in this realm. This scene was one that every inhabitant of Great Sia City had encountered time and again. They concealed their sorrow deep within, replaced by a resolute spirit and an ardent yearning for the peace of a bygone era. As long as the threat of the ferocious beasts remained unresolved, this somber reality would persist. They earnestly hoped for the day when they could break through the encirclement of the beasts and return to their distant homeland, liberating the descendants of Great Sia City from this precarious existence. With a bow, Yin Chuan, in his capacity as the city lord, stood at the forefront and deeply bowed towards the direction of Xiaoling, paying homage to the fallen. As he moved, countless individuals present bowed deeply in reverence. Jang Ji also respectfully bent down. Over the years, due to a congenital leg ailment, he could only cast a distant gaze filled with respect towards the heroes who had sacrificed themselves for the great city of Daxia during such moments. He had vowed in his heart that if he could become a powerful awakened one, he would resolutely resolve the issue of the ferocious beasts, ensuring that such scenes would never recur. After all, his ability to grow up safely over the years was largely thanks to the support of Daxia City. However, the so-called system he had longed for day and night had yet to arrive. Fortunately, the awakening of the mechanic was not without merit. This battle had already illuminated a glimmer of hope for him. His mechanic could truly possess the capability to eradicate the beast tide single-handedly. To be frank, after analyzing the battle reports, the mechanical weapons he had crafted had provided immense assistance to the defenders of Daxia City, significantly reducing casualties. Otherwise, the beast tide would have claimed at least 3,000 lives. Now, with just over 800 casualties, it had exceeded the expectations of the senior officials like Yin Chuan. Following the conclusion of the post-war funeral, the crowd began to disperse. Warriors returned to their training, while awakened ones familiarized themselves with their vocational abilities, all striving for the impending war. "Let us depart," Jang Ji remarked. "All right, Brother Jiang," Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling said, wiping the tears from their eyes, assisting Jang Ji by pushing his wheelchair, as he had not brought any mechanical assistance for such an occasion. Both of their parents had perished in a previous battle, rendering them orphans, much like Jang Ji. They had not returned home for days, having made the mechanical depot their new sanctuary, as it was there that they felt useful, assisting Jang Ji, despite their physical limitations. "Xiao Ji, wait a moment," called out Elder Wang, approaching from the side. Jang Ji turned around, recognizing Elder Wang, and gestured for the two to pause. "Grandpa Wang, is there something you need?" he inquired, having been a member of the knightly order. Jang Ji had been under Elder Wang's watchful eye since childhood, receiving considerable care from him over the years, thus referring to him as Grandpa had become customary. "The materials you requested from Yin Chuan a couple of days ago have been prepared. He is currently occupied and asked me to pass this to you," Elder Wang replied, lifting the item in his hand to indicate its weight. "If you find it too heavy to carry, I can take it to the mechanical depot for you." "Is that so?" Jang Ji's eyes brightened. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the weight of the item bore down heavily, nearly toppling the wheelchair. He quickly deployed his mechanical arm to properly grasp it, exclaiming in surprise, "The sinew of this 6th-tier ferocious beast is indeed quite heavy." With the mechanical arm aiding him, he felt no burden at all. Dissecting the body of a 6th-tier ferocious beast is certainly no easy feat since you can manage it. "I won't trouble myself to bring it to the mechanical depot. A few more knights have emerged among the awakened ones this time, and I need to hasten their training," Elder Wang chuckled. "Furthermore, I have heard from Yin Chuan about your endeavors. You, my young friend, indeed aim to swiftly enhance the overall strength of Daxia City, yet you ought to be mindful of your health." Goodness, after 3 days, the lights in the mechanical repository have scarcely been turned off. Had it not been for Yin Chuan subsequently moderating the material supply, you would have likely continued your relentless toil without rest. Throughout these 3 days, Jang Ji has indeed neglected his repose. The number of ferocious beasts slain in this battle is staggering, and Yin Chuan had the foresight to collect numerous first and second-tier materials from their corpses, which were then dispatched to the mechanical repository in a single batch. With these materials at his disposal, Jang Ji has fervently engaged in the manufacture of mechanical weapons, to the extent that even Zhou Ling and another companion have been so occupied that they scarcely found a moment to rest, their muscles nearly overdeveloped from the exertion. Yes, I will be cautious, Jang Ji replied dismissively, echoing the behavior of a child brushing off parental concerns in his youth. Observing this, Elder Wang felt a sense of helplessness. He realized that he could not sway this stubborn junior. From an early age, he had experienced Jang Ji's obstinate nature. Once he sets his mind to something, it is akin to trying to move a mountain. Sighing, he resolved to check in on him during training. If Jang Ji truly intended to forego rest, he would adopt the role of the villain, leveraging his superior strength to bind him to his bed for enforced recuperation. Otherwise, once this lad's strength increased, he might find himself unable to even restrain him. Should Jang Ji be privy to his thoughts, he would undoubtedly wave his hand dismissively, asserting that rest is out of the question, with his third-tier strength still too modest and lacking the combat experience to gain further prowess. He had no choice but to immerse himself in the frenzied creation of machinery. Upon returning to the mechanical repository, Jang Ji eagerly approached the control panel. He deftly maneuvered the mechanical arms to place the gathered materials upon the table and retrieve the pre-manufactured components to begin assembling them. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. After such a prolonged wait, he could finally transcend the limitations imposed by his legs. 3 days prior, upon reaching the third tier, a new mechanical product emerged within his personal repository. Among them was the long-anticipated power skeleton. The significance of the power skeleton for humanity is immense. Firstly, it possesses 2 forms. One enhances human speed. When affixed to a normal individual's feet, it generates kinetic energy, substantially augmenting the overall physical capabilities of the body. For instance, a third-tier martial artist equipped with it could achieve speeds comparable to that of a 4th tier, and their striking power could likewise reach 4th-tier levels. The potential for a complete tier increase in combat prowess is remarkable, and even 4th-tier individuals could experience a modest enhancement. The second form, however, is controlled by the brain, making it particularly suitable for individuals like Jang Ji, who suffers from leg disabilities. His legs are incapable of generating power, rendering the first form inoperative. Yet, the brain-controlled power skeleton perfectly addresses this dilemma. Once installed, he can utilize his mind to activate the power skeleton, thereby propelling his legs and fulfilling his aspiration to walk as normally as anyone else. Additionally, the power skeleton boasts formidable defensive capabilities should it envelop his entire body. It might even render him impervious to the attacks of 4th-tier ferocious beasts. Regrettably, the existing materials are only sufficient for Jang Ji to construct 2 sets of lower-body exoskeletons. If mass production were possible, the strength of Sia City would undoubtedly see a tremendous enhancement. Chapter 21. Have you advanced again? Old friend, you can now rest easy. 10 minutes later, when Jang Ji finally liberated himself from the wheelchair and stood upright for the first time, an overwhelming joy surged from within, impossible to contain. His first act upon standing was to bid farewell to the wheelchair that had accompanied him for over a decade. Subsequently, he commanded the exoskeleton to activate his legs, staggering like a child, wobbling as if he were a novice taking his first steps. Before long, he became accustomed to walking, transitioning from walking to running. The commands originated from his mind. The only distinction from an ordinary person was that while they directed their legs, he directed the exoskeleton. The difference seemed negligible. After frolicking in the mechanical storage for a solid 5 minutes, Jang Ji's mood began to settle, and he returned to his previous position. Brother Jiang, you can walk, Zhou Ming exclaimed, his gaze brimming with envy and genuine happiness. Over the past few days, he had witnessed the numerous inconveniences Jang Ji faced due to his legs. Now, seeing him walk as normally as anyone else, Zhou Ming couldn't help but feel elated. However, his expression soon clouded with concern as he pondered whether, since Jang Ji had transcended the limitations of his legs, he would no longer require his assistance, no longer needing someone to push his wheelchair or sort the mechanical materials. What would be his purpose? Just as Zhou Ming was lost in thought, Jang Ji affixed one of the exoskeletons to his leg. Patting him on the head, he said, "What are you thinking about? Come, I'll teach you. First, envision controlling this device in your mind, and see if you can make it move to walk normally." Huh. Zhou Ming was taken aback. Yet, almost immediately, he sensed a connection with the apparatus on his leg and attempted to activate it. Bam! In an unexpected surge of enthusiasm, he exerted too much force, causing the exoskeleton to lift his injured leg abruptly. The momentum rendered him unsteady, resulting in him tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, Jang Ji's quick reflexes allowed him to catch Zhou Ming just before his head met the floor. Take it slow, Jang Ji advised. With the experience of his first attempt, Zhou Ming cautiously began to control the device. Under his gaze, his once injured leg gradually stirred, lifting and taking a step. Then, as if enlightened, he alternated his steps, walking steadily. Am I able to walk too? Zhou Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Jang Ji chuckled, giving his shoulder an encouraging pat. Now that you can walk, you'll be able to assist me even better. At these words, Zhou Ming's eyes welled with tears, and he knelt before Jang Ji. Thank you, Brother Jiang. He had long since given up hope of healing his leg, yet Jang Ji, who had inadvertently helped him a couple of days ago, had restored his ability to walk as normally as anyone else. To say it was a life-altering favor would not be an exaggeration. "What are you doing, you rascal?" Jang Ji promptly assisted him, stating that they were both born in the great city of Daxia, where such matters were not to be trifled with. If he wished to express his gratitude, he should simply lend his support in the future. Without them, sorting materials alone would be utterly exhausting. Of course. They exchanged words when suddenly a sound of sobbing emerged nearby. Jang Ji looked up to find Zhou Ling in tears. However, it would be more accurate to say that while tears streamed from her eyes, her face bore a smile, creating a rather peculiar sight. "I almost forgot about you." "Dear girl," Jang Ji discerned her feelings at once. She was merely rejoicing in her brother Zhou Ming's restored physical capabilities. Yet her tears stemmed from the realization of her own limitations, feeling hopeless. "Woo, my brother's health has improved. He can assist the mechanic brother better. But I am left as a useless being, with only one hand. I shall be a burden from now on." Jang Ji approached and gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly. "It is my fault for neglecting you, dear child. Do not cry. Wait a moment, and I shall craft a mechanical arm for you. I will also modify the remaining leg-shaped power skeleton into an arm, allowing you to be like your brother." "Really?" Zhou Ling looked up with tear-filled eyes, her anticipation palpable. "Indeed, no exaggeration," Jang Ji casually replied as he gathered materials to begin his work. A standard mechanical arm, strictly speaking, was not overly complex. Within 2 minutes, he fashioned one tailored to Zhou Ling's physique. Subsequently, he transformed the remaining leg-shaped power skeleton into an arm and affixed it to her. Once the black gold arm, imbued with a sense of technological sophistication, was attached, it presented a somewhat sci-fi appearance. Witnessing the two embrace joyfully, Jang Ji couldn't help but smile as well. After all, they were merely children, their emotions readily apparent on their faces. After a brief respite, Jang Ji resumed crafting mechanical weapons. With Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling compensating for their physical shortcomings, the speed at which they sorted materials visibly increased. Over the past 3 days, the quantities of energy guns and energy cannons had surged significantly, one reaching 500 units and the other nearing 100, resulting in a substantial enhancement of the overall strength of the artillery corps. Additionally, there was a notable increase in small self-destructing robots and unmanned drones. After several days of tireless effort, the spoils from the beast tide had been entirely exhausted, with a complete set of materials completely consumed, leaving only a few scattered components. The results were striking. Upon completing these creations, Jiang Ji's experience points surged by an impressive 6 to 70,000, surpassing half of the total needed for advancement. With nothing else to occupy his time, the earlier notion of venturing outside the city resurfaced. After exchanging a few words with the two, Jiang Ji set out towards the city lord's manor. It was time to consult Yin Chuan about the matter of leaving the city. With the power skeleton in place, Jiang Ji swiftly arrived at the location of the city lord's manor. This marked his second visit. The first had been during his awakening when he was swept along by the storm conjured by old Wang. Jiang Ji. At that moment, Lu Huai happened to be approaching to report on his duties and, upon seeing Jiang Ji, exclaimed in surprise, "Are you here to see the city lord?" "Indeed," Jiang Ji replied. Jiang Ji recognized the individual as Yin Chuan's assistant and nodded, suggesting, "Let us proceed inside together." Lu Huai agreed, beckoning for them to enter. Upon their arrival at the lord's mansion, they found Yin Chuan seated in the main hall, engrossed in examining an item. Upon hearing their approach, he lifted his gaze and was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Jiang Ji. "Xiao Ji, what brings you here?" "Wait, your legs, are you able to walk now?" Yin Chuan exclaimed, astonished as if he had discovered a new world. Lu Huai also turned his head in surprise, realizing only then that Jiang Ji had come without his wheelchair this time. Jiang Ji nodded, gesturing towards the exoskeleton on his legs. "This is the third-tier exoskeleton I just crafted. With it, my leg ailment is no longer a significant concern." "An exoskeleton? Wait, you've advanced to the third tier?" Yin Chuan, after muttering to himself in disbelief, widened his eyes and pointed at Jiang Ji incredulously. Jiang Ji chuckled softly. He had refrained from disclosing his recent ascension to the third tier, fearing it might be deemed too extraordinary. Now, however, the secret was out. And indeed, Yin Chuan's gaze began to glaze over as he murmured, "1 day to the second tier, 2 days to the third tier. Are you not allowing others to thrive?" A sense of imbalance crept into Yin Chuan's heart. Lu Huai regarded Jiang Ji with astonishment. Such a rapid advancement was beyond their comprehension. Chapter 22. Discussing the plan for going out. Uncle Yin. Let us set aside my ascension for now. I have come to discuss some matters with you. With the topic shifted to business, Yin Chuan adopted a more serious demeanor. Speak your mind. Jiang Ji gathered his thoughts before continuing. Currently, the mechanical materials in Great Summer City are still insufficient. The lower tier materials can be scavenged with some effort, but starting from the third tier, we are running short. As I previously mentioned, besides slaying ferocious beasts, my ability to manufacture machinery also allows me to gain experience points. In situations that do not involve large-scale wars like before, the experience I earn from defeating beasts pales in comparison to that gained from creating machinery. The lack of materials has stymied my experience acquisition, leaving me without a path for further advancement. Therefore, I propose that Great Summer City organize a team, with me leading, to venture into the wilderness to gather materials. This way, I can grow stronger while simultaneously contributing mechanical products back to Great Summer City, thereby enhancing our overall combat capabilities. Yan Chuan expressed his astonishment. Have you truly exhausted all the materials we previously gathered? Indeed. I have come to inform you that I will need to dispatch someone shortly to retrieve the machinery I have crafted over the past few days, Jang Ji reported, detailing the quantity of machinery produced. Such a volume. You truly are a tireless worker, Yan Chuan remarked, astonished yet impressed. Jang Ji then elaborated on the functions of the exoskeleton affixed to his legs, continuing, if we have sufficient materials to equip everyone in Great Summer City with an exoskeleton, it would be equivalent to granting each individual 4th-tier defense and 3rd-tier strength, coupled with the appropriate mechanical weaponry. The combat prowess of our garrison will undoubtedly see a dramatic increase, rendering threats like the beast tide from 3 days ago a thing of the past. Jang Ji, apprehensive that Yan Chuan might decline, began to paint a vivid picture of the potential scenario. Indeed, as Yan Chuan envisioned it in his mind, he nearly drooled in anticipation. The esteemed lord of Sia City, with a glimmer in his eyes, eagerly consumed the metaphorical feast Jang Ji had laid out. You mentioned venturing outside the city to gather resources, a notion I had previously contemplated. In fact, I have been sifting through candidates these past few days. After all, our foremost priority in Sia City is to cultivate your potential, Yan Chuan remarked, showing no sign of dissent towards Jang Ji's proposal. Despite his earlier demeanor of discontent, he was undeniably one of Jang Ji's staunchest advocates for rapid advancement. His vision was long-term. He understood that, in the current circumstances, Jang Ji's singular contributions could rival the entire city's efforts, a fact substantiated by the previous success of the fallen demon cannon. So you agree to this? Jang Ji inquired. Of course, since you have proactively suggested it, I have no grounds to refuse, Yan Chuan replied with a smile. However, he quickly shifted his tone, adding, yet, the matter of you leading the team outside the city is off the table. That is absolutely out of the question. Jang Ji was taken aback by this unexpected stipulation and lamented, the mechanical materials are far too varied. Without my oversight, others are bound to make mistakes. That is not permissible. Until you have truly become formidable, you cannot venture beyond the city walls, Yan Chuan insisted. While the mechanical components may be complex, they can be meticulously described and illustrated. Such tasks are not laborious. However, should you encounter any mishap outside, the losses to Sia City would be considerable. No matter how many machines we possess, they require skilled individuals to operate them. If something were to befall you, who would bring to fruition the concepts you envision? Do not forget, even a 7th-tier lord can fall. Your 3rd-tier self, if noticed by the abyssal demons as a mechanic, would be doomed. Yan Chuan implored Jang Ji to abandon the idea of venturing outside. Very well, I shall withdraw from leading the expedition. Let us continue discussing the matters of the excursion. Jang Ji conceded. I still have dozens of unmanned drones, which can serve as reconnaissance tools for the wilds. Yan Chuan nodded, moving aside to retrieve a map. This illustrates all the resource points we occupied during the era of the warlords, as well as the collection sites documented by Sia City 12 years ago. Over the past few years, due to the threats posed by ferocious beasts, we have had to relinquish these areas. Now, with the drones, we can alleviate the burden of human exploration, significantly reducing unnecessary casualties. Lu Huai chimed in. I believe we should establish several secure routes. Otherwise, even if we reclaim these resource points, transportation will remain a challenge. The current wilderness is ruled by ferocious beasts. A mere few steps could lead us into the path of a beast horde, posing a considerable threat. Yan Chuan nodded, acknowledging, I have contemplated this matter as well. I propose that the initial team sent out need not scout too deeply. A limit of 20 or 10 miles should suffice. At such distances, barring encounters with a gathering of beasts, we are unlikely to confront high-tier ferocious creatures. Given Sia City's current strength, with a few 6th-tier leaders at the helm, we should face minimal danger. Moreover, once the materials are transported back, Xiao Ji will be able to create a plethora of mechanical products, enabling everyone to equip themselves with power skeletons, ensuring safety and providing substantial security. Consequently, akin to a snowball effect, as Xiao Ji grows stronger, the overall strength of Sia City will also enhance alongside him, ultimately eradicating the threat posed by the ferocious beasts. As he spoke, Yan Chuan began to envision the promising future. Witnessing this, Jang Ji could not help but smile, reluctant to interrupt him, for his words were grounded in truth. Jang Ji remarked, "My thoughts align closely with yours, Uncle Yin. I am not solely reliant on high-tier materials. A considerable amount of low-tier materials can also grant me invaluable experience. I will strive to ensure that every resident of Sia City is equipped with an energy gun. Furthermore, you need not worry about high-tier materials. Once I reach the 4th tier, I will be capable of crafting a mechanical creation known as a bionic robot. These bionic robots will possess considerable intelligence and, once properly programmed, can rival human capabilities, thereby fully substituting the outpost teams in procuring materials. Additionally, these bionic robots will possess 4th-tier strength. If we could gather 1,000 of them, we could effectively overwhelm the ferocious beasts within a 30-mile radius of Sia City. Thus, what I lack now is merely the initial preparation, which will require everyone's assistance. Such creations? No. Can one truly fabricate intelligent robots at merely the 4th tier? Yin Chuan and Lu Huai were momentarily taken aback. This was something even the Lord of Eighteenth City had been unable to produce. They had once heard the Lord predict that a mechanic would require at least the 9th tier to potentially forge truly intelligent mechanical entities. How could there be such a vast disparity among mechanics? Chapter 23. The radio station office. The two recalled the various creations Jang Ji had crafted in recent days. 1st-tier energy guns, 2nd-tier remote-controlled drones, and 3rd-tier power skeletons. It seemed indeed that their previous perceptions were fundamentally flawed. Who among mechanics could create invincible products of the same tier, or even surpass their tier? Furthermore, at that time, Jang Ji was merely 1st tier yet managed to repair a 5th-tier fallen demon cannon. They had instinctively overlooked this fact, and now, reflecting upon it, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. We are all awakened beings. Why is your strength so formidable? Yin Chuan reaffirmed his unwavering determination to assist Jang Ji in ascending swiftly. Whatever materials were needed, he would provide, should Jang Ji desire. He would even willingly relinquish his position as city lord in favor of him. However, it was evident that Jang Ji was not inclined towards such ambitions. He was already exhausted from crafting machinery, leaving him little time to manage the city's affairs. What do you think about initially sending the Knight's Order out? After all, they possess the greatest mobility in Sia City, Yin Chuan inquired. Yet, Jang Ji shook his head in response. That will not suffice. While the Knight's Order is relatively mobile, their shortcomings are also glaring. They are ill-equipped for stronghold sieges. Our objective is to capture resource points, not engage in open-field battles. Once ferocious beasts congregate at resource points in the wild, the various terrain limitations will render their advantages into disadvantages. Moreover, the ethereal steed is ultimately not a tangible entity. Should the knight become fatigued, the steed's manifestation would falter. Accustomed to equestrian combat, their reliance on the ethereal steed renders them vulnerable in its absence, thereby making them ill-suited for excursions. Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan contemplated and was indeed taken aback by Jang Ji's foresight. His previous decision to send the knightly order forth had solely considered their remarkable speed, neglecting the subsequent ramifications. Fortunately, they had encountered a pack of black wolves, allowing them to leverage their strengths. Had they faced beasts adept at protracted battles, sacrifices could have been inevitable. What individuals do you believe would be more suitable? Jang Ji pondered briefly before responding. First and foremost, we require versatile combatants who do not necessarily excel in any singular aspect, but maintain stability. Should their combat prowess be slightly above average, that would be advantageous. In our explorations beyond the city, the paramount concern is the safety of life. With the procurement of materials being secondary, the supplies within the city are depleted over the next few days. I shall gather technological remnants to construct kinetic vehicles endowed with defensive capabilities for our expeditions. As a 3rd-tier mechanic, the ordinary technological artifacts hold no secrets for me. The intricacies of these relics from a bygone era pale in comparison to the 1st-tier energy weapons. If I so desire, I could effortlessly fabricate vehicles such as cars, ships, and planes. However, these creations lack both defensive and offensive capabilities. Should the engine, which generates power, be destroyed, the vehicle would be rendered utterly useless. Therefore, they can only serve as a means of transportation, providing minimal assistance to Summer City. Nonetheless, as a mode of transport, they are adequate. Otherwise, how much could the populace of Summer City carry manually? Furthermore, the speed of these vehicles rivals that of the knight's ethereal steeds, thereby flawlessly addressing mobility concerns. Truly a double benefit. In addition to ensuring the safety of combat personnel, we also require individuals skilled in resource detection. Given the passage of time, the locations on the map may have altered, and these individuals serve as a precautionary measure. Jang Ji continued. Yin Chuan nodded and smiled, saying, since you have meticulously planned, I shall refrain from complicating matters. Please draft a plan, and I shall assume the role of your assistant, executing the strategy accordingly. Thank you, Uncle Yin, Jang Ji replied, rising and bowing slightly. For Yin Chuan's unwavering support signified a substantial trust placed in him, akin to entrusting a portion of Day Summer City's future into his hands. His talent as a mechanical sovereign is formidable, yet it requires resources for its development. Regardless, the assistance from Day Summer City and individuals like Yin Chuan constitutes a significant factor in his rapid ascension. A week elapsed. During this interval, Jang Ji addressed the repair of several critical facilities within Day Summer City. He reprocessed vehicles from the technological era, crafting a batch of kinetic vehicles with defensive capabilities. Considering the absence of roads in the wilderness, Jang Ji made corresponding modifications to the vehicles. By incorporating additional mechanical materials, the main components of the kinetic vehicles achieved a defensive strength of third tier, ensuring they would not be easily destroyed while traversing the wilds. Jang Ji initially contemplated the possibility of enhancing his offensive capabilities. However, such endeavors would fall within the realm of mechanical creations. Even if modifications were made, their efficacy would likely be minimal, resulting in a waste of resources. Thus, he abandoned the notion. Ultimately, the defense against the ferocious beasts relied on the strength of humanity. As for the construction of vessels and aircraft, Jang Ji had no intentions of pursuing such projects. Primarily, he lacked the requisite materials, and secondly, their utility was limited. In the current wilderness, humanity did not possess air superiority. Once conventional aircraft were deployed, they would inevitably be obliterated by aerial predators. Therefore, to regain aerial dominance, the creation of advanced flying machines was imperative. Early this morning, the first batch of individuals selected for departure from the city had assembled, following Jang Ji's meticulously devised plan. They ventured forth to seek materials. The group comprised nearly 100 individuals, divided into 4 teams, each exploring the city of Dachau from different directions. Since Jang Ji had not been granted leadership authority, he entrusted the responsibility entirely to Yin Chuan, allowing him to simply await the materials without concern. With nothing to occupy his time, Jang Ji found himself in a state of leisure. Meanwhile, within the Dachau City radio office, Elder Qin, bearing the lasting scars of the beast tide, entered his designated workspace while holding a thermos. This site, once a hub for official broadcasts during the old era, had provided entertainment through the announcement of civil affairs. However, following the emergence of the beast tide, such frivolous programs were discontinued. Repurposed by the higher echelons of Dachau City as a means to maintain contact with the human homeland. In the initial years, they could still receive sporadic messages regarding impending rescue missions, but as the feral beasts proliferated, the signal towers gradually lost their efficacy, leading to a complete severance of communication. Nonetheless, Dachau City remained resolute in its quest to re-establish contact with the old world, hoping to glean even the slightest information. Regrettably, over the years, the signal tower had not received a single whisper of communication. Elder Qin adeptly activated the equipment, resuming his routine. This had been his sole occupation for the past several years. In his view, today's signal tower would, as usual, remain silent. Thus, he unscrewed the lid of his thermos, donned his reading glasses, and began to pass the time with an old book. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated. Hello? What noise is that? Elder Qin was startled, momentarily fearing he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. He hurriedly adjusted his glasses, scanning for the source of the sound, until his gaze settled on the reception device on the control panel. The device emitted intermittent sounds, reminiscent of an unstable signal, the voices within seeming to stutter. Elder Qin's face reddened visibly. The signal tower had received a signal. Shaoli, come here quickly. There's a signal. The radio has a signal. Elder Qin called out loudly. Chapter 24. A signal from the old world. Shaoli, hurry up. The radio is broadcasting. There's information coming from the old world. Old Master Qin shouted with fervor, his weathered visage unable to conceal the elation within his heart. He had once been a staff member here and was no stranger to the equipment. The communication device that emitted the sound served but one purpose: to receive information from the heart of humanity. After a prolonged silence, the sudden emergence of sound from the device signified that the signal tower had indeed intercepted a transmission from afar. Master Qin's exclamations roused many staff members, and in an instant, a group of individuals, previously idling, sprang into action, bustling about in a flurry, several hastily approaching. What did the sound from the radio imply? It signified that one of the long-held aspirations of Dachau City was on the verge of realization. If they could establish contact with the old world, whether to seek assistance or share vital information, it would hold immense significance for Dachau City. They had often pondered whether humanity on Blue Star had perished, leaving Dachau as a solitary bastion. Otherwise, after so many years, how could there have been not a whisper of news? Dachau City had once been a metropolis of millions. If the inhabitants of the old world had resolved the threat of ferocious beasts, why had they not sent emissaries to investigate or offer aid? Had Dachau City been forsaken? Or was it possible that humanity on Blue Star had dwindled to just them? Now, with information at hand, it was enough to stir the entire city of Daxia. Master Qin, is it true? Has the radio truly received a signal from there? Can we send a message? We, Daxia, have suffered greatly, exclaimed a man known as Xiao Li, a middle-aged individual nearing 40, who dashed over, his words tumbling out in a rush. Like a lonely child who had lived in solitude for ages, suddenly learning of a relative's news, his immediate thought was to seek a warm embrace. Following closely, other staff members rushed in, bombarding him with a cacophony of questions. Silence. Master Qin bellowed, I cannot hear a thing. His authority still commanded respect, and upon his command, the crowd quieted, though their gazes remained fervently intense. Buzzing, the radio emitted sound once more, albeit with a poor signal. The signal is too weak. Xiaoli, take a few people to the signal tower, adjust the antenna's orientation clockwise, and see if we can enhance the clarity. If it proves effective, I will contact you immediately via the intercom, Master Qin instructed, his eyes fixed on the radio as he turned the power to its maximum. Understood. Xiaoli promptly gathered a few individuals and set off to execute the task. How could the signal tower suddenly become functional after such a long silence? Master Qin murmured to himself. I know. Yesterday, the esteemed mechanic inspected the signal tower and seemed to have brought some materials. I was nearby and overheard that he intended to enhance its performance. Someone immediately raised their hand to speak. The mechanic? Such an important matter, and yet you failed to inform me? Master Qin glared at him, then added, You, go fetch the esteemed mechanic at once. Whether we can truly receive the information from there depends on today. Yes, I will go at once. Soon, as Xiao Li and the others worked diligently, the radio signal indeed began to improve. As Jang Ji's figure emerged, Grandpa Qin had already fully deciphered a sentence. The 4th season of the talk show under the Federation has officially commenced. Was this the message he had just received? Jang Ji approached, and those around him respectfully bowed and greeted him, unfazed by his youthful countenance. Bearing the esteemed titles of the foremost hero in the battle against the beast tide, the hope of Daxia City, and the mechanic, among others, the citizens of Daxia City had long engraved his visage in their hearts due to the fervent promotion by Yin Chuan. Return to the esteemed mechanic? Yes, however. Aside from this information, the voices within have been disrupted by chaotic signals. I have heard that you significantly enhanced the performance of the signal tower yesterday. So I would like to inquire if you have further means to continue improving its efficiency? Grandpa Qin asked expectantly, and everyone turned their eager gazes towards him. Although the received information was still unclear, it offered them a glimpse of hope. If they could obtain more information, they might access data from the old Earth, and perhaps even establish communication, potentially alleviating the crisis in Daxia City ahead of time. Sir, you are considerably older than I. Please, just call me Jang Ji. Titles such as esteemed are unnecessary, Jang Ji continued. Regarding the signal tower, I merely conducted a simple repair yesterday. Since it yielded results, I shall attempt further enhancements. Then I shall entrust you with this, young Jiang. Grandpa Qin expressed his gratitude. Jiang Ji utilized a remote-controlled drone to contact Lu Huai, requesting him to send over the necessary materials. The signal network within Daxia City had long since failed, rendering communication devices like mobile phones ineffective for quite some time. Jiang Ji had contemplated constructing a comprehensive network to relay information within the city, yet he deemed it inferior to mechanical solutions and too complex in principle, thus refraining from exerting that effort. After all, the drone could still be employed for communication. Upon receiving Lu Huai's response, Jiang Ji arrived at the signal tower, where he first noticed Xiao Li and others sweating profusely as they twisted the antenna. Aren't you afraid of electrocution? Jiang Ji chuckled as he approached, signaling for them to come down. Twisting the antenna was indeed a method, but its effectiveness was limited. Signal reception did not improve merely by altering direction. Distance and frequency were the fundamental factors. Esteemed mechanic, they all greeted him in unison. Shortly thereafter, Lu Huai personally delivered the materials, and Jiang Ji instructed the group to lend a hand as they began their work. The position of the signal tower could not be altered, so Jiang Ji could only create an accessory to enhance frequency, aiming to improve the signal reception. Once completed, everyone returned to the radio room. Indeed, the enhanced signal resulted in more stable messages being received. Although still imperfect, they could now obtain a considerable amount of coherent information. Voices began to flow in succession. We welcome our guest, Professor Mo from the Magic Department of Jing University, a 6th-tier magic master. Accompanied by the announcement was a wave of applause and cheers. We welcome our guest, Miss Leng Qingru, a prodigious talent who achieved the 5th tier by the age of 20 and the owner of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. The voices continued to resonate from within the radio. At last, let us welcome the ally of our human federation, the Saint Child of the Rebirth clan, the Master of Arcane Arts, Mo Fei Chun. A resounding applause filled the air, yet the expressions of those present revealed a shift in sentiment. The earlier transmission had subtly conveyed much. Initially, it resembled an entertainment program. After all, they had all traversed the technological era and were no strangers to such spectacles. Furthermore, there was the matter of the old world, where humanity claimed to be a federation. Could it be that a formidable being of the 7th tier would acquiesce to an invitation from an entertainment show? They may not fully grasp the nuances of the mage's profession, but the mere sound of the title exuded strength, especially when associated with a 7th tier awakened one. It is worth noting that within the grand city of Daxia, only the Lord of Zhantian had attained such heights in the past 12 years. However, these revelations were trifles in comparison. The crowd was more concerned with the final statement, an invitation, an ally of the Federation, the Saint Child of the Rebirth clan. The implications sent shivers through everyone present. While they may not be familiar with all mentioned, the Rebirth clan was a name too well known. It must be understood that during the numerous beast tides in Daxia over the past 12 years, at least 1/5 were orchestrated by the aberrant demons of the Rebirth clan. The death toll among their compatriots during these onslaughts exceeded millions. The citizens of Daxia harbored an insatiable thirst for vengeance, a hatred that had seeped into their very bones. And now, to hear the broadcast suggest that the triangular-headed aberrant demons of the Rebirth clan were allies of the so-called Federation? How utterly ludicrous. Disbelief painted the faces of all in attendance. Chapter 25. Has Daxia been abandoned? Lu Huai wasted no time in relaying the news to Yan Chuan. Within the confines of the radio room, the attendees exchanged incredulous glances, bewildered. Aberrant demons had become allies of the surviving humans in the old world? Grandpa Qin's eyes widened in fury, his teeth clenched. Were the countless deaths and the fall of major cities disregarded? Who was unaware of the wolves' ambition harbored by the aberrant demons and ferocious beasts? How could the old world regard them as allies? The expressions of disillusionment etched on their faces reflected their shattered hopes. How had the old world devolved into this? Jang Ji stood silently nearby. Having never left the city of Daxia since birth, his understanding of the old world limited. Yet, as a witness to the great upheaval, he was acutely aware of the profound enmity between humanity and the aberrant demons. Before long, Yan Chuan hurried in, urgency in his stride. Is this news indeed from the old world? Grandpa Qin nodded affirmatively. We can ascertain that this so-called federation is indeed the former realm of the old world. Over time, he had gleaned considerable information from the radio. Although much of the program consisted of comedic banter, inadvertent revelations had nonetheless been disclosed. Is the ancient kingdom still in existence? Yan Chuan's tone grew somber. Is our homeland, the ancient kingdom, no longer? Has it joined this so-called federation, or has it been replaced? His words unearthed the unspoken fears nestled deep within the hearts of the assembly. Indeed, was the nation they once called home still standing? If that were the case, why has the voice within never been mentioned? In the past, when countless nations stood tall in the Blue Star world, did some fall victim to the arrival of ferocious beasts and otherworldly demons? Was the ancient nation among them? This talk show seems to echo our nation's language. Li raised his hand and spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd brightened. Indeed, the voices on the radio have consistently employed the language of the ancient nation. In other words, could it be that the ancient nation is the predecessor of the Federation, established by her after the war? Or perhaps the ancient nation is still a member of the Federation, holding a prominent position within? Contemplating this, the hearts of the crowd stirred once more. Wait a moment, if the Federation is indeed the ancient nation, then why has our great Sia City never received a whisper of news over the years? Someone voiced their confusion. Great Sia City, after all, is one of the significant cities of the ancient nation. If the old land had firmly established its footing, even if they could not spare the effort, they should have at least come to investigate. Is it conceivable that a city of millions like Great Sia has simply been abandoned? Old Master Qin interjected. I can forgive them for not being able to spare the effort, but why do they treat the otherworldly demons as allies? Why invite them to such so-called programs so brazenly? The deaths of billions, treated as a mere jest? Can such hatred be alleviated by profit? Old Master Qin's eyes reddened, radiating an aura of fury. He was not originally from Great Sia City, but had migrated from the old land. He understood the character of his nation well. The ancient nation is but a magnified version of Great Sia City. If Great Sia City dares to fight until the last drop of blood without uttering the word surrender, how has the ancient nation changed? This is a betrayal, a flagrant betrayal of the ancient nation against its subjects, which is why he is so enraged. Well, without having witnessed it firsthand, we cannot ascertain that the reborn tribe is indeed the otherworldly demons we know. Nor can we confirm that the Federation is the modern appellation for the ancient nation. Nothing is yet conclusive, and we must not panic. Yan Chuan interjected, interrupting the thoughts of the crowd. Esteemed guests, what we have witnessed today, I, in the name of the Lord of Great Sia City, command you to not let a single word escape outside. Whoever dares to divulge shall be punished for treason against the city. Yan Chuan fixed his gaze upon the crowd, his tone solemn. What has transpired today is too extraordinary and must not be disseminated. Otherwise, the long-held hopes of Great Sia would shatter, and we cannot fathom the consequences it might incite. Everyone in Great Sia City yearns to return to the old land. If it were revealed that the old land has transformed into such a state, treating the otherworldly demons as allies, would not the sacrifices made by Great Sia City over the past 12 years in resisting the ferocious beasts become a mere joke? In such a case, would Great Sia City still harbor the conviction to fight? The capital is lost. What meaning does our persistence hold? After enduring countless hardships to break back into the encirclement of ferocious beasts and return to the old land, only to find ourselves consorting with the hated otherworldly demons. The mere thought is enough to drive one to madness. You all should remain here for the next few days. I will send people daily to provide meals. Yen Chuan made the decision to seal off the news. He dared not completely allow those present to leave, for although everyone was loyal to Great Sia City, no one could guarantee that they would not let something slip. This was only fitting. Old Master Qin was the first to respond. After living for so many years, Yen Chuan was well aware of what concerns might arise. He could certainly anticipate them. The news of today must remain confidential, otherwise, it would spell utter disaster for the Great Sia City. Even if the overall strength of the city has significantly increased, it may still struggle against the ferocious beast tide of the past. City Lord, we understand. Anyone who dares to leak information will not require your intervention. We shall personally deal with him. The others harbored no discontent. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were warranted. Had they been under a more bloodthirsty leader, the directive might have been to leave no survivors to ensure secrecy. Uncle Qin, please keep a vigilant eye on the information from that side in the coming days. Report anything of significance to me immediately. Yen Chuan produced a remote-controlled drone and handed it to Grandpa Qin. Moreover, since this is an entertainment program, there will surely be a live connection segment. Should such an opportunity arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Understood, Grandpa Qin replied solemnly. After delivering his instructions, Yen Chuan beckoned Jang Ji and Lu Hui to depart, preparing to convene at the city lord's mansion. Upon stepping outside, Yen Chuan urged Jang Ji to sever the internal signals to prevent any technological devices, such as walkie-talkies, from leaking information. Jang Ji nodded. This task posed no challenge for him. Once the arrangements were complete, the three arrived at the city lord's mansion, where Yen Chuan dispatched someone to notify the core leadership of Great Sia City. Soon, Elder Wang and other formidable figures from the city gathered at the mansion. They began discussing the matters concerning the old earth to strategize for any potential developments. In the wilderness, amidst an endless forest of trees, stood a peculiar palace from which voices emanated. Is it possible that the mechanic from years past is still alive? Impossible. I personally snapped his neck. A mere 7th tier could not possibly survive. Then how could this beast tide have concluded so abruptly? According to my estimates, at least 10,000 humans within Sia City should have fallen during the tide to meet expectations. Perhaps it is a newly awakened mechanic? Such professionals possess unique abilities in warfare, wielding a certain intimidation over the mindless beasts. However, a mere mechanic cannot compare to us, nor to those geniuses who are invincible within their tier or even surpass it. We cannot act personally. Doing so would violate our pact and alert them. Yet, we must not allow any variables to arise in Sia City. The mechanic is one such variable. Do they not have an energy shield? Look for an opportunity to destroy it. Then let the illusion demon infiltrate and wait for the right moment to eliminate that mechanic. Regardless of whether he is indeed the one from years ago, we cannot allow Sia City to slip from our grasp. Since allying with them, the source of such precious bloodthirst has become exceedingly rare. Human emotions truly captivate us. Haha. The people of Sia City believe that the one who defeated the mechanic back then was of the 8th tier, unaware that I am of the 9th tier. When their shield shatters, the beast tide may overwhelm them without the need for the illusion demon's intervention. Do not grow complacent. That weapon known as nuclear still poses a significant threat to us. Who knows how many remain? If we are targeted, no amount of intervention can save you. Moreover, the surge of beasts must be controlled to a certain extent. The bloodthirsty aura in captivity cannot be entirely devoured by that horde of brutes. I shall remain vigilant. Chapter 26. Comprehensive Mechanical Compendium. While the populace of Sia City engaged in discussions regarding the old world, they remained oblivious to an impending crisis tailored to their circumstances. Let us share our thoughts. Should we truly return to the old world, how ought we to proceed? Yen Chuan inquired from his position of authority. A hot-headed individual promptly retorted, "Humph, the nation is no more. Sia City must never be subsumed into this so-called federation. Anyone who dares consort with the alien demons shall meet their demise at my hand." Alas, we remain uncertain whether the ancient nation has indeed joined the federation. If our homeland truly ceases to exist, where shall we turn? Someone lamented. Oof, where to turn? With the ancient nation gone, Sia City stands as the new ancient realm. We shall undoubtedly uphold the will of our forebears and continue this legacy. Is this treason? The nation has perished. What nonsense is this treason talk? You must understand. If the ancient nation has truly merged with the Federation, then we are the last vestiges of the ancient realm. Indeed, those who have forsaken the legacy are the true traitors. In that case, how can we not uphold the rightful lineage? If they have been embroiled in conflict with the alien demons, I could express admiration and willingly return to the old world. However, their alliance with the demons is a betrayal to the departed. Those not of our kin harbor foreign intentions. The wolfish ambitions of the alien demons are glaringly evident. I shall never ally with traitors. Neither will I. Witnessing the fervor of the assembly, Yin Chuan raised a hand to quell their voices, stating, "My sentiments align with yours." Yet the information remains unverified. We must refrain from premature conclusions. Should the ancient nation indeed be no more, Sia City shall certainly not join this so-called federation. However, should that be the case, we will find ourselves devoid of any support. Are you all prepared for this? Yin Chuan's tone grew grave. This decision, once made, would signify a complete abandonment of the desire to return to the old world, replaced by self-reliance and resilience. After 12 years of conflict, what further preparations could we hope for? It would merely entail continuing the struggle for another decade, century, or millennia, fighting until the last drop of blood. Having been born in Daxia, we have long embraced this resolve. The assembly nodded in agreement, their expressions resolute, resonating with his declaration. Yin Chuan understood the nature of those gathered. Otherwise, he would not have summoned them for this meeting. This discussion was merely a formality. Although he spoke of uncertain news, he had already made up his mind. Jang Ji observed the scene with a respectful gaze directed at the assembly. He felt little attachment to the old world and struggled to comprehend their emotions. All he knew was his unwavering commitment to assist Sia City, thus their goals were aligned. Then let me make some arrangements. Following the recent beast tide, Sia City will have at least a 3-month grace period. Historically, within this time frame, we should not expect a large-scale gathering of beasts, though minor skirmishes are inevitable. Therefore, we must utilize this interval to strengthen ourselves with utmost dedication. A foreboding sense enveloped me. A 7th-tier aberration had perished, and the entities from the other side would undoubtedly seek retribution. Perhaps, once March has passed, we shall be met with even greater peril. The emergence of beast tides follows a certain pattern. After each beast tide, for reasons unknown, ferocious beasts refrain from gathering in large numbers, a phenomenon that lasts for a span of 3 months. Only when this magnetic field dissipates can the beast tides re-emerge. This celestial order is undeniably advantageous for the great Sia City, perhaps a form of protection from the blue star for its native beings. Otherwise, with the infinite numbers of ferocious beasts launching daily assaults, even the strongest of humanity would eventually succumb, leading to the city's ruin and the demise of its inhabitants. Yin Chuan continued, stating that starting today, individuals above the 6th tier must designate to rotate in safeguarding Jang Ji's safety. He is, without a doubt, the foremost core of great Sia City. Even my life pales in comparison to his significance. Everyone understands that for great Sia City to enhance its strength comprehensively, given the current resources, it is virtually impossible. Perhaps a few might ascend 1 or 2 tiers. However, with Jang Ji, the situation transforms. As long as he grows stronger, the benefits will be substantial. He possesses the true ability to alter the status quo of great Sia City single-handedly. The Lord of the City spoke wisely. For those of us who have little hope of reaching the 7th tier, apart from warriors who can still cultivate, the rest are left with idle hands. And it is our duty to protect the mechanic. Though the possibility of an assembled beast tide currently seems remote, we cannot afford to let our guard down regarding the aberrations. Brother Jiang has already demonstrated his prowess on the battlefield. It is conceivable that those cunning aberrations are concocting something. The protection of strong individuals is, therefore, imperative. Jang Ji was taken aback by Yin Chuan's arrangement, but did not decline. While he appeared utterly secure within the city, the true nature of the aberration's peculiar abilities remained a mystery. Currently, he was merely at the 3rd tier. Should a high-tier aberration strike unexpectedly, survival would be improbable. Even the 7th-tier city lord of War Tian fell victim to a surprise attack, and he lacked the confidence to withstand a 7th-tier aberration. Of course, should he ascend to the 4th tier and create a legion of bionic robots, he would no longer fear the 7th-tier aberrations. After establishing certain protocols, everyone dispersed. Jang Ji returned to the mechanical repository, awaiting the arrival of materials. Within a mere 3 days, the exploration team yielded substantial rewards. Several small-scale resource points, with the highest tier reaching 6, were claimed by Great Sia City, and under vigorous extraction, batches of materials were transported back. Jang Ji became engrossed in his work, and the long-awaited experience bar began to surge once more. 40 days later, as the final energy weapon was manufactured, Jang Ji finally received the long-anticipated panel notification. Experience points have reached 2,700,000. meeting the conditions for tier advancement. Ascending now, congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the 4th tier. The mechanical repository has added combat readiness, bionic robots, earth magic thunder, small reconnaissance drones. It has been detected that you have ascended to the 4th tier, unlocking the comprehensive catalog of mechanical products for tiers 4 and below. Astonished, Jang Ji paused to absorb the information following his advancement. The newly added combat readiness in the mechanical repository is somewhat expected, but what is this full category mechanical illustration? He was aware that with each advancement in rank, several items corresponding to the current tier would emerge within the mechanical repository. Only the items contained therein could be manufactured by him. Upon reading the final piece of information, Jang Ji was instantly filled with joy. Acquiring the full category mechanical illustration implies that he is no longer confined to the mechanical repository. He can now fabricate any item belonging to his rank without restriction. It is important to note that mechanics encompass a vast array of possibilities, and the items appearing in the mechanical repository are merely a drop in the ocean. Energy guns, energy cannons, and other mechanical products are no longer unique. There are hundreds of types of 1st and 2nd tier mechanical products. The 3rd and 4th tiers are similarly abundant, containing numerous items beneficial to the Great Sia City. For instance, a 4th tier energy shield possesses defensive capabilities comparable to those of a 5th tier item. As long as its energy is not depleted, it can continuously generate defense. This equates to a scenario in which, during battles against ferocious beasts, one can launch relentless attacks without concern for defense. It epitomizes the concept where one can inflict severe wounds while remaining unscathed in return. Additionally, there are the unparalleled Thunderstorm Hammer and the Fire Chariot that seamlessly combines offense and defense. The full category mechanical illustration has thoroughly compensated for the shortcomings of the mechanic, allowing the talent of the mechanic sovereign to begin to flourish. It turns out this is the essence of the mechanic sovereign's talent. Jang Ji previously felt that the title was somewhat misleading, as advancing merely allowed him to produce a handful of items. Now, however, it aligns perfectly with its nomenclature. With a beaming face, Jang Ji remarked, "It seems my body will be put to the test once again." Chapter 27, Bionic Robot. In the time leading up to this, Jang Ji had already anticipated the events following the 4th tier. Thus, he had instructed the expedition teams to gather ample materials for constructing bionic robots. However, he was unaware that the acquisition of the full category mechanical illustration upon leveling up would result in a scarcity of certain materials. Otherwise, in addition to the bionic robots, he would have been able to manufacture many new mechanical products. Nevertheless, it is not too late. The time spent crafting bionic robots will suffice for gathering the necessary materials. Jang Ji compiled a list and sent it to Lu Huai, who was responsible for these matters. He then commenced the creation of the bionic robots. The mechanical products of the 4th tier exhibit a complexity that is somewhat intricate, even with his mechanical arms. It would take him a full hour to fabricate a single bionic robot. The head, torso, limbs, core power source, and finally, the intelligent brain. All components were meticulously crafted by him. As he prepared for the final assembly, the mechanical arms moved deftly, and a towering 2-meter humanoid machine gradually took shape. Its body was constructed from gleaming metal, radiating a sense of technological brilliance, with veins resembling steel coursing through its entire form. Once Jang Ji inserted the final intelligent brain, the bionic robot's head suddenly illuminated with brilliance, resembling a newborn child as it wobbled, seemingly familiarizing itself with its existence. After a brief moment, it gradually lifted its head, and its mechanical eyes sparkled with a blue glow. He placed his right hand upon his left shoulder and addressed Jang Ji with an emotionless, synthetic voice. "Master." Possessing absolute dominion over machinery, Jang Ji commanded the mechanical creations he had fashioned himself. Thus, for the intelligent robot, Jang Ji was akin to a creator. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling stood astounded before the spectacle unfolding. The 2-meter-tall, metallic figure of the bionic robot exuded an aura of advanced technology, imparting an overwhelming sense of pressure. They had never encountered anything of this nature before. Though small in stature, Zhou Ling, emboldened by Jang Ji's presence, mustered the courage to poke the robot's arm. However, upon feeling its cold surface, she quickly withdrew her hand. The bionic robot remained motionless. Its intelligence had been pre-programmed by Jang Ji, rendering it inactive without his command. "From now on, you shall be known as Number 1, Jang Ji declared, etching a numeral onto the robot's frame. It was imperative to distinguish these intelligent robots by code, as Jang Ji intended to create many more in the future. "Come, let us assess your capabilities," Jang Ji instructed, leading Number 1 out of the mechanical repository. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling hurriedly followed, eager to witness such a remarkable creation. "Grandfather Wang, could you kindly have Uncle Yin summon a few 5th-tier elders?" Upon stepping outside, Jiang Ji addressed the vigilant Wang Lao, who was standing guard with a firearm. For days, 6th-tier individuals had taken turns protecting him, and today it was Wang Lao's turn as a 6th-tier Storm Knight. Xiao Ji, what is this, a robot? Wang Lao exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the bionic creation behind Jang Ji. The imposing metallic figure immediately drew his attention, and he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from it. 5th tier? Why do you need 5th-tier individuals? If there is a matter at hand, just leave it to me, Wang Lao said. Jang Ji shook his head with a smile. This is my newly crafted bionic robot, number 1. I merely wish to test its prowess. However, its rank is only 4th tier, whereas you are 6th tier, so it may not serve as a suitable challenge. I see. No need to bother Yin Chuan then. I will fetch a few 5th-tier individuals for you, Wang Lao replied. Exercising his authority. Shortly thereafter, several individuals approached, engaging in combat with the 4th-tier robot. Were it not for the mechanic's request, I would not have come. As a proud 5th tier, winning would be undignified, and losing would be equally shameful, a voice lamented before the person even arrived. Jiang Ji chuckled and explained, esteemed elders. This is not about pride. If it can truly match or surpass you, it could prove invaluable in future conflicts, contributing significantly to the great Sia City. Oh, only you would ask such a thing. If it were anyone else, I would refuse, one of them laughed. All right, without further ado, just tell us how you wish to test it. We shall cooperate, for the benefit of Sia City. A little loss of face is nothing. The other two chimed in with laughter. Jiang Ji nodded, retreating 2 steps to reveal the figure of Unit 1, and declared, switch to combat mode. In an instant, the core energy at Unit 1's heart radiated brilliance, as if it had been activated. Its right arm began to morph and reshape, transforming from a human limb into a sharp, blade-like weapon. Interesting, let me give it a try, remarked the warrior among the trio, sensing the momentum emanating from Unit 1. His eyes glimmering with intrigue. He took the initiative, drawing forth his massive hammer and struck toward Unit 1. Unit 1's intelligent brain connected throughout its body, and a flash of information crossed its eyes. Weakness analysis complete, commencing response. In a blur of speed, it sidestepped the incoming hammer strike and swung its blade arm at the 5th-tier warrior. Such speed? The 5th-tier warrior reacted swiftly, retracting his hammer and positioning it defensively before him. The two collided, producing a resounding clang of metal. However, the 5th-tier warrior soon sensed an impending threat and hastily retreated. In the next moment, the apex of Unit 1's blade arm unleashed a fierce wave of light. Had the 5th-tier warrior not evaded quickly, the wave would have sliced through him. The bionic robot was not limited to mere close-range attacks. Its arm could not only transform into a blade, but also emit energy waves. Of course, with Jiang Ji present to oversee the battle, even if the warrior could not evade, Jiang Ji would immediately command Unit 1 to retract the light wave to prevent the 5th-tier warrior from being harmed. Nevertheless, he underestimated the warrior's strength. With a mighty roar, the warrior summoned his full vitality and swung his hammer once more. This time, he unleashed not merely a standard attack, but a specialized combat technique, the hammer strike. Indeed, after employing the combat technique, the 5th-tier warrior's power surged, and the bionic robot found itself at a disadvantage in the blink of an eye. The intelligent brain frantically analyzed weaknesses, yet it struggled to keep pace. Observing the clash, Jiang Ji noted, peak 4th tier. The nascent bionic robot only possesses the strength of a peak 4th tier, which pales in comparison to the 5th tier. Were it not for its decent defenses, it would likely have been defeated by now. Despite not being vanquished, certain areas of its body bore dents from the warrior's hammer. As Unit 1 seemed on the brink of defeat, Jiang Ji remained unperturbed, even harboring a sense of anticipation. After all, the effect of his tenfold amplification had yet to manifest. Previously, a 2nd-tier charged cannon had managed to slay ferocious beasts. So how could a 4th-tier bionic robot be deemed utterly ineffectual? Chapter 28. 5th-tier battle power. As time passed, remarkably, Unit 1 had yet to succumb. Rather, it grew increasingly formidable. At that moment, its blade arm had morphed into a hammer akin to the one wielded by its opponent. Throughout the ongoing battle, Unit 1's hammer began to exhibit the essence of the warrior's combat technique. It was learning, absorbing the hammer techniques of its adversary. Jiang Ji's anticipation grew. This was the terrifying aspect of the bionic robot post-amplification. It possessed the capacity to learn. Jiang Ji's amplification did not enhance its physical prowess, but rather its intelligence. This intelligence is already comparable to that of humans, or even surpasses their capacity for learning. After merely 5 minutes of combat, Unit 1 completely mastered the opponent's hammer technique, transforming its initial disadvantage into a balanced confrontation. Upon mastering the hammer technique, Unit 1's prowess surged to the 5th tier. It would be prudent for the two esteemed seniors to join the fray. Jiang Ji understood that if the battle continued, the 5th-tier warrior would inevitably fall. After all, humans experience fatigue, whereas the bionic robot possesses an energy reservoir akin to infinity. As long as it is not utterly destroyed, its core energy will perpetually generate power. Thus, he called out to the other two fifth-tier warriors. Very well. This robot is indeed intriguing. It can enhance its combat abilities. If it can maintain this, might it not continue to improve indefinitely? The two fifth-tier warriors marveled and joined the battle. Unlike the previous fighter, they were fifth-tier awakened beings, and thus unleashed a dazzling array of abilities upon entering the fray. Unit 1 found itself besieged by the three fifth-tier powerhouses, once again at a disadvantage. Teetering on the brink of defeat, it sought to analyze the awakened being's abilities but discovered that the analysis had failed. Its intelligence was inadequate to learn from the capabilities of the awakened. Just moments ago poised for victory, Unit 1 could only endure for 3 minutes this time before showing signs of defeat, with more indentations appearing on its body. All right, esteemed seniors, please cease your assault. Jang Ji urged hastily. He feared that if the battle continued, Unit 1 would be reduced to scrap metal. Although it had achieved fifth-tier combat power, enduring an assault from 3 was already commendable. Simultaneously, Jang Ji recognized that in a one-on-one scenario, whether against a martial artist or an awakened being, Unit 1 possessed the strength to contend. However, the fourth-tier power still fell short against a coordinated assault. Furthermore, its inability to analyze the abilities of the awakened made defeat inevitable. He contemplated the potential to forge energy shields and thunderhammers to equip Unit 1, thereby compensating for its deficiencies in tier. At that point, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, it would genuinely embody fifth-tier strength. Moreover, since it could analyze the combat techniques of fifth-tier warriors, once its shortcomings were addressed, could it not further enhance its abilities by training against sixth-tier warriors? By then, even if a bionic robot could not best a sixth-tier warrior, what of 10 or even 100? Perhaps, once a certain threshold of quantity was reached, it could stand against a seventh-tier warrior as well. Transitioning from the fourth tier to the seventh is a notion few would dare to believe. Is this truly a fourth-tier robot? The three warriors halted their assault immediately, their expressions shifting. They had witnessed the battle firsthand, observing the rapid ascent from fourth-tier power to fifth-tier in mere minutes. What an astonishing entity this is. Although Unit 1 faltered as soon as the two awakened beings entered the fight, they alone knew that their strengths were comparable. In a direct confrontation, if Unit 1 could defeat that martial artist, it could likewise overcome the awakened beings. The only difference lay in Unit 1's inability to learn from the awakened's abilities. Is this the terrifying aspect of the mechanic? All eyes in the room turned toward Jang Ji. The robots are a product of his creation, which is equivalent to possessing great power himself. The fifth-tier warrior inquired with a trembling voice, "Brother Jang, is it possible to mass-produce this contraption?" As the first individual to engage in combat with the number 1, he was acutely aware of the changes in the opponent. As long as the materials are sufficient, it can certainly be done, Jang Ji replied with a nod and a smile, expressing gratitude for the assistance of the esteemed seniors present. The three waved their hands dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary. Their expressions soon transformed into fervor. Damn, with just a bit of material, we can create a robot on par with a fifth-tier warrior. Why would we bother with our cultivation? I'm heading straight to the city lord, demanding a spot in the expedition team. Once Brother Jiang produces more robots, will we even need to step onto the battlefield when the beast tide arrives? Ha ha ha. Truly, the heavens favor the great Sia. Laughter erupted among them, dissipating any previous resentment about being summoned to assist the robot, replaced instead by sheer exuberance. They glimpsed the dawn of an era that could end the beast tide. When Yen Chuan learned of these events, he sprang from his chair. What? That kid has ascended yet again. Fortunately, it took over a month this time, which wasn't particularly surprising. Yen Chuan quickly regained his composure, calming his racing thoughts. Bionic robots. Lu Huai, relay this. From today onwards, all warriors above the 5th tier are to report to Jang Ji to assist in programming the robots. Also, ensure we exhaust all efforts in locating the new materials he just sent over. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the emergence of a robot army. Despite having been the city lord for several years, Yen Chuan felt a surge of youthful enthusiasm. It's essential to understand that for a human to ascend from nothing to the 5th tier takes several years. This is merely for the awakened. The time required for warriors is even longer unless they are exceptionally gifted prodigies. Currently, the number of 5th tier warriors in Great Sia City is less than 1,000. The advent of bionic robots is poised to alter the dynamics of Great Sia City significantly. After the others departed, Jang Ji returned to the mechanical workshop, continuing his production of bionic robots. He wasn't concerned about the damaged chassis of number 1, as the bionic robots possessed self-repair capabilities. As long as the core energy remained intact, such minor damage was inconsequential and would soon be rectified. Brother Jiang is becoming increasingly formidable, Zhou Ming remarked with admiration. Indeed, if only we could awaken sooner, Zhou Ling mused wistfully. While they conversed, their hands did not cease their work. With Jiang Ji's rising rank, their workload also expanded considerably. In a bygone era, such excessive use of child labor would have earned them notoriety. Yet, they relished the effort. The leisurely days felt as if insects were crawling upon them, utterly uncomfortable. Fortunately, with the increasing number of bionic robots, their burdens lessened significantly, allowing the two 10-year-old children some respite. In recent days, the bionic robots crafted by Jang Ji had engaged in battles with warriors, each boasting an average strength of the 5th tier. The robots had even reached a ranking of number 50. Jang Ji has conducted an experiment, revealing that the current team of robots requires only 15 members to engage in combat with a 6th-tier adversary. During this encounter, they have absorbed a considerable amount of 6th-tier combat techniques, subtly elevating their prowess to the pinnacle of the 5th tier. Once the energy shields and other mechanical assets are fully equipped, the gap between them and the 6th tier will undoubtedly diminish rapidly, ultimately granting them 6th-tier combat capabilities. Chapter 29. The energy shield is breached. As night fell, the bustling city of Dacia succumbed to silence, save for the bright lights and the soldiers stationed atop the city walls. In a concealed area beneath the walls, where the moonlight could not reach, the voice of a foreign demon echoed. As a dignified 9th-tier being, to act in secrecy is an utter disgrace. My lord, the humans of Sia City possess nuclear weapons. It is prudent for us to remain concealed. Should we be discovered, you may escape, but I certainly cannot. What is there to fear? I shall protect you when the time comes. Though the voice projected bravado, the movements grew increasingly gentle and discreet. Is this the energy shield left behind by that mechanic? Quite intriguing indeed. If he were to ascend 2 more tiers, he might rival our clan's protective formation. However, I personally severed your head long ago. There is no possibility you survived. Thus, the newly emerged mechanic must be a nascent awakener. In just over a month, even a remarkable mechanic cannot have ascended. Considering potential unforeseen circumstances, let us overestimate him. He will not exceed the 3rd tier. As for you, the illusion demon, as a 7th-tier powerhouse, eliminating a low-tier mechanic should be effortless. Once I shatter the energy shield, you shall infiltrate and await your opportunity. Should you succeed in your task, I shall grant you a wisp of bloodthirsty energy to aid your ascent to the 8th tier. Yes, my lord, I assure you that I will accomplish the task. The being known as the illusion demon nodded eagerly, greed flickering in his eyes at the mention of the bloodthirsty energy. Very well, commence your preparations. I shall act in 3 minutes. I understand. The illusion demon responded, then utilized his abilities, his form swiftly transforming into that of an alluring woman. 3 minutes later, the formidable aura of a 9th-tier entity manifested momentarily. Before the warning lights in Dacia City illuminated, the sentinels heard a thunderous explosion. Boom. A tremendous force surged over Dacia City. The energy shield materialized instinctively, but shattered within 5 seconds. Once the shield was breached, every individual within Dacia City suddenly felt the security that had enveloped them vanish, replaced by an acute sense of vulnerability exposed to the elements. What has transpired? A foreign demon, a 9th-tier foreign demon has appeared. This is dire. The energy shield left by the city lord has been destroyed. What of the guards? Why was there no warning? Without the shield, if the beast tide resurfaces, we shall confront the ferocious creatures head-on. How could this happen? Instantly, the inhabitants of Dacia City were roused, many thrown into disarray. Everyone, steady yourselves. The figures of powerful individuals such as Yin Chuan emerged. Yin Chuan stood atop the walls, his expression grim. Have we identified the adversary? Unable to secure a lock, the opponent was exceedingly cautious, retreating swiftly after a single strike, leaving us no time to react. Lu Huai shook his head, revealing that he had already extracted the remote control for the last ultimate weapon at the onset of the commotion. This had long been the consensus in Dacia City. In the event of a 9th-tier emergence, the ultimate weapon must be deployed. Any hesitation, even for a fleeting moment, could result in numerous lives being lost at the hands of a 9th-tier being. Even with only 1 nuclear core remaining, there would be no second thoughts, as the objective was to intimidate the 9th-tier entities lurking outside, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. Damn it, Yin Chuan exclaimed, striking the wall with force. I knew that after the beast tide, the aberrant demons would surely devise some schemes, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. There was no alternative. Aside from the ultimate weapon, we had no means to counter a 9th-tier threat. As long as the adversary refrained from making a grand appearance, we were powerless. To think that a dignified 9th-tier would resort to underhanded tactics, these aberrant demons truly valued their lives. Yin Chuan scoffed before inquiring, what is the status of the energy shield? His gaze held a glimmer of hope. However, Lu Huai returned with grim news. It's completely shattered. The power of the 9th-tier is simply overwhelming. Damn. Yin Chuan cursed heavily. The destruction of the energy shield foretold that in 3 months' time, the beast tide would inevitably re-emerge. After all, the aberrant demons would not engage in such futile endeavors without proper preparation. Inform Xiao Ji and see if he has any means of restoration. Understood. Lu Huai used a communicator to receive a reply from Jang Ji. If it were merely damaged, I could still effect repairs, but with the energy shield utterly destroyed, restoration is impossible unless I reach the 7th tier. These were Jang Ji's exact words. The 9th tier aberrant demons had clearly left no room for error in their preparations. Summon everyone above the 6th tier for a council. With the energy shield in ruins, they must also make corresponding arrangements. This night, the residents of Sia City were destined for sleeplessness. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to all, a figure had silently infiltrated the city. Jang Ji emerged from the mechanical workshop, gazing toward the city walls, a sudden unease gripping his heart. After a moment's contemplation, he returned to continue his work on machinery, for in light of this incident, his creations were of utmost importance. Otherwise, once the beast tide struck, Sia City would suffer grievous losses. Over recent days, a steady influx of mechanical materials had been brought back. In addition to the bionic robots, he had also constructed energy shields and thunderstorm hammers, among other items. Beyond equipping each robot, a surplus remained, which could later be allocated to those with formidable offensive capabilities but weak defenses, and vice versa. Simultaneously, a considerable number of Earth demon mines had been buried around the city walls. When the ferocious beasts finally appeared, they would undoubtedly yield significant results. Due to enhancements, the Earth demon mines had attained 5th tier power and functioned as small-scale area weapons, boasting an attack range of 30 meters. Though they could not rival the 5th tier meteor cannons, they were nonetheless potent. Of course, Jang Ji's trump card remained the bionic robots. The Earth Magic Thunder is merely a disposable weapon, whereas the bionic robots possess the capability for sustained use and even enhancement of their abilities. Prior to Jang Ji ascending to the 5th tier, these robots serve as his most formidable means of attack. On the following day, despite significant events occurring at the city walls, Jang Ji's affairs continued as usual. 2 6th tier warriors and 5 5th tier warriors arrived in succession, each selecting a bionic robot to engage in training. The 6th tier warriors, while training, also took on the role of safeguarding Jang Ji's safety. Consequently, the strength of the bionic robots rapidly escalated, with most reaching the pinnacle of the 5th tier in combat prowess. Robots numbered 1 through 10 could barely contend with 6th tier opponents, maintaining an undefeated record for 5 to 8 minutes. When 5 robots launched a coordinated assault, they could even gain the upper hand in battle. Given time, they would undoubtedly attain true 6th tier capabilities. Chapter 30. Small reconnaissance drone. In addition to the bionic robots, Jang Ji had naturally equipped himself with a set of defensive machinery. Energy shields and powered exoskeletons were affixed to his body, enhancing his physical attributes while providing him with a reasonable degree of self-defense. Unfortunately, the 4th tier mechanical devices lacked a complete set of components. Were they 5th tier, he could forge powered armor, achieving a flawless combination of offense and defense. At that point, his personal combat strength would rank among the elite of the Great Sia City. However, since ascending to the 4th tier, his experience requirements had surged to a daunting 8,100,000. With no large-scale wars currently in sight, relying solely on the manufacture of mechanical devices would not suffice to elevate his tier within a few months. Thus, during this period, he fervently focused on creating machinery, aiming to equip more individuals for the impending beast tide, thereby allowing him to reap a significant amount of experience. The bionic robots would also become one of his hopes for acquiring substantial experience. Is Jang Ji here? Suddenly, an inquiring voice resonated from outside. Who are you? Do you not know that this is a restricted area for machinery? No unauthorized personnel allowed, barked the guarding 6th tier warrior. Oh, I am a neighbor of young Jiang. I grew worried when he had not returned home for so long, so I brought him some nourishing soup, the voice replied. Neighbor? Do you have any identification? Indeed, indeed. Here you go, my lord. Alas, young Jiang has become quite an important figure. It is rather difficult to see him now, the visitor responded. Soon, someone entered to report, bringing forth an identification document and presenting it to Jang Ji at the control panel. Jang Ji paused his actions, accepted the document, and upon inspection, nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. It is my neighbor, Sister Chun. Please let her in. During this time, many neighbors who had aided him in his childhood had visited him, and he found it difficult to refuse their kindness. Whenever someone came, he would exchange pleasantries, as a small gesture of gratitude for their past generosity. Upon receiving the confirmation, Sister Chin approached the entrance of the machinery storage with a broad smile, though a peculiar glimmer flickered in her eyes. She had not anticipated that within a single day, she could so easily approach this fledgling mechanic. This task was proving rather simple. Simultaneously, she surveyed her surroundings, contemplating a plan for her escape from Great Sia City. Little Jiang, Sister Chen has prepared some soup for you. You should come out and have it. I won't intrude any further, lest I stumble upon secrets that should remain hidden. It uttered this cautiously, in a bid to avoid raising suspicion and exposing its true identity. Internally, it mused, what is happening here? How could there be a sixth-tier guardian, and those mechanical contraptions seem quite formidable? Have these humans developed something new? No. Once I eliminate the mechanic, I must remain here to gather intelligence. Perhaps my master will reward me generously for the information I bring back. It is truly regrettable that, despite the abundance of blood and flesh here, I cannot indulge in a massacre. The restraint is excruciating. It had no intention of acting immediately. Instead, it sought to let the inhabitants lower their guard, allowing for a decisive strike later. Thus, it set down the soup and departed in a seemingly casual manner. Jang Ji, upon hearing the words, responded absent-mindedly and continued crafting his machinery. Given his nature, once he became engrossed, he found it difficult to disengage. If a neighbor were to enter, he might pause for a brief conversation, but Sister Chen merely left the food and departed. The task of creating machinery outweighed the importance of a meal. So Jang Ji immersed himself in his work, losing track of time. Observing this, the soldiers outside took the food left by Sister Chen, deeming that cold offerings were unworthy of the esteemed mechanic's palate. If he desired a meal, he could have the freshest provisions delivered at any moment. For several days, Sister Chen continued to bring food, placing it at the door before leaving, gradually becoming familiar with the soldiers. Although the two sixth-tier guardians could not be bothered to engage, they also relaxed their vigilance. Only Jang Ji sensed something amiss. While he was acquainted with her, it was unusual for her to deliver meals daily. They were not relatives. After all, of course, he had never partaken in any of the meals, as he only remembered them after they had gone cold, and by then, they had already been discarded. Could it be that she wished to elevate him now that he had become a mechanic? Jang Ji did not suspect anything nefarious. Guards were stationed day and night at the city gates, making it improbable for any malevolent entities to infiltrate without a significant cause. One day, Sister Chen brought a meal again, but unlike previous occasions, she appeared prepared to enter today. Little Jiang, while you are busy, do take care of your health. I have prepared some restorative medicine to alleviate your fatigue, and I'm bringing it in for you, she said, taking a deep breath as she slowly pushed open the door to the mechanical workshop. A few onlookers outside exchanged glances of discontent, but remained silent. The mechanics had not voiced any objections, so they refrained from overstepping their bounds. Jang Ji initially expected her to leave as she typically did, yet he was taken aback by the sound of the door creaking open. However, at that moment, he was too absorbed in the mechanical device he had just created to ponder the situation. It was a small reconnaissance drone, an advanced version of an unmanned remote control machine. Equipped with sensory recognition, long-distance video transmission, communication capabilities, and adaptive transformation for various environments. With this innovation, the exploration range of the city's expedition teams could extend to 100 miles. The small reconnaissance drone could conduct extensive scans for energy signatures, a stark contrast to the limited visibility of traditional remote-controlled machines that relied solely on camera feeds. The small reconnaissance drone is capable of remotely detecting the presence of ferocious beasts or otherworldly entities, thereby allowing one to avoid danger. In essence, possessing this device is akin to wielding a game-like interface, where threats and resource points become immediately apparent. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed as someone stepped through the entrance of the mechanical storage. Jang Ji instinctively turned towards the sound, but before he could fully react, the reconnaissance drone in his hand emitted a flickering red light. Warning! Warning! Unknown energy entity detected. Preliminary assessment indicates a destructive capability of level 7. Warning! Warning! Unknown energy entity detected. Analyzing. The subject does not belong to carbon-based life forms. It is an unknown variety. Please retreat immediately. The drone's urgent voice resonated with intelligence. An unknown energy entity at level 7? Jiang Ji's expression changed abruptly, yet his reflexes were quick, his powered skeletal structure activated in an instant, and his energy shield flared to life. Gripping Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling on either side, he swiftly retreated. He possessed confidence in the machinery he had crafted. The reconnaissance drone would not misjudge. Although momentarily stunned, he had already sensed the impending crisis. Even the city lord Yan Chuan was merely at level 6. So how could an ordinary neighbor's energy reach level 7? The thought alone was disconcerting. Moreover, the drone had determined that the entity was not human. Who could fathom what it truly was? In any case, creating distance was the prudent choice. As a citizen of Sia City, Jang Ji's instinctive response was commendable. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling had yet to comprehend the situation when they felt their bodies being propelled backward at an alarming speed. The entity, known as Chunjia, a phantom demon, was momentarily taken aback. Had it been revealed? It had originally intended to approach Jang Ji and eliminate him stealthily, avoiding detection by the level 6 entities outside, thus making a leisurely escape. Yet now, it had barely entered before being sensed by Jang Ji. Technically speaking, it was the mechanical contraption in his grasp that had detected it. Realizing this, it dismissed any concern about exposure, tearing off its disguise to reveal its upper body, a head resembling a butterfly, a kaleidoscopic form, and bizarre skin that was continually tearing and reshaping into its true demonic essence. Since it had been discovered, it decided to eliminate Jang Ji without hesitation, cackling with malevolence. Chapter 31. Aftermath. As the aura of the demon ceased to be concealed, the two level 6 entities outside were the first to react, their faces paling as they rushed into the mechanical storage. At this moment, Jang Ji had only created a distance of less than 30 meters, yet the level 7 phantom demon was already closing in. Although he was equipped with defensive mechanical creations, his powered skeleton was ultimately only a level 3 product. Even at its peak performance, it could only achieve a level 4 speed. The disparity between level 4 and level 7 was insurmountable. As the phantom demon approached, a grotesque grin spread across its face, magical tendrils coiling like venomous serpents. Launching an assault towards Jang Ji, the impact was tremendous. The energy shield activated automatically to protect its master, but it could not withstand the overwhelming force. Sustaining substantial damage and dimming in brilliance, Jang Ji felt a colossal force strike him, sending his body hurtling into a shelf, crashing down and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He strained to shield Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling. Had he not absorbed the entirety of the phantom demon's attack, the two ordinary individuals would have perished. Number 1. He shouted, his voice echoing in the chaos. In an instant, a brilliant light illuminated the eyes of the bionic robot outside, and a message flashed across its interface. Owner detected in peril, initiating kill mode. Led by Unit 1, 50 bionic robots surged forward with explosive energy, racing into the mechanical storage facility. Ah, I struck you yet you still live? What manner of creature are you? The phantasm, surprised to see Jang Ji, still capable of speech, momentarily hesitated. Yet, it soon recalled the urgency of the situation and continued its assault, intent on utterly annihilating Jang Ji. Completing its mission would grant it the confidence to blend into the crowd and escape unscathed. Foul spawn, do you think we are mere decorations? At last, two 6th-tier martial artists arrived. One immediately launched a punch aimed at the phantasm's back, while the other stood protectively before Jang Ji, radiating vital energy and brandishing a long blade to intercept the incoming attack. Oomph, a mere 6th-tier dares to obstruct me. The phantasm, realizing its tactics had failed, wore an increasingly malevolent expression as a kaleidoscope of colors spread across its gaze. Is that the phantasm? Close your eyes, quickly. The martial artist shielding Jang Ji's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly shut his eyes, albeit a moment too late. Colors swirled in his vision, his pupils dilating as he found himself unable to sustain his 6th-tier vital energy. This was one of the Phantasm clan's innate abilities, illusion. Those ensnared would fall into a hallucinatory realm. While the illusion bore no offensive capability, it incapacitated the victim, rendering them under control. Fortunately, the martial artist behind, having heard the warning, promptly closed his eyes and avoided direct confrontation with the phantasm. His fist struck the phantasm fiercely, sending it staggering back several steps. The Phantasm clan does not rely on brute strength. As long as one evades their illusionary capabilities, even a 7th-tier warrior may only exhibit the peak prowess of a 6th tier. Dare to appear in the great Sia City? You are doomed, the martial artist declared coldly. Jiang, are you unharmed? Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. It was fortunate that the opponent underestimated me with their initial strike, allowing me to endure. Had you arrived even a moment later, I might not have withstood it. Jang Ji replied, clutching his chest as he struggled to rise with assistance. His energy shield had reached its critical threshold, and another blow would assuredly spell his demise. To be honest, he felt a wave of dread. A 7th-tier aberrant creature had stealthily approached him. Had it not been for the timely emergence of his small reconnaissance drone, which alerted him, he would have undoubtedly perished. A 7th-tier phantasm? How do you bear Sister Chen's visage? Where is she? Jang Ji inquired coldly. Ha ha ha, Sister Chen. She has been consumed by me. Surely you are aware that our Phantasm clan can only absorb human flesh to access their memories and forms? The Phantasm cackled ominously. To fulfill my mission, I have devoured 6 individuals to gather information about you. The taste of humanity is truly delightful. Jang Ji's expression darkened. He was taken aback to realize that 6 lives had been extinguished due to his existence, all while he remained oblivious. My strength, ultimately, is still too feeble. Abominable aberrant. I shall see you dead. Jang Ji's fury ignited. This was the first time he had ever felt such wrath. In the past, the sacrifices made during wars evoked feelings of sorrow, yet never has such emotion resonated more profoundly than in this moment. The lives lost were those of individuals who perished because of him. At this juncture, the squad of bionic robots finally arrived, forming a formidable team composed of the strongest units, numbered from 1 to 10, who immediately launched an assault on the Phantasm. The remaining robots encircled Jang Ji, providing protection. Astonishingly, the 10 bionic robots were able to engage in a stalemate against a 7th-tier aberration. Although the Phantasm was not renowned for its combat prowess, it was still a 7th-tier entity, while the bionic robots, in their essence, were merely 4th-tier. This serves as a testament to the fact that, when working in unison, the bionic robots possess the full combat strength of a 6th-tier being. What manner of creature is this? The Phantasm, increasingly enraged by the onslaught, unleashed its hallucinatory abilities, only to discover that its powers had no effect on these mechanical entities. Despite their intelligence, the bionic robots were, strictly speaking, not living beings, thereby rendering them immune to the Phantasm's innate talents. An aberration has entered the city? What of Jang Ji? A sudden roar echoed from afar, heralding the approach of a storm. The voice of the ethereal steed, Hilly Lily, rang out as it galloped forth, with Old Wang perched upon it, anxiously scanning the battlefield. Upon seeing Jang Ji still standing, he exhaled a sigh of relief. His residence was not far from here, and as soon as the aberration made its appearance, someone had rushed to inform him. Although he had arrived in mere minutes, his heart was aflame with worry. How could a 4th-tier Jang Ji withstand a 7th-tier aberration? Now, witnessing him unharmed, he could finally breathe easy. How audacious for the wretched spawn to dare enter the city. It was truly a death wish. Without hesitation, Old Wang brandished his spear and joined the fray. The Phantasm's expression finally shifted. There were 3 6th-tier powerhouses present, along with numerous bizarre mechanical entities, and a powerful aura could be faintly sensed approaching in the distance. Though it was a 7th-tier creature, being besieged meant certain death. It had not yet ascended to the 8th tier. How could it perish here? Clearly, the mission must be abandoned. The Phantasm began to entertain thoughts of retreat. In the midst of the assault, it detonated its form, scattering a burst of colorful dust. Within this kaleidoscopic haze, it transformed its appearance and slipped into the throng of newcomers. Where has it gone? Old Wang swung his spear through empty air, his gaze scanning the area. Yet no trace of the aberration remained. Even the bionic robots lost their target, halting in place. Over there, Jang Ji, holding a small reconnaissance drone, pointed with precision towards an individual attempting to blend into the crowd. Upon hearing this, Old Wang, without a moment's hesitation, launched an attack with his spear. The detestable mechanic. With no other choice, the Phantasm revealed itself to defend, finding itself encircled once more. Chapter 32. The death of the Phantasm. Jang Ji focused intently, ever vigilant of the small reconnaissance drone. Having previously deciphered the information of aberrations, it was now more than capable of identifying its target. Moreover, Jang Ji had programmed it to detect the Phantasm's unique aura. Regardless of the transformations it underwent, its essence remained unchanged, making escape from the drone's scanning impossible. Thus, the abilities of this Phantasm were rendered entirely countered. Certainly, had Jang Ji not created the small reconnaissance drone today, the situation would have unfolded quite differently. Fortunately, the materials arrived in a timely manner, as if favored by fate. Under the assault of Wang Lao and the robotic brigade, the aberrant demon gradually found itself at a disadvantage. During the skirmish, it transformed several times, yet each attempt was deftly uncovered by Jang Ji. It sought to destroy the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, but the 2 guardians at Jang Ji's side were no mere decorations. Even the warrior who had been afflicted by illusions had recovered, blocking the demon's attack on behalf of Jang Ji. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged forth. Yanchuan had finally arrived. He came to Jang Ji's side and surveyed the battle within the arena, eager to join the fray, but was quickly restrained by Jang Ji. Jang Ji remarked, "This aberrant demon no longer poses a threat, yet it is of the 7th tier. Perhaps, after today, a second 7th-tier awakener will emerge in Sia City." Yanchuan recalled something and suppressed the impulse to intervene. The many 6th-tier warriors in Sia City had been stuck for far too long. Today presented a rare opportunity for an over-tier kill against a 7th-tier foe, which could indeed favor Wang Lao. He realized that if he intervened, it would be deemed a team effort, thus nullifying the conditions for promotion, a situation best avoided. Yanchuan summoned a healer to tend to Jang Ji's injuries, and then inquired, how could the aberrant demon suddenly infiltrate the city? Sia City's 4 gates are tightly secured, and there was previously an energy shield in place. Did it breach the energy shield? Could the destruction of that shield have been orchestrated to allow this demon to enter the city instantaneously? Yanchuan suddenly recalled events from a few days prior. Jang Ji nodded, acknowledging that is indeed a possibility. Its appearance coincided with the day after the energy shield malfunctioned. However, it was disguised in the form of my neighbor and behaved as usual, leading me to remain oblivious. Of course, there is another possibility. It could have substituted for one of the outbound team members. The Illusion Demon Clan possesses transformation techniques that can deceive the senses. And if that were the case, we might not have detected it at all. Thankfully, I constructed this device today. Otherwise, I might not be here now. Jiang Ji raised the small reconnaissance drone as evidence. At these words, Yin Chuan felt a wave of dread. When the energy shield was breached, everyone assumed it was the aberrant demon preparing for a beast tide. No one had considered this angle. In retrospect, had it not been for Jiang Ji's capabilities thwarting the demon's designs, they would now be filled with regret. Jiang Ji continued, Uncle Yan, please assist me later in gathering the bodies of the deceased aberrant demons. I need to capture their essence to enhance the drone's settings. This way, in the future, when it scans for aberrant demons, it will promptly identify their type. Once configured, I will provide you with some. Henceforth, all who return from outside must pass through its scrutiny to prevent any further incursions by aberrant demons into the city. Understood. I shall arrange for their delivery shortly. Yin Chuan replied with a nod. Such occurrences should only happen once. Sia City would undoubtedly tighten its security measures. Moreover, Yin Chuan intended to increase the number of 6th-tier protectors for Jang Ji, as having only 2 seemed insufficient. Were it not for the presence of the bionic robots today, the 2 6th-tier warriors might not have been able to hold out until Wang Lao's arrival. At that moment, the battle in the arena was nearing its conclusion. The phantom demon, perhaps sensing the impending threat of death, became increasingly frenzied. Unfortunately, its combat prowess was ultimately lacking, barely surpassing that of Wang Lao. With the assistance of the bionic robots, the disparity in their ranks had been effectively neutralized. Wang Lao, possessing a wealth of battle experience, adeptly utilized the robots as cover whenever the phantom demon unleashed its hallucinatory abilities. After a protracted struggle lasting a full half-hour, the phantom demon finally succumbed to exhaustion. Wang Lao, with a quiet resolve, thrust his spear, pinning the creature against the wall, as a melange of blood trickled down. Thus, the 7th-tier phantom demon met its ultimate demise. At the very moment of its death, a formidable aura suddenly emanated from Wang Lao. This was a familiar sensation for those present. It signified the ascension process. The first to undergo transformation was his spirit steed. With a mighty roar, the steed's form began to shift. Its head sprouted 2 fearsome horns. The color of its hooves changed, its mane lengthened, and it astonishingly morphed into a creature with wolf-like hooves, adorned with colorful scales. Is this a Chilean horse? Someone exclaimed. With horns upon its head, wolf-like hooves, a rounded visage, and vibrant hues, it indeed resembled the legendary auspicious beast, the Chilean. As the steed underwent its metamorphosis, Wang Lao's armor transformed into a deep black, complementing the Chilean horse and bestowing upon him a majestic presence. A tempest then arose, and all present felt the overwhelming force of the swirling winds. A tornado coiled above Wang Lao, relentless in its motion. Following the Lord of Tiantian City, the great Sia City welcomed its second 7th-tier awakened being. Wang Lao raised his spear, his face alight with joy. At last, I have reached the 7th tier. After a moment, he reined in his aura, and the Chilean horse dissipated into ethereal light. Bowing to the onlookers, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you all for your support. You are too modest, Wang Lao. If we are to speak of support, it is Jang Ji who deserves the most credit, Yin Chuan remarked with a smile. Wang Lao nodded in agreement. Indeed, without the assistance of these robots, I likely would not have been able to subdue this 7th-tier phantom demon. Only after ascending did I realize the vast chasm between the 6th and 7th tiers. Even a 7th-tier phantom demon, despite not being renowned for combat, is beyond the reach of us 6th-tier beings. Those who are not prodigious talents will never transcend their ranks in their lifetime. Wang Lao reflected on the matter, acknowledging that had the robots not shielded him from the phantom demon's abilities and drained its strength, he would have surely perished in a one-on-one confrontation. He never anticipated becoming the second individual in Great Sia City to ascend to the 7th tier. Xiaoji, thank you. Wang Lao solemnly expressed his gratitude to the younger generation he had watched grow. Jang Ji hastily waved his hand. Grandpa Wang, you flatter me. If you hadn't arrived so swiftly to confront the otherworldly demon, I might have been injured again, as it was indeed targeting me. Yin Chuan spoke with genuine remorse. From here on, I will ensure a thorough investigation throughout the city to prevent any further incursions by otherworldly demons. Wang Lao concurred, stating, now that I have reached the 7th tier, as long as there is no war, I shall remain here to serve as your protector. The group established their forthcoming plans. Other 6th-tier awakened beings, witnessing Wang Lao's ascension, felt a surge of fervor and gazed at him with eager eyes. Brother Jiang, might we borrow your robots for our own use in the future? Upon hearing this, the numerous 6th-tier individuals present responded in unison, expressing their shared sentiment. Indeed, we have lingered at the 6th tier for far too long. The 7th tier remains elusive, as old Wang has already made his advance. We yearn for it as well. Jang Ji replied with a smile. Fear not, the proliferation of bionic robots shall only increase. I plan to create opportunities for all 6th-tier individuals to meet the conditions for advancement when the beast tide arises in a little over a month, should 7th-tier beasts emerge. Laughter erupted. How delightful. I extend my gratitude in advance to you, Brother Jiang. Indeed, indeed. Just you wait. The third seventh tier will undoubtedly be me, Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan declared loudly, feeling the pressure. Jang Ji's constant reminders of advancement spurred him on. If he did not grow stronger, he would soon be surpassed. Wait for what? Do not think I fear you simply because you are the city lord. I once spanked you as a child. The opportunity for advancement is a matter of fair competition. Laughter filled the air once more. However, the exposure of Yin Chuan's past left his countenance darkened, and with a cold huff, he retreated amidst the mocking gazes of others. Chapter 33. A new program. The illusion demon has perished. In the endless forest, within the eerie palace, a voice echoed once again, "What a useless being. Achieving nothing and only causing trouble. The task remains incomplete, and we have alerted our foes. Now, humanity is on high alert. The matter of slaying the mechanic must await an opportunity amid the upcoming beast tide. The illusion demon clan truly is inept. Well, since this attempt has failed, we shall continue to plot." However, in 40 days, during the midterm of the Federation's elite ranking tournament, many humans will come to our clan. This beast tide must leave Great Sia City in ruins, forcing them to retreat into their fortress, too fearful to step outside. Otherwise, if they reveal their presence and attract the attention of these human prodigies, we will find ourselves in a precarious position. The Federation will surely seize upon this opportunity to extort our resources. Rest assured, I shall oversee matters from the shadows this time. The 9th tier ferocious beasts are wary of humanity's ultimate weapon. I will command the 8th tier beasts to strike, supplemented by a multitude of high tier reinforcements. I refuse to believe that Great Sia City, devoid of its energy shield, can withstand the onslaught of the ferocious beast army. Very well, that reassures me. However, I must caution you, you must not intervene. Otherwise, the backlash from the 9th tier violating the covenant is beyond your capacity to endure. A drop in tier is trivial. Should you perish, our clan will descend from the ranks of the pinnacle races. Concerning life, I shall be vigilant. During this period, have there been any significant developments on that front? In the radio room of the signal tower, Yin Chuan, Lu Huai, Jang Ji, and others gathered. Elder Qin, donning headphones, spoke. In this past month, the only signals we have intercepted pertain to a program called Talk Show, with no other news. However, through these so-called guests and their discourse, I have come to a certain realization. What is it? Yin Chuan inquired anxiously. After extensive observation, I have nearly confirmed that the entity known as Mo Fei Chun, belonging to the Rebirth clan, is indeed the equal recognized by our Great Sia City. Moreover, the program features a constantly rotating cast of guests, showcasing not only the Rebirth clan, but also the Illusion Demon clan, Flame Demon clan, Tree Demon clan, Succubus clan, among others. Throughout the 12 episodes, a total of 12 distinct demon races have been presented, 4 of which are unfamiliar to us in the Great Sia City. Master Qin took out his notes and continued. In addition, I am largely able to confirm that the setting of this program is indeed the former capital of the ancient kingdom. Although the name has changed, various pieces of information corroborate this assertion. Yin Chuan sank heavily into a chair, his gaze shifting slightly. The humans from the old earth have truly formed an alliance with the demons. Is this the reason they have yet to extend their aid to our Great Sia City? Lu Huai interjected. An alliance between the two naturally implies a division of territory. Aside from diplomatic matters, they would seldom encroach upon each other's domains. Thus, the location of the Great Sia City has been deemed within the sphere of influence of the demons. Upon grasping this notion, Yin Chuan and the others felt a chill run down their spines. If that were the case, upon their return to the old earth, would they be attacked as outsiders? Such a scenario is entirely plausible. Do you think they initially detected our situation? Did they choose to abandon us to forge an alliance with the demons as a token of loyalty, or have they simply forgotten our existence? Believing the Great Sia City to have perished? Yin Chuan spoke, his complexion somewhat pale. After such a prolonged period of anticipation, everyone yearned for answers. Master Qin snorted dismissively. Why ponder so deeply? Whether it be abandonment or a token of loyalty, the Great Sia City can no longer hope to return to its homeland. We must confront our challenges head-on. As long as we strive for self-improvement, we shall eventually uncover the truth. Besides, whether we can endure until that moment is another matter entirely. Why fret over such things? Borrowing the spirit of the Great Sia City, one could distill it down to a singular phrase. Only battle persists. Master Qin's words dispelled the confusion within Yin Chuan's heart. Indeed, only battle persists. After 12 years of resilience in the Great Sia City, who could fear combat? No one would. Yin Chuan rallied himself. As the current lord of the Great Sia City, he could afford no confusion. He was, after all, the cornerstone of their hope. Unless he were to perish, and someone like Jang Ji were to rise and assume that pivotal role, he must remain steadfast. Yin Chuan solemnly surveyed the group, a sudden smile breaking across his face as he declared, Then let us prepare for war. We have 1 month until the beast tide arrives. With the energy shield destroyed, we must repair the city walls and establish various defensive works. The great Sia City shall endure eternally. Yan Chuan no longer regarded the old earth as a beacon of hope. From this day forth, the great Sia City would embody the spirit of self-reliance, no longer dependent on the ethereal unknown. A spirit of independence. Should battle arise, let us meet it head-on. We shall resist with all our might. Soon, Yan Chuan and the others departed, as the impending war demanded an increasing array of his attention. Within the radio room, only Jang Ji and Master Qin remained. During this time, due to the deployment efforts, the teams venturing outside had gradually ceased their material collection. On one hand, the ferocious beasts had begun to gather, rendering the wilderness perilous. On one hand, the materials within a 20-mile radius have nearly been exhausted, and it is impossible to obtain a steady stream of resources as before. Venturing beyond the city now seems to be a futile endeavor. However, thanks to recent efforts, the quantity of mechanical weaponry has significantly increased. Consequently, Jang Ji finds himself with some leisure time. The matter of materials can only resume after the beast tide has subsided. Nonetheless, the relentless pursuit has yielded commendable results, as his experience bar has progressed by 1/3. If all goes smoothly, when the beast tide returns, he will undoubtedly ascend to the 5th tier. At that point, the meteor cannon he forges will become a true nightmare for the ferocious beasts. Suddenly, Grandpa Qin exclaimed in surprise. What is it? Jiang Ji inquired. The talk show has concluded, and the new program is called the Federation's Elite Ranking Tournament. A tournament? Is it yet another entertainment show? Jiang Ji pondered. Also, Grandpa Qin, have there been any developments regarding the connection matter during this time? Jiang Ji recalled their previous discussions. If they could establish a link, they could converse with the other side. He felt little sense of belonging there, but conversing would provide insight into the overall strength of humanity's core. Grandpa Qin shook his head. A few days ago, there was indeed a connection segment, but whether it was due to our signal issues or mere bad luck, my request for a connection vanished without a trace, proving utterly fruitless. What a pity, Jiang Ji lamented. I wonder if there will be another opportunity for connection in the next program. If so, we could seize the chance to understand the situation better and gather information about the otherworldly demons. Speaking of which, I just remembered something, Grandpa Qin recalled. The programs on the other side are accompanied by visual scenes. Unfortunately, our equipment here is outdated, resulting in a failure to receive the visual signals, leaving us with only audio. Little Jiang, can you find a way? If we could pair it with the visuals from their transmissions, this so-called tournament might even feature competitive segments. Based on the previous program, there might even be otherworldly demons participating, allowing us to observe their capabilities. Currently, aside from the Regeneration Clan and the Illusion Demon Clan, our knowledge of otherworldly demons is still woefully inadequate. Some we have only glimpsed, yet we know nothing of their powers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji's eyes sparkled with interest. Is that so? I will give it a try. Chapter 34. They have forgotten history for several consecutive days. Jiang Ji remained in the radio station. Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling had joined him to assist. Meanwhile, Yan Chuan and others had given up on the news from this area, focusing solely on preparing for battle. Jiang Ji, however, was determined to acquire more information about the otherworldly demons in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. After continuous testing, the signal tower indeed received visuals from the other side. The group gathered beneath a massive screen, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the program. Today coincidentally marked the opening of the Federation Ranking Tournament. It was remarkable that, despite the vast distance from the old Earth, even the remote Sia City was able to receive real-time visuals. The crowd eagerly gazed at the screen, though they no longer held any expectations for the old land. A faint sense of nostalgia lingered within their hearts. 12 years of anticipation are not easily extinguished. The screen gradually illuminated, revealing a badge emblematic of the Federation. Two hosts, each possessing 5th-tier prowess, stood on stage, elaborating on the details of the Federation Ranking Tournament. Grandpa Qin's earlier conjecture proved accurate. This competition indeed followed a combat-style format. It was divided into 3 categories: teams, groups, and individuals. After outlining the competition structure, the host proceeded to introduce the participating teams. With each name mentioned, the camera panned, accompanied by resounding cheers. A total of 24 elite academies of awakened students were introduced, and through the host narration, Jiang Ji and others learned that the minimum tier among these students was 3rd tier, with numerous 4th and 5th tier contenders, and even some 6th tier individuals. These were all young people around 20 years old, some possessing strengths comparable to the top-tier forces of Sia City. Occasionally, the camera flickered to the teachers section, where Jiang Ji discovered that 7th-tier powerhouses were plentiful. The disparity between Sia City and the Federation was staggering. Jiang Ji marveled. Was it truly so simple for them to transcend tiers? Grandpa Qin's expression grew grave. In comparison, It seemed that Sia City was somewhat lacking, and these participants were merely students. How formidable must the Federation's top echelon be? Following the introduction of the 24 academies, the focus shifted to societal factions, such as the Tribunal, mercenary organizations, Grand Taverns, and the Blood Court. The representatives from these factions were equally impressive, boasting young individuals of 6th-tier strength. After the introduction of the human contestants from the Federation, as Jang Ji and others had anticipated, the tournament indeed featured the participation of otherworldly beings. The number of allied otherworldly races exceeded expectations, with as many as 18 different types competing simultaneously. Various forms of otherworldly beings sat at the center of the crowd, and when they were introduced, the humans cheered loudly. This joyous scene, observed by the people of Sia City, painted an absurd picture. This place seemed to be the site of a war that had once nearly led to national annihilation. Grandpa Chin meticulously scrutinized each frame, his mind racing, and suddenly, a realization struck him, his eyes widening. This was a location transformed in memory of a war that nearly extinguished the ancient nation. Tears welled in Grandpa Chin's eyes, as if flames were about to erupt. How could the old land be treated as a venue for entertainment? Had they forgotten history? Grandpa Chin thundered. Jang Ji, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Grandpa Chin, filled with anger, replied, "In the past, our ancient nation was invaded by foreign tribes. The grand edifice was on the brink of collapse, and our territory was in turmoil. This place was the battlefield of that decisive conflict, where countless soldiers of our ancient nation perished. How can a site where heroes rest be turned into a place of amusement? Do those cheers not disturb the eternal slumber of the heroic spirits? And to have otherworldly beings standing above the heroes, with the demon race at the forefront. What a disgrace. Have the humans of the Federation entirely forgotten the past?" Old Master Chin's eyes gradually lost their luster, and he slumped in his chair as if paralyzed, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, Jang Ji acted swiftly and caught him just in time. Upon learning that the great Sia had been abandoned by the ancient nations, he did not feel anger, nor did he feel fury upon discovering the alliance between humanity and the otherworldly demons. However, at this moment, he was undeniably disillusioned with the old-world humans. This was a forgetting of history, a trampling of past glories into the dust, an act utterly unforgivable. Witnessing Master Chin's demeanor, the hearts of all present were also stirred. It began. The previously mentioned Young Li pointed to the screen. After a lengthy introduction, the ranking competition finally commenced in earnest. Thousands of participants were divided into hundreds of battle zones. The first phase was a group competition, with 5 individuals per team engaging in combat. Jang Ji focused on observing the positions of the otherworldly demons through the screen. It must be said, some of the demons possessed abilities that were both bizarre and formidable. For instance, the Black Mist regeneration ability of the Regenerating Clan allowed them to recover to full health regardless of the severity of their injuries, leaving their human opponents in a state of despair. Once they exhausted their strength, defeat was inevitable. Additionally, the ever-changing illusion demons, armed with their hallucinatory powers, rendered humans devoid of any means to counterattack, swiftly overwhelming them. The flame demons, naturally attuned to fire, transformed the arena into a realm dominated by flames upon unleashing their abilities. The tree demons boasted invincible defenses, while the stone demons could move mountains, making most humans no match for the otherworldly demons of the same tier. Nonetheless, there were some prodigies among humanity. For example, the Ice Queen, Lung Qianro, who had appeared in the previous segment, conjured her own domain of ice and snow with a mere wave of her hand, freezing her opponent in place before they could even attempt to resist. This scene reminded Jang Ji of Su Shuangyue, who had awakened alongside him that day. If they were of the same tier, how would the control of wind and snow compare between the Ice Queen and the Ice Elemental? However, since that day, their paths had diverged. In addition to Lung Qianro, there were formidable awakeners in the sword demon profession, summoners, and sorcerers, among others. The group combat professions, which were so coveted in the great Sia City, surprisingly comprised at least a third of the participants. However, through the host's introduction, Jang Ji discovered that group combat professions were considered one of the lower-tier occupations within the Federation. Possessing the strength for group battles implied a lack of individual prowess, making them inherently disadvantaged in one-on-one combat against those with unparalleled individual abilities. The Federation revered personal heroism, entirely dismissing the concept of collaboration. Furthermore, the group combat professions that emerged were categorized as having relatively weak abilities, even in the great Sia City. They might struggle to achieve the feat of single-handedly slaying a large-scale beast of the same tier. If they could not even achieve a crushing victory within their own tier, the prospect of surpassing it was utterly out of the question. Conversely, those with exceptional combat prowess often possessed the strength to be invincible within their tier, illustrating how environmental differences could yield vastly different outcomes. Jiang Ji pondered this connection. realizing that the group combat professions of the Great Sia City were primarily designed to contend with the vast numbers of low-tier beasts, thus lacking the capability to execute large-scale slayings of their own tier. In the realm of higher awakened beings, even the mightiest can only contend with foes numbering 2 or 3 times their own strength. The disparity in their circumstances creates a chasm between their statuses. The Federation engages not in large-scale battles, but rather in competitive confrontations designed to elevate one's renown, thus venerating individual prowess. In stark contrast, the city of Dashia perpetually teeters on the brink of peril, where the profession of group combatants emerges as a beacon of hope for the masses. It is indeed a curious twist of fate. One might say the drought perishes the thirsty, while the flood drowns the waterlogged. What a sight it would be if these group combatants were to thrive in Dashia. Chapter 35. The Mechanic of the Federation. So the Federation boasts mechanics as well? Amidst the rapid transitions of the visuals, Jang Ji beheld a scene that seemed vaguely familiar. Before him stood a third-tier mechanic, wielding a simplistic energy cannon, engaged in combat with a foreign demon. Yet, his combat effectiveness was astonishingly feeble. The energy cannon discharged at such a languid pace that it could be discerned by the naked eye. The opposing demon, known for its agility, evaded the mechanic's attacks for several minutes without breaking a sweat. Judging by his demeanor, it appeared his mastery of mechanics was rudimentary at best, barely sufficient for practical application. Unable to inflict meaningful damage upon the demon, he found himself desperately dodging its relentless assaults, appearing utterly beleaguered. It was evident to any observant onlooker that the demon was toying with him. Is the mechanic of the Federation truly so weak? Jang Ji pondered. As a mechanic himself, he could not help but compare. Even when he was merely a second-tier practitioner, armed with an energy cannon, he could dispatch a foreign demon within 10 seconds. If both were of the same third tier, the demon would be fortunate to endure even a second against him. Yet here was a mechanic of equal rank, being played with as if he were a mere monkey. How could this be? Through this comparison, Jang Ji recognized the vast gulf between his own capabilities as a mechanic and those of others. Now at 4th tier, he had the ability to create bionic robots with the combat prowess of a 6th-tier combatant. Conversely, the Federation's mechanic, already at 3rd tier, could only wield 2nd-tier mechanical weaponry, and the power of that energy cannon seemed to be barely equivalent to the initial energy rifle he had crafted. The host's voice cut through the tension. Behold, this mechanic student is on the verge of being defeated by the talent from the opposing faction. Alas, I've perused his records. His awakened talent is known as Mechanical Apprentice. Mechanics are inherently among the weaker professions, and coupled with such a feeble talent, one must admit he is rather lacking. After graduation, he may find himself merely running a repair shop to make ends meet. The host's remarks, seemingly humorous, resonated as blatant mockery through the eyes of the Dasha populace. Yet the audience erupted in laughter, soon becoming indifferent. After all, the notion of mechanics being a weak profession had become a widely accepted truth within the Federation. The visuals continued to shift, sparing no time on the mechanic, as if the brief camera focus served solely to showcase his abject predicament. A mechanical apprentice? Could it be that the mechanics of the Federation belonged to such a frail profession? The gathered crowd cast furtive glances at Jang Ji. There are no inherently weak professions, only individuals lacking strength. The denizens of the old earth are indeed short-sighted, discarding treasures as if they were mere rags. Grandpa Chin scoffed, stating, if the mechanic were truly weak, how could the war god instill fear in ferocious beasts? How could Xiao Zhang bring about a fundamental surge in strength for Great Sia City? It appears that the people of old earth have been at peace for too long, forgetting the brutalities of war. What does individual strength matter when faced with an endless tide of beasts? They can slay but a few. Yet, we must not overlook that the old earth possesses a plethora of advanced technological weaponry. With such resources at their disposal, they seem to have no need to rely solely on awakeners, someone interjected. In contrast, our technological arsenal in Great Sia City lacks opportunities for replenishment. Each loss is significant. The differing environments have indeed fostered two distinct styles. Grandpa Chin sighed. I concede that technological weaponry is formidable. Even the ultimate weapons pose a substantial deterrent to those at the 9th tier. However, their shortcomings are glaringly apparent. The previous breaches of energy shields and the risks posed by phantoms illustrate that, under such peculiar abilities, technological weapons can become mere scrap metal, exhibiting no efficacy whatsoever. A weapon that cannot lock onto its target, no matter how powerful, is ultimately ineffective. While ultimate weapons can annihilate 9th tier foes, those at that level are not to be trifled with. Should they not be at the epicenter of an explosion, their demise is not guaranteed. Thus, despite Great Sia City facing several extinction battles over the years, we have rarely resorted to their use. They serve merely as a means of intimidation. Pointing at the screen, Grandpa Chin continued. In comparison, a true 9th tier individual embodies a sustainable ultimate weapon with a vastly different impact. Furthermore, is the ninth tier truly the apex in this world? Should a 10th tier emerge, the deterrence of technological weapons would vanish entirely. Therefore, I confidently assert that the future will belong to the Awakeners. Technology is becoming obsolete. An excessive reliance on it may ultimately transform into a fatal flaw. Upon hearing these words, the crowd began to grasp the underlying truths. It must be said that although Grandpa Qin can no longer step onto the battlefield, his long-term strategic vision remains commendable. And you, Xiao Jiang, he inquired, shifting his gaze to Jang Ji with anticipation. When considering the so-called geniuses of the Federation above, do you possess the confidence to stand among them? Jang Ji smiled and replied, raising his head with newfound confidence, do not underestimate me. Even at the 6th tier, I would have the assurance to sweep them all aside. Of course, even as a mere 4th tier now, if I were to employ a bionic robot, I could still dominate in the arena and secure the top position. Such arrogance. Remember, there are always greater heights beyond, Grandpa Qin remarked. Little Li instinctively blurted out, if one isn't bold, can they truly be considered young? Grandpa Qin shot him a fierce glare. I am speaking with Xiao Jiang. What right do you have to interject? He then turned back to Jiang Ji with a smile. Amidst such bravado lies the spirited essence of youth. With you in Great Sia City, we are indeed fortunate. In the future, my old bones shall eagerly await your triumph over the younger generation of the Federation. A smile played at the corners of Jiang Ji's mouth. In truth, he wished to convey that not only the younger generation, but even the older one fell within the ambit of his aspirations. As a transgressor of fate, he possessed the audacity and confidence in his own capabilities. Even now, without relying on their innate strength, the bionic robots, armed solely with 4th-tier machinery, could easily crush a horde of lower-tier beasts. And as for the mere thousands participating in the contest, despite the presence of 6th-tier powerhouses, how many would survive beneath the onslaught of countless lower-tier ferocious beasts? However, there was one matter Jiang Ji refrained from disclosing. Although the mechanical creations, including the bionic robots, were of his own invention, he himself lacked substantial power. In the arena battles, if he were restricted from bringing his bionic robots, he would find himself at a disadvantage. This was indeed a shortcoming. Nevertheless, his prowess was calibrated for warfare rather than mere competitions, and those earlier boastful declarations were not mere empty rhetoric. Chapter 36. The siege of the city approaches. Jiang Ji remained engrossed in observing the Federation's ranking competition. He had gained insights into both the otherworldly demons and the Federation's prodigies, enriching his perspective and enabling him to devise better strategies against such adversaries in the future. For a mechanic equipped with a compendium of mechanical designs, as long as 1's rank was sufficient, there existed countermeasures for any abilities encountered. Naturally, he personally favored the principle of overwhelming force. Only in battles against superior ranks did one need to create tailored mechanical products. Within the same tier, firepower suppression proved far more efficient. Regardless of the enemy's capabilities, a single artillery shell would reduce them to ashes. Time flew swiftly. A month later, on this day, atop the city walls, Yin Xuan and Lu Huai stood with solemn expressions, gazing into the distant wilderness. The monstrous spawn could hardly contain their impatience. Once the 3-month restriction was lifted, the beast tide had indeed returned. Some bore grim expressions. Although there had been prior speculation, the reality was still daunting. With the energy shield shattered, it signified that the city of Daxiao would be plunged into a grueling melee from the outset. Even with the towering walls and artillery, the conditions would inevitably be more challenging than before. At that moment, within the thickets of the wild, numerous ferocious beasts were seen restlessly pacing, their precise numbers obscured from view by the trees. Lu Huai employed his battlefield analyst abilities to observe, yet the data he gathered rendered his countenance even more grave. Stretching for 50 miles, densely packed, preliminary estimates indicated that this beast tide was at least 5 times greater than that of 3 months prior, Lu Huai stated heavily. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened. 5 times? Are you certain? Does that not mean the number of beasts has reached millions? In the 12 years of recorded beast tides, this magnitude would rank among the top 3, qualifying it as a siege of the city. In previous sieges, although Daxia City had ultimately withstood the onslaught, the casualties had been grievous. Must we witness such devastation once more today? Yin Chuan bellowed to interrupt. The battle has not yet commenced. Cease such talk that may disrupt morale. I ask you, what of the siege? Do not forget, the great Sia City has transformed significantly, not to mention the presence of the mechanic. 3 months prior, he was able to quell the beast tide, so why should he be unable to do so again? Yin Chuan's words brought a semblance of calm to the anxious hearts of the crowd, stirred by the impending beast tide. Indeed, in the absence of the mechanic, we relied solely on human lives to withstand the siege, and now, with his assistance, the strength of Great Sia City has surged exponentially. Over the past few months, whether through the artillery brigade, the earth sorcerers, or the biomechanical robots, they have all provided a jolt of confidence, compensating for the unease brought about by the loss of the energy shield. Viewed in this light, although this battle is fraught with peril, it is not devoid of combat capability. The crowd gathered around a screen divided into dozens of segments, observing the images relayed by the reconnaissance drone. Lu Hua explained, based on the data transmitted by the drone, it is evident that this beast tide has formed a circular formation, encircling the central Great Sia City. Therefore, I estimate that this battle will see combat erupt along all 4 city walls. For sides, our forces will inevitably be spread thin. The hidden enemies have thoroughly analyzed our strengths. Elder Wang was the first to volunteer. I will lead the knights to guard the East Gate. Historically, the East Gate has always been the site of the fiercest assaults, as it directly faces the lair of the enemy, making it a prime target for attack. Yan Chuan hesitated and said, Elder Wang, although you have reached the 7th tier, your impact in a conflict of this magnitude is minimal. Guarding the East Gate is unwise. Do you not trust me, City Lord? I assure you, no beast shall step inside the city while I still draw breath. Yan Chuan replied, it is not a matter of trust. Great Sia City does not fear sacrifice, but this battle requires us to be fully prepared at all 4 gates. If any one gate falls, Great Sia City will be in peril. Yet, with our insufficient forces, how can we achieve perfection? At this juncture, it seems we can only rely on our lives to fill the gaps. Elder Wang has already placed his own life on the line. As the second 7th tier awakener of Great Sia City, is this not the moment for which he has waited? I will guard the East Gate. A bright voice suddenly rang out from outside. The crowd looked up to see Jang Ji approaching slowly. For this battle, I alone am sufficient at the East Gate. Jang Ji declared with conviction. Xiao Ji you? Elder Wang was taken aback. No, Yan Chuan immediately objected. You, as the future of Great Sia City, cannot guard the most perilous East Gate. According to Yan Chuan's thoughts, Jang Ji should be at the less pressured West Gate. He is the core of Great Sia City, and preserving his life is of utmost importance. If the East Gate falls, what future remains for Great Sia City? Jang Ji shook his head and continued. Uncle Yan, and esteemed seniors, you may have already surmised that this battle could very well be the final stand for the city. If we cannot hold our ground, Great Sia will fall and become mere livestock, reduced to a state of desperate survival. If we succeed in holding our position, there will be no more beast tides. Instead, the dynamics of offense and defense will shift, leading to a complete transformation of Great Sia City. In other words, it will no longer be a matter of beasts gathering. We will emerge from the city to hunt them down. Jiang Ji's resounding voice echoed. I require a wealth of experience. Thus, in this battle, I must guard the Eastern Gate. I must ascend under pressure, for this confrontation represents both a crisis and my singular opportunity for advancement. Should I fail to seize this moment, not only will I not achieve my elevation, but the future of the Great Sia City will be fraught with peril. Once the otherworldly fiends become aware of my capabilities demonstrated in this battle, they will undoubtedly come at me with relentless ferocity, seeking to extinguish my potential in its infancy. Without that, how can we even speak of a future? Jiang Ji's words caused a slight change in expression among the crowd. Had they not also contemplated whether this beast tide might be the ultimate battle? With the energy barrier shattered, and the city-destroying conflict looming, it appeared that the enemy had indeed made thorough preparations. Provide me with assurance, Yan Chuan interjected. This battle is no trifling matter. I must ensure that you can defend the Eastern Gate. Otherwise, while I may agree to let you guard it, I will need to dispatch assistance. At this juncture, Jiang Ji's words had reached a definitive point. To refuse further would border on tyranny. Thus, it was settled that Jang Ji would take up the position at the Eastern Gate. He had previously stated that the Great Sia City would support Jang Ji in all endeavors, including today's undertaking. He was not a mechanist. His foresight for the future could not match Jang Ji's own understanding as the creator. Hence, he would not obstinately deny Jang Ji the opportunity to fulfill his vision in order to provide protection. Number 1, Jang Ji called. As his words fell, biomechanical robot number 1 entered from outside. Chapter 37. N2 Type War Robot as the first biomechanical robot created by Jang Ji. Number 1 is the leader of the robotic ensemble and currently the strongest among them, having reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier with an array of mechanical enhancements. Clad in power armor and equipped with an energy shield, it bore a massive hammer upon its back. Were it not for spatial constraints, Jang Ji would have even summoned it to pilot the flame chariot. Moreover, Number 1 wielded a 2-meter-long handheld mechanical weapon, representing the utmost limit of Jang Ji's current capabilities. The power armor, energy shield, and thunderstorm hammer, along with the flame chariot and the magnetic light demon exterminating gun, collectively embody the ultimate form that integrates kinetic energy, defense, mobility, melee assault, and area attack. This is the culmination of my work on biomechanical robots, known as the N2 Type War Robot. The mechanical components it possesses are the zenith of my current manufacturing prowess. The power armor and energy shield are familiar to all, so I shall not elaborate further. Jang Ji first pointed to the large hammer on number one's back, stating, "This is the Thunderstorm Hammer, one of our melee weapons, capable of inflicting devastating force that can crush 5th-tier ferocious beasts. Those at 5th tier or below will surely perish upon contact. It even possesses considerable lethality against 6th-tier adversaries. And when paired with martial techniques, it can slay 6th-tier foes." Jang Ji continued, "Due to spatial limitations, I could not summon the Flame Chariot here, but you will encounter it later. The Flame Chariot serves as an area weapon, capable of emitting searing temperatures and transforming the surrounding environment into a fiery domain within a 30-meter radius. Any entity of 4th rank or below that enters this domain shall be incinerated within 10 breaths. When the time comes for battle, I shall deploy the Flame Chariots around the eastern gate, creating a formidable barrier of fire. Thus, low-tier ferocious beasts shall stand no chance of breaching the city walls. Furthermore, the Magnetic Light Annihilation Gun stands as the unrivaled foremost offensive weapon among 4th-rank mechanical creations. Unlike conventional firearms or cannons, the Magnetic Light Annihilation Gun is a weapon of sustained assault, capable of projecting a straight line of magnetic light extending up to 100 meters, with an effective area reaching 3 meters. Its power rivals that of a Thunderstorm Hammer, essentially serving as a ranged variant of the latter, distinct from the Thunderstorm Hammer. The magnetic light is continuous. As long as the energy within remains unexhausted, it shall not extinguish. The Magnetic Light Annihilation Gun at my disposal can sustain operation for at least 72 hours. Jang Ji pointed towards the first unit, his eyes gleaming as he spoke softly. Currently, there are 80 Type N2 war robots, most of which possess 6th-rank combat capabilities. Equipped with mechanical weaponry, they will guard the eastern gate. Uncle Yen, is this assurance sufficient? Upon hearing Jang Ji's words, even though the crowd had held the mechanic in high regard, they were still taken aback. Has Jang Ji truly grown to such an extent in just 3 months? In comparison, their own 6th-rank prowess seemed trivial. One man against thousands. This notion had been vividly materialized. Is what you say true? Yen Chuan inquired, his lips trembling in disbelief. Over the past 3 months, he had witnessed Jang Ji's growth. Yet he never anticipated such a shocking revelation. It seemed everyone had underestimated this mechanic, assuming he would need to reach at least 7th rank, akin to the Lord of War Heaven, to effectuate a fundamental change in Great Sia City. However, upon reflection, could he now possess the capability to quell a massive tide of beasts? Jang Ji cast him a glance and replied, "Uncle Yen, under these circumstances, would I dare to fabricate? Moreover, there is another matter I have yet to disclose." "What matter?" Yen Chuan asked eagerly. Jang Ji smiled and said, "Should I ascend in rank during battle, and given a little more time to fabricate 5th-rank mechanical weaponry, the conflict at the eastern gate would not merely be a defensive stand, but a transition to offense, wherein I would take the initiative to slaughter the enemy. The materials required for the 5th-rank mechanical weapons have already been transported to the eastern gate by the robots, all in preparation for my potential ascension." "Oh, so you have already devised a plan?" Yen Chuan remarked, a hint of frustration evident in his tone. "As the city lord, it seems my consent is of little consequence in your arrangements." He patted Jang Ji's shoulder, the exasperation palpable. A smile graced Jang Ji's face. "Uncle Yen, you are a perceptive city lord. I anticipated that you would acquiesce to my request, hence I took the liberty of proceeding with my plans. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Curse it, you rascal. Next time, do let me know about such surprises in advance. Otherwise, my heart may very well give out from the shock." Yen Chuan jested, though his expression turned contemplative. 80 against at least 200,000 ferocious beasts. Might this be a bit precarious? Jang Ji replied, "Uncle Yen, these 80 robots should not be judged by ordinary standards. As I have named them war robots, they are indeed designed for warfare, each equipped with comprehensive offensive and defensive capabilities, more than capable of safeguarding a city gate. Moreover, among the 80 robots, I will allocate 30 to be dispersed across the 3 other city gates for assistance. Additionally, apart from the robots, I shall also distribute a portion of the various mechanical weapons I previously mentioned to the other gates. To be frank, even the lower-tier energy rifles and cannons have the potential to yield significant results. One can only imagine the impact of the current 4th-tier mechanical weaponry. Jang Ji even harbors concerns that the ferocious beasts may not yield sufficient experience for leveling up. During the initial defense phase, he need not worry about high-tier beasts encircling the city, as long as the attacking forces on the first day do not exceed 5th-tier strength. He is confident in his ability to hold the line. Even if 6th-tier beasts appear, he can maneuver using flame chariots and similar devices, sustaining the defense for up to 3 hours. However, should 7th-tier beasts emerge on the first day, he would find himself in a precarious struggle. Historically, it is improbable for 7th-tier beasts to materialize on the first day of the beast tide. "You wish to divide the troops?" Yen Chuan exclaimed. once again astonished by Jang Ji's audacity. My current achievements are owed to the collective efforts of all in Sia City. Were it not for everyone's assistance in gathering materials, I might not have even reached the 3rd tier. Jang Ji replied. 50 war robots at the East Gate are more than sufficient. While the pressure may be less in other areas, the casualties in close combat could be even more severe. Thus, the assistance of mechanical entities is crucial. A single war robot can equate to 100 infantrymen, significantly alleviating the burden on our side. Uncle Yen, I implore you to agree. Given your earnestness, how could I refuse? Yen Chuan replied with a wry smile. However, you must also ensure you have support. He raised his hand to halt Jang Ji's response, stating, I will not send anyone over, but the emergence of 7th-tier beasts in this city-destroying battle is inevitable. Although the likelihood of their appearance on the first day is minimal, we must be prepared. Yen Chuan called out, Lu Huai. City Lord, Lu Huai bowed in acknowledgement. We currently have 16 missiles remaining. In this battle, I want you to monitor all 4 gates closely. Should any gate encounter a 7th-tier beast, you must act immediately. I permit you to expend half of our stockpile for this battle, and regarding the East Gate, it is of utmost importance. If necessary, we may deploy the ultimate weapon. Yen Chuan declared solemnly. Lu Huai hesitated for a moment before responding, understood. While missiles may not be effective against the enigmatic abilities of the alien demons, such as the Regeneration Clan, they hold immense lethality against 7th-tier beasts. Once locked on, the death of a 7th-tier beast is virtually assured. Chapter 38. The Beast Tide has arrived with the battle at the East Gate established. Discussions regarding the other 3 gates may continue. Yen Chuan and Jang Ji agreed on several details. Uncle Yen, I have some personal suggestions. Jang Ji raised his hand once more to speak. Please, go ahead. Yen Chuan prompted. Jang Ji elaborated. The entire populace of Sia City is armed, totaling 300,000 individuals. Perhaps you could divide them into 3 groups, 200,000, 50,000, and 50,000. Oh, why such a significant disparity among the 3? Someone eagerly inquired. As the crowd looked on with puzzled expressions, Jang Ji elucidated. You must have witnessed the capabilities of the artillery regiment during our last encounter. In the past 3 months, the infantry has grown to 2,000, while the artillery has reached 500, totaling 2,500 personnel. Should they be organized into a single combat unit, the 3rd-tier beasts would find it nearly impossible to approach the city walls. With the support of an additional 50,000 troops, we can surely defend a city gate effectively. Upon hearing this, the minds of the assembly recalled the battle from 3 months prior, as well as the efficacy of the charged artillery. For instance, with a charged rifle, one could unleash an energy bullet every second, amounting to 3,600 in an hour. With 2,000 soldiers, they could potentially eliminate over 1 million first-tier beasts within that time frame. Thus, when considering the inclusion of several high-ranking warriors, the defense of a city gate appears to be quite manageable. Yen Chuan nodded in agreement, for he was the most knowledgeable about the military strength of Sia City. Jang Ji's proposal aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. Since the establishment of the artillery regiment, they have proven capable of operating independently. What about the other 50,000 unit? Inquired Elder Wang. The group had already accepted the idea of the artillery regiment defending one side. Just as Jang Ji was about to respond, Lu Huai interjected, seemingly recalling something. The falling demon cannon? Jang Ji affirmed, indeed, Uncle Lu is correct. It is the falling demon cannon. Since our last encounter, we have a remaining dozen rounds of ammunition, and its power is well known to all. However, due to the limited quantity of ammunition, I personally recommend that the cannon be deployed at the western gate, where the pressure is minimal, with the support of 50,000 troops. If we can withstand the initial onslaught until the beasts gather in numbers, it is quite possible that the western gate will be the first to conclude the battle. This indeed seems like a prudent strategy, nodded Elder Wang and the others in agreement. Then, what of the final 200,000? There is only one location left. Jang Ji affirmed with a solemn nod. Precisely, but do not be misled by the sheer numbers of this final contingent. They will be stationed at the most perilous location. Why? Someone asked a seemingly foolish question. Yen Chuan answered on Jang Ji's behalf. Because this unit will have only minimal mechanical support and the remaining technological artillery. In essence, they will engage in true close-quarters combat, facing the beasts directly with their bodies. I intend to assign this unit to the northern gate, which is the second most pressured battlefield after the eastern gate. A larger number of troops will ensure stability. If necessary, human lives can serve as a barrier. Yen Chuan's tone grew heavy with gravity. I am of the 7th rank. I shall guard the northern gate. Elder Wang offered once more. Count me in. I am at the peak of the 6th rank. And I as well. This time, Yen Chuan did not refuse. Very well, I agree. Since there are no objections, let us prepare according to the aforementioned deployment. Time is of the essence. The beasts will surely attack within 3 days. This battle is entrusted to you all. The individuals present rose in unison, proclaiming, for Sia City, We shall fight to the death. Their resonant voices echoed, each face adorned with a resolute expression. This battle will determine our fate. Success will herald the rise of Daxia, while failure will condemn us to lives of captivity. Everyone steeled themselves, having cast aside the fear of life and death, ready to exert their utmost effort. Even in sacrifice, there would be no regrets. Jang Ji arrived at the eastern city gate, gazing into the distance from the vantage point that offered the clearest view. Surrounding him, numerous Type N2 war robots were dispersed, each wielding a magnetic optical annihilation gun, standing guard atop the city walls, ensuring that no corner was left unmonitored. A multitude of mechanical transport vehicles, under the command of Number 1, delivered various materials to the walls, ensuring that when Jang Ji ascended, he could promptly manufacture fifth-tier machinery. 30 meters below the walls, encircled by flames, stood several flame chariots. Each of the 12 wheels of these chariots supported a square metal platform, upon which rested a massive iron cage resembling a prison, within which blazed a searing, crimson flame. To prevent nocturnal ambushes by ferocious beasts, Jang Ji had ordered Number 1 to activate all flame chariots. Thus, even as the sky darkened, the wilderness was illuminated by bursts of brilliant red light. Standing upon the city walls, Jang Ji could feel a wave of heat emanating from below. Of course, the flame chariots, being mechanical constructs, could control the fiery domains around them, concentrating their destructive power in the wilderness. On the walls, one could sense the warmth, yet be shielded from its lethal force. This battle, perhaps, would serve as my opportunity to reach the 5th or even 6th tier, Jang Ji mused inwardly. A sleepless night passed, and as the sun arose, heralding dawn, the earth suddenly trembled without warning, accompanied by a cacophony of galloping sounds. Trees hundreds of meters away were uprooted, replaced by the ceaseless forms of ferocious beasts. Within the city of Daxia, countless individuals who had been meditating abruptly opened their eyes. The beast tide had arrived, someone murmured softly. In the next moment, the 300,000 prepared souls ascended to their designated positions. This time, Yanchuan did not conduct a pre-battle mobilization. The battle for the city's annihilation had never been swayed by mere words. For everyone understood that once the battle for the city commenced, Daxia, devoid of any support, faced a grim choice: to fight to the death for a chance at survival, or to flee, which would yield no hope whatsoever. To defend the city to the last was a consensus forged over 12 long years. The heavy artillery battalion was stationed at the southern gate, fully prepared, and all within the ranks understood that in this battle, they, the lower-tier soldiers, would become the main force. Some wore expressions of anxiety, while others remained unfazed. Some were gripped by fear, while others radiated a chilling resolve, faces reflecting the spectrum of human emotion. The one sentiment they all shared was an unwavering commitment, with not a soul retreating a single step. At the western gate, the demon-slaying cannon adjusted its position, fixating its gaze upon the oncoming tide of beasts. 50,000 defenders were ready, united by a singular thought: they must secure an opportune moment for the cannon to strike, even if it meant sacrificing their own bodies as shields. The northern gate, the strongest bastion, held the largest contingent. Unlike other locations, those here bore smiles, their demeanor starkly contrasting the solemnity of the southwestern defenders. Groups of people conversed and laughed, seemingly indifferent to the impending beast tide. Elder Wang stood at the highest point, surveying the scene below, a shadow of gravity crossing his gaze. In this battle, how many would remain among the throng below? As the commanding general of the defense, how could he not comprehend the thoughts of his comrades? Despite the smiles adorning their faces, a profound resolve lurked in the depths of their eyes, far more intense than anyone could fathom. This was an indulgence in the face of impending death, a desire to articulate all that remained unspoken for the future, ensuring that their lives would not be in vain. As the northern gate faced a situation starkly different from that of the other 3 gates, the onlookers could hardly be oblivious to their precarious circumstances. Confronted head-on with the beast tide, to say their survival was a matter of life and death would be an understatement. With 200,000 souls pitted against an enemy tenfold their number, all without the protection of energy shields, the odds were overwhelmingly against them. The enemy's numbers dwarfed their own, while their combat prowess was on par. They could foresee that only through a genuine fight to the death could they hope to defend the northern gate. Thus, regardless of the weight of their burdens, how many would remain alive after this battle? Therefore, while they appeared relaxed on the surface, the inner resolve within them was no less significant than that of anyone else. Chapter 39. The battle commences. Bang. The first shot rang out from the eastern gate, commanded by Jang Ji. The battle erupted without warning. As the ferocious beasts appeared in the wilderness, they swiftly encroached upon the range of the Sia City. 30N2, Type war robots, shielded by flame chariots, brandished their magical suppression guns. Upon detecting the enemy, they unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. In an instant, 30 beams of blue magnetic light shot forth, emanating from small gun barrels, yet casting rays that spanned a 3-meter radius. The reach of the magnetic light extended over 100 meters, its overwhelming aura of destruction pervasive. The 30 blue beams crisscrossed with precision, sweeping through every angle as directed by the war robots. The vanguard of the beasts, all below the 3rd tier, had no chance to resist upon contact with the devastating magnetic light. Those caught within its path were sliced as easily as tofu, their bodies shattered into fragments. Vibrant blood gushing forth. Under the sky, only the radiance of the magnetic light remained, while the massive horde of beasts failed to advance a single step, unable even to breach the domain of the flame chariots. A mound of shattered corpses rose 100 meters from the eastern city wall. On the wall, Jang Ji's experience bar, which had long been stagnant, began to soar once more. Within a minute, the death toll of low-tier beasts surpassed 10,000, awarding him several 100,000 experience points. The total experience required to ascend from the 4th to the 5th tier was over 8 million. Given this scenario, leveling up might not prove difficult after all. What manner of weapon is this? Somewhere in the wilderness, a 9th-tier hidden fiend gazed in astonishment at the battlefield of the Eastern Gate. How could a mere 30 combatants exhibit such overwhelming power against the vanguard of the beasts? How could this be? When had these humans become so formidable? It continued to observe, knowing that there were plenty of low-tier beasts at its disposal. After all, it commanded an army of nearly 20 million beasts, most of whom were low-tier. With such a disposable force, a few losses were still within its acceptable range. However, this notion was soon dispelled by the 9th-tier fiend. 10 full minutes passed, and the beast horde had yet to breach the 100-meter threshold of the human city. Under the relentless barrage of magnetic light, heaps of corpses had instead accumulated to a height of several dozen meters where the strikes had landed. Should this continue, there exists a reasonable belief that the carcasses of the beasts could ultimately stack to heights of hundreds of meters, potentially surpassing even the walls of humanity's strongholds. Is there truly no moment for reloading this weapon? The 9th-tier otherworldly demon is astounded. It possesses an intimate understanding of human weaponry, whether technological or awakened. All require a form of respite. Yet, what it observes is perplexing. Those robotic iron entities wielding peculiar armaments have shown no sign of pause. Since the onset of battle, the 30 beams of magnetic light have not extinguished for an instant, continuously delivering their lethal output. Furthermore, how do these uncanny machines manage to cover every possible angle? Whenever a beast approaches the magnetic death line, a beam of light sweeps across, cleaving it in two. Jang Ji receives the imagery relayed by the reconnaissance drone, filled with satisfaction at the achievements of the robotic battalion. Viewed from above, one would discern that each beam of magnetic light appears to be the result of meticulous calculations, with every strike impeccably targeting the beasts, exhibiting no errors or wasted moments. This exemplifies the terrifying efficiency of intelligent robots. Once they enter slaughter mode, they exhibit absolute rationality and directional acuity, endowed with analytical capabilities that enable them to perform remarkably intricate calculations. Jang Ji has previously tested this. 30N2 type war robots can flawlessly defend every angle of the eastern city gate. Provided that the beasts are below the 5th tier, there exists no possibility of advancement. As the beasts possess no defensive measures, relying solely on their flesh and blood, Jang Ji contemplates that if high-tier beasts do not appear within the next 2 hours, he will need to divide his forces to support other gates. After engaging in battle for such an extended period, only the magnetic light demon-slaying guns have demonstrated their might. While the fiery war chariots remain underutilized, he seems to have somewhat overestimated the low-tier beast tide. Even the backup 20 war robots have yet to engage. They were reserved by Jang Ji as a precaution against sporadic breaches in the defensive perimeter, yet the beasts have been held at bay over 100 meters away, leaving these 20 war robots idle. Without the protective energy shield, this battle does not seem as formidable as anticipated. Jang Ji reflects on these thoughts. It is, in part, due to his limited vision. The mechanic is inherently a powerful collective combat class, especially as he possesses the supreme talent of mechanical domination. He could easily match the strength of an entire legion. He and the others in the great Sia City have yet to fully grasp the terrifying potential of mechanical domination. To speak frankly, if provided with ample materials and time to manufacture a sufficient number of war robots, today he would not be solely guarding the Eastern Gate. Rather, he would be overseeing the defense of all 4 gates, capable of annihilating the vanguard of the beast tide single-handedly. There is no time to linger. The 9th-tier otherworldly demon can no longer restrain itself. At this rate, should the low-tier beasts in the east be eradicated, they may never even reach the foot of the walls. Originally, in accordance with its plan, it had anticipated that without the energy shield, the first day of the beast tide would result in devastating losses. After all, it had endeavored to exaggerate the strength of Summer City, compelling numerous 5th-tier ferocious beasts to engage in battle from the outset. However, It did not anticipate that within a mere 3 months, deprived of the protective energy shield, humanity had acquired the capability to withstand the onslaught of 5th-tier beast-led waves. This was a comprehensive battle without the energy shield. Previously, even with the shield in place, repelling the assault from the beast horde had not been so arduous. Now, without the shield, how could the adversary grow increasingly formidable? Remarkably, they were not merely managing to withstand the full-scale assault. They had achieved complete dominance. It was evident that lower-tier beasts could no longer inflict any significant damage upon Summer City. The 9th-tier aberration slowly rose, enveloped in an eerie black mist, and unleashed its commanding abilities. The black mist was drawn forth, reaching a certain point ahead, where a group of prostrating 6th-tier beasts abruptly lifted their heads, their crimson pupils gradually replaced by a dark radiance. Their instinctive fear dissipated, leaving only a singular thought in their minds: to breach the front line of war. In an instant, nearly 200 imposing 6th-tier beasts made their presence known on the battlefield. Their menacingly vast forms caused the lower-tier beasts in front to tremble, representing a hierarchical suppression from the higher to the lower tier. The 6th-tier beasts disregarded their kin, roaring ferociously as they charged toward the city walls. Along their path, countless lower-tier beasts, unable to evade, were trampled to death. Chapter 40. The Earth Demon Thunder finally emerges upon witnessing the emergence of the 6th-tier beasts. Jang Ji felt not fear, but delight. According to the data relayed by the reconnaissance drones, he had long anticipated the arrival of this group. Otherwise, he would not have stationed 20 war robots in defense, having already abandoned the defensive strategy in favor of counterattacking the lower-tier beasts. With the might of the magnetic light demon-slaying guns, 50 war robots, advancing methodically, could indeed achieve a counter-suppression to drive back the beast tide. However, with the presence of these 6th-tier beasts, Jang Ji was compelled to suppress his thoughts of counteroffensive and continue waiting. Otherwise, should the robotic forces disperse to encircle the enemy, it would grant the 6th-tier beasts an opportunity to approach the city walls. Now that the 6th tier had appeared, it signified that if they could be entirely annihilated, the beast tide at the eastern city gate would lose its high-tier combat power and cease to be a threat. After employing its commanding ability, the 9th-tier aberration concealed itself. Observing discreetly, it could not believe that a mere city housing fewer than 100 6th-tier beasts could withstand the onslaught of multiple 6th-tier ferocious beasts. It had strategically positioned over 100 6th-tier beasts at each city gate, with the eastern gate housing the largest number, reaching 180. Based on its estimations, Summer City possessed only a few dozen 6th-tier combatants, who were also dispersed across 4 locations. It was foreseeable that the 6th-tier power at the eastern gate would be scant. Having 20 or 30 would be the utmost limit, while the ferocious beasts outnumbered them 8-fold, capable of achieving overwhelming dominance. What significance did weapons that inflicted massive damage on lower-tier beasts hold? Once the 6th tier emerged, the 9th tier could hardly believe they would still be able to resist. Number 1. Jang Ji called out calmly. Master, Number 1 responded, its intelligent voice tinged with a hint of respect. He stands as the strongest among the ranks of war robots, perfectly suited to lead the remaining combatants against the formidable 6th Order beasts that have emerged. Prepare for battle. I demand your complete annihilation of the 6th Order, Jang Ji commanded. Yes, Master, responded Unit 1, as a voice resonated in its mind, activating kill mode. It retracted the magic dispelling gun it held and retrieved the thunderstorm hammer from its back, gripping it with one hand. Upon issuing the command, the war robots, previously inactive, converged to form a square formation, each wielding a thunderstorm hammer, with cold arcs of electricity flickering from the weapons, exuding an aura of ferocity. This battalion possessed the might of 6th Order warriors. However, the 30 war robots engaged in fending off lower-tier beasts could not be spared for the confrontation with the 6th Order beasts, leaving the remaining 20 to bear the brunt of the challenge. The disparity in numbers was indeed significant. Although these war robots boasted 6th Order combat prowess, their inherent rank was merely 4th Order. To the 9th Order aberration, the outcome seemed predetermined. The human side was destined for defeat, and the fall of Summer City was merely a matter of time. Yet, Jang Ji harbored no trepidation, without a measure of confidence. He would not have dared to stand guard alone at the eastern gate. Over 100 6th Order beasts appeared numerous, but he was not devoid of strategies to counter them. Charge! Jang Ji signaled with a wave of his hand. The war robots, led by Unit 1, sprang into action, powered by core energy and reinforced by kinetic skeletons, moving with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, they leapt from the city walls, traversing over the flame chariots, and reached the heart of the battlefield. At that moment, the 6th Order beasts also surged past the lower-tier creatures, advancing to the forefront. As their gazes met, they charged towards each other. Just as they were about to collide, a tremendous roar echoed from afar. Boom! An explosion of immense intensity erupted, sending shockwaves even to Jang Ji atop the city wall. Has the abyssal cannon been fired? Jang Ji mused, familiar with its operation, realizing that the battles at other gates had also escalated. Briefly pondering, his attention returned to the battlefield at hand. Jang Ji's expression grew serious as he concentrated on controlling certain elements within his mind. Below the city wall, as the Sixth Order beasts surged forward under the influence of bloodlust, they remained oblivious to the small, unmanned drones lying in wait around them. Beneath these drones lay the buried Earth demon mines. While Unit 1's robotic squad appeared to be charging, their pace was deceptively slow, as they awaited the detonation of the Earth demon mines. Though only Fourth Order constructs, the Earth demon mines could unleash destruction equivalent to the pinnacle of Fifth Order might. In terms of sheer lethality, even the magic-dispelling gun paled in comparison. Naturally, their focus differed. The Earth demon mines could execute single-target kills, while the magic-dispelling gun provided sustained firepower, earning its title as the foremost Fourth Order offensive weapon. During this lull, even the squad armed with magic-dispelling guns slowed their assault, allowing the enemy to step into the pre-designated kill zone. In merely 3 seconds, over 100 6th-tier ferocious beasts approached this vicinity. Now was the moment. A glimmer flickered in Jang Ji's eyes as he resolutely issued the command to attack. The unmanned drones received the signal frequency, their tops glowing with a crimson light. And just as the 6th-tier beasts were about to cross, they sprang into action. Dozens of drones activated their wheels, rolling over the ground where the Earth magic mines were concealed. Tiny tire marks traversed the surface, and the engines of the Earth magic mines sensed the pressure from above. In an instant, an overwhelmingly potent aura of destruction emerged. Boom, 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 boom. The Earth magic mine, no larger than a fist, erupted with tremendous force, creating a massive crater in the ground that had endured countless artillery strikes, rendering it incredibly hard. Simultaneously, a small mushroom cloud erupted from the site. Jang Ji had chosen the timing impeccably. The explosion of the Earth magic mine coincided perfectly with the moment the beasts were crossing. This meant that at the most vulnerable point, directly beneath the beast's bellies, the mine detonated, unleashing its formidable power upward and striking the beast's weak spot, directly blasting a gaping hole in their abdomens. Blood gushed forth from the beasts as the Earth magic mine not only ruptured their bodies, but also unleashed a destructive force that rampaged through their insides via the wounds. Even though they had lost their sanity, they were still racked with unbearable pain, howling in agony. However, despite the Earth magic mine's formidable power, its 5th-tier lethality ultimately could not pose a fatal threat to 6th-tier beasts. It could at most inflict injuries. Jang Ji had not expected a 4th-tier Earth magic mine to eliminate 6th-tier beasts. The current outcome had already met his expectations. Thus, as soon as the mine detonated, the 30 war robots wielding the magnetic light demon-slaying guns immediately adjusted their aim. The powerful magnetic light shot directly into the wounds of the 6th-tier beasts, slicing through them. The beasts were strong, but their underbellies lacked adequate defenses. Moreover, since they had already sustained injuries, the magnetic light penetrated without obstruction, wreaking havoc on their innards and causing immense damage. What had begun as light injuries transformed into severe wounds, rendering their movements increasingly difficult. This was precisely Jang Ji's objective. The combination of the Earth magic mine creating the wounds and the magnetic light demon-slaying guns further shredding the beast's cores was designed to temporarily incapacitate the 6th-tier beasts. In this moment, even if they remained alive, recovery without an extensive period of self-repair was impossible. The timing of this was exactly what Jang Ji required. As the 6th-tier ferocious beasts fell into a state of severe injury, the robotic squad led by Unit 1 immediately seized the opportunity to strike. In a flash, they appeared beside the gravely wounded beasts, wielding thunder hammers, and swung down with immense force. The now incapacitated beasts attempted to roar in anger, yet their voices emerged feeble and faint. They could only watch helplessly as the thunder hammer descended, their bodies racked with intense pain that hindered their movements. In that fleeting moment of delay, the thunder hammer crashed down upon their heads with a resounding thud. In an instant, the formidable skull of the beast was shattered, brain matter exploding forth in a gruesome display. Concurrently, 26th-tier beasts were slain on the spot, reduced to headless carcasses. Despite their demise, Team 1 did not linger. Confirming their targets were dead, they swiftly redirected their assault towards another beast. In a matter of moments, the number of 6th-tier beasts that could not resist had surged into the hundreds. As the foundation of the first beast tide teetered on the brink of annihilation, the 9th-tier aberration grew anxious. What had transpired, though it seemed prolonged, had actually taken less than 20 seconds. It had been so resolute, convinced that the city of Sia would surely fall. Yet the more than 100 6th-tier beasts it had pinned its hopes upon had dwindled to less than half in the blink of an eye. When had it become so effortless for lower-tier beasts to slay those of higher tiers? If such ascendants were so simple, Why had the city of Sia not seen any 7th-tier beasts over the years? The 9th-tier aberration could no longer afford to ponder these questions. If it delayed any further, all 6th-tier beasts would perish. It hurriedly summoned its second ability, regeneration. Dark mist spread forth once again, swiftly reaching the wounded beasts. As the mist enveloped them, the injuries of the 6th-tier beasts began to mend rapidly, their innards restored, and the gaping holes in their bellies gradually closing. Light rekindled in their darkened eyes. Observing this, Jang Ji immediately commanded, Number 1, accelerate the harvesting process. Even before Jang Ji's words had fully left his lips, the war robots detected the burgeoning vitality of the beasts and their re-emerging formidable presence. They hastened their efforts, and just as the dark mist fully enveloped the area, they successfully harvested the lives of dozens more beasts. Fewer than 46th-tier beasts remained. At that moment, as these 6th-tier beasts fell, a glimmer of joy appeared on Jang Ji's face atop the city wall. After such a prolonged battle, he had leveled up. The experience gained from slaying beasts 2 tiers above him was immensely valuable, combined with the experience accumulated from the ongoing battle at the East City Gate. His experience bar had unknowingly surpassed 8 million. Simultaneously, with the aberration's regenerative powers restoring the remaining beasts, they regained their vigor, rising to roar towards the heavens. Although their numbers still surpassed those of the war robots, Jang Ji felt no trace of worry. Upon ascending to the 5th tier, his abilities underwent a transformation. Ability 1. Flames of the Forge can melt any mechanical material into desired components. Ability 2. Mechanical Arm possesses the capability to rapidly assemble mechanical parts, creating mechanical products. Abilities 1 and 2 fused into a new form. Ability 1. Mechanical Operation. Insert the allocated materials into the designated machine and set it up for production, allowing the machine to autonomously and swiftly manufacture mechanical products. This transformation of ability has liberally unshackled his hands. From now on, there is no need for him to create components. He merely needs to sort the materials, load them into the prepared machine, set the manufacturing objectives, and then patiently await the results. This alteration has thoroughly rectified the disadvantage of his sluggish solo manufacturing pace, transitioning from manual creation to a production line-like methodology. Moreover, another ability has also undergone a transformation. Ability 2, Mechanical Amplification. The mechanical products you create possess an amplification factor of 15 times, with the capacity to actively adjust amplification tendencies. The emergence of this ability signifies that the bionic robots he manufactures can have their amplification capabilities configured for enhanced intelligence or augmented physical combat power. Coupled with the multiplicative enhancement, he can scarcely fathom the remarkable advancements his creations might achieve. In addition to his existing abilities, upon reaching level 5, he acquired yet another power. Ability 5. In battles under your direct command, the intelligent mechanical products you create can amplify combat power by 60%. This ability serves as a formidable source of confidence for Jang Ji. The combat power of Unit 1 has already reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, and with the new enhancement, it may even ascend to the 7th tier. Consequently, even if the remaining 30-odd 6th tier beasts regain their combat capabilities, Unit 1 will possess the power to overwhelm their foes. If calculations are accurate, a confrontation between 27th tier entities and over 36th tier beasts could be deemed an effortlessly one-sided battle. At this moment, a horde of lower-tier ferocious beasts launched another charge. Due to the 30-strong Vanguard robot squad having previously utilized the magnetic light demon-slaying guns against the 6th-tier beasts, they had delayed significantly, resulting in vulnerabilities within the previously impenetrable defensive net. Numerous lower-tier ferocious beasts breached the front line and surged into the domain of the fire chariot, eager to viciously tear apart these peculiar iron entities. The Vanguard robot squad paid little heed to the beasts below the 4th tier, instead redirecting their focus and unleashing their magnetic light demon-slaying guns against the scattered 5th-tier beasts. With the fire chariot present, the lower-tier creatures posed no threat, nor had they any opportunity to breach the fiery domain and approach the city walls. As anticipated, once the lower-tier beasts entered the fiery domain, the long-awaited fire chariot revealed its formidable power. The intense heat within the domain instantaneously melted the encroaching lower-tier ferocious beasts. The 1st and 2nd tiers could not endure even a second, turning to ash. The 3rd tier lasted 3 seconds, while the 4th tier managed 10 seconds before their sinister claws, attempting to destroy the fire chariot, were engulfed in flames, ultimately incinerating their entire forms. Only some bones of unique material remained at the site. In contrast to the fire chariot, the robot squad, led by Unit 1 and empowered by Jang Ji's battle amplification, moved with greater swiftness. In less than 5 minutes, they completely eradicated the remaining 6th-tier ferocious beasts. Thus, all 186th-tier beasts were obliterated. Upon witnessing the situation, The ninth-tier demon comprehended that there was little hope of breaching the walls of Summer City through the eastern gate today. It hastily ordered the remaining lower-tier beasts to retreat, preparing for a renewed assault the following day. Simultaneously, its otherworldly gaze turned towards the city walls. After such an extended battle, it was acutely aware that an extraordinary human had emerged from Summer City. The murderous intent within its heart surged, filling its mind. This individual must perish. Otherwise, should he fully mature, the resurgence of the blood-feuding race would pose a grave threat. Chapter 42, The Northern Gate. A mortuary of death, the beasts at the eastern city gate retreated like a receding tide. 50 war machines, having initially achieved the combat prowess of the 7th tier, pursued for 10 miles before Jang Ji called them back. A buffer zone of 10 miles had been established, providing ample time for Jang Ji to devise a strategy, even if the beasts were to regroup. Subsequently, he stationed 20 machines at the eastern gate for defense, dispatching the remainder to support other locations. While the battle here concluded, skirmishes at the other 3 gates persisted. The robotic squad, piloting 2/3 of the flame chariots and armed with the magnetic annihilation rifles, set forth to assist at the other gates. Jang Ji, however, remained behind, intent on constructing 5th-tier machinery, for another beast tide loomed on the horizon. He needed to enhance the combat capabilities of Summer City with utmost urgency. Only by amassing more machines could Summer City secure ultimate victory against the impending horde. Upon ascending in rank, he indeed acquired the comprehensive schematics for 5th-tier machinery. He perused them briefly, selecting a few mechanical products that would be most beneficial to the current state of Summer City, along with the materials at his disposal. Foremost among these was the long-anticipated power armor, a complete set capable of significantly augmenting an individual's combat strength. Even an ordinary person could wield it to exhibit 5th-tier prowess. When equipped to the robotic squad, it would effectively eliminate their shortcomings, bestowing them with genuine 7th-tier strength. Jang Ji compiled the materials at hand, revealing the capacity to manufacture 4 types of mechanical weaponry: the power armor, the meteor annihilation cannon, the precision tracking bomb, and the advanced L3 bionic robot. While the power armor speaks for itself, the meteor annihilation cannon was no stranger to the denizens of Summer City. However, under his craftsmanship, its power would see a considerable enhancement. The precision tracking bomb operates similarly to a technological missile, with the distinction that a missile retains a predetermined impact point once locked. In contrast, the precision tracking bomb, when paired with reconnaissance aircraft, merely requires the locking of the enemy's presence before launching. It will then relentlessly pursue the target until impact or until the enemy is vanquished. Furthermore, it functions as a rapid-fire weapon, with each magazine containing 12 rounds, capable of tracking and performing area bombardments. As for the ultimate L3 bionic robot, it represents the advanced iteration of the 4th-tier bionic robot. Though its overall design remains largely unchanged, its tier has been elevated to the 5th, resulting in a substantial enhancement in both strength and intelligence. Jang Ji has the capability to create a new L3 type bionic robot or to enhance the existing ones based on the original design of the number 1 model, significantly reducing material consumption in the process. With the upgraded robots, when combined with powered armor, their combat prowess is certain to ascend to the 7th tier, potentially even allowing them to become formidable entities within that rank. Unfortunately, the warriors of Sia City are all at the 6th tier, leaving little opportunity for advancement. Should the number 1 models complete their upgrades and subsequently learn the combat techniques of higher-tier warriors, coupled with Jang Ji's newfound abilities, they might even contend with 8th-tier foes. As Jang Ji commenced the construction of 5th-tier machinery, the battle at the South Gate was nearing its conclusion. The most formidable beasts encountered here were merely of the 5th tier. After the artillery brigade decimated the majority of the lower-tier beasts, the remaining strong ones were easily overwhelmed by the forces of the South Gate. Casualties were minimal, with injuries far outnumbering deaths. In the absence of an energy shield during the initial skirmish, such results could be deemed a resounding victory. Over 500,000 beasts were exterminated, and within 3 hours, the remaining beasts began to retreat. At the West Gate, not a single living beast remained visible. Only countless severed limbs and carcasses littered the ground below the city walls. The soldiers on the walls were clustered together, panting heavily from exhaustion. Surrounding them were numerous human bodies, scattered across the battlements, their blood saturating the stone bricks. Only they understood the harrowing struggle endured to create the perfect environment for the demon cannon's devastating strike. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. After incurring some initial losses, the demon cannon was deployed, leading the West Gate to be the first to conclude its battle. However, the fierce engagement resulted in the depletion of the cannon's ammunition. Should the beasts return, they would have to rely solely on their physical strength for defense. In stark contrast to the relatively moderate conditions at the East, West, and South Gates, the North Gate was embroiled in a far more brutal conflict. 200,000 soldiers faced an onslaught of nearly 2 million beasts, with cannon fire booming, magic raining down, and arrows and blades unleashed in a chaotic symphony of destruction. The battlefield resembled a meat grinder, with beasts falling every moment, and soldiers succumbing to their relentless assaults. The defenders of Sia City were engaged in a desperate struggle, each individual facing at least 5 beasts, fighting to the death and staining the North Gate with blood. Despite having the largest contingent of defenders, the North Gate faced the gravest peril. Perhaps the aberrant creatures sensed a glimmer of hope in breaching the city walls. Following the East Gate, the North Gate too witnessed the emergence of 6th-tier beasts. The venerable Elder Wong, now at the 7th tier, wielded a spear, bravely confronting 26th-tier beasts single-handedly. His spear, nearly shattered, and his steed, a Kirin, had its horn bitten off. His dark armor bore countless punctures, and his left arm was all but severed, blood pouring from his shoulder and staining his entire frame. Despite his ascension, battling so many ferocious 6th-tier foes led to his grievous loss. At this moment, due to the Kirin horse and his lost left arm, he found himself in a precarious situation, fighting only to sustain his last breath. Had it not been for the valiant knights shielding him from fatal attacks, he might have already succumbed. Of the 50 knights, nearly half had fallen. As the vanguard, the dangers they faced could be aptly described as a perilous struggle for survival. With the rear ranks suffering heavy losses, their sacrifices were all the more substantial. A 6th-tier warrior, encircled by 5 ferocious beasts, could no longer endure and summoned the last vestiges of his vitality for a self-destructive explosion. This warrior's demise took with it the life of the nearby beasts. A final act of vengeance. Such scenes were prevalent on the northern battlefield. Thanks to their reckless bravery, not a single beast had managed to breach the city walls despite the protracted conflict. What an astonishing achievement. Brothers, I shall go ahead. Some would gaze longingly at the walls behind them before resolutely choosing to perish alongside the beasts they faced. Oh, how I wish to return to my homeland, echoed the last words of another, as the claws of a beast pierced his heart while his sword severed the beast's head. Master Mechanic, please lead the city of Daxia to rise again. Another left a hopeful remark, sacrificing himself to crush the beast before him, only to be shattered by the recoil. Swords snapped, blades dulled, shells depleted, magic exhausted, and vitality waning. The combatants gradually found themselves drained. This was total war, a conflict devoid of protective energy shields, a brutal melee. It mirrored the true battles between Daxia City and the ferocious beasts before the rise of the former city lord and the advent of energy shields. Thus, after the sacrifice of the city lord, the emergence of a second mechanic brought unbridled joy to the people, for the earlier trials had been insurmountable. The sacrifices of millions had allowed Daxia City to endure to this day. Without the hope of rebirth, would there even be a battle today? Chapter 43, A Surge in Power Report. Reinforcements from the West Gate are en route. Report, reinforcements from the South Gate have arrived. Just as the defenders at the North Gate were on the brink of collapse, the reinforcements from the 2 other gates appeared. When Yin Xuan and the other 6th-tier warriors saw the wounded Elder Wong, their eyes glistened with tears, and they immediately charged into battle. Upon seeing his comrades, Elder Wong's bloodied visage broke into a bittersweet smile. Relief washed over him, yet he could no longer hold on and collapsed. The Kirin horse, summoning its last strength, turned its body to catch Elder Wong, preventing him from falling to the ground. It gently nudged his head, sensing a faint breath emanating from him, before gradually lying down to take deep breaths. What of the East Gate? How fares Jang Ji at the East Gate? Elder Wong, eyes closed, unconsciously voiced his concern. Even in his weakened state, he was worried about Jang Ji's situation. It was known that Jang Ji, merely a 4th-tier warrior, was single-handedly defending the East Gate while his thoughts remained focused on Jang Ji's safety during the battle. As Yin Xuan and others awaited a response, dozens of magnetic light beams erupted forth, effortlessly annihilating the surrounding ferocious beasts in their wake. The reinforcements from the East Gate had also arrived, indicating that Jang Ji's battle had concluded. In the prior allocation, Jang Ji had dispatched 30 battle robots, with each gate receiving 10. Thus, everyone had witnessed the prowess of these mechanical warriors. The sudden appearance of 30 more, in conjunction with the 10 assigned to the North Gate, formed a formidable squadron of 40 battle robots. Similar to the battle at the East Gate, they swiftly took command of the conflict at the North Gate, while fire chariots were dispatched to the base of the city walls to cover the retreat of the North Gate defenders. Perhaps upon hearing news from Jang Ji, Old Wong finally cast aside his worries and succumbed to unconsciousness. Gather the wounded and return to the city for treatment. This side shall be entrusted to them, Yin Xuan instructed, surveying the battlefield. He then personally shouldered Old Wong and made his way back into the city. With Jang Ji's robots present, their involvement in the combat was no longer necessary. The arrival of these machines tilted the balance of the North Gate battle. instantly reversing the previously advantageous position of the ferocious beasts. The ground was strewn with their corpses. As the robots focused their assault on beasts of the 5th and 6th tiers, death became synonymous with their presence. This was the essence of the Mechanist. With merely the robots under his command, he could conclusively end an exceptionally arduous beast tide. An hour later, the death toll of the ferocious beasts at the North Gate reached 80%, prompting the lurking evil spirits to finally relinquish their reluctance and retreat. Thus, the first beast tide in 3 months came to a close. That night, atop the eastern city wall, a series of large machine tools were neatly arranged under Jang Ji's supervision, with robots assisting in the process as materials were continuously fed into the machinery. An unending stream of 5th-tier machines was produced, subsequently retrieved by the robots, and placed aside. 80N2 type battle robots took turns at a machine tool, occasionally stepping up to lie on it, whereupon the machinery would operate to elevate their tiers. After a day's labor, Jang Ji successfully upgraded these 80N2 type battle robots to L3 type battle robots, resulting in an immediate surge in overall combat power. In addition, he gathered some materials and crafted another 20 L3 type battle robots. The latter batch, trained alongside their predecessors in martial skills, quickly saw their combat capabilities rise due to enhanced intelligence. With a 100-strong L3 type mechanical unit now outfitted with advanced power armor, the Thunderstorm Hammer was also upgraded to an enhanced version, classified as 5th-tier machinery. This mechanical battalion, all exhibiting initial 7th-tier combat prowess, surpassed the combined strength of the elite warriors from the Great Sia City over the past 12 years within a single day. However, Jang Ji remained somewhat dissatisfied. The intelligence of the L3 type battle robots still fell short. If they could analyze the abilities of awakeners or evil spirits alongside martial skills, true invincibility would be within reach. Alas, as mere 5th-tier entities, they were yet incapable of achieving such feats, as those abilities were too enigmatic in nature. Jang Ji felt that he needed to advance to at least the 7th tier to have any chance of accomplishing this. In addition to the robots completing their ascension, 3 other types of machinery have been meticulously crafted by Jang Ji. 6 meteor cannons stand imposing upon the city walls, boasting an impressive arsenal of over 100 rounds. Moreover, the meteor cannons engineered by Jang Ji are a stark departure from the antiquated model, exuding a more formidable presence. In comparison, the potency of these 6 cannons has increased significantly. Their effective range has expanded to 300 meters, with a power level now reaching the initial 7th tier. The previous meteor cannon could only vanquish 5th-tier beasts with a single shot, failing to inflict serious harm on 6th-tier entities outside the blast radius. Conversely, the meteor cannons forged by Jang Ji possess the capability to ensure that 6th-tier foes have little chance of escape within a 300-meter radius. Even 7th-tier adversaries caught at the epicenter of the explosion would be gravely injured, earning the title of the King of Group Warfare. With these advancements, Jang Ji feels more confident about the impending battle. Xiao Ji. A voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Turning towards the sound, Jang Ji saw Yin Chuan, Wang Lao, and Lu Huai approaching, accompanied by other high-ranking officials. "Uncle Yin, what brings you here?" Jang Ji inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Yin Chuan replied, "We need to review today's battle situation. Knowing you are tirelessly working on the machinery, we decided to hold the meeting here, allowing you to listen in and discuss tomorrow's tactics. I'm nearly finished here and was just about to seek you out," Jang Ji said, stretching his limbs. With the operation of the machine tools, his rate of production had significantly increased, yet he had exhausted his materials once again by day's end. He often mused that if only he possessed an inexhaustible supply of materials, he could indeed usher in a genuine renaissance for the Great Sia City. Yet, this is the drawback of being a mechanic. While powerful, the consumption is extraordinarily vast. Fortuitously, he has the support of Great Sia City. If he were to rely solely on his own resources, he would have never achieved his current accomplishments. In the future, as the number of robots increases, he could establish a true streamlined machinery factory to handle collection, transport, sorting, and other menial tasks, thereby achieving complete mechanical autonomy. "Grandpa Wang, what has happened to your hand?" Jiang Ji's gaze swept over, suddenly noticing the emptiness of Wang Lao's left arm, which should have been clad in black armor, now only wrapped in bandages around his shoulder. "It's nothing. The healer has already treated my wounds. A single arm lost is of little consequence." Wang Lao waved his hand dismissively, adopting a pragmatic demeanor. Surviving the day's battle was sufficient satisfaction for him. In his view, with greater power comes greater responsibility. As a 7th-tier warrior, he believed it was his duty to defend the city at all costs. Losing an arm was merely a minor inconvenience. However, that arm was crucial for wielding a spear. How can it be of no concern? Without it, maintaining 7th-tier combat capability may prove difficult. Concern flickered across Jiang Ji's face. Chapter 44. The grim state of the North Gate, is there truly no way for the healers within the city to regenerate limbs? Jang Ji asked. Yin Chuan shook his head. Currently, we have fewer than 1,000 healing-type awakeners, with the highest among them only at 5th tier, lacking the ability for limb regeneration. Over the years, healing professions have been in high demand in Great Sia City. There are often instances where we do not have enough personnel or the injuries are too severe to treat. Moreover, the ascension criteria for healing professions are exceedingly rigorous. Many among them lack combat prowess, naturally resulting in limited opportunities to accrue substantial experience. They can only gain a modicum of experience when utilizing their healing abilities to mend others. Hence, over the years, the pinnacle of the healing profession has only reached the 5th tier. If one truly possessed the power of limb regeneration, individuals like Jang Ji, Zhou Ming, and Zhou Ling, who bear physical imperfections, would have long since returned to a life of normalcy. Healing profession? Jiang Ji murmured, as thoughts flickered through his mind. He then turned to Old Wang and said, "Please stay for a moment. I will forge a mechanical arm to serve temporarily as your left arm. Once I acquire the regeneration abilities of the Yingmo, I shall restore you completely." The powers of the Yingmo? The crowd paused in astonishment. It is widely acknowledged that humans cannot attain the abilities of the Yingmo, as they belong to entirely distinct entities and are fundamentally different. The powers of the Yingmo are innate, not something that can be cultivated over time. Otherwise, there would not have been only 2 methods of enhancement, martial arts and awakening, over the years. Jiang, there is no definitive method for learning the powers of the Yingmo. We humans cannot obtain their abilities, someone cautioned. Indeed, Xiao Ji, I would be satisfied with a mechanical arm. Compared to acquiring the abilities of the Yingmo, I believe cultivating a 7th tier healing professional is far simpler, Old Wang concurred. Jiang Ji refrained from voicing a rebuttal, merely committing the notion to memory. Not only does Old Wang require healing for his legs, but Zhou Ming, Zhou Ling's shortcomings, and the many individuals in Sia City who have been maimed in battle also necessitate restoration. As for the lack of learning methods, he harbored no concerns. The analytical capabilities of mechanical creations would assist him in overcoming this challenge. Just because humanity cannot learn it does not imply that machinery cannot decipher it. After a brief exchange, the group prepared to engage in more serious discussions. Lu Huai spoke first. "Let us begin with Shiman. Everyone should recap today's battle circumstances." During the morning skirmish, although each participant had reconnaissance drones and real-time visuals at their disposal, others lacked the capacity to monitor battles beyond their own. Therefore, the group was unaware of the conditions in different areas. The recap would serve to consolidate the battle reports for a final summary. Subsequently, several representatives recounted the situations at their respective posts. At the West City Gate, they had eliminated over 700,000 enemies, expended all ammunition for the demon-crushing cannon, and suffered over 2,000 casualties, with thousands more injured. At the South City Gate, they had vanquished over 500,000 foes, with 300 dead and 4,000 injured. The representatives from the Southwest Second Gate briefly described their side circumstances. Goodness, the West Gate, which faced the least pressure, alongside the demon-crushing cannon's defense, suffered such a high number of casualties and injuries? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. The West Gate commander, Chun Li, responded with indifference. Though the demon-crushing cannon is formidable, we are left with only a handful of shells to create optimal conditions for its use. We had to engage in close-quarters combat for a time. 50,000 men valiantly delayed a million ferocious beasts for a full 15 minutes, allowing the cannon to perform at its peak. In my view, this outcome constitutes a resounding victory. As for the sacrifices made during the city-destroying battle, what a sacrifice. The lack of trump cards ultimately demands lives to be expended, and as the main commander, Chun Li has performed admirably. Indeed, the Battle of the City's annihilation has yielded a result far superior to previous encounters. The individual nodded in agreement. However, the situation at the Southern Gate was somewhat unexpected. Over 500,000 foes were vanquished, yet the casualties amounted to a mere 300. This can undoubtedly be deemed a historic triumph. Yin Chuan cast a glance at Jang Ji and continued, attributing the success to the artillery brigade, a force masterfully crafted by Jang Ji himself, whose combat efficacy on the battlefield exceeded my estimations. He is indeed the commanding general defending the Southern Gate. With the artillery brigade's steadfast performance, casualties were minimized. Another mechanic? The crowd immediately shifted their gaze to Jang Ji. He offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, but refrained from speaking. While the outcome fell within his expectations, it did not align with his aspirations. His desire was for no lives to be lost in Sia City, achieving a flawless victory against the beast tide. Alas, resources remained the greatest limitation. If every soldier were equipped with complete machinery, perhaps his vision could be entirely realized. Elder Wang, how fares the situation at the Northern Gate? The crowd turned their attention to Elder Wang. Observing his missing arm, they speculated that, given the Northern Gate had the least support, the casualties might be shockingly high. Jang Ji's gaze also shifted to Elder Wang. It was he who had initially suggested stationing 300,000 troops at the northern gate. Deep down, he understood that the situation there would be the most dire. Yet, given the insufficient foundation of Sia City, such a distribution was the optimal solution. Beyond his individual capacity to alter, Elder Wang, upon hearing the inquiry, cast a heavy glance around the assembly before responding in a somber tone. More than half of my knight brigade has perished, for 6th-tier warriors are dead, and the 5th-tier casualties reach 70. The total number of deaths exceeds 20,000, with countless injuries. His words emerged with great difficulty, enveloping the room in silence. Only faint breaths could be heard as the crowd was struck dumb by this revelation, hesitant to draw a full breath. How could this be? Such immense losses? Even though they had prepared themselves for grim news, the staggering figures left them utterly astounded. The northern gate, which housed the majority of the defending forces, suffered losses that surpassed the combined totals of the other 3 gates. What a harrowing outcome. Although they ultimately repelled the beast tide, such casualties, in the eyes of Sia City, equate to a significant defeat, despite the walls remaining unbreached. With only 300,000 inhabitants left in Sia City, to lose over 20,000 in a single battle suggests that the city's annihilation is merely a handful of beast tides away. Some among you have risen in recent years, having never experienced the true brutality of close combat. You do not comprehend the horrors of the battle of annihilation, which is a genuine vortex of death, Elder Wang remarked with a bitter tone. In truth, a loss of merely 20,000 in this battle, compared to previous annihilation battles, could be considered relatively favorable, were it not for the technological weaponry and the mechanical innovations supported by Jang Ji. The casualties at the northern gate would have likely doubled or tripled. Elder Wang continued. The formidable beasts we have slain number merely 200,000, failing even to achieve a 1-to-1 kill ratio. This exemplifies the shortcomings of our lack of large-scale combat strategies. To stand against beasts that outnumber one's own by several times, and to remain unscathed while holding them at bay beneath the city walls is indeed a commendable feat. However, aside from the casualties, our technological weaponry has been utilized to 80% of its capacity and is insufficient to sustain tomorrow's battle. Should the beast tide tomorrow mirror or even exceed its current strength, the toll of casualties is likely to escalate exponentially. And I may not be able to defend the northern gate, Wang Lao said with a bitter expression and a heavy heart. In such circumstances, he himself harbored no confidence. He feared not for his own sacrifice, nor did the over 20,000 under his command. His true fear lay in the possibility that even if they stood resolute, flesh and blood against the beasts, should the last warrior fall and the final drop of blood be shed, the tide would remain unrepulsed, leading to a complete collapse of resistance. This would render the northern gate a gaping wound in the defense of Sia City, leaving other lines vulnerable to being besieged from within and without. As the commander, he would become a historical pariah of Sia City. Chapter 45. Allocation of machinery. Wang Lao's words cast a heavy pall over the atmosphere. The battle for the city was proving to be exceedingly arduous. What should have sustained us for several more months in terms of technological weaponry had suffered an 80% depletion in just one beast tide after the energy shield was compromised. Yin Chuan and the others were similarly racking their brains, yet they discovered that no manpower could be spared from the southwestern gates. The western gate's demon-slaying cannon had been exhausted, rendering it incapable of providing support, while the southern gate's heavy artillery could spare only a couple of hundred. However, in such a high-stakes confrontation, dividing forces would reduce their effectiveness by more than 10%, leading to even greater casualties. In a forefront battle, absent any unforeseen variables, the enemy's plan might very well succeed, revealing the true terror that the beast tide was meant to embody. Esteemed colleagues, we have yet to discuss the situation at the eastern gate. Shall we not hear about it first? Lu Huai interjected as despair enveloped the assembly. Indeed, with the dire circumstances at the western, southwestern, and northern fronts, what of the eastern gate, which faced the fiercest onslaught from the beasts? They vaguely recalled that only a solitary mechanic was stationed at the eastern gate. Had the eastern city gate been breached? As this thought flickered through their minds, they immediately dismissed it. Jang Ji remained unscathed, and throughout their journey, no trace of beasts had been found along the walls, suggesting no breach had occurred. Furthermore, if it had indeed been compromised, the other 3 gates would have been affected long ago. Returning to the matter at hand, the assembly quickly turned their attention to Jang Ji, eager for his account. Brother Jiang, what is the situation at the eastern city gate? Someone inquired, unable to contain their anticipation. When it was his turn, Jang Ji did not hesitate and replied. The beasts that have emerged in the wilderness of the eastern gate total more than 2 million. However, they have not breached my defensive line. Jang Ji rose, gesturing for everyone to follow him as he ascended the city wall to point into the distance, recounting the daytime battle. After the war machines showcased their might, The lower-tier beasts were halted at a distance of 100 meters, failing to advance a step further. As the crowd followed Jang Ji's Shang, they were astonished to discover a straight line formed by a pile of corpses 100 meters away, ominously aligned with the city wall. The height of the assembled beast carcasses reached several dozen meters. How many ferocious beasts must have perished? One person suddenly gasped in shock. Are all these bodies the remains of ferocious beasts? Look beyond. The ground is littered with the shattered corpses and remnants of beasts. This battle was indeed ferocious. Yin Chuan, astonished, turned to Jang Ji and inquired, "We did not notice this on our way here. Xiao Ji, just how many beasts did you slay in this battle?" "I haven't calculated precisely yet, but according to the data relayed by the reconnaissance drones, it is roughly estimated that the number of slain beasts has exceeded 1 million. Jang Ji provided a figure. Moreover, after 30 minutes of combat, 6th-tier beasts emerged, nearly 200 of them. He then recounted the deployment of the Earth Demon Thunder and the subsequent annihilation of all 6th-tier combatants. Upon finishing, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The crowd stared at Jang Ji, speechless. One individual single-handedly eradicated a tide of beasts, including 200 6th-tier beasts? Even Old Wang was taken aback. The emergence of this battle report implied that Jang Ji possessed the strength to surpass the overall combat capability of the Great Sia City. A mere 4th-tier mechanic had achieved such terrifying results? While the crowd was astonished, they also felt a surge of excitement. The situation at the East City Gate dispelled the gloom hanging over the Southwest and North Gates. In stark contrast, the East City Gate experienced a crushing victory, suffering no casualties among its soldiers and only minor damages to mechanical weapons and a few war robots. Jang Ji himself had not even lifted a finger, let alone sustained any injuries. The remarkable feat of annihilating a massive tide of beasts was accomplished solely by his strength and some machinery. Before the battle commenced, there had been doubts about whether Jang Ji could defend the East City Gate alone. What if it were breached? Now, it was evident that not only had the gate remained intact, but the ferocious beasts had not even touched the city wall, resulting in a complete rout. "Brother Jang, since you have achieved such results here, could you possibly spare some troops for tomorrow?" Someone immediately suggested. The South Gate was holding up, but the situation at the West and North Gates was dire. Before Jang Ji could respond, Old Wang interjected, "No. The war robots and weapons under Xiao Ji's command have been meticulously calculated to maintain a certain number, ensuring maximum combat effectiveness. If we divide our forces, such results would be unattainable. Each of our Southwest and North Gates received 10 war robots today. You are well aware that a small number can only serve a supportive role and cannot possibly quell a beast tide. If Xiao Ji's forces are divided, can the vital East City Gate still be defended? Let us not forget that he is alone here, with no room for error. Should the defense falter due to insufficient numbers, it would be akin to a dam breaking, irretrievable." Yin Chuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Indeed, had it not been for this circumstance, little Ji would not have arranged things in such a manner. Although the machines are formidable, their limited numbers preclude any division of forces. Understanding this, the man extinguished that line of thought. If only the machines were more numerous, if every gate had such machines, would they not achieve remarkable feats? At this juncture, Jang Ji raised his hand and spoke up. "I intended to address this matter with everyone." The rapid pace of conversation earlier had precluded his opportunity to interject, but now he seized the moment. Yin Chuan and the others turned their puzzled gazes towards him. "In fact, after the beast tide concluded today, I have ascended to the 5th tier," Jang Ji announced. Before the astonishment could take hold, he continued swiftly to prevent interruptions. "At the end of the beast tide, I commenced the creation of 5th-tier machines. To date, I have successfully constructed 6 meteor cannons and expanded the robotic force to 100, with each possessing 7th-tier combat prowess. Furthermore, I still have several sets of power armor remaining. If donned by 6th-tier warriors, they can also exhibit 7th-tier strength. In tomorrow's battle, I will deploy 60 combat robots, 20 for each gate. Although their numbers may be modest, their 7th-tier strength is sufficient to bridge the gap. Additionally, each gate will receive 2 meteor cannons and 30 rounds of ammunition for the defense of the walls. Consequently, aside from the southern gate, the forces at the northwest gates can be evenly distributed, eliminating the need for the brutal close combat witnessed today." Jang Ji spoke with remarkable speed, articulating these points without granting anyone the chance to interject. The losses sustained today at both the western and northern gates weighed heavily on him. Thus, with a superior opportunity at hand, he was determined to bolster the defenses of the 2 gates and avert a recurrence of today's horrors. Chapter 46. The first glimpse of the City of Machines. You've reached the 5th tier? Yin Chuan was the first to react, utterly astonished. How could Jang Ji's elevation as a mechanic be as effortless as the act of eating or drinking? If he could attain the 5th tier today at the Eastern Gate, then surely, with the machines he had crafted, the 6th tier would also be within reach by tomorrow. In just 3 months, This junior had caught up to their 12 years of toil? Damn, Yen Chuan silently cursed. I say, City Lord, is the 5th tier truly a point of significant concern? As a mechanic, is such a pace of ascension truly so remarkable? Did you not hear Jang Ji mention 6 meteor cannons and 100 robots possessing 7th tier strength? That is what you, as the City Lord, should be focusing on. Indeed, I was just worrying that tomorrow's battle would be even more devastating, but unexpectedly. Jang Ji has brought us a tremendous surprise. No, it is more than just a surprise. It has truly alarmed me. Who at the 5th tier can fabricate robots wielding 7th tier prowess? Goodness, I must say, you all seem to have misplaced your focus. Did you not catch Jang Ji's mention of the power armor? If each of us had a set, we could contend with 7th tier foes. If we were to enlist the assistance of robots, should a 7th tier beast emerge in tomorrow's battle, would we not have the opportunity to ascend together? Ah, indeed. The 7th tier, a long-cherished aspiration of mine. Old Wang has taken the lead. And now we finally have this chance. Curse it, if the 7th tier tomorrow is not enough to slay, esteemed seniors, do remember to give me some room. Knowing we are the seniors, yet shamelessly uttering such words, do you understand the concept of respecting your elders? The revelations shared by Jang Ji ignited excitement among everyone present. The might of machinery had already been validated at the East City Gate. Just moments ago, we lamented the scarcity of machines, yet unexpectedly, a turning point has emerged. Consequently, in tomorrow's tide of beasts, perhaps we could achieve a resounding victory at all 4 gates of the Great Sia? Jiang Ji interrupted the fervent discussions, adding, there is one more matter. In today's battle, the number of fallen beasts reached 2 million, which will surely yield a vast quantity of materials. Uncle Yan, I would appreciate your assistance in organizing a team to help me gather these materials as efficiently as possible. Relying solely on my robotic squad, it would be impossible to complete the collection before dawn. Hence, the aid of others is essential. With the entire city contributing, we can swiftly sort through the various low-tier materials. While these materials may not suffice for crafting high-tier machinery, we can still mass-produce lower-tier items such as energy guns and energy cannons, Jiang Ji explained. Yen Chuan composed himself slightly and replied with a smile. Even before the beast tide concluded, I had already issued instructions for the handling of the beast corpses at the southwest and northern gates. We will soon have materials delivered. Uncle Yen, as for my end, with over 1 million beast corpses, you need only retain the necessary guards while dispatching the rest to assist me in sorting the materials. The sooner we complete this task, the greater our chances of victory in tomorrow's battle, Jiang Ji stated. Yen Chuan hesitated. Are you in such a rush? But with so many materials, can you truly utilize them all? He was well aware of Jiang Ji's speed in crafting machinery. For instance, with energy guns, a 4th tier Jang Ji could produce 1 in 30 seconds. Thus, in an hour, he could only create 120. Given the colossal quantity of materials generated by the fallen beasts, such a pace seemed quite challenging. Jiang Ji smiled. What you may not realize, Uncle Yan, is that after my ascension, my capabilities have undergone some transformation. He pointed towards a series of machines not far away and elaborated slightly. As long as the materials are in place, grant me 3 hours, and I will undoubtedly produce a plethora of mechanical weapons from this batch of materials. Oh, such a product exists? Yen Chuan's eyes widened. How has the craft of mechanics diverged so significantly from that of ordinary awakeners? Have they even managed to establish an assembly line? Could it be that his flamed swordsman possesses some hidden, extraordinary abilities? Clearing his mind of distractions, Yen Chuan eagerly agreed. The stronger Jiang Ji became, the more pleased he was. I shall make arrangements immediately. Lu Huai, come with me. Without exchanging further pleasantries, the two hurriedly departed, leaving the attendees of the meeting exchanging glances, bewildered. This impolite young man. How could he abandon us here without completing the meeting? The time has come. Politeness is of no consequence. Are you without hands and feet? Quickly go summon assistance. I shall also join in calling for help. Let us go together. My level is insufficient. I will remain here to assist. Brother Jiang, what do you suggest we do? Soon, everyone began to depart in succession. Jiang Ji summoned Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, instructing the two experienced youths to assign tasks to those who remained. Little Ji is already capable of handling matters independently. Wang Lao looked on with satisfaction at this scene. As Jiang Ji issued his commands, the entire Great Sia City began to come alive. Over 20,000 individuals alternated between rest, while the remainder aided in dissecting the corpses of the ferocious beasts. Jiang Ji also constructed several operational machine tools, enhancing their efficacy to maximum capacity. Each time a set of materials was fed into the machines, although he merely needed to initiate the process. The intensity of the work left him utterly exhausted. Were it not for the assistance of robots, he would indeed struggle to keep pace with the sorting speed of over 200,000 people. A significant number of low-tier mechanical weapons were manufactured and swiftly distributed. Those who received them hastened to practice, eager to master their usage before the impending beast tide. By dawn, The ranks of gunmen had expanded to 10,000, while the artillery reached 3,000. The team of warriors equipped with powered exoskeletons numbered 500. Meanwhile, the 6th-tier individuals were each assigned a set of powered armor, officially attaining 7th-tier combat capability. Compared to the previous day, the strength of Great Sia City had experienced an explosive surge. There were already over 100 7th-tier combatants, including robots. Unmanned aerial vehicles and small reconnaissance drones flitted through the skies, occasionally relaying real-time information about the beast tide. The meteor cannon stood vigilant atop 3 city walls, poised and ready. Products such as the Thunderstorm Hammer and Flame Chariot gave hint to the nascent transformation of Great Sia City into a mechanical stronghold. Boom! Outside the city, the earth trembled once more. The beast tide arrived as anticipated. 9th-tier aberrations lurked in the shadows, their cold gazes fixated on the distant Great Sia City, their hearts ablaze with murderous intent. They were thoroughly prepared for today. Not only would the assembled beast tide launch a full-scale assault, but they had also devised strategies targeting the vulnerabilities of Great Sia City. Today's battle would mark the city's downfall. With the grand competition on the federal side concluded, they aimed to achieve victory in one fell swoop today, leaving no room for error. Great Sia City could sacrifice some bloodline to sustain a reservoir of blood gas, but the mechanic must perish. Chapter 47. 9th-tier beast clan. Beside the 9th-tier aberration stood a figure with a beastly head. Didn't TU aberrations already form an alliance with humanity? Why persist in targeting this city? The beast-headed figure inquired indifferently. Alliance? Huh. The blood gas is to us what blood food is to your ferocious beasts, a tremendous source of strength. Without blood gas, my kin would require decades, even centuries, to advance. However, with sufficient blood gas, we could ascend instantaneously. How could we forsake such a swift means of empowerment? The 9th-tier aberration cast a sidelong glance at the figure beside it and remarked, "Yet you beast clan have considerably reduced your offensives against humanity over the years." With a disdainful scoff, the beast clan reflected on their initial arrival in this realm, merely seeking a sanctuary. Now that they had found one, why engage in a deadly struggle with humanity? Over the years, human strength had grown increasingly formidable. Should the beast clan continue to recklessly amass their forces, they might provoke a large-scale extermination by humans. Though they thrived on blood and flesh, they had no desire for extinction. Moreover, only beasts of the 8th tier and above could attain true intelligence and become genuine members of the beast clan. Those of lower tiers were mere mindless beasts, and the thought of subjugating such creatures was beneath their consideration. As for the Rebirth clan, they had repeatedly tested the waters, amassing low-tier beasts and attempting to command their 8th-tier kin. Were they truly seeking war? The 9th-tier aberration sneered. "Do not speak so harshly. If you were not tempted by blood, why would you consent to lend me your solitary 8th-tier beast? The allure of a 10th-tier power, could you resist it? If I besiege the human stronghold, the spoils will be entirely yours, and the might of the 10th tier will be within your grasp." The beast leader replied coldly, "Your Rebirth clan possesses remarkable prowess to manage a human city without the Federation's notice. Let me make myself clear. I shall not intervene in this battle. I have no desire to court death. Furthermore, regardless of your success or failure, the blood and flesh I have bargained for must not diminish. Otherwise, you will owe your own body as collateral. After all, to my clan, the flesh of both aberrations and humans is sustenance. Perhaps by consuming you, I might even ascend in rank." The beast leader's mouth watered as he fixated hungrily on the 9th-tier aberration. Outwardly, the 9th-tier aberration feigned agreement, yet a flicker of murderous intent simmered beneath the surface. Did the mindless beasts dare to devour him? If not for his need for assistance from the feral beasts, he would have already plotted their demise. And as for the matter of raising a human city without the Federation's awareness? How naive, clearly. These mindless beasts could perceive only the surface of things. On the city walls, a fierce battle had erupted. Compared to the previous day, the onslaught of feral beasts had intensified. Observing the 4 city gates, the northern gate was besieged by the highest number of beasts, including a significant presence of 6th-tier creatures from the outset. Fortunately, with Jang Ji's assistance, the northern gate had undergone a remarkable transformation. The roar of various mechanical weapons mercilessly reaped the lives of the beasts, while 20 L3 type war robots, each possessing 7th-tier combat strength, formed a protective perimeter specifically designed to confront the high-tier feral beasts. Though not impenetrable, this defense successfully thwarted the majority of the feral beasts. Even if some lower-tier creatures penetrated the encirclement, they were swiftly eradicated by the troops led by Commander Wang. The brutal close-quarters combat of yesterday was now a distant memory, and the northern gate finally demonstrated formidable combat strength. With minimal casualties, they successfully held back the tide of beasts beneath the city walls. 2 meteor cannons loomed over the gates, poised to unleash their 5th-tier offensive capabilities once a substantial number of feral beasts entered the optimal range. The The situation at the southwestern gate was similarly dire. With extensive mechanical support, the divided guard had reorganized into 3 cohesive units. Thus, the forces at the northern, western, and southern gates were now evenly matched. Everyone believed that once the initial bombardment ceased and the meteor cannon was deployed, the tide of beasts would be decisively quelled, leading to a resounding victory. On the eastern city wall, Jang Ji fixed his gaze intently on a screen displaying real-time footage relayed by reconnaissance drones. A sense of unease began to gnaw at him. With a formidable battalion of 47th-tier combat robots, complemented by flame chariots and other machinery, he felt no apprehension regarding the battles beyond the city. This allowed him the leisure to observe the conditions on the other 3 fronts. However, the footage from the drones revealed a concerning trend. The onslaught of beasts at the other 3 gates had only marginally intensified. This hinted at something amiss. Historically, the ferocity of beast tides escalated progressively. For instance, the emergence of 6th-tier beasts on the battlefield yesterday foretold the inevitable appearance of 7th-tier beasts today. Yet, as the conflict wore on, while the presence of 6th-tier beasts was indeed considerable, not a single 7th-tier beast had manifested. The overall number of ferocious beasts remained static, hovering around the million mark, identical to the previous day. If this tide of beasts were to be of such limited scope, Jang Ji harbored confidence in annihilating it within an hour. Yet, this was evidently implausible. The bizarre circumstances led Jang Ji to suspect that the lurking aberrant demons were conspiring something sinister, heightening his caution. He was not alone in scrutinizing the battlefield. The 9th-tier aberrant demons were also observing with keen interest. How have these humans grown so much stronger? A flicker of confusion crossed the eyes of the 9th-tier demon. Although the walls had not been breached yesterday, the beast tide had inflicted significant casualties on humanity. Yet today, the situation mirrored that of the eastern gate, with the walls remaining untouched. As the battle raged on, countless ferocious beasts fell, while the human side suffered only minor injuries, with not a single fatality reported. Had the mechanical humans truly become more powerful? This seemed implausible. How could a newly awakened mechanic, in merely 3 months, achieve such formidable prowess? Was it possible that the individual from before had merely feigned death? The 9th-tier demon found itself wavering in its previous confidence. Theoretically, if that former mechanic had indeed survived and concealed themselves for years, they could possess the ability to elevate the entire group's capabilities. However, this raised contradictions regarding the events of the previous day. If Summer City truly possessed such strength, it would not have allowed so many to perish. Given the nature of these individuals, they would not resort to sacrificing lives for the sake of securing greater victories today. Gazing into the distance, the beast-headed figure lamented. These indigenous humans of Blue Star are truly exceptional. Their rate of growth is astonishing. Though it was a 9th-tier member of the Beast clan, it harbored no sympathy for the multitude of low-tier beasts that perished on the battlefield. The disparity in hierarchy rendered the ferocious beasts and the Beast clan entirely distinct entities. In just 12 short years, a solitary city, devoid of reinforcements, had acquired the capacity to withstand city-level beast tides. In contrast, the methods through which my Beast clan asserts its strength seem rather feeble. To this day, the true beasts born among us are exceedingly few. Vaguely recalling, a mere ordinary beast tide once could seize tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of blood food, thereby giving rise to numerous beast clans. Yet now, such opportunities have vanished. Chapter 48. The Changing Situation, Jang Ji's Crisis. The Beast Brothers' assertion seemed somewhat absolute. The 9th Order Abyssal Demon interjected. Is it not a folly to think that with our collaboration, we would lack for blood food? You have allied with the Federation, and here you speak such nonsense. Attempting to deceive the gullible? The 9th Order Beast tribe scoffed. Were it not for the fact that this city represents my last chance, do you think I would consent to oppose humanity alongside you? If you truly regarded humans as adversaries, how is it that the city 300 miles away has never faced an assault? Spare me your prevarications. Hasten to employ your methods and deliver the blood food, and you may find peace. Otherwise, do not blame me for my impatience in devouring you. The 9th Order Abyssal Demon suppressed its fury, maintaining a calm facade. No problem. Yet I require assistance from the Beast Brother. With that, it began to wield its powers of manipulation. Behind, a multitude of hidden 7th Order ferocious beasts revealed themselves, cloaked in black mist, gradually advancing toward the city walls, with the 9th Order Abyssal Demon personally concealing them. Even the 4th Order reconnaissance machines were utterly oblivious to these 7th Order ferocious beasts. Among the vast assembly of 7th Order beasts, one presence stood out distinctly, its aura vastly surpassing that of its peers. The 9th Order Beast tribe cast a few glances in that direction. It was its 8th Order kin, the final trump card of the Abyssal Demons in this battle. The objective of this 8th Order creature was the individual at the East City Gate. Slaying him would be equivalent to vanquishing tens of thousands of other humans. Should success be attained, those formidable mechanical weapons would surely be rendered scrap metal, allowing for a true victory in this conflict. This was one of its primary objectives. A multitude of 7th Order ferocious beasts could catch humanity off guard, thereby concealing the 8th Order beast's form and ensuring a lethal strike. Beast Brother. The Abyssal Demons signaled to the 9th Order Beast Tribe after executing its method. The 9th Order Beast Tribe did not respond verbally, merely casting a glance before its form began to shift, manifesting a colossal eagle-shaped head, its true form. A resonant eagle cry reverberated through the heavens, faintly conveying some form of signal. Above the clouds, a swarm of circling avian ferocious beasts, upon hearing the call, had their eyes turn crimson, subsequently altering course and breaking through the shrouding clouds, diving downward. Had anyone been observing, they would have noted that this flock of avian ferocious beasts was positioned directly above the city of Daxia. With no protective shield guarding Daxia, the city lacked air superiority, having no means to intercept the flying beasts. This was the South Gate. Lu Huai, the battlefield analyst, suddenly sensed something amiss, his expression shifting dramatically. City Lord, there are flying ferocious beasts appearing above us, Lu Huai reported immediately. Flying ferocious beasts? Damn it, I thought something felt off. These cursed abyssal demons have even summoned flying beasts. Yin Chuan, engaged in bloody combat, cursed vehemently and hastily withdrew from the battlefield. In the previous preparations, he had overlooked this critical detail. With technological weapons depleted and the energy shield destroyed, Daxia had lost its air superiority. In the course of recent battles, there has been an over-reliance on energy shields, causing many to overlook the terrifying nature of the flying beasts. Unlike their terrestrial counterparts, which must breach city gates, the flying monsters can disregard ground defenses entirely when no countermeasures are in place, effortlessly infiltrating the city to wreak havoc. Conventional firearms and artillery cannot even graze them. Once they launch an attack, they soar into the clouds, facing minimal threat. In the presence of such a formidable aerial onslaught, a swarm of unrestrained flying beasts poses a lethal threat to the city of Daxia. Are the missiles locked on? Yin Chuan inquired swiftly. Lu Huai nodded. They are locked on, but the number of these flying beasts has reached hundreds. Even if we exhaust our missiles, we can only take down a handful, which is hardly worth the effort. Is there a 7th-tier beast among them? There is one. Then let us first eliminate that 7th-tier creature, Yin Chuan declared with anger. Just as victory seemed within reach, the enemy revealed this hidden card. Should the flying beasts rampage within the city, coordinating with the external tide of monsters, the consequences would be dire. The defenders would inevitably become overwhelmed, leading to vulnerabilities in the defense line and a repeat of the brutal close-quarters combat witnessed the day before. With a whoosh, 3 missiles soared into the sky. Before the 7th-tier avian beast could react, they collided with its body, producing a tremendous explosion. Under the relentless assault of the missiles, the 7th-tier eagle beast did not even have time to scream before plummeting to its demise. This was Lu Huai's astute judgment. Had only one missile been used, it likely would have merely wounded the beast rather than annihilating it. However, upon witnessing the success of the missiles, Yin Chuan felt no joy. At that moment, the remaining eagle beasts were already nearing the ground, poised to commence their rampage. Moreover, the death of the 7th-tier beast had seemingly zero impact on the remaining avian horde. Summon all individuals of 5th-tier strength and above to aid me in the city. We must curb the advance of these creatures and ensure they do not approach the city walls, as their presence would jeopardize the ongoing battle. Yin Chuan brandished his fiery sword and dashed towards the city. This is dire. A 7th-tier beast has appeared. Lu Huai was about to concur when he suddenly observed something and hastily halted Yin Chuan's advance. They are gathering at the eastern gate. The 7th-tier beasts were converging there, with the sinister intent aimed at Jang Ji. Lu Huai's expression changed dramatically. First, they employed flying beasts to disrupt the southwestern and northern gates, preventing any division of forces for support. Then, by amassing a multitude of 7th-tier beasts at the eastern gate, they sought to find an opportunity to eliminate Jang Ji, the mechanic, a strategy that was a true display of open deception. Regardless of which of the 3 gates diverted support, there would be vulnerabilities. Should Jang Ji fall, the eastern gate would be lost. If the 3 gates opted to assist Jang Ji, the eagle beasts would unleash chaos, risking the integrity of those gates as well. These beasts exhibit truly cunning tactics. Yin Chuan gritted his teeth. Now, 2 choices lay before him: to rescue Jang Ji or to first deal with the eagle beasts. In an instant, he made his decision, shouting, "All those with 7th-tier combat capabilities, follow me to the eastern gate. Deploy all war robots from the southwestern and northern gates to the eastern gate as well." In his view, Jang Ji's life surpassed all others. Although he appeared to have 2 choices, the answer had long been predetermined. The number of 7th-tier ferocious beasts at the east gate had exceeded 300, necessitating the mobilization of all 7th-tier combat forces. Otherwise, should any mishap occur on Jang Ji's side, the fate awaiting Sia City would be annihilation. As for the impending rampage of the Eagle Beast Horde, he could scarcely afford to dwell on it. If the defensive line were breached, it would merely be a return to the chaos of yesteryear, leading to an all-out melee. Compared to the death of Jang Ji, such a sacrifice was one he could acquiesce to. Lord City Master, go assist Brother Jiang. We shall hold the line here. Please ensure the safety of the esteemed mechanic. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow these beasts to set foot within the city. A melee is but a matter of habit for me. It is merely death. The mechanic's life holds greater significance than my own. Please, hurry. The others were well aware of the current situation and spoke up in unison. They feared not death. Had it not been for this peculiar circumstance, they could have decisively vanquished the beast tide with minimal casualties. The changes brought forth by the mechanic had begun to manifest. Sia City had ushered in the dawn of resurgence. Under such circumstances, as citizens of Sia, who among them lacked the resolve to sacrifice? Chapter 49, Position Tracking Bombs at the East Gate. The moment the traces of the 7th tier ferocious beasts appeared, Jang Ji had received the warning from the reconnaissance aircraft. Is this your final resort? To be frank, the emergence of 300 7th tier beasts did alter his expression. Despite Sia City having welcomed over 100 7th tier combatants in a single night, they could merely be regarded as newly ascended beginners in the 7th tier, for their powered armor remained at the 5th tier. Among the multitude of 7th tier beasts, many were at their peak, creating a disparity in strength between the two sides. Yin Chuan and the others from the 3 gates quickly arrived, too pressed for words as they engaged the horde of ferocious beasts. Jang Ji looked down to observe that, even with the inclusion of 100 robots, Sia City's forces had swiftly fallen to a disadvantage at the onset of battle. Each individual was required to confront more than 2 7th tier beasts, and aside from Old Wang, Yin Chuan and the others were essentially still at the 6th tier. Their combat strength ultimately insufficient. Everyone fought valiantly in resistance, but defeat was merely a matter of time. Fortunately, a line of flame battle vehicles formed a defensive barrier, preventing lower-tier beasts from breaching the city walls. Some good news, at least. Jang Ji had intended to summon several meteor cannons for support, but the lurking demonic forces had long since prepared. Once the 7th tier beasts besieged the East Gate, all the strength of this beast tide had been concentrated here, obstructing reinforcements from the other 3 gates. The onslaught was unprecedentedly fierce. The thunderous roar of the meteor cannons had already begun to resound. Were it not for such devastating weaponry, the 3 gates, devoid of high-tier combat strength, might have already been overrun. At that moment, the eagle beasts swooped down, wreaking havoc upon the structures within the city. Despite the loss of their leading 7th tier beast, the remaining eagle beasts still possessed formidable destructive power. Under the guidance of numerous 6th tier creatures, buildings were shattered, and they appeared poised to charge towards the 3 gates, aiming to disrupt the defending forces. Their objective seemed to be the celestial cannon located at the highest point. Unrestrained by any limitations, these flying monstrosities posed a grave threat. Should the celestial cannon be destroyed, the battle would lead to a total collapse of the great Sia City, extinguishing any hope of victory. The situation had escalated to a perilous climax. Jang Ji was keenly observing the overall condition of great Sia City. Witnessing the rampage of the eagle beasts, he steeled his resolve and swiftly approached a row of mechanical weapons. These were another lethal creation he had crafted the previous night, the precision-guided bombs. Anticipating the inevitable appearance of 7th tier beasts in the day's battle, he had intended to use these bombs as a trump card to thwart their advance. However, the number of 7th tier beasts far exceeded his expectations, indicating a resolute determination from the lurking evil forces to eradicate him. 10 precision-guided bombs were stationed atop the city walls. In Jang Ji's estimation, with the combined efforts of the L3 Type War Robot Squad and the assistance of Yin Chuan and others, they could barely maintain the defense line against being breached. The urgent priority was to eliminate the marauding flying eagle beasts within the city. Fortunately, these weapons had tracking capabilities specifically designed to counter such agile, airborne foes. Once a target was locked, the bombs would autonomously pursue the enemy, regardless of how far they attempted to flee. Taking refuge in the clouds would no longer provide them with an advantage. The precision-guided bombs essentially functioned as anti-aircraft weapons, rendering the schemes of the lurking evil forces futile. Leveraging the data relayed by reconnaissance drones, Jang Ji swiftly commanded the 10 weapons to lock onto their aerial targets. As he pressed the button, a barrage of fiery projectiles erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Each precision-guided bomb was armed with a dozen rounds. Jang Ji set them to rapid-fire mode, unleashing a total of 120 spherical fireballs towards the city. His focus was on the lower-tier eagle beasts within the swarm, refraining from targeting the leading 6th-tier beast for the time being, to avoid wasting time on a failed strike. Within mere moments, the bombs reached the location of the beast horde. Sensing the imminent threat, many eagle beasts attempted to ascend into the clouds once more. However, they were taken aback as the bombs altered their trajectory, pursuing them relentlessly. The eagle beasts, caught off guard, were struck in an instant, their massive bodies bursting apart. With blood and flesh raining down from the sky, the might of the fifth-tier weaponry was beyond the capacity of the lower-tier beasts to withstand. In a single volley, the sky was stained crimson with the blood of countless eagle beasts, and within the horde, over 100 fell to their demise. The leading sixth-tier eagle beast, witnessing the widespread death of its companions, let out a mournful cry, frantically flapping its wings as it accelerated towards the clouds. Even with the intimidation enforced by the ninth-tier beast king, they were still paralyzed with fear. The overwhelming presence of their fallen comrades' lingering essence replaced their instinctual dread with the oppressive might of the beast king. Witnessing the success of the explosive device, Jang Ji wasted no time and swiftly reloaded his ammunition. He aimed to eradicate the threat posed by the airborne ferocious beasts, allowing him to turn back and assist in resisting the seventh-tier adversaries. Meanwhile, as the battle outside the city reached a stalemate, Jang Ji, while controlling the explosive device, remained oblivious to the massive eagle beast soaring above the eastern gate, its piercing gaze fixated on him atop the city wall. This creature was the ultimate weapon concealed by the dark forces, a colossal clawed eagle possessing 8th-tier prowess. With its keen eyes scanning the surroundings, the clawed eagle, noticing that it had not been observed below, emitted an excited low cry before diving down, breaking through the clouds towards Jang Ji. Its talons spread wide, approaching nearly 10 meters in span, glinting with a deadly sheen. If Jang Ji were to be caught in those claws, his demise would be assured. The clawed eagle's eyes glimmered with excitement. The dark forces had promised that if it successfully eliminated this human, it would be rewarded with a blood meal sufficient for ascending to the 9th tier, allowing it to stand alongside the Eagle King. The speed of the 8th tier beast was astonishing. Combined with its intelligence, it had long made its preparations. Before anyone could react, its claws were already nearing Jang Ji's form. Jang Ji suddenly sensed a foul wind sweeping above him. He attempted to respond, but it was already too late. As he faced imminent death beneath the eagle's talons, gasps erupted from below, and with the appearance of the clawed eagle, individuals finally recognized the perilous situation. Jang Ji, be careful. An 8th tier ferocious beast? It's over. Damn it. Is this the ultimate goal of the dark forces? Everyone trembled violently, their eyes ablaze with desperation as they gazed towards the unfolding scene, attempting to intervene. But it was futile. They could only watch helplessly as the eagle's claws reached for Jang Ji's body. Chapter 50. The might of an 8th tier warrior. Jang Ji desperately activated the power armor adorning his form, striving for a sliver of hope. Alas, the armor's defenses were woefully inadequate against the assault of an 8th tier beast. As he faced the inevitable demise beneath the clawed eagle's strike, a thunderous shout erupted from the side. How dare you, beast! Accompanied by this voice, a colossal beam of light from a blade illuminated the heavens, chilling to the bone. Striking fiercely towards the clawed eagle, all present felt an overwhelming chill pervade the air. The cold emanating from the blade swiftly approached, decelerating the eagle's speed. Following closely behind the icy aura, the true blade of light ruthlessly cleaved through the massive eagle's body, slicing across with unrelenting force, before continuing its trajectory towards the wilderness. The blade severed through the bodies of 3 7th-tier ferocious beasts before its condensed power gradually dissipated. In that very instant, the clawed eagle's form was cleaved in two, its massive talons halting just a meter from Jang Ji, lifelessly drooping down. A dignified 8th-tier beast, felled by a single strike. Jang Ji believed he was destined to perish today, yet unexpectedly, circumstances took a fortuitous turn. His rapid enhancement of strength had bred a certain arrogance, leading him to lower his guard. Theoretically, given the emergence of numerous 7th-tier beasts, he should have remained vigilant against the unknown 8th-tier fiends. However, the preceding encounters had unfolded too smoothly, compounded by the distractions of aerial beasts, causing him to neglect this critical aspect. Had it not been for the sudden flash of a blade, he would undoubtedly have met his demise. A silent vow formed in his mind. He could not afford such negligence again. As the blood of the giant clawed eagle threatened to cascade upon him, he swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping the grim fate of being drenched in its crimson tide. He turned towards the source of the voice, eager to discover who had come to his aid. A lingering curiosity gripped him. When had the city of Dachau acquired such formidable beings capable of slaying 8th-tier beasts with a single strike? Yin Chuan, observing the abrupt demise of the 7th-tier beast he had been battling, paused momentarily, then glanced towards the city. Upon recognizing a certain figure, he exclaimed, "Senior, you have emerged from your seclusion." Approaching from a distance was an elderly man, wielding a large blade, his hair and beard stark white. An aura of chilling energy emanated from him at all times. Fortunately, you arrived just in time, Qianjun remarked with a nod, relieved. The powerful blade light that had just saved Jang Ji was summoned by him. Thank you, senior, for saving my life, Jang Ji expressed with a deep bow, quickly inquiring. May I ask your name? I am Qianjun, the elder replied, casting an appreciative glance at Jang Ji. Although I was in seclusion, I have heard of your deeds, an admirable mechanic. Qianjun nodded in satisfaction. The tactics of these fiendish spawn remain unchanged. They ambushed my disciple before, and now they employ the same stratagem against you. Fortunately, I managed to break through in time. Otherwise, Daxia would have witnessed yet another prodigious talent perish without recourse. You are the master of the city lord of Zhantian? Jiang Ji recalled the name immediately. Having been informed by Yin Chuan that a 7th-tier powerhouse in Daxiao was in seclusion seeking a breakthrough, thus making him no stranger to Qianjun. Qianjun was the first 7th-tier powerhouse of Daxiao since the great upheaval of the world. Moreover, he was not an awakener. He ascended to the 7th tier through martial arts, having delved deeply into ancient martial studies long before the cataclysm. He was also the martial mentor to Zhantian prior to his awakening, bearing the responsibility of safeguarding him, essentially serving as his protector. It was due to Qianjun's presence that early Daxiao managed to endure in the absence of high-tier combat power. Strictly speaking, the majority of the current martial heritage of Daxiao was passed down from him. This esteemed figure had secluded himself in a death-like meditation following the ambush that claimed Zhantian's life, driven by a desire for vengeance and a commitment to better protect Daxia. Now, having finally ascended to the 8th tier, Qianjun's comprehension of power had vastly amplified his lethality, enabling him to slay the 8th tier giant clawed eagle in a single blow. Let us discuss my matters later, he stated. First, we must address the beast tied before us. As his voice faded, he descended swiftly along the city wall, wielding his blade amidst the chaos of numerous 7th-tier battles. With each swing of his sword, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a fierce beast of the 7th tier met its demise. Few could withstand his lethal strikes. This turn of events significantly eased the burden for Yin Chuan and his comrades, who then joined Qianjun in a relentless slaughter of the 7th-tier beasts. With the strength of a single individual, he instantly altered the tide of the battle. The might of an 8th-tier warrior was indeed terrifying. In merely half an hour, more than half of the over 300 7th-tier beasts had perished. Observing this, Qianjun slightly slowed his onslaught, gently wiping the sweat from his brow. Though his combat prowess was formidable, such intense fighting had begun to wear him down. A warrior may command the momentum, yet can only inflict singular damage, unable to achieve widespread annihilation of beasts. Techniques akin to those employed to slay the 8th-tier giant claw eagle could scarcely be used more than a few times. From here on, it's up to you, Yin. Collaborate with the robots and strive to meet the conditions for individual kills of 7th-tier beasts, Qianjun instructed. I will provide cover for you. He still possessed some stamina. If he truly engaged, he could dispatch dozens more 7th-tier beasts. However, for the greater good of Sia City, it was far more advantageous to allow Yin and the other 6th-tier awakeners to fulfill their conditions for ascension amidst this opportunity. Understood, senior, Yin Chuan replied with enthusiasm. Qianjun's appearance had alleviated Jiang Ji's life-threatening danger, as well as the pressure posed by the 7th-tier beasts. In this context, the current beast tide posed no further threat. With the opportunity for ascension at hand, none wished to squander it. At some point, Old Wang also arrived, stating, "You have succeeded, Brother Wang." Qianjun greeted the familiar figure with a smile. Indeed, after 3 years of seclusion, if I did not break through now, with the speed at which this young mechanic grows stronger, I would soon find myself obsolete. As contemporaries, the two shared an intimate familiarity. Had it not been for you today, little Ji would likely be in grave danger. Old Wang expressed, a hint of fear in his tone. He then became serious, deeply bowing to Qianjun. On behalf of little Ji, his father Zhang Yuan, and all of Daxia City, I thank you. Qianjun quickly helped him up, saying, Brother Wang, what are you doing? We are all working for the benefit of Daxia City, so there is no need for thanks. I happened to gain some insights that allowed me to break through, so I have benefited somewhat from the mechanic's influence. What do you mean? Old Wang inquired with curiosity. Qianjun explained, among those who awakened around the same time, there was also a girl. Do you remember her? Su Shuangyue? Old Wang recalled the awakening council from 3 months prior, uncertainly responding. Precisely, Qianjun confirmed. The ice spirit she awakened provided me with a spark of insight that ultimately aided my ice blade technique, enabling my successful breakthrough. Back then, under the impact of the energy gun, she fought fiercely on the city walls, refusing to lag behind the mechanics. At last, I collapsed at my retreat, initially intending to emerge and assist in battle. However, the icy power emanating from her evoked profound insights within me, compelling me to seize the breakthrough opportunity that had presented itself. It was only today that I finally accomplished this breakthrough. Although the girl's rank is not particularly high, She has become a benefactor to me, prompting me to take her as my disciple, as Qian Zhen explained with a smile. Indeed, it seems that fate has favored the great Xia. Wang Lao nodded in relief, acknowledging that had Qian Zhen not achieved his breakthrough due to Su Xuanyue, the hope of Jang Ji, the beacon for Great Sia City, would have been extinguished. The consequences stemming from the demise of the second mechanic were burdens too great for Great Sia City to bear. P.S. The humble author inquires whether the preceding chapters may have been somewhat lackluster. The readership and revenue fall short of acceptable standards. Have esteemed readers been skipping chapters? Alas. If you have a moment, please consider offering a token of encouragement to the author, providing a modicum of motivation. Chapter 51. The Ultimate Weapon, Rebirth. The battle rages on. Yet, to any discerning observer, it is evident that the conclusion is merely a matter of time. The plan involving the flying feral beasts has failed, and with the successive deaths of the 7th-tier beasts, the tide of beasts has been rendered powerless. Many have begun to turn their attention to the slaughter of lower-tier feral beasts. Great Sia City is on the brink of victory, having ascended in rank. Lu Huai approached Yin Chuan and whispered, "City Lord, I have located the position of the lurking otherworldly demon." "Oh," Yin Chuan, also a 7th tier, expressed surprise, quickly inquiring, "Where is it, and how far from us?" "It is approximately 50 miles from the city walls. Additionally, besides the lurking otherworldly demon, I sense a formidable presence. Likely a 9th-tier beast." Lu Huai, having completed his ascension, had significantly enhanced his abilities. He had sensed a hint of brutal energy emanating from afar when the giant clawed eagle perished. After his ascension, he followed this aura to fully uncover the position of the 9th-tier beast, thereby also discovering the lurking otherworldly demon. 50 miles conveniently falls within the strike range of the ultimate weapon. Yen Chuan contemplated whether to deploy the final nuclear strike to intimidate the 9th-tier beasts. "City Lord, I believe we must take action. We must instill fear in these 9th-tier foes," Lu Huai urged decisively. Furthermore, 2 9th-tier beasts are entirely worthy of deploying the ultimate weapon. Though naturally refined, the events of the day, particularly Jang Ji's near demise, had incited a tempest of anger within him. Yen Chuan glanced back toward Qianzhen's direction and made his decision. "Very well, let us unleash our fury upon them." The use of the last ultimate weapon implies that Great Sia City will no longer possess the means to intimidate 9th-tier foes. However, the otherworldly demons and feral beasts remain oblivious to the city's true capabilities. Perhaps, after its deployment, the adversaries might even believe there are reserves yet to be utilized. Moreover, with Qianzhen having broken through to the 8th tier, his combat prowess, while perhaps not reaching the 9th tier, is at the pinnacle of the 8th tier. In the absence of the 9th tier's willingness to engage, he may serve as a substitute for the ultimate weapon's effect. Jang Ji is also beginning to exhibit a glimpse of the formidable presence characteristic of a mechanic. In summary, it appears that deploying this nuclear strike is imperative. 50 miles away. "Did you not claim that your plans were infallible? What then of the demise of my kin?" The 9th Order of the Eagle clan bellowed furiously. "The beast tide is on the brink of failure, and your promised sustenance has evaporated. Humph. Unless you provide me with a reasonable explanation, I would not hesitate to crush your triangular head." "What kin? Those 7th-tier ferocious beasts? Did you not assert that they are mindless creatures?" The 9th Order of the Eagle remained unfazed, feigning indifference while secretly calculating the time. The siege plan had already collapsed, and thus he was prepared to enact his secondary scheme. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "I am referring to the 8th-tier giant claw eagle," the 9th Order of the Eagle clan roared. "Oh, so it is that 8th-tier creature." "Yes, it is dead, but what of it?" The 9th Order of the Eagle sneered ominously. "As for the promised sustenance, when has my race ever honored a promise?" Suddenly, the 9th Order of the Eagle erupted in laughter. "Are you toying with me?" The 9th Order of the Eagle beast, incensed by the words, prepared to reveal his true form and engage in battle. Just then, he sensed a lethal threat approaching, causing him to halt in his tracks. "Farewell, mindless beast clan." The Eagle waved his hand dismissively before transforming into black mist, vanishing from sight. Had the siege succeeded, he would not have minded providing some sustenance to satiate the Eagle clan's appetite. Now that failure loomed, he was set to execute his secondary plan. Did he truly believe that a mere 7th tier could uncover their hidden location? He was a formidable 9th Order entity. Had it not been for his deliberate manipulation of the 9th Order Eagle clan's aura towards the humans, how could a 7th tier awakener possibly discover them here? He understood that once the humans detected the presence of a 9th Order, they would deploy their ultimate weapon, so he had long prepared for his escape. No sooner had the Eagle finished speaking than a cataclysmic force descended, striking fiercely where they had previously stood. The extreme power of annihilation erupted, flames soaring skyward. As a dark mushroom cloud ascended into the atmosphere, the shockwave radiated outward, obliterating the surrounding foliage within a vast radius. The 9th Order of the Eagle clan felt the imminent threat, his spirit gripped by primal fear. He flapped his wings, striving to ascend, yet he was far too late. The velocity and might of the ultimate weapon, crashing down unexpectedly, rendered the Ninth Order's prideful speed utterly insignificant. The overwhelming force of annihilation was unleashed upon him, shattering his formidable defenses and tearing a massive wound into his form. Indeed, the true potency of the ultimate weapon lay not in its explosive power, but in the insidious radiation it emitted. The explosive force alone could not slay a Ninth Order, yet once the Eagle clan sustained injury, the relentless toxic radiation surged through the wound, voraciously consuming its innards. Blood ignited, veins ruptured from desiccation, and organs shattered inch by inch, as the radiation swiftly wrought internal devastation upon the Ninth Order. A mournful howl escaped the Eagle clan, only to be silenced as its body succumbed to the internal destruction, crashing to the earth, fragmented by the lingering force of annihilation. A Ninth Order beast utterly perished. After a prolonged silence, the residual waves dissipated. A dark mist emerged, transforming into the form of the previously encountered aberration. It gazed with delight at the fragments strewn across the ground and exclaimed, "A ninth-tier beast clan. My intricate schemes have not been in vain." With a sigh of satisfaction, it swiftly enveloped its triangular head in dark mist, sweeping toward the scattered remnants. In a matter of moments, under the influence of the swirling fog, the fragments of the avian clan began to reassemble. Astonishingly, within just 3 minutes, the pieces had been rejoined, restoring the ninth-tier avian's physique. Observing this, the aberration produced a black stone from within itself and pressed it forward, allowing it to slowly merge into the body of the ninth-tier avian. This was the true essence of the Rebirth clan, a rarity that could scarcely be gathered throughout a lifetime, yet it deemed this sacrifice worthy for the avian. In the next instant, the avian's reconstructed body trembled violently, and its previously dormant eyes suddenly opened, revealing a hollow gaze devoid of color. "Master," the avian intoned. "Ha ha, it is done. A ninth-tier puppet. It seems that this endeavor can indeed be orchestrated." The aberration bellowed with laughter. The true talent of the Rebirth clan was not merely the ability to mend a body. As the name suggests, rebirth signifies the generation of life anew. While it may not achieve the perfection of resurrection, the reborn entity can wield the combat prowess it possessed in life, all the while becoming a puppet of the Rebirth clan aberration. In the aberration's eyes, this was a demonstration of their formidable capabilities. One of its objectives in assembling the beast tide was to convert this ninth-tier avian into a puppet for manipulation. Bound by the Federal Pact, the aberration could not directly attack humans, but the beast clans were free from such constraints. With a ninth-tier puppet at its disposal, the range of its control would vastly expand. As for the failure to breach Great Sia City, it had grown indifferent. A mere city of 30,000 inhabitants, with a maximum tier of 8, was no longer worthy of its consideration. With the ninth-tier puppet, the Rebirth clan would never again suffer from a lack of sustenance. As for this city, which had entertained them for so long, they could afford to grant it a little more time to linger before extinguishing it at their leisure. The aberration leapt onto the back of the ninth-tier avian, directing it towards the direction of its clan. The federal prodigies were soon to arrive for a visit. Chapter 52. The Sia City, 300 miles away. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Great Sia City remained unaware of the events unfolding elsewhere. Since the descent of the ultimate weapon, even Lu Huai had lost his vision. His abilities had failed him. However, neither he nor Yin Chuan believed that the aberration and the ferocious beasts could emerge unscathed under the deployment of such a weapon. Once all the sixth-tier entities had completed their ascension, they launched another assault. A multitude of genuine seventh-tier beings unleashed their might, in conjunction with mechanical weaponry, bringing the beast tide to its inevitable conclusion. The once million-strong tide had been reduced to a mere few hundred thousand, having suffered a staggering 90% annihilation. As the aberration departed, the remaining ferocious beasts fled in panic, swiftly retreating into the forest, their whereabouts obscured. On the city walls, countless individuals collapsed to the ground, and despite having exhausted themselves in the struggle against the beasts, they erupted in jubilant cheers. "We have won. We have triumphed. I cannot believe I have survived. The mechanical creations crafted by Master Jiang are truly remarkable. I never anticipated that my auxiliary profession would one day be integrated into the main battle forces. Indeed, this demon cannon is a formidable weapon. With a single shot, even the 5th and 6th tier creatures are reduced to ashes. The city of Daxiao is on the rise. The conclusion of this battle signifies the complete end of the beast tide. If nothing unforeseen occurs, the city of Daxiao shall once again enjoy a tranquil period of 3 months. The previous 3 months saw the mechanics bring about significant transformations for the city of Daxiao. What changes might the next 3 months hold? The emergence of an 8th tier and numerous 7th tier individuals has truly elevated the city of Daxiao. Perhaps next time, it will not be the gathering of ferocious beasts, but rather the city of Daxiao taking the initiative to hunt them down. Meanwhile, As the city of Dashia attends to post-battle matters, 300 miles away stands a bustling city, the coastal city of Defy, a border town of the Federation. It lies at the interface between human and otherworldly territories. Although Defy is considered a peripheral city and not central to the Federation, it is home to over 1 million inhabitants. The city boasts complete facilities, including academies, shopping centers, and transportation, all characteristic of a technologically advanced era, appearing largely unaffected by the world's upheaval. Despite the emergence of special abilities, the lives of its citizens seem remarkably unchanged. Due to its proximity to fierce beasts, Defy possesses robust defensive capabilities, with more than 10 ultimate weapons at the ready. Furthermore, the resident population primarily consists of awakened individuals or warriors, with even 9th-tier experts stationed at the top. Thus, despite being a border city, its inhabitants do not perceive it as particularly perilous. In addition to facilitating exchanges with the hinterland across the sea, Defy has also given rise to a unique profession centered around hunting ferocious beasts for resources, creating a thriving atmosphere. At this moment, a large group of youthful faces gathers at the southern gateway. This crowd, numbering around 100, consists of the Federation's top-ranking talents from the placement tournament. Their presence in Defy is an invitation to visit the territory of the otherworldly beings, the Endless Forest, to foster alliance relations between the Federation and the otherworldly entities. Moreover, the placement tournament has not yet concluded. This journey serves not only to explore the otherworldly realm, but also to navigate through the Endless Forest into the heart of the beast territory, initiating the final trial to determine the true champion. This coveted title comes with the prestigious reward of a qualification to ascend to the 9th tier. How could such a prize not incite fierce competition among these prodigies? Many 6th-tier powerhouses aspire to claim the top spot and thus become genuine champions of the Federation. What is that persistent sound resembling explosions? As the crowd converges, a distant rumble echoes, reminiscent of cannon fire. Curiosity stirs among the assembled individuals. A figure clad in uniform, seemingly a gatekeeper, responded, "It must be that the ferocious beasts and the Ying have once again engaged in battle. For many years, such sounds have frequently emanated from that direction." "Have the Ying and the ferocious beasts been perpetually fighting?" inquired an onlooker. "That is beyond my knowledge," replied the gatekeeper. "Has no one ventured to investigate?" A curious crowd began to gather, intrigued by the conversation. The gatekeeper continued, "There has been an edict from above, forbidding anyone from Dawishi to probe in that direction. It is said to be at the behest of the Yivo's allies, who wish to avoid any interference with their conflict against the ferocious beasts. That does seem peculiar. Why would they wish to avoid disruption? Wouldn't it be easier for them if Dawishi were to send aid?" Someone questioned, perplexed. "What's so strange about that? Even though the Yivo are our allies, they have their own secrets they prefer to keep hidden," someone casually remarked. "Yet, you from Dawishi, despite the orders. Surely there have been instances of clandestine excursions?" The gatekeeper retorted. "Indeed, you speak the truth. Over the years, there have been those who defied the command, attempting to sneak over there for reconnaissance. However, guess what? At the Jiasan, there is a station military district, and all who sought to cross have been apprehended and brought back. Consequently, curiosity about that place has waned over time. It seems there may be some secrets worth safeguarding. Otherwise, the higher-ups in Dawishi wouldn't place such emphasis on it." Intrigued by this notion, some began to entertain the idea of venturing forth. The gatekeeper, discerning their thoughts, interjected with a smile, "I advise you to extinguish such ambitions. Even if you are all prodigies from esteemed academies, should you dare to cross the Jishan and be caught, the consequences could range from expulsion from your institution to imprisonment." "Is it truly that severe?" Someone gasped in astonishment. A local nodded, adding, "When it concerns our allies, the repercussions could indeed be more dire than what this brother has stated. I urge you to focus on your trials and refrain from entertaining ill-advised notions." Upon hearing these words, the group collectively felt their aspirations dim, their curiosity about the ES secrets overshadowed by the prospect of jeopardizing their futures through such a futile endeavor. The conversation soon resumed. "Ever since our Federation signed the pact with the Yivo, the ferocious beasts seem to have faded into silence. There have been no significant beast tides to speak of. Indeed, Dawishi's advantageous location has allowed you to engage in battles with the ferocious beasts and hone your skills. We, on the other hand, have not been afforded such opportunities. Even casual sparring with classmates is the pinnacle of our experiences. Had it not been for the ranking tournament, we might have never encountered a worthy battle." "Absolutely. The Federation has chosen this location for the trials, which aligns perfectly with my desires. The legendary beast tides, I cannot fathom what they must be like. With my strength, could I emerge victorious amidst them? I am eager to witness it." This trial evaluates performance based on the number of ferocious beasts slain to secure a prominent ranking. I believe one must annihilate at least an entire ferocious beast clan to suffice. Members from various academies form teams, and under the guidance of those at the 6th tier, Extinguishing a clan would not be a trivial undertaking. The group jovially discussed their ambitions. They naively envisioned that the so-called ferocious beasts are merely beings that can be easily vanquished, having never endured the ravages of brutal warfare. The sheltered flowers of the greenhouse apply their preconceived notions of competition to the impending trials. In Chapter 53, The Mechanical Factory, Annihilation War. A plane adorned with the federal flag descends slowly onto the runway at the entrance of the Grand Ocean City, interrupting the conversations of the gathered crowd. An officer strides forward, surveying the assembly before proclaiming loudly, "Since everyone has arrived, let us board and prepare to embark for the endless forest." The anticipation is palpable. I can scarcely contain my excitement. Hurry, let us ascend. I yearn to behold sights beyond the confines of the federal territory. How will the land of the otherworldly demons differ from our own? The endless forest sounds utterly enchanting. Esteemed guests, I am Mo Fei-chun, and I shall serve as your guide to the homeland of my rebirth clan, where each of you shall receive a rebirth fruit as a token of our hospitality. On board the aircraft, Mo Fei-chun stands at the forefront, a faint smile gracing his triangular visage as he addresses the assembly. "Oh, we are welcomed by the holy scion of the rebirth clan. Brother Fei-chun, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. The rebirth fruit, said to grant the power of regeneration? How generous of the rebirth clan. I had not anticipated such a delightful surprise in participating in these trials. Indeed, it is an honor for our clan to host the talented individuals of the Federation, and we shall not be stingy in our offerings." Mo Fei-chun replies with a grin. The assembly has grown accustomed to interacting with the otherworldly beings, and the starkly different triangular heads evoke no unexpected emotions. As the plane ascends, its flight path avoids the territories of the ferocious beasts, instead passing by several small, otherworldly villages. However, adorned with the federal insignia and buoyed by the aura emanating from Mo Fei-chun, these villages remain oblivious to the aircraft above. The Rebirth clan has meticulously arranged all details. Otherwise, a defenseless aircraft would have been swiftly obliterated. High above, in the clouds, a ninth-tier otherworldly demon casts a curious gaze upon the slowly traversing plane, its eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Naturally, this group, regarded as the Federation's prodigies, may encounter unforeseen circumstances as they venture into alien territories. Grand Ocean City has dispatched guardians, including an elder of ninth-tier prowess seated at the rear of the aircraft, meditating in tranquility. Accompanying him is a squad composed of seventh-tier warriors, underscoring the Federation's high regard for these talented individuals. In the city of Sia, after 3 days of diligent efforts, the aftermath of the beast tide has been largely addressed. During this time, Jang Ji and his team have also reconstructed the mechanical depot from the ground up, in stark contrast to its former cramped confines. The mechanical depot now boasts an expansive area, housing numerous mechanical machining tools within its vast box-like structure. The original console has evolved into a meticulously arranged array of operational machinery, with bio-inspired robots moving about, occasionally retrieving well-sorted mechanical materials from the storage for the machines. Before long, as the machines churn out finished products, specialized robots delicately place them on shelves, awaiting distribution to the individuals in the grand city of Daxia. This is the masterpiece that emerged after Jang Ji's abilities underwent a significant transformation, achieving complete automation in mechanical production. The assembly line facilities have been perfected, liberating his hands entirely. Furthermore, the mechanical depot has been officially renamed the Mechanical Factory, due to the substantial output of machinery. Coupled with the experience gained from the extensive slaying of ferocious beasts during the beast tide, his experience bar overflowed once again yesterday, reaching a staggering 24,300,000, resulting in a promotion to the 6th tier. Following this advancement, the experience bar elongated anew, with the requirement for the next tier escalating to 72,900,000. Despite the stable experience acquisition channel provided by the Mechanical Factory, Jang Ji could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. How many beasts must he slay? How much machinery must he produce to ascend to the 7th tier? Fortunately, his strength has significantly increased at the 6th tier. At this moment, Jang Ji stands before the original console, personally crafting a 6th-tier mechanical creation. 12 hours have elapsed since he began, yet he has only managed to complete a mere quarter of the final product. Beside the console, a massive wing-like structure lies on the ground. Due to the factory's limited space, he summoned dozens of workers to lift this wing to the open area outside, awaiting final assembly. The creation he is developing is named the Annihilation Fighter, a 6th-tier mechanical marvel. The Annihilation Fighter transcends the concept of a singular weapon, boasting formidable capabilities for group combat. Its fuselage stretches several dozen meters, incorporating functions such as reconnaissance, scanning, ascent, weaponry, and defense. Theoretically, it can reach the atmospheric limits of Blue Star. Its defensive strength can withstand consecutive assaults from 8th-tier forces, and its equipped energy beam cluster cannon is immensely powerful, qualifying it as a large-scale weapon capable of sweeping through 7th-tier adversaries. Unlike a missile, which is inanimate, the Annihilation Fighter exhibits remarkable maneuverability, categorizing it as one of the strategic mechanical weapons that can both attack and defend. With its introduction, Sia City firmly asserts its dominance over aerial supremacy. Thus, for its sake, Jang Ji has forsaken the production of other 6th-tier machines, dedicating his time solely to its creation. His aim is to bolster the upcoming plan to hunt ferocious beasts outside the city with a formidable foundation. Concurrently, Jang Ji has emphasized enhancing the Annihilation Fighter's speed. Consequently, while its attack power may fall slightly short of 8th-tier levels, the 15-fold increase in speed ensures that even when confronted by 9th-tier beasts, he can retreat safely, leveraging the advantage of flight. After all, life is of utmost importance. 2 days have passed. Jang Ji has finally completed the last component and steps outside to commence the assembly of the Annihilation Fighter. This time, he did not enlist the help of others, but instead allowed the robots under his command to assist him. One large component after another was gradually assembled, and the form of the Annihilation Fighter began to take shape. The aircraft was entirely black, featuring a rounded, pointed nose at the front, with massive, circular wings on either side, and 2 jet-like blue flame propulsion devices at the rear, topped with a radar line. In the center of the wings lay the cockpit, which housed 1 main seat and 3 auxiliary positions surrounding the control panel. Beneath the cockpit was the installation site for the energy beam cannon. By this time, a considerable crowd had gathered around. As the Annihilation Fighter became more complete, awe replaced the pupils of all onlookers. Observing from close range, a profound sense of advanced technology enveloped them. Even the exterior exuded an aura of formidable strength. This was Jang Ji's first large-scale mechanical creation. After the nuclear arsenal was depleted, the Annihilation Fighter would substitute missiles, becoming the foremost strategic weapon of Sia City. Capable of contending with 8th-tier foes and evading the hands of 9th-tier adversaries, its existence signified that Sia City had truly shed the threat posed by ferocious beasts. Henceforth, the wilderness would no longer be their forbidden territory. Chapter 54. As the city lord, is it not reasonable to venture out? Upon the completion of the Annihilation Fighter, Jang Ji also intended to leave the city. Without a substantial source of experience, his ascent to the 7th tier seemed a distant goal. With no beast tide present, his only option was to venture forth to eradicate the ferocious beast populations. By clearing threats for Sia City, he could simultaneously continue gathering mechanical materials. In recent days, due to the continuous production of numerous machines, coupled with the materials consumed by the Annihilation Fighter, all resources left by the previous mechanic had been entirely depleted. Even the materials for upgrading the L3 war robots to the 6th tier were lacking. However, some lower-tier materials remained, but with a mechanical factory at his disposal, Jang Ji no longer needed to concern himself with such trivialities. At the eastern city gate, a large crowd had gathered. "Xiao Ji, are you certain you do not require our combat assistance for this expedition?" Yan Chuan inquired hesitantly. Jang Ji smiled and replied, "Uncle Yan, trust me. Just organize the personnel to follow behind and gather materials. Leave the combat to the machines under my command." Over the past few days, Jang Ji had finalized the plan for their outing with Yan Chuan and the others. Given the slightly perilous conditions of the wilderness, organizing personnel for combat would inevitably lead to casualties, no matter how cautious they were. In contrast, utilizing robots and other mechanical creations mitigated the risk, even if damaged. They could be repaired with materials, effectively resolving the danger. Thus, in Jang Ji's plan, the task of exterminating ferocious beasts would be entrusted to machines, while the people of Sia City would merely occupy resource points and collect and transport materials after the beasts had been vanquished. Yan Chuan still harbored some doubts. Jang Ji raised his hand to interrupt, smiling. "As a mechanic, would I resort to the outdated tactics of the old era, engaging in cold weapon combat? Uncle Yan, times have changed." As a mechanic, he had now integrated reconnaissance, positioning, and both close and long-range strike capabilities. Why would he foolishly organize a team to charge into the ranks of ferocious beasts? Only a fool would act thus. For Sia City, it was a new era. Cold weapons and large-scale warfare have become relics of the past. We now inhabit an era dominated by mechanized firepower. Were it not for the limited number of robots, Jang Ji would not even permit their assistance. A single individual could suffice for tasks such as collection and transportation. As for whether his approach might result in the denizens of Sia City losing their formidable channels or becoming delicate flowers in a greenhouse due to prolonged inactivity in battle, Jang Ji expressed no concern. Even if they were to engage in combat, they would hardly slay many ferocious beasts, nor would they gain substantial experience. However, allowing Jang Ji to fight alone would yield a different outcome. By monopolizing the experience, he could ascend in rank and, with an abundance of materials, manufacture machines on a grand scale. In such a scenario, Every resident of Sia City would possess their own set of equipment, significantly enhancing their overall strength. Far more swiftly than if they were to battle for their ascension. Have we not witnessed how the sixth-tier individuals in Sia City, who had stagnated for years, successfully advanced within mere months? The transformation he could bring forth eclipses all others. Thus, his rank ascension holds paramount importance. Situated within the realm of the alien demons, Sia City stands as a solitary fortress. With such potential, it is imperative to grow stronger at the swiftest pace possible. This way, they can ensure a comprehensive resurgence for Sia City in the face of any future wars that may loom. Having made a decision, Yin Chuan nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. It is time to board, he declared, making his way towards the cockpit of the Annihilation Fighter. Jang Ji paused. Uncle Yin, are you also coming with me? The Annihilation Fighter accommodates 4 seats, with the main seat reserved for him. The other 3 had already been designated for specific individuals, and he was taken aback by Yin Chuan's sudden intervention. Yin Chuan adopted a grave demeanor. As the city lord, my participation in this operation, which marks Sia City's first official expedition in years, is entirely justifiable. Jang Ji hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts. Nearby, someone erupted in outrage. How shameless can you be? If you want to leave the city, just say so instead of fabricating some rationale about being the city lord. Justifiable? Nonsense. Who wouldn't want to ride in such a massive war machine? Do you think your title makes you special? Step aside so I can take your place. Yin Chuan's audacity was becoming increasingly intolerable. There were only 4 seats, and he dared to intrude. I see now. You've been chatting with Jang Ji merely to position yourself near the fighter. I was puzzled by your sudden hesitation about something that was previously agreed upon. Yin Chuan's skin had thickened over time, rendering him impervious to the crowd's scorn. With a cheerful expression, he squeezed into the Annihilation Fighter, taking the right-side co-pilot's seat. Skin? What good is that? He was unwilling to forfeit the prime vantage point for observing the battle outside the city. Securing his safety harness, Yin Chuan's serious demeanor transformed into a broad smile as he addressed Lu Huai. Lu Huai, you are now fully responsible for the collection efforts behind us. Lu Huai could only acquiesce, acknowledging his superior's command. Understood. Observing this spectacle, others were inspired to emulate Yin Chuan and attempt a similar preemptive move. Just as they were about to act, a glance to the side revealed 2 familiar figures. Old Wang chuckled lightly, disregarding the crowd, and leisurely made his way into the cockpit. His qualifications were well established, and as one of Jang Ji's closest confidants, he had long since arranged to secure a seat. The other, Qian Zhen, a formidable 8th-tier warrior, accompanied Jang Ji on his first venture outside the city, naturally assuming the role of protector as the current strongest in Sia City. Upon seeing the 2, the crowd reluctantly relinquished their aspirations. In the center of the gathering stood a solitary 10-year-old child, Zhou Ling. She was originally the last person confirmed by Jiang Ji, intended to be taken along to broaden her horizons. However, with the seat now occupied by Yin Chuan, her opportunity to board the aircraft slipped away. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers turned on Yin Chuan with outrage. You shameless scoundrel, even snatching a child's seat. How can you call yourself human? Indeed, it was an utter disgrace. Faced with this, even Yin Chuan, despite his thick skin, could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Feigning a cough, he turned to Zhou Ling and said, Little Ling, let this opportunity go to Uncle Yin this time. It's been a hard day for him. As he spoke, he deliberately wiped away non-existent tears. Relinquishing such an opportunity was not his desire, so he could only make do with the little girl's disappointment. He assured himself that upon returning, he would do everything in his power to comfort her. You are a bad guy, city lord, Zhou Ling remarked, sticking out her tongue. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted from the crowd, filling the air with mirth. Yin Chuan's reputation as the city lord had taken a significant blow, and tales of his audacious act of commandeering a child's seat would undoubtedly spread throughout Sia City. Jiang Ji approached with a smile, ruffling Zhou Ling's hair, and said, Do not worry. In the future, I will take you and your brother out for some fun. He suddenly realized that this excursion was not merely for sightseeing. Bringing along Zhou Ling, an ordinary child, was indeed a cause for concern. Despite the presence of the Annihilation aircraft for protection, danger still lurked. With no means of self-defense, Zhou Ling would be in peril should any unexpected events arise. It would be better to fulfill this promise once the area surrounding Sia City was stabilized. Thus, he chose to overlook Yin Chuan's actions. Zhou Ling was an understanding child and would not wish to trouble her mechanic brother. Chapter 55. Return to the meteorite mine. After comforting Zhou Ling, Jang Ji boarded the Annihilation aircraft. At the rear of the aircraft, 100 robots had assembled, each equipped with a complete set of advanced mechanical gear, including power armor and magnetic demon-slaying rifles. A variety of weapons such as reconnaissance drones, positioning tracking bombs, and meteorite cannons were also on hand. Jiang Ji's objective for this journey was to clear all ferocious beasts within a 50-mile radius. thereby establishing a secure sphere of influence for Sia City. Furthermore, with each expansion of this territory, he planned to construct temporary scouting points, deploying patrol units comprised of robots to fortify the defensive line. This proactive approach would enable him to prepare for any future beast tides. Otherwise, merely occupying resource points would not grant him complete control over the wilderness. Any sudden incidents could endanger the teams transporting materials. At Jang Ji's signal, the onlookers promptly dispersed. Clearing a significant area, Jang Ji pressed the ignition button, and the Annihilation Fighter immediately emitted a resounding roar, its rear spewing forth twin blue flames. As the kinetic energy completed its cycle, the sleek black fuselage suddenly illuminated with brilliance. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the fighter ascended gracefully, the blue flames trailing behind, exuding an intense heat. In a matter of moments, the Annihilation Fighter had pierced through the clouds. Jang Ji gazed through the cockpit windshield, observing the gradual diminishment of the grand city of Daxia. Although Yin Chuan and his companions had previously flown during the technological era, the sensation of piloting such a colossal mechanical marvel was an unprecedented experience, leaving them in awe. Jang Ji, possessing an innate mastery of machinery, adeptly maneuvered the control panel. On the central display, a map materialized, and under Jang Ji's deft guidance, the destination for their flight was established. Xiao Ji, what is our first destination? Yin Chuan inquired, his eyes flitting over Jang Ji's intricate operations, feeling utterly bewildered. For an ordinary individual, navigating the Annihilation Fighter necessitated a certain level of learning capability. Thus, he could only voice his curiosity. Jang Ji cast a glance at Old Wang, smiling as he replied, "Our first objective is the star meteorite mine." Upon hearing the familiar location, Old Wang regained his composure. He recalled the perilous expedition undertaken by the Knights to retrieve star meteorites for the restoration of the demon cannon. During that venture, he had narrowly escaped death at the fangs of a 7th-tier magic wolf when he was merely at the 6th tier. A memory etched deeply in his mind. "Ah, that place. It's time to settle the score from back then," Yin Chuan remarked, also familiar with the star meteorite mine, as he had personally orchestrated the Knights' sortie and was there to provide support. Below, as the Annihilation Fighter ascended, a squadron of robots, led by Unit 1, traversed the city gates into the wilderness. Upon receiving the command from their master, they promptly issued their orders. "Master has commanded, target, star meteorite mine." As the words were spoken, the power armor adorning the robots began to shimmer, and 2 small jets emerged from their backs. 100 robots leapt into the air in unison, propelled by their power armor, soaring low towards the location of the star meteorite mine. The sight of the robotic squadron flying together, with blue flames erupting, was nothing short of spectacular, radiating a mechanical beauty that profoundly astonished the gathered crowd in Sia City. Lu Huai, too, mobilized his forces, with the main contingent boarding flame chariots and other vehicles, pursuing the direction of the robots. This marked Sia City's inaugural execution of an enemy eradication plan, a pivotal event that would later be chronicled as the first turning point in the rise of Sia City. "Arrived," Jang Ji announced as he glanced at the map displayed on the control panel. "Arrived? What do you mean?" Yin Chuan, still somewhat dazed, blurted out. "The star meteorite mine is here," Jang Ji reiterated. Yin Chuan responded, "If I'm not mistaken, the cushion beneath me hasn't even begun to warm up, right? You're telling me we've reached the star meteorite mine, which is 20 to 30 miles away, in less than a minute of ascent? Honestly, I didn't even notice the fighter moving. All I saw was a slight change in the clouds. Did we really travel that distance in such a brief span?" As Jang Ji maneuvered the aircraft downward, piercing through the clouds, a breathtaking vista gradually unveiled itself below. Before him lay an immense circular pit, its surroundings lush and verdant. Yet the pit itself was starkly discolored, exhibiting a charred black hue. This was the star meteorite mine, a unique site rumored to have formed from the remnants of fallen stars that, after depleting their celestial essence, plummeted to the blue planet. The residual power of these stars permeated the area, ultimately giving rise to a rare material known as meteorite stone, which was later harnessed by humanity. "Is this aircraft truly capable of such astounding speed?" Wang Lao marveled, his skepticism dissipating as he recognized a familiar locale. At the edge of the meteorite pit, several broken spears lay scattered on the ground, accompanied by numerous fragments of meteorites. This was indeed the very site where he had once led the Knights in collecting meteorites. To enhance efficiency, he had instructed his team to utilize spears as mining implements, forcibly extracting the embedded meteorites from the pit. The formidable hardness of the meteorites had resulted in several spears breaking during the endeavor. Consequently, their actions had inadvertently stirred the lurking pack of dire wolves, leaving the broken spears behind as remnants of their perilous encounter. "Ah, it truly is the star meteorite mine," Yin Chuan exclaimed, having visited this place years prior. After a brief moment of recognition, he continued, "In less than a minute, we've covered 20 to 30 miles. Does this annihilation aircraft surpass the speed of sound?" His astonishment was palpable. Jang Ji replied, "The speed we just achieved was close to the sound barrier, but it is not the aircraft's maximum velocity. Theoretically, if it operates at full capacity, it could reach 500 meters per second, exceeding the standard speed of sound at approximately 340 meters per second. Is it truly possible for a machine to attain such capabilities?" Qianzhan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them in surprise. Even at his 8th tier speed, he could not match the aircraft's velocity, and it was noteworthy to mention that this was merely a 6th tier mechanical creation. "I now believe that the aircraft you constructed could indeed evade pursuit from a 9th tier adversary," Qianzhan remarked. "This extraordinary speed is only achievable in the open skies. If flying at low altitudes, with mountains and trees obstructing the path, the aircraft would not be able to attain such rapidity," Jang Ji explained. As the group engaged in their conversation, the robotic squad finally arrived at a location 1 mile away from the star meteorite mine. In this interval, Jang Ji had successfully controlled the aircraft to complete data collection, gaining full awareness of the ferocious beasts below. Nearly 3 months had passed. Yet the dire wolves inhabiting the mine remained as they had been before. They had chosen this place as their territory due to the celestial power emanating from the pit, which had a fortifying effect on their beastly forms. Being naturally attuned to the lunar essence of the stars, the wolves thrived in this environment. Through the aircraft's scanning capabilities, Jang Ji discovered that among the gathered dire wolves, 3 were of the 7th tier, while the remainder numbered in the thousands across various tiers. Fortunately, the knights had only disturbed a solitary 7th tier wolf at the edge. Had they roused the entire pack, they would have faced a dire struggle for survival, with little hope of holding out until reinforcements arrived. Chapter 56. The Perfect War of Machines. Jang Ji briefly recounted the intelligence he had gathered, prompting a sense of trepidation in Wang Lao and Yin Chuan. It appeared that their initial collection had indeed been extraordinarily fortuitous, a true blessing for the great Sia. In this battle, Jang Ji resolved not to deploy the warplanes, as a mere 3 7th-tier foes could be effortlessly vanquished by the robotic battalion alone. Raising a hand, Unit 1 signaled the troops behind it to halt. With an intelligence level that could now be tentatively compared to that of humans, and having received authorization from Jang Ji, it was capable of autonomously orchestrating its actions. Initially, it divided the robotic forces into several specialized units, including close combat teams, long-range bombardment squads, reconnaissance units, and post-battle cleanup crews. Under Unit 1's command, the reconnaissance team dispatched several drones disguised as insects to the meteorite mine to gather information. Once the reconnaissance was complete, they obtained knowledge of the distribution of the demon wolf pack. Subsequently, Unit 1 directed the long-range bombardment team to deploy the meteor cannon for an initial strike from afar. Utilizing the visuals relayed by the reconnaissance drones, the meteor cannon swiftly locked onto the target location. With a single shot, a violent explosion erupted at the heart of the meteorite mine. Countless demon wolves, clinging to the meteorite, were caught off guard and were easily consumed by the intense heat. Some of insufficient strength reduced to mere ashes. In one fell swoop, the meteor cannon annihilated 90% of the demon wolves within the pit. However, the 3 7th-tier beasts, 2 dispersed, were fortunate enough to evade the brunt of the blast. Aided by their instinctual awareness of impending danger, 2 managed to survive the bombardment, albeit gravely wounded. Despite their narrow escape, their bodies bore the marks of devastation. With the meteor cannon having achieved its purpose, Unit 1 gestured once more. A precision-guided bomb was dispatched, targeting the retreating 6th-tier demon wolves that had eluded the initial strike, reducing them to mere fragments. The surviving demon wolves, sensing the imminent threat and the demise of their kin, instinctively howled in terror. Yet, Unit 1 remained devoid of any emotional response. As the high-tier forces of the demon wolves lost their capacity to fight, the assault team, armed with magical energy disruptors, swiftly infiltrated the meteorite pit to eliminate the few demon wolves that had inexplicably survived. Under the scrutiny of the machine's retinal scanners, not a single demon wolf could evade detection. The 2 surviving 7th-tier demon wolves were swiftly dispatched by the assault team, led by Unit 1, their formidable thunderstorm hammers unleashing tremendous power, obliterating the grotesque skulls of their foes. Thus, the battle drew to a conclusive end. The robotic battalion officially took control of the meteorite mine. In midair, aboard the annihilation aircraft, the 4 observers watched the entire conflict unfold. Qianzhan offered a commendatory remark, "Truly a flawless extermination operation." Wang Lao nodded in agreement. "I never imagined that with the coordination of intelligent robots and mechanical weaponry, such formidable combat capabilities could be fully realized without your direct command, Jang Ji. To speak frankly, had the battle taken place in Sia City, it would not have been so effortless, even if numbers were equal." Achieving a flawless extermination of a beastly horde would have been unattainable. The terrain and the enemy's dispersion posed significant challenges, as most of Sia City's inhabitants possessed only close combat prowess. In the event of a melee confrontation, a thoroughly devised strategy would be essential. Yet, in the present circumstance, merely exerting a barrage of firepower sufficed to effortlessly eradicate the demonic wolf tribe. Indeed, you, the mechanic, are on a completely different echelon compared to other awakened beings. Wang remarked with a sigh. Yin Chuan interjected, expressing his newfound understanding of why the young man had not permitted him to bring reinforcements. With these robots at our disposal, our efforts would not only be rendered ineffective, but might even hinder progress. Truly, the times have changed. It is no longer just the ordinary awakened beings. But even the mechanists awakened in Jiangtian City are no match for you. Caught in excitement, Yin Chuan spoke without regard for his surroundings. Upon hearing the name Jiangtian, Qianzhen's gaze drifted into reminiscence. Jiangtian, his former disciple, the second individual of the 7th tier in Sia City. Had he still been alive, assisting the current Jang Ji, the two mechanists would have commanded Sia City, creating a scene of unparalleled grandeur. Realizing he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject, Yin Chuan quickly fell silent. Recognizing the somber memories it evoked in his elder, Jang Ji broke the silence, alleviating the awkwardness. Let us depart. Our business here is concluded, and it is time to proceed to our next destination. He directed the command to the number 1 transport, swiftly maneuvering the aircraft toward the next resource point occupied by beasts. After the robotic squad eliminated the last of the demonic wolves, they too made their exit. The meteorite mine had become an entirely secure zone, littered only with remnants of the fallen and splattered flesh, bearing witness to the battle that had just transpired. A mere 10 minutes later, the team from Sia City, led by Lu Huai, arrived fashionably late. All were armed with charged firearms, vigilantly prepared for combat. However, upon entering the meteorite mine, the surroundings were eerily silent. Not a single beast was to be found, nor even the chirping of birds or buzzing of insects. Only the lingering scent of gunpowder filled the air. What is this? Has the battle concluded? Lu Huai, usually a composed individual, found his worldview shattered repeatedly since meeting Jang Ji. He had received a message from Jang Ji instructing him to rush to this location and immediately arrange for the mining of the meteorite. Bewildered, Lu Huai and his team had hurriedly traversed with their flame chariots, hoping to appear and perhaps gain a few hundred experience points. To think that in such a short span of time, the battle had already ended, thousands of demonic wolves reduced to mere corpses? Was this truly the battle he had anticipated? When did a beastly horde become so easily vanquished? Faced with this undeniable reality, Lu Huai reluctantly organized the aftermath of the conflict, overseeing the disposal of wolf carcasses and the mining of meteorites. It was evident that with this resource point secured, Sia City would not lack for demonic cannons in the future. Half an hour later, just as Lu Huai concluded his arrangements for the meteorite mine, he received yet another message from Jang Ji. The beasts at the Qi Iron resource point have been eradicated. Hurry to collect. Another 20 minutes elapsed. The crocodile tribe at the Sankai Shahi resource point has been eradicated. Uncle Lu, please send someone over to take charge promptly. Lu Huai responded. When I express my confusion, it is not I who is at fault, but rather you. I have just finished processing the meteorite mine, and you tell me that in such a short span of time, 2 resource points have been seized? Are the ferocious beasts your subordinates? Do they greet you with open arms upon your arrival? Even if the entire populace of Sia City, numbering 300,000, were to mobilize, it would be impossible to eliminate a ferocious beast tribe so swiftly. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. How could these beasts possibly lack their hiding places? You can annihilate the visible ferocious beast groups, yet you can effortlessly locate those concealed? What are you joking about? Furthermore, who on earth claims that logistics are less burdensome than combat? The speed at which I can secure territory does not match your pace in claiming it. Blast it all. Return and recruit more personnel. Double the numbers. No, increase them tenfold. Lu Huai roared. He seethed at the thought of Yin Chuan, that rascal, comfortably seated in the annihilation aircraft, leisurely enjoying the scenic views along the way, without lifting a finger, while he bore the weight of this immense workload. Despite Lu Huai's typically good-natured temperament, he couldn't help but curse. Yin Chuan, you scoundrel, you are truly ungrateful. I wondered why you were so shamelessly clinging on. Turns out you had foresight all along. You bully an honest man like me. When you return, let anyone else handle this work. I too shall sit in an aircraft and enjoy the scenery. Lu Huai gritted his teeth in frustration. Chapter 57. Temporary respite in just 7 days. The robotic army under Jang Ji swept through hundreds of ferocious beast tribes. Centered around Sia City, all ferocious beast groups within a 50-mile radius were completely eradicated, while Lu Huai's gathering teams seized nearly 150 resource points. Out of the over 200,000 residents within the city, one-third joined the gathering teams. As the sphere of influence expanded, the mechanical material reserves within the city were significantly replenished. The mechanical factory operated tirelessly, ceaselessly manufacturing machinery. To date, over 100,000 energy guns had been produced, greatly enhancing Sia City's low-tier combat capabilities. High-tier machinery was also being manufactured at a rapid pace, with the number of bionic robots increasing by dozens. The annihilation campaigns conducted in recent days proceeded smoothly, yet Jang Ji found it somewhat perplexing that not a single 8th-tier ferocious beast was among the hundreds of tribes. This resulted in the annihilation aircraft not having the opportunity to engage. He had originally wished to test whether the cluster cannon could inflict damage on 8th-tier beasts. Lacking 8th-tier foes, he experimented with 7th-tier beasts, but regrettably, they disintegrated in mere moments, not even lasting a breath. Thus, the majority of the recent battles were fought by the robotic teams, while the 4 individuals within the annihilation craft became mere sightseers, with materials now abundant. And the ferocious beasts within a 50-mile radius entirely eliminated, Jang Ji planned to return for a period of rest. As his rank increased, his responsibilities also began to multiply. His immediate priority was to elevate the tier of his robotic forces. Due to a lack of materials initially, he had ascended to the 6th tier while his robots remained equipped with only 5th-tier gear, their combat abilities stagnant at the levels witnessed during the Beast Tide War. Now that materials were abundant, it was time for Unit 1 and its companions to enhance their combat prowess. Moreover, with the presence of Qianzhen, an 8th-tier warrior, Jang Ji was eager to experiment, upgrading the robots to a higher tier and then allowing Qianzhen to impart advanced martial techniques, potentially elevating their combat capabilities to the 8th tier. With the surrounding 50-mile territory now stable, the next ambition was to extend their influence to a 100-mile radius. An expansion would inevitably lead to an increase in the number of ferocious beasts, and they might even encounter the domain of the aberrant demons. After a week, the annihilation aircraft finally returned to the grand city of Dasha. 100 robots took turns patrolling the defensive lines at the peripheral resource points to prevent any migrating ferocious beasts from encroaching. Upon landing, Yin Chuan, who had been sightseeing for a week, descended from the aircraft with a radiant expression, his face illuminated by a blissful smile. The leisurely time had been utterly delightful. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling aura of resentment emanating from beside him. Lu Huai, what are you doing here? Did you come to welcome me? Yin Chuan chuckled. Lu Huai stared at him expressionlessly, remaining silent. What's wrong? Are you having a midlife crisis? Let me tell you, you have no idea how enjoyable my trip was. Yin Chuan continued, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Enjoyable, my foot. Lu Huai could no longer contain himself. With a swift motion, he cursed, you enjoyed yourself? But do you know how I spent the last 7 days? I'm quitting this job. I was already filled with grievances, and here you are, shamelessly bragging. I barely slept 2 hours a day, exhausting myself arranging the reception and collection of resource points. And you still have the audacity to say you had a great time? Don't think just because you're the city lord, I won't dare to hit you. I just procured a set of powered armor from the factory. And I can assure you, support roles possess combat capabilities too. Lu Huai shouted, raising his fists, ready to unleash his wrath upon Yin Chuan. Startled, Yin Chuan quickly dodged behind Wang Lao. What is wrong with you? Yin Chuan furrowed his brow. I'm crazy, you idiot. Faced with Lu Huai's frenzied demeanor, Yin Chuan turned to Jang Ji for assistance. Upon understanding the situation, Jang Ji pondered briefly and then clarified the tasks assigned to Lu Huai over the past few days. Realizing the difficulties Lu Huai had faced in managing the resource points, Yin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. He genuinely had no knowledge of these challenges. He had assumed the logistical work would be simple, but it turned out to be quite arduous under Jang Ji's operational plans. Reluctantly, Yin Chuan symbolically threw a few punches at Lu Huai, no longer daring to speak of the splendor of his expedition. All right, it's just 7 days of fatigue. I'll grant you a 7-day leave, during which I will take over your responsibilities, Yin Chuan reassured. Fuming, Lu Huai retorted, do I need your permission for a leave? I'm quitting. Next time, you can have the chance to go out. Really? Lu Huai's eyes brightened, and his anger dissipated instantly. Damn. So you were waiting here all along. I stepped out for a moment, and your honesty seems to have vanished? Yin Chuan gave a thumbs up, displaying an expression of admiration. Witnessing the love-hate dynamic between the two superiors, Jang Ji and his companions couldn't help but chuckle. Subsequently, Jang Ji greeted Wang Lao and Qianzhen before making his way towards the machinery factory. Upon his return, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, who had taken on the role of part-time factory managers, hurried over with joy. Brother Jiang, you're back. Jang Ji replied with a smile. Under their guidance, Jang Ji gained a general understanding of the production output at the factory over the past few days. Although he could estimate it himself based on the experience gained, the calculations were rather cumbersome. To avoid making Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling feel redundant, he entrusted them with this matter. Returning to Sia City felt like stepping back into familiar territory. With the substantial influx of materials, the speed of machine tool production had somewhat lagged. Jang Ji took some time to expand the production line, now overseen by newly created bionic robots. Each day, patrolling robots returned, which he then upgraded using the materials. The 5th tier L3 bionic robots evolved into 6th tier K4 war robots. Unfortunately, the analytical capabilities he had anticipated did not show significant improvement. Following battles with Qinzhen, these robots had indeed grown stronger, yet their combat power remained at the peak of Tier 7, separated from Tier 8 by an insurmountable chasm. Upon reflection, Jang Ji discerned that the difference lay in momentum. The might of 8th tier warriors and the bizarre abilities of the otherworldly creatures were beyond the comprehension of 6th tier robots. His initial predictions proved accurate. To significantly enhance analytical prowess, he truly needed to reach Tier 7. Even with the prior extermination of ferocious beasts and the experience gained from manufacturing machinery during these days, his experience bar barely exceeded 1/3, making the prospect of leveling up seem distant. Millions of experience points were indeed no trivial matter. Nonetheless, 100 peak Tier 7 robots could withstand the assaults of Qinzhen, an 8th tier warrior, for an extended period without succumbing. Although they would ultimately be overwhelmed, their combined strength could rival that of an 8th tier combatant. Jang Ji contemplated that if he possessed a genuine method of coordinated attacks, the robot squad could unleash the true power of collective assault, thereby further enhancing their combat capabilities. Regrettably, while such abilities existed, they fell within the realm of mechanical formations, which were confined to the 7th tier. Ultimately, ascending to a higher tier remained the most pressing concern. Chapter 58. The great turmoil of the starry sky as Sia City was bustling with preparations for the second venture outside its walls. The endless forest, home of the Rebirth clan, witnessed the arrival of a group of prodigies from the Federation. In truth, the high city was not far from this place, merely a few thousand miles away. However, due to certain arrangements made by the abyssal demons, Mo-Fachin deliberately sought a reason for the Federation members to leisurely admire the scenery, thereby delaying their progress. The members of the Federation were quite pleased with this, as everything in this unfamiliar place appeared novel to them. Along the way, they even visited several small abyssal demon territories, indulging their desire for sightseeing. After the aircraft descended, they alighted with great enthusiasm. Before them stood hundreds of triangular-headed abyssal demons, arrayed on either side, performing the Federation's welcome gestures to greet their arrival. Esteemed guests, welcome to the homeland of our regeneration clan, Mo-Fachin announced, leading the way and smiling as he gestured towards the interior. The talented individuals from the Federation were somewhat taken aback by the spectacle. It is noteworthy that among the welcoming abyssal demons, many were of the 7th tier, and some even reached the 8th tier. Such a grand display, orchestrated solely to welcome this group of geniuses from the Federation, left everyone feeling a profound sense of pride in their identity as members of the Federation. Wow, such a magnificent reception. Haha, our allies from the Regeneration clan are exceedingly gracious. Truly befitting of allies, may the cooperation between the Federation and the abyssal demons endure for a long time. A group of sheltered individuals, blissfully unaware of the abyssal demon's cunning, began to shower praises. With a wave of his hand, Mo-Fachin summoned abyssal demons who presented an array of fruits enveloped in swirling black mist. Esteemed guests, these are the regeneration fruits, the treasures of our clan. Fulfilling the promise made earlier, the abyssal demons began distributing the fruits, and each person received one. Thank you, Holy Sun Fachin, they collectively expressed their gratitude. At that moment, an elder of the 9th tier from the Ocean City descended as well, stating calmly, esteemed members of the Regeneration clan, please expedite the arrangement of the trials. The 7th tier human team followed closely behind him. Mo-Fachin discreetly stepped back, understanding that such matters were beyond his purview. 2 9th tier members of the Regeneration clan, Emotsong, approached with beaming smiles. I was wondering who the Federation would send. I did not expect it to be Brother Zhua. I still vividly remember your heroic feat of vanquishing the 9th tier rat clan with a single punch. Hearing this, Zhua Fengmao's face revealed a hint of pride. After greeting Emotsong, he responded, you flatter me, Brother Emotsong. I have come merely to protect these youngsters. Haha, with the Federation's top powerhouse present, please allow me to extend my hospitality and invite you inside. As for the trials, there is no need to rush, Emotsong cheerfully invited. Zhua Fengmao considered this for a moment and nodded, very well. One of their objectives was indeed to tour the large abyssal demon territories, and a slight delay would not affect the trials. To be frank, although the Federation had formed an alliance with the abyssal demons, their understanding of them remained limited. Even with the admission of abyssal demon prodigies into various academies over the years, they had only encountered superficial aspects. For instance, did the Regeneration clan truly possess only the common regenerative talents? Hence, The Federation seized this opportunity to probe the depths of the abyssal demons. Regardless of the covenant in place, the delegation from the Federation entered the domain of the Yitho without fear of danger. Guided by Voitsong, they ventured into the territory of the Rebirth clan. It is unclear whether this was for the sake of better cooperation or some other reason. But the Yitva had surprisingly adopted the practice of constructing buildings akin to those of humans. As the group meandered through, they drew the attention of several lower Tuao. Apart from their distinct appearances, the scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a human city, leaving some Yao, who had never encountered humans before, feeling quite intrigued. The territory of the Rebirth clan spanned an extensive area, and it took the group 3 days of exploration before they felt ready for the trials ahead. Zhuo Fengmao pointed toward a lofty palace in the depths of the territory and inquired casually, "Brother Masong, what lies beyond?" Within the confines of the Rebirth clan, most structures were ordinary buildings, making this palace stand out starkly. Perhaps this was indeed the true heart of the Rebirth clan. Magic Song followed his gaze and replied, "That is the resting place of the formidable ancestors of my clan, the last remnant of our ancestral land. Countless members of our clan take pride in being interred there upon their passing. Oh, as far as I know, you all possess long lifespans. Under normal circumstances, there should be an increasing number of strong beings, so why are they in eternal slumber? Furthermore, what do you mean by the last ancestral land?" Zhuo Fengmao queried, somewhat perplexed. Magic Song remarked, "It seems Brother Zhua is not entirely familiar with our history. Allow me to elaborate. Years ago, a great upheaval erupted in the starry expanse, and both my clan and others, such as the stone demons and flame demons, became victims of that turmoil. You humans refer to us collectively as Umo. Yet in the vastness of the cosmos, we hail from different origins, with essential distinctions. During the cosmic turmoil, weaker tribes were obliterated without a trace, while only those of us with some measure of strength survived through the sacrifices of countless formidable beings, eventually finding refuge in this place suitable for habitation. That palace is the last structure of our ancestral land. The strong who perished in the upheaval were laid to rest there by us, the successors. As a tribute to our heritage." Zhuo Fengmao was hearing of this event for the first time. Although he held the 9th rank, his knowledge remained confined to the coastal city. Perhaps the true higher echelons of the Federation had already been privy to this information. The concept of starry races and the great upheaval evoked a sense of profound mystery. "So 12 years ago, your entry into the Blue Star was in search of a means of survival?" Magic Song nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Brother Zhua. At that time, we were compelled to engage in conflict with the indigenous humans to secure a place to dwell." He did not shy away from discussing the war of the past. However, upon encountering the Beast clan, we swiftly forged an alliance with humans, ceasing hostilities and uniting against a common foe. The higher-ups of the Federation possessed foresight, recognizing that we, the starry races and humans, are natural allies, while the Beast clan represents a shared enemy. After all, the beasts were one of the sources of chaos during the cosmic upheaval. "Now I understand," Zhuo Fengmao reflected, gaining insight into some hidden truths today. However, he did not fully trust Emotsong's words, for they undoubtedly contained some falsehoods, a mixture of truth and deception. Chapter 59, The Trial Commences. Zhuo Fengmao remained non-committal regarding this matter. Naturally, he would not take the words of the Yivua at face value. For instance, the claim that they waged war against humanity in search of a habitat? Perhaps that was true at the outset. But the Federation had long since discovered that the bloodthirsty aura generated by the war provided these Yivua with a natural boon, allowing them to grow rapidly in strength. This revelation elevated the Federation's stance towards the Yivua to a level akin to that of facing ferocious beasts. Moreover, over the years, most of the ferocious beasts had retreated into various treacherous and hidden regions, resulting in a significant decrease in conflict. Perhaps the beasts were indeed one of the sources of cosmic calamity, but they no longer posed a significant threat to humanity. The Yimo, however, were a different matter. Despite the constraints of their covenant, the bloodthirsty aura was akin to a ticking time bomb, its potential for eruption utterly unpredictable. Thus, the high-ranking officials of the Eastern District of the Federation orchestrated this trial to delve into the secrets of the Yimo and gauge their disposition. Yet, based on current observations, the Rebirth clan exhibited no hostility towards humanity. On the contrary, they appeared exceedingly welcoming, even generously offering a substantial quantity of the precious Rebirth fruit. It is worth noting that the Rebirth fruit can even affect 9th-tier powerhouses. Zhuo Fengmao attempted to inquire, "Brother Emotsong, may I venture inside for a glimpse? According to our human traditions, as allies, I should offer a stick of incense on behalf of the Federation to your esteemed ancestors." He did not wish to miss this opportunity to explore the true core of the Yeo, thus fabricating a pretext. Upon hearing this, Emotsong's triangular head contorted into a wry smile as he replied, "I must apologize to Brother Zhua. Within our clan, apart from the last remaining ancestral guardian from years past, Even a ninth tier like myself has no opportunity to enter during ordinary times. An ancestral guardian? Could it be a 10th tier powerhouse? Zhuo Fengmao inquired. A 10th tier? How could that be? If a 10th tier existed, our clan would have long since returned to the cosmos. Emote Song replied. Brother Zhuo, you must be aware of the formidable challenge in ascending from 9th tier to 10th tier, yes? Just the rules of this planet are enough to deter most 9th tier beings. You humans are indeed fortunate. Although Blue Star can barely withstand the pressure of a 10th tier, the restrictions imposed on humanity are minimized. For us outsiders to ascend to the 10th tier, we must leave Blue Star and venture into the cosmos to complete our final elevation. Furthermore, even after achieving this ascension, returning to Blue Star entails immense resistance. Even if one successfully returns, their powers will be suppressed below the 10th tier. Otherwise, they risk being annihilated by the planet's rule power. Zhuo Fengmao narrowed his eyes and asked, So, you celestial races currently have no 10th tier beings? Emote Song glanced at him and chuckled. Brother Zhuo's inquiry seems to carry some ambiguity. Brother Emote Song, you are overthinking it, Zhuo Fengmao replied noncommittally. And to be frank, while our rebirth clan may not possess a 10th tier at present, we can still harness 10th tier combat strength through some inherent foundations. Regarding the other celestial races that have managed to endure amidst the great upheaval, it is likely that they possess means akin to our own. Some of the more powerful ones might even have 10th tier beings still in existence. Emote Song remarked with a smile, were it not for such circumstances, the Federation, which has birthed several 10th tier powerhouses, would have long since eradicated us. Why would they then sign a treaty? If we celestial races were to unite, the Federation would undoubtedly be at a loss in contending with us. Furthermore, we aspire to utilize the Federation's technology to ascend once we meet the necessary conditions. Coupled with the fact that we share a common adversary, the ferocious beasts, therefore, Brother Zhuo, there is no need for further probing. The alliance between our reborn race and the Federation remains steadfast and unchanged. As an intelligent race, Emote Song was well aware of the other's intentions. In truth, Brother Zhuo's sources of information appeared somewhat obstructed. The high echelons of the Federation had long been aware of what I just mentioned. It seems that despite being a 9th tier powerhouse, Brother Zhuo has not yet engaged with the core levels of the Federation. Zhuo Fengmao chose to disregard the final provocations from his counterpart. He expressed his gratitude to Emote Song for enlightening him, stating that this journey had not been in vain. As for the inconvenience of the nobility, let us conclude the matter of the visit here. How have you arranged for the trial, Brother Emote Song? It has all been meticulously planned, Emote Song began. After extensive discussions, the trial point for the Federation's prodigies has been set in the Thousand Stone Forest, located to the south of the Endless Forest. The terrain there is treacherous, filled with beast hordes, making it wholly suitable for the trials of the Federation's talents. In recent days, our race has driven away ferocious beasts of 8th tier and above from the Thousand Stone Forest, so Brother Zhuo need not worry about their safety. Of course, there are still many 7th tier beasts. Each tribe may have between 1 to 10 of these formidable creatures. Many of the Federation's prodigies have already attained preliminary 7th tier combat capabilities. And if we were to clear out all 7th tier beasts, the trials would lose their intended purpose. Zhuo Fengmao expressed his satisfaction, stating, This is indeed the best outcome. I appreciate your efforts, Brother Emote Song. Since this is a trial, a modicum of danger is only to be expected. With proper planning and teamwork, there is even an opportunity to eliminate some smaller beast packs. These youngsters ought to witness the reality of battle. If they cannot even escape from 7th tier adversaries, what claim do they have to be called prodigies of the Federation? We do not wish for the next generation to be mere sheltered flowers, reliant on protection for their growth. Emote Song smiled and replied, The Federation's method of nurturing talents indeed resonates with our own practices. In the past, our prodigies would embark on solitary journeys through the cosmos, engaging in battles with various races in pursuit of strength. Emote Song reflected on this moment. At this juncture, the Federation's prodigies had gathered, filled with excitement, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to engage in combat outdoors, a long-held aspiration. Some had spontaneously formed groups, with the prominent 6th tier elites leading the way, dividing into about 10 teams. Zhuo Fengmao stepped forward to relay some important precautions. During this trial, unless you encounter an opponent of 8th tier or higher, neither I nor the escort team will intervene. Allow me to remind you that while securing first place is commendable, it is paramount to assess your own capabilities. Avoid engaging in large-scale battles without a thorough strategy. In the wilderness, ferocious beasts do not behave like the tamed ordinary creatures encountered within the confines of the academy, where a loss can lead to a ceasefire. Once a battle commences in the wild, it is a struggle for survival, and I hope you all remember this. Zhuo Fengmao's words echoed like the incessant speeches of the academy's leaders, revealing an air of tiresome repetition. Some individuals exhibited impatience, casually responding, Yes, Elder. I understand everything you said. When do we depart? Upon witnessing such attitudes, Zhuo Fengmao's disappointment was palpable. If they regarded this trial as mere play, they would be deserving of their fate. He would be disinclined to offer assistance. In contrast, there were a few remarkable talents who listened intently, their expressions filled with solemnity. These individuals were the true prodigies. In that case, you may set forth, Zhuo Fengmao concluded his instructions. Upon hearing this, excitement erupted among the crowd as they rushed eagerly towards their destination. Their first challenge was to trek to the Thousand-Stone Forest, where those who arrived first would earn substantial points. Coincidentally, every individual clutched a rebirth fruit, a precious treasure that served as a second chance at life, capable of fully restoring one's vitality upon consumption after injury. As the group embarked, Zhuo Fengmao exchanged a brief greeting with Mo Tsang before summoning the 7th Tier Guard team to accompany him. This left Mo Tsang and Mo Feichen standing in place, their gazes flickering. From behind, a formidable figure approached with deliberate steps. "My lord, proceed as planned," Mo Tsang instructed calmly. "Yes, my lord." The imposing figure transformed into a massive 9th-tier eagle beast, soaring into the clouds and trailing the federal team from a distance. Chapter 60. I am the City Lord. What are you doing? Sia City. After a few days of recuperation, both the significant increase in mechanical weaponry and the elevation of numerous robots had been accomplished. As of today, Sia City's low-tier combatants were equipped with at least one energy firearm each. Should a beast tide re-emerge, the low-tier feral creatures, once a considerable threat, posed no danger whatsoever. Those with inferior martial talents or weaker awakened professions had already shifted their focus to mastering marksmanship and mechanical manipulation. Moreover, many advanced mechanical weapons were prioritized for certain supportive professions, such as healers, who could play a pivotal role in warfare. By employing mechanical weaponry to slay feral beasts, the opportunity for swift elevation would arise, thereby allowing the healers to contribute more effectively to Sia City, minimizing unnecessary casualties. In recent days, the area within a 50-mile radius of Sia City had been effectively sealed off to prevent the entry of feral beasts, thanks to the diligent patrols conducted by robots. However, Jang Ji and Yin Chuan deliberated and concluded that this approach was not sustainable. Without combat experience, the awakened individuals of Sia City would gradually become out of practice. Thus, Jang Ji instructed the robots to deliberately create some openings, allowing numerous low-tier feral beasts to enter, thus providing the lower tier awakened with opportunities to grow stronger. At present, Jang Ji had reached the 6th tier, and the experience gained from slaying beasts below the 3rd tier had become exceedingly scarce, even slower than the experience acquired through the production of machinery. Thus, releasing some ferocious beasts for training purposes in the Great Sia City bears no substantial consequences. It must be said that the number of these beasts is indeed colossal, not long after he had cleared the nearby area of them. A considerable number of low-tier beasts have congregated within a 50-mile radius during these past few days of neglect. Except for those above the 5th tier, a multitude of low-tier beast groups has surged in from the outside. According to Jang Ji's knowledge, these ferocious beasts lack reproductive capabilities. Their emergence seems as though they materialize out of thin air. He pondered that if he could discover the source of these beasts and unleash a few shots from the meteor cannon, how much experience could he possibly gain? Jang Ji promptly dismissed such distractions, for at this moment, a crowd had gathered once more at the East City Gate. Today marked the predetermined date for the second expedition outside the city. As Jang Ji approached, he witnessed a throng of individuals, their faces flushed and voices raised, hurling insults at one another. "Yin Chuan, why are you pushing your way forward? You've already been outside last time. How can you shamelessly try to squeeze in again?" "Exactly, Yin. Weren't you supposed to let me have this opportunity? If you disregard fairness, I, Lu, shall contend with you." With Wang Lao absent this time, 2 seats were vacant. "Brothers, anyone can go. Just make sure to remove Yen from the equation first." "Yes, let us deal with Yen before we settle this amongst ourselves." Observing the scene, Jang Ji found himself both amused and exasperated. "Wait, we are embarking on a battle, a mission to exterminate ferocious beasts, not a leisurely outing." It seemed the inhabitants of Great Sia City had been cooped up for too long, yearning for a chance to take to the skies in a warplane. This frenzy was likely fueled by Yin Chuan's exaggerated tales upon his previous return, where he boasted of the ease with which one could annihilate a group of ferocious beasts simply by sitting aboard. Such a spectacle had driven the previously reserved crowd into a frenzy, each eager to witness the adventure firsthand. A keen-eyed individual soon spotted Jang Ji's arrival and quickly approached, seeking to ingratiate himself in hopes of being selected. Truth be told, despite the frantic scramble for seats, the ultimate decision rested solely with Jang Ji himself. Only he could determine who would accompany him. Yin Chuan, struggling to extricate himself from the throng, wore a sycophantic grin. "Young Ji, may I join you this time?" He felt no shame. After all, his reputation in Great Sia City had already plummeted, leaving him with nothing left to lose. In recent days, having taken charge of logistical matters, he had come to fully understand Lu Huai's earlier sentiments, nearly collapsing from exhaustion at the Lord Mayor's residence. Thus, he craved an escape from the burdensome work for a brief respite. Uncle Yin, you promised Uncle Lu. How can you go back on your word? Jang Ji remarked with a smile as he opened the hatch of the annihilation aircraft. Exactly, Lu Huai echoed. Yin Xuan's face turned red with embarrassment. He never intended to be disloyal, yet the logistical work was indeed grueling. Nothing compared to the comfort of an outing. Uncle Yin, it would be best to remain here. After all, as the city lord, what does it signify if you are absent every day? Jang Ji continued. This time, let Uncle Lu accompany us. Our objective lies 100 miles away, and there are too many unpredictable factors at play. Comprehensive reconnaissance may not be feasible, thus we require Uncle Lu's expertise. Jang Ji offered a brief explanation. But there is still one seat left? Lu Huai had no objections to letting Lu Chuan occupy a seat, though he remained somewhat reluctant and inquired further. Additionally, I intend to have Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling accompany us. Their small frames allow them to share a seat. As I had promised last time, Jiang Ji remarked with a smile. Embarrassed, Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling timidly approached amidst the gazes of the crowd. Upon witnessing this, a collective lament arose, sealing their seats once more, leaving them with no opportunity. Lu Chuan, do not harbor any illusions. As the city lord, do you think you can indulge in leisure? With such an unappealing appearance, your aspirations are quite far-fetched, Lu Huai mocked. He had long harbored grievances, and today, this audacious individual dared to renege, revealing his shamelessness. Lu Chuan ignored him, forcing a smile towards Zhou Ming and inquired, Little Zhou Ming, do you aspire to become the city lord of Daxia? Shameless. He had barely finished speaking when the crowd erupted with scornful remarks. Even deceiving children, utterly shameless. Someone, take him down. A surge of fists followed, igniting a fray as the crowd rallied in unison. Lu Chuan was taken aback, hastily covering his face and retreating while shouting, I am the city lord. What are you doing? Cease at once. You are committing treason. I will remember this. Wait for it. In the midst of the crowd's assault, Lu Chuan fled in disarray. Jiang Ji, with a serene smile, ushered the two children into the cabin. Since their victory against the beast tide, coupled with the enhanced strength of Daxia City, the atmosphere within had grown increasingly vibrant. No longer shrouded in gloom, the eyes of the populace sparkled with hope, signifying a brighter future for Daxia City. Qianzhen also settled down. Each time Jiang Ji ventured out, this 8th-tier powerhouse was obligated to serve as his guard to avert unforeseen mishaps. Once everyone was seated, noticing the crowd had yet to disperse, Jiang Ji addressed them. Do not rush, everyone. Over the past few days, I have manufactured numerous components for the annihilation aircraft. However, due to the absence of several crucial materials, the final assembly remains incomplete. Our current expedition may very well uncover these materials, and if so, new aircraft may emerge. I have left instructions on how to operate the aircraft at the mechanical factory. Should anyone master the operation entirely, once an aircraft is fully assembled, I shall allocate it for their use. If no one learns, I will have no choice but to entrust this opportunity to my robotic subordinates. Jiang Ji's words detonated like a bomb, electrifying the crowd. Someone shouted, No way, such an opportunity exists? What does it matter to be a passenger? I want to be a pilot. Charge. Lu Chuan reappeared from nowhere, flames seemingly emanating from him, racing forward at incredible speed, exclaiming, Little G, why didn't you mention this sooner? You've led me astray. In the blink of an eye, the throng that had encircled them vanished, all rushing towards the mechanical factory. With the obstruction cleared, the annihilation aircraft finally ascended into the skies. Chapter 61, Divergent Operations, sweeping the beasts days prior to their departure. Jiang Ji had already dispatched robots equipped with reconnaissance aircraft to survey various resource points. Thus, he had acquired a considerable amount of information from 50 miles away. With the increasing number of robots, he was now capable of conducting operations across multiple fronts. Jiang Ji organized the robots into 4 squads, each comprising 30 members, advancing from the 4 cardinal directions. Meanwhile, the annihilation aircraft remained stationed in a relatively central position, should any squad encounter formidable beast hordes. Jiang Ji would swiftly pilot the aircraft to their aid. As the distance expanded, the pace of exterminating the beasts slowed, rendering the previous feat of capturing multiple resource points in a single day unachievable. To minimize the loss of robots, Jiang Ji only deployed them for combat after fully assessing the situation of resource points. It must be said that the density of the beasts was once again astonishing to Jiang Ji. 50 miles away, one could practically find a beast every few steps. Some beast hordes even resided outside resource points, compelling the robots to methodically clear the beasts along their path to avoid being encircled by a multitude of them during assaults on resource points, thereby protecting the rear collection teams. Of course, the significant emergence of beasts also indicated an increase in the tier of materials at major resource points. The materials collectible from 50 miles away were no longer limited to lower tiers. Even Tier 5 and 6 materials were not uncommon, with Tier 7 materials occasionally found. In just 2 days, the robotic squads had seized numerous resource points containing Tier 5 and 6 materials, producing the components lacking for the Annihilation aircraft, leaving only a substance known as the Wisdom Stone. The 30 robots, each boasting peak Tier 7 combat capabilities, encountered beast hordes that posed no challenge whatsoever. As long as Tier 8 beasts did not appear, they could completely sweep through these Tier 7 hordes. The influence of Sia City expanded once more, extending its reach from 50 miles to 80 miles. Although the beasts slightly hindered the robots' progress, their speed in capturing resource points remained astonishingly swift. While the logistics support lagged behind, with the reception rate of tens of thousands of people unable to keep up with a mere 100 robots, Yen Chuan was exhausted, lamenting his plight daily, and felt an urge to vomit blood at the thought of Lu Huai leisurely enjoying the view from the cockpit of the aircraft. Qianshi Forest. After 2 days of trekking, the team finally reached this location. The leader, a genius from the Federal Eastern District's foremost academy, was named Du Jing, possessing Tier 6 strength, with the remaining 9 team members, all at Tier 5. Among them was a speed-oriented support awakener, known as a runner, whose ability could enhance the speed of the group by 20%. This collective enhancement capability allowed them to become the first team to set foot in Qianshi Forest. Before them lay an expanse of colossal stones of various shapes, scattered across the ground. Amidst the countless crevices of these stones, numerous low trees thrived. Hence the name Qianshi Forest. Having traversed this endless forest, we shall soon encounter the beasts. Everyone, stay alert and refrain from wandering about, lest you attract the attention of the beasts. If anyone brings a large horde of beasts upon us, the rest will not come to your rescue. Du Jing spoke calmly. As the captain, he naturally had to consider the welfare of his team. Rest assured, Brother Du, your strength is unparalleled. We all heed your command. Everyone is eager to follow you in securing the top position in the ranking matches, remarked one member of the team with a smile. Indeed, Brother Du. What shall be our next course of action? We await your orders. Noticing the absence of dissenters within the group, Du Jing nodded in satisfaction. To be candid, had the trial not mandated scoring based on the number of beasts slain, as a 6th-tier powerhouse, he would have had little inclination to lead these 5th-tier burdens. However, this scoring method necessitated the formation of a team, transforming individual beast slaying into large-scale extermination of beast hordes, thereby requiring assistance. Fortunately, the Academy boasted a fair number of talents, comprising 1/10 of the trial participants, making it the largest contingent. While other academies or judicial organizations had 6th-tier individuals, they lacked sufficient teammates, resulting in an overall strength that paled in comparison to their own. With the initial score obtained from being the first to set foot in the Thousand-Stone Forest, Du Jing felt confident in claiming the title of first. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "The Federation has not provided us with a map of the Thousand-Stone Forest. Thus, our immediate priority is to investigate the surrounding beasts. We must ascertain the map, the distribution points of the beasts, and our retreat routes. Once we have gathered this information, we can strategize which beasts to engage." Wise words, Brother Du, the others lauded in agreement. Su Lin, as a hunter, I entrust the reconnaissance to you. Du Jing instructed one individual. Understood. The rest of you, combat classes, spread out and remain vigilant, ensuring you do not stray more than 100 meters apart. Support classes, keep a close watch on our situation. Should we encounter any beasts, be certain to provide us with timely enhancements. Yes, Brother Du. The group dispersed as instructed, leaving Du Jing at the center to await reports. Not far away, Zhuo Fengmao nodded, pondering. Truly impressive for someone from the foremost academy, although somewhat inexperienced. Their arrangements are commendable. As the first team to reach the Thousand-Stone Forest, they certainly caught his eye. Following Du Jing's team, other groups gradually arrived at the forest throughout the day. Some, like Du Jing's team, cautiously explored the vicinity, while others, brimming with arrogance, recklessly plunged into the depths of the Thousand-Stone Forest without any reconnaissance. Those with ill fortune soon found themselves embroiled in combat. The Thousand-Stone Forest is indeed a haven for ferocious beasts. While large-scale groups are rare, scattered beasts abound. Fortunately, all participants from the Federation possess at least 5th-tier strength, allowing them to navigate encounters with low-tier beasts without imminent danger. However, given their reckless tendencies, it is merely a matter of time before they confront high-tier beasts, at which point their luck may run dry. Unbeknownst to them, lurking around the Thousand-Stone Forest is a number of beasts rivaling that of a beast tide, poised and ready to pounce. Awaiting a signal, they will surge into the forest, annihilating all creatures in their path. High above, a puppet-like 9th-tier eagle beast fixated its gaze upon Zhuo Fengmao below. In the grand scheme, it was imperative to ensure that the human of the ninth tier would not interfere with the massacre wrought by the beast tide, thereby facilitating the culmination of the master's ultimate plan. As time progressed, numerous teams had commenced their battles. Du Jing's squad, after conducting reconnaissance, set their sights on a pride of leopard-like ferocious beasts. This group numbered approximately 30, led by a 6th tier beast, with 3 others of the 5th tier and the remainder below the 4th tier. In Du Jing's estimation, his team possessed the strength to eradicate this pride of beasts. However, while the plan appeared promising, the reality proved to be fraught with challenges. At the onset of the battle, the ferocity of the leopards far exceeded Du Jing's expectations. As a genius from the foremost academy in the Eastern District, he found himself at a disadvantage in his confrontation with the 6th tier beast, encountering perilous situations on multiple occasions. Du Jing, a shadow assassin wielding a small dagger, was adept in speed, which was crucial, otherwise he would have been severely injured by the claws of the equally swift leopard beasts. Previously, they had only engaged in benign skirmishes among students, never having experienced a life-and-death struggle of this magnitude. Were it not for his achievement of the pinnacle of the 6th tier, while the leopards had only recently ascended to this level, he would have surely suffered grave injuries due to the disparity in attributes. In stark contrast to Du Jing, his comrades fared even worse. Confronted by the ominous scent of blood and the terrifying visages of the beasts, some were rendered immobile by fear. "Be careful," someone cried out. A 5th-tier leopard beast opened its gaping maw and lunged, while one member of the team stood frozen, devoid of any defensive or evasive reaction. In a moment of desperation, another comrade pushed him aside, causing him to narrowly evade a fatal bite aimed at his neck. Yet, his reaction was delayed, and other parts of his body were caught in the beast's grasp. With a sickening crunch, the beast's sharp teeth severed the man's forearm, and upon tasting the enticing blood, the leopard roared in exhilaration, swiftly devouring the severed limb. The ferocity of the beasts, already insatiable for blood, intensified after their initial taste of flesh. It was only then that the man, having lost his forearm, finally emitted a scream of agony. My arm, a 5th tier awakened, gravely wounded by a beast of the same tier, appeared utterly unprepared for the next assault from the leopard. "Shut up and pull yourself together," Du Jing shouted, taken aback by the incompetence of a teammate. After a time, he proved worthy of his title as a genius, gradually adapting to the fray against the beasts. Observing that the man was on the brink of death, he seized the opportunity, darting forward to strike the 5th-tier leopard, shattering several of its teeth with his dagger. "Fool, what are you waiting for with that regeneration fruit?" Du Jing berated him again as the man continued to wail in pain. At last, upon hearing Du Jing's command, he hastily retrieved the regeneration fruit gifted by the otherworldly beings and consumed it. As the dark mist enveloped the surroundings, his severed arm astonishingly regenerated, returning to its former state. Witnessing Du Jing's fierce combat, the remaining individuals hastily began to unleash their own abilities. In truth, given that they all possessed 5th-tier strength, they should have been more than capable of handling this ferocious beast horde. However, combat is not solely determined by rank. Experience, reflexes, and mental fortitude also play critical roles. Despite their combined efforts, the 10-member team could barely hold their ground against these beasts, with some sustaining injuries of varying severity. Nevertheless, humans possess a remarkable adaptability. Under the pressure of life and death, these individuals rapidly accrued combat experience. From an initial stalemate, they gradually gained the upper hand, managing to slay a few lower-tier leopards. "This is not good. My magic is running low," exclaimed one of the mages in distress. "I too am nearing exhaustion." At that moment, the lower-tier leopards had nearly been eradicated, but a few higher-tier ones remained. 1 6th tier, 2 5th tier, and 4 3rd tier. Meanwhile, 3 members of the human team had succumbed to fatigue. Du Jing cursed under his breath, "A bunch of useless fools." He alone bore the burden of the 6th-tier beast, while these 9 could not even finish off the lower-tier ones, proving utterly inept. After more than 10 minutes of battle, he found himself slightly winded. Though the 6th-tier leopard fared even worse, its body riddled with numerous wounds, on the verge of being defeated. "If you are struggling, consume the rebirth fruit," Du Jing shouted. The fight between him and the leopard had escalated to a fever pitch, leaving no room for him to assist his comrades, who would have to rely on themselves. Finally, the others remembered the existence of such items. Some consumed the rebirth fruit, instantly revitalizing themselves, while others took similar items brought from the Federation, restoring a significant portion of their stamina. To some, the effects of the rebirth fruit were so profound that it seemed wasteful to use it in a state of exhaustion, as it was a precious life-saving treasure. The Federation's potions could serve as substitutes, but the recent battle had caused them to forget such resources in their fervor. Rejuvenated, the group re-engaged in combat, while the leopards, lacking such treasures, ultimately succumbed to their collective assault. Du Jing's dagger cut through the air, and the 6th-tier leopard breathed its last. As the battle concluded, the group collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, gazing at the remnants of severed limbs around them. Their expressions tinged with confusion. Is this what wild combat is like? One person remarked, dazed. In just their first encounter, they had expended 3 rebirth fruits, numerous stamina and recovery potions, and all bore injuries, yet fortunately, no one had perished. However, should another battle of equal magnitude arise, the outcome would be uncertain. We must leave quickly. The scent of blood will surely attract more ferocious beasts, Du Jing urged, forcing himself to stand despite his fatigue. Hearing this, the others scrambled to their feet, eager to avoid experiencing such a level of combat again. The group swiftly departed from the scene. In the Thousand-Stone Forest, similar scenes unfolded in various locations. Unlike this team, several others with insufficient numbers have already suffered numerous serious injuries. Some individuals, unfortunately, encountered a 7th-tier beast right from the outset and, on the brink of death, were rescued by the escort team, losing their qualification to compete in the trials. The ferocity of the beasts has thoroughly awakened the dreams of those who were once sheltered, and many have matured significantly after several battles. They no longer speak naively of slaughtering beasts or facing tidal waves of monsters. As it stands, no team has yet managed to eliminate a group of over 10 beasts without injuries, let alone defeat a 7th-tier beast, a feat that remains distant. Several dozen miles from the Thousand-Stone Forest, the Annihilation aircraft soared through the sky. As Jang Ji pressed the attack button, a cluster bomb emitting a blue-white radiance struck the rocky terrain ahead. The explosion echoed, and the shockwave from the cluster bomb surged forth, sweeping away trees and scattering stones. Hundreds of assembled magic crocodile beasts were instantaneously deprived of life, including several 7th-tier creatures. With a single strike of the cluster bomb, an entire large group of beasts, numbering in the thousands, was obliterated. The peculiar habit of this beast group to congregate together truly amazed Jang Ji, as it saved considerable effort. It was the first time he had encountered such a gathering of beasts in these few days. Thus, he did not wait for the robotic team, but directly piloted the aircraft to attack, simultaneously allowing Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling to witness the formidable power of the cluster bomb. The might of this cluster bomb was indeed terrifying, Lu Huai exclaimed in astonishment. Once a formidable threat to the great Sia City, the 7th-tier beasts now fell like mere chicks under the Annihilation aircraft. They perished without even comprehending what had transpired, unable to discern even a shadow of their assailants. It must be said that Jang Ji, the mechanic, had once again redefined his understanding. Chapter 63. Encountering the gathering of beasts. As the robots under Jang Ji's command continued their relentless sweep, the territorial dominance gradually approached the predetermined objective. The dense beasts were decimated, leaving a scattered remnant. Within a 100-mile radius, there were hardly any formidable beast groups left. The remaining stragglers were too few to warrant the effort of hunting, as the experience gained would be minimal, and without resource points to occupy, it would be a sheer waste of time. It would be better to leave such tasks to the troops of Great Sia City for training purposes. Around 100 robots had gradually converged towards the Annihilation aircraft. This foray outside the city had yielded a substantial amount of materials. If combined with the experience gained from eliminating the beasts, his experience bar should be pushed to 2/3 full. The only remaining task of this expedition was to locate the Intelligence Stone, which would allow him to manufacture several more Annihilation aircraft. Such strategic, large-scale machinery could serve as the foundation of Great Sia City, and the more, the better. One day, with thousands of Annihilation aircraft soaring through the skies, the mere thought of such a spectacle stirred the blood. Why are there so many beasts gathering in that direction? Lu Huai suddenly voiced his confusion. Qianzhen also opened his eyes, stating, I can faintly sense a strong stench emanating from over there. Their simultaneous remarks left Jang Ji momentarily stunned. A gathering of beasts? Could this not be a precursor to a beast tide? Jang Ji pondered with intrigue. The beast tide in Sia City has just concluded, yet another disturbance arises, hinting at the sudden appearance of a new beast tide. Without hesitation, Jang Ji promptly commanded several reconnaissance drones to investigate the situation. The drones transformed into the likeness of small insects, swiftly ascending into the air and transmitting data in real time. Indeed, a substantial gathering of ferocious beasts? Given the distance, they surely cannot be planning an assault on Sia City, can they? Lu Huai scrutinized the imagery relayed by the drones, pondering with some perplexity. Let us send a message back to the city. Regardless of whether this beast tide is directed at Sia City, we must prepare the populace, Qianzhen stated. The number of assembled beasts appears rather scant. As the reconnaissance drones delved deeper, Jang Ji acquired further information. A dozen miles ahead, the ferocious beasts were arranged in a manner that subtly encircled a certain area. However, these beasts did not seem densely packed. Jang Ji estimated their numbers to be around 300,000 to 400,000 at most. A significant portion consisted of lower-tier beasts, with those above the 5th tier being quite rare. Could it be that a tribe of Yaor is nearby, and the beasts are gathering to attack them? Lu Huai proposed a hypothesis. We shall soon discover the truth. Jang Ji, emboldened by his skills, felt confident that, even without his fighter jets, his robotic troops could easily eliminate this group of beasts. Having already secured most of the resource points, it was an opportune moment to assess the situation. If the beasts targeted the Iwa tribe, he could seize the opportunity for profit. If their gathering was merely an unforeseen event without a clear aim, he could still annihilate them and gain valuable experience. A few 100,000 lower-tier beasts could yield a considerable amount of experience. Just as Jang Ji was about to maneuver his fighter closer, Qianjun suddenly raised his hand, halting his advance. Wait, I sense a formidable presence over there, Qianjun said, his tone uncertain. 8th tier? Jang Ji inquired. No, it seems to be 9th tier. Qianjun's expression shifted. We must leave this place. A 9th tier entity is beyond your current capabilities. Even I cannot guarantee my escape from such a being. Jang Ji's expression also changed. Without waiting for Qianjun to finish, he immediately maneuvered the fighter jet back in the direction they had come from. The speed of the Annihilation fighter surged to its maximum. He had previously felt confident in contending with an 8th tier powerhouse, but facing a 9th tier was altogether daunting. Retreat was the wisest course of action. Despite Qianjun's presence, he was unwilling to place himself in jeopardy, especially with Zhou Ming and others aboard the craft. Moments later, the Annihilation fighter had distanced itself from that area. Qianjun sensed the surroundings briefly before his expression relaxed, stating, they did not pursue us. A gathering of ferocious beasts. Accompanied by a 9th tier entity, what could be transpiring over there? Lu Huai also felt a lingering unease. Though he had boasted of confronting 9th tier beings within the city, that confidence stemmed from the presence of ultimate weapons. If faced directly with a 9th tier, he feared that a single encounter could lead to his demise. Regarding Jang Ji, he naturally did not dare to casually experiment to ascertain whether the speed of the Annihilation warship surpassed that of a 9th tier powerhouse. Such recklessness could lead to death, a risk he was unwilling to take. Furthermore, the circumstances there were unclear. Any reconnaissance would yield no significant benefits. Engaging in such a fruitless endeavor was not something he would consider. What if we send a few robots to take a look while we return? Lu Huai proposed. His curiosity about the situation piqued. Absolutely not, Qianjun replied firmly. Although we are currently distanced from that 9th tier entity, should we inadvertently attract their attention? Who could withstand an assault on Sia City? He imparted this wisdom with conviction. Upon hearing this, Lu Huai was taken aback. Why? As a man of extreme caution, had he entertained such a thought? Could it be that the recent string of successes had dulled his senses? Throughout the years he had diligently assisted Yin Xuan. He had never before been tempted by such reckless curiosity. The notion of potentially igniting a catastrophe that could jeopardize Sia City was not something he should have entertained. Realizing this, Lu Huai immediately began to self-reflect. Personal curiosity should never arise in the face of Sia City's safety. In this regard, he found himself lacking compared to Jang Ji. Regardless of what transpired there, it was not within their purview to engage at this stage. Since this direction was untenable, let us seek the wisdom stones elsewhere, Jang Ji suggested. As he spoke, he maneuvered the warship to change course and explore another area, simultaneously commanding the robots under his command to disperse in search of the materials. Little did they know, in the very next moment after their departure, a resounding eagle's cry echoed through the skies of Qianshi Forest. The assembled ferocious beasts seemed to have received some signal, rising en masse and surging wildly into the depths of Qianshi Forest. Nearly 400,000 beasts poured in, combined with those already residing in the forest, transforming it into a perilous domain of near-certain death. Zhuo Fengmao, who had been observing the battles of the prodigies, suddenly sensed something amiss, his expression shifting dramatically. A beast tide? How could it appear here? His face paled. With a beast tide emerging and this unforeseen event occurring, the trial is hereby cancelled. He bellowed. Guardians, assemble. Within 10 minutes, gather these students here to form a defensive line and resist the beast tide with me. Zhuo Fengmao promptly communicated these orders via his personal communication device to the 7th tier guardians, while he himself swiftly made his way to the trial team nearest to the beast tide. Without time for words, he unleashed a powerful punch. The force of the 9th tier presence erupted forth. With a single blow, shockwaves surged, obliterating hundreds of beasts into mere fragments. Just as he aimed to vanquish the beasts and buy time for the guardians, a cry from above pierced the air. Human, your opponent is me. A 9th tier eagle beast broke through the clouds, charging at him. 9th tier? An eagle beast clan dares to rally a beast tide against our Federation S elite? Do you seek to annihilate your kind? Zhuo Fengmao shouted in fury. Chapter 64. The demise of the Federation S prodigy at the beast jaws. The 9th tier eagle beast remained silent, colliding with Zhuo Fengmao in an instant. The battle of the 9th tier erupted instantaneously. forcing Zhuo Mao to abandon the pursuit of the low-tier beasts and instead confront his adversary with clenched fists. His profession, that of a fistmaster, endowed him with extraordinary explosive power as an awakened being. Yet, the ninth-tier eagle beast excelled in speed, evading his successive strikes with ease. Although the eagle beast could not inflict harm upon him, its mere presence was sufficient to delay him, allowing the beast tide to decimate the Federation's ranks. Die! Zhuo Fengmao's aura surged as he seized upon a momentary weakness, landing a blow upon his foe's body. A gaping wound appeared, but to his astonishment, the ninth-tier eagle beast displayed no sign of diminished vigor, continuing to engage him in relentless combat. Meanwhile, the beast tide had surged en masse into the Chinchur forest. Although few high-tier beasts were present, the ferocious creatures seemed to act with uncanny coordination, dividing their ranks and launching a frenzied assault on the 7th-tier guard squad. Comprising 12 members, each a formidable 7th-tier warrior, the guard squad found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer number of beasts. As countless feral creatures surged forward, they became isolated. Each 7th-tier warrior facing tens of thousands of low-tier beasts. Despite their individual strength, they were inevitably bogged down by the relentless onslaught. With both 9th-tier and 7th-tier fighters preoccupied, the remaining talented individuals from the Federation were left to face impending doom, having struggled against even a small group of low-tier beasts. The appearance of the beast tide was a harbinger of catastrophe. Once the tide fully infiltrated the Chinchur forest, nearly 100 Federation elites found themselves confronted by beasts numbering in the tens or even hundreds of times their own. Though they had gained some familiarity with wilderness combat from previous encounters, the overwhelming numbers of the enemy rendered their efforts futile. Those with group combat professions fared somewhat better, while teams composed solely of individual awakeners were swiftly decimated by the frenzied beasts. In the immediate clash, 1/3 of their ranks fell prey to the ravenous beasts, limbs, torsos, and heads consumed without mercy. The Federation's members, unaccustomed to such horrifying scenes, were paralyzed by fear. Help! How could there be so many beasts all of a sudden? Senior Zhuo, save me. Where is the guard squad? What a terrifying sight. I refuse to participate in this trial. Let me return. This is undoubtedly a beast tide. We must flee. In a cacophony of terror, cries for help echoed through the forest. In truth, with their minimum strength at 5th tier, if they had united their efforts, they could have stood a fighting chance against the low-tier beasts. They could have sustained themselves long enough for Zhuo Fengmao's battle with the 9th-tier eagle beast to conclude. Moreover, the 7th-tier guard squad was gradually advancing towards them amidst the chaos. Regrettably, they were merely delicate blooms nurtured during a time of peace within the Federation. Having never witnessed the terror of a beast tide, faced with such an unforeseen calamity, their sole focus was on their own survival. Who among them had the capacity to rally and organize a cohesive defense against the encroaching tide? The outcome of this endeavor was a group of prodigies, ranked at levels 5 and 6, being mercilessly overwhelmed by ferocious beasts. As time elapsed, the number of these beasts multiplied, and even if they eventually realized the gravity of their situation, cooperation became an insurmountable challenge. All around them lay an endless sea of monstrous creatures. Merely witnessing such a scene would instill terror, rendering any effective defense utterly impossible. One by one, these talented individuals fell prey to a horde of low-tier beasts, with even 5th-tier warriors succumbing easily to the jaws of mere 3rd-tier creatures. It must be said that the current generation of talents within the Federation, having never faced the crucible of blood and fire, indeed fell short of expectations. Moreover, the Federation had not anticipated such an occurrence. The higher-ups believed that the otherworldly demons, bound by a covenant, would never turn against the Federation's people. However, who could have foreseen that these demons could manipulate the beasts, thereby circumventing the covenant? While they refrained from directly slaying humans, they were not prohibited from orchestrating the beasts' attacks. Furthermore, the demons merely assembled the beasts without issuing a direct order to kill humans. Yet, as the assembled beasts caught the scent of human blood, their bloodthirsty instincts were inevitably awakened, leading them to pursue their prey. Strictly speaking, the demons' manipulation served merely an indirect role, cleverly sidestepping the constraints of the covenant. In just half an hour, the mortality rate among the trial participants soared to 70%, leaving only a handful of specially awakened individuals to escape narrowly. For instance, the assassin's ability to blend into the shadows, the mage's gliding flight, and the Beastmaster's union with their companion beasts allowed them to disguise themselves as kin of the beasts, thus evading attacks. A multitude of teams was completely dispersed, and those who managed to break free from the encirclement of the beast tide found themselves utterly lost, frantically fleeing towards the distant 1,000-stone forest. Their singular thought was to escape, no matter where, as long as they did not encounter the beast tide once more. In the arena of the 9th-tier battle, Zhuo Fengmao unleashed another powerful punch, striking the already weakened 9th-tier eagle beast in the neck, sending it hurtling away. Though it had experienced death once, its strength still barely maintained the 9th tier. However, in the presence of an established 9th tier powerhouse like Zhuofengmao, its prolonged resistance was commendable. Though not yet slain upon receiving a critical blow from an equal, it found itself incapable of further combat. Just as Zhuofengmao intended to deliver a finishing blow to ensure the creature's demise, a voice echoed from afar. "Brother Zhua, I come to assist you. The appearance of this beast tide is indeed regrettable. My kin has been negligent this time." As the words fell, Song's figure swiftly approached the battlefield. Observing Zhuofengmao's intent to strike, he quickly interjected, "Brother Zhua, you must first rescue the Federation's prodigies. Leave this 9th tier beast to me. Rest assured, with me here, it shall not escape." Zhuofengmao furrowed his brow slightly, but recognized that aiding the others was more pressing than vanquishing this 9th tier foe, and thus nodded in agreement. "Brother Song, please ensure that the corpse is preserved for me. I intend to bring it back to Sia City. A meager 9th tier creature dares to rally a beast tied against our Federation's talents. This cannot stand." With that, he soared into the air, utilizing the Federation's communication technology to ascertain the others' locations. Upon detecting only a handful of signals, his expression darkened considerably. Over 100 prodigies, yet fewer than 15 perished. The ferocious beasts are truly detestable. Such lapses during the trial are unacceptable. Despite his 9th tier status as a protector, he will face punishment upon returning to the Federation. Zhuofengmao swiftly arrived at the 7th tier combat zone, delivering a series of punches that resulted in the mass extermination of the beasts, thereby rescuing the nearly exhausted 7th tier personnel. Chapter 65. The Secret of the Rebirth Fruit. Before long, the beasts that besieged the escort team were eradicated by the overwhelming might of the 9th tier. However, Zhuofengmao's countenance darkened upon discovering that 2 of the 12 7th tier had fallen to this minor beast tide, while the others sustained varying degrees of injuries. Time was of the essence, so he refrained from approaching them and quickly instructed everyone to locate the surviving individuals according to their positions. Meanwhile, after sensing that Zhuofengmao had departed from the site of the 9th tier battle, Song wore a peculiar smile as he approached the nearly lifeless 9th tier eagle beast. Despite its impending demise, the puppet-like eagle beast mustered the strength to address Song respectfully. "You have executed your task exceptionally well," Song remarked with a faint chuckle. He then raised his right arm, shrouded in dark mist, and mercilessly plunged it into the body of the 9th tier eagle beast, extracting a black stone without hesitation. This was the core of the Rebirth clan, initially used to revive it. Now that it was of no further use, the core was to be reclaimed. With the loss of the Rebirth black stone, the spark of life in the 9th tier eagle beast's eyes extinguished entirely, returning it to its former state of death. A 9th tier creature, a pawn in the schemes of the otherworldly demons, had lost its existence completely. After completing this task, Song remained on the spot, awaiting Zhuofengmao's arrival. Shortly thereafter, Zhuofengmao approached with a group of individuals. Unlike their earlier exuberance, the surviving few bore expressions of despondency. The minor beast tide had thoroughly crushed their pride, rendering them reluctant to even claim the title of prodigy. "Brother Zhua, I have fulfilled my duty and slain the beast." Song greeted him, surveying the remaining individuals with feigned sorrow. "I did not anticipate that a trial would be marred by a beast tide. This is my fault. I had previously instructed my kin to drive away the high-tier beasts, yet this backlash was unforeseen." Alas, Zhuofengmao's expression darkened, his ire surging within. Out of 100 prodigies, only 13 remained. 2 7th tier individuals had also perished. Such an occurrence could only be described as catastrophic. He felt an urge to chastise Song, but considering they were still on the territory of the otherworldly demons, cooperation was essential for their safe return. Thus, he settled for a few casual remarks. At that moment, he was eager to depart. The trial had failed, and he needed to hasten back to the coastal city to report this incident. The emergence of the 9th tier beasts and the beast tide left him with an unsettling feeling. This was indeed the domain of the otherworldly demons. Although they had exited the endless forest, how could the Rebirth clan be so oblivious to the circumstances here? Zhuofengmao was momentarily beset by doubts. However, under the prevailing inertia of the Covenant, he did not entirely believe that the beast tide was orchestrated by the alien demons. He initially attributed the phenomenon to the possibility that the alien demons had leaked information, alerting the ferocious beasts to the impending arrival of the Federation for trials, prompting them to assemble the beast tide in a bid to seize blood and sustenance. "Brother Song, if you could kindly arrange for my swift return. I must report this news," Zhuofengmao stated. Song nodded, replying, "Rest assured, Brother Zhua. The moment I sensed the disturbances here, I had already made preparations. The Federation's technological aircraft has been dispatched." He continued, "This incident was entirely due to our clan's oversight. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Our Rebirth clan will bear no evasion of responsibility." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Fengmao's expression softened considerably. Soon, the sound of the aircraft approached, and Zhuo Fengmao immediately signaled for everyone to board. After a brief gesture towards Mo Tsang, the aircraft ascended rapidly, heading back towards Ocean City. Left behind were Mo Tsang and the pilot, Mo Feichen. Ancestor, has it succeeded? Mo Feichen inquired, watching as the aircraft dwindled into a mere speck before vanishing from sight. Mo Tsang's gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon as he replied coolly, "One could say the plan has achieved partial success. This group of trial participants consists merely of the newly awakened generation, and I remain uncertain of their standing in the upper echelons of the Federation. However, with the trials thwarted, the Federation, if only for the sake of its own dignity, must take some action. It is foreseeable that a war will ensue between the Federation and the ferocious beasts. Whether it escalates into a war of races will depend on the strategies devised by all parties involved. We, the Rebirth Clan, merely play a preliminary role." Mo Feichen expressed admiration, saying, "Among the myriad starry races, it is only through your strategic prowess, Ancestor, that such plans can be executed." Mo Tsang shook his head, stating, "This incident involved the efforts of multiple clans. Otherwise, the Federation would not have suddenly decided to host the trials in our territory. Over the years, the Federation has maintained peace, yet the number of powerful individuals continues to grow. Once their 10th-tier powerhouses reach a critical mass, they will inevitably tear asunder the Covenant and launch a purge against us outsiders. If we wish to endure, we must unite. This scheme is merely a preliminary plan. While depleting the Federation's strength using ferocious beasts, the bloodlust generated by the ensuing war is also something we require." He paused momentarily before reminding, "Feichen, whether or not a racial war erupts between the Federation and the ferocious beasts, I have but one request of you. In the forthcoming battle, you must seize a portion of the bloodlust and ascend to the 8th tier." Mo Feichen replied, "Ancestor, you are in greater need of the bloodlust, are you not? If you were to ascend to the 10th tier, our clan would be secure." Mo Tsang shook his head. "The bloodlust generated by a single war holds little significance for those of us at the 9th tier. The bottleneck of the 10th tier is beyond your current comprehension." Upon hearing this, Mo Feichen acquiesced, "Rest assured, Ancestor. In this war, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the 8th tier." Suddenly, he recalled something and added, "By the way, if the plans on the Federation's side come to fruition, does that mean the city named Daxia is no longer necessary?" Mo Tsang chuckled, "There is no rush. A mere few 100,000 lives, even if extinguished, would not significantly impact us. After the last beast tide, they have begun to exhibit some strength. What do you think would happen if the great Sia City were to learn of the Federation's stance toward them? Would they not descend into internal strife? Heh, human discord is certainly more entertaining than us rallying another beast tide." Mo Feichen also laughed. "Of course, I have not neglected my arrangements concerning great Sia City. You mean the rebirth fruit?" "Precisely," Mo Tsang responded, and then he exercised his power, causing the ferocious beasts still rampaging within the Qinshe forest to come to an abrupt halt. Some beasts that had devoured human corpses trembled, expelling the remnants of severed fingers they had recently ingested. Countless dismembered limbs were regurgitated, and astonishingly, as these limbs struck the ground, they were enveloped in swirling black mist. As the black mist spread, signs of reconstitution began to manifest in the limbs, and soon, various fragmented body parts gradually returned to their original forms. The resurrection power of the Yimo. Those who had just perished at the jaws of beasts were revived, however, lacking the rebirth black stone. Their strength did not revert to its original 5th tier, though their consciousness remained intact. Upon revival, they became mere puppets of Mo Tsang. Mo Tsang and Mo Feichen observed this scene with amusement. Did they truly believe that the Rebirth clan would be so generous as to bestow a rebirth fruit upon everyone? While the rebirth fruit possesses remarkable restorative capabilities, it harbors a profound secret. Upon consumption, should one die, they will resurrect, subsequently transforming into a puppet of the Rebirth clan. With these individuals at our disposal, whether to deceive the gates of Great Sia City or to infiltrate the Federation, we will find them immensely useful." Mo Tsang grinned, revealing his second contingency plan. Chapter 66. Encounter with the Stone Demon Tribe Whoosh. The engine roar of the Annihilation Fighter jet cut through the air. Inside the cockpit, Jang Ji scrutinized the data screen, shaking his head in disappointment once more. Nothing here either. Ever since departing from the Qinshe forest, they had spent another day shifting through several directions without locating the elusive Jishe. Jang Ji had even piloted the fighter jet 100 miles beyond their initial range. He pondered where the Lord of Tiantian City had originally discovered the Jishe to have preserved some within the mechanical depot. During their days out, they had managed to gather other materials, but this particular item remained elusive. The Jishe is a unique stone imbued with a form of innate intelligence, essential for activating mechanical constructs and granting them rudimentary sentience. To manufacture the Annihilation Fighter jet, this material is indispensable. Jang Ji altered their course once more toward an uncharted direction, intending to return for a respite should they fail to find it. After several days aboard the fighter jet, despite having an automated navigation mode, fatigue had begun to set in. Suddenly, Lu Huai exclaimed in astonishment, "What is that?" "What is it?" Jiang Ji inquired. "There appears to be a Yigmo tribe up ahead." Over the past few days, Lu Huai had kept his reconnaissance abilities active, wary of missing any potential gaps in their observations. Lu Huai maximized his capabilities and confirmed once more. "The Yigmo? How many are there?" Jiang Ji's expression shifted upon hearing this, a flicker of interest appearing on his face. In recent days, they had only encountered fierce beast clans, and indeed, they had yet to come across the Yigmo. The robotic squadron had become adept at battling the fierce beasts, yet had no experience in combating the Yigmo. If the opportunity arose, Jiang Ji intended to engage with these so-called Yigmo. There are more than 10 7th-tier Yigmo. Lu Huai spoke with a hint of uncertainty. After all, he himself possessed 7th-tier strength. Otherwise, he would have been unable to detect the distant Yigmo. Are there any 8th or 9th-tier beings? There is an aura that surpasses the 7th tier, but it likely does not reach the 9th tier, Lu Huai replied. Below 7th tier, there are approximately 300 to 400, but I will need to get closer to ascertain the specifics. There's no need for such trouble, Jang Ji said. After indicating a direction for Lu Huai, he dispatched several of his robots along with a reconnaissance aircraft to investigate that area. Lu Huai did not sense any 9th tier presence, nor did Qianzhen issue a warning. If the Yigmo only housed 8th tier beings, it would align perfectly with his desires, as he had long wished to test his mettle against the 8th tier's prowess. As the aircraft approached and descended slightly in altitude, Qianzhen spoke up. "It should be an 8th tier Yigmo. The aura is not particularly strong, yet we must engage in battle to accurately gauge its true power." Simultaneously, the robots relayed a wealth of information. To Jiang Ji's surprise, while the situation regarding the Yigmo remained unclarified, another pressing matter had come to light. Scattered around the periphery of the Yigmo were numerous defy that he had been searching for over the past few days. This revelation compelled Jiang Ji to exclaim, "What a stroke of fortune, finding treasure without any effort. Is this the Stone Demon clan?" As more information streamed back from the robots, the group observed the real-time footage from that location. Lu Huai recognized the type of Yigmo in this below. Jiang Ji recalled the knowledge he had acquired about Yigmo clans while in the city. The Stone Demon clan, naturally adept in defense, but lacking in offense and speed. Jiang Ji's eyes lit up as he remarked, "This is just perfect for military training." At that moment, a furious voice suddenly erupted from within the Yigmo below. "Who dares to spy on my stone clan?" Along with the voice, countless fragments of stone erupted, and several reconnaissance aircraft, hidden in the shadows, were instantly destroyed. The stone demons were not particularly fast, relatively speaking, but an 8th tier powerhouse's strike would easily obliterate a 4th tier reconnaissance aircraft, which was entirely within the realm of the expected. However, with the reconnaissance aircraft's destruction, the robots were also exposed. In no time, 10 7th-tier stone demons manifested, surrounding the few probing robots. The robots, boasting peak 7th-tier combat capabilities, naturally did not fear these stone demons. Yet soon after, a more formidable presence emerged, towering at 10 zhong. Its body composed entirely of earthen yellow stone, tapering from a broad upper body to a narrow lower one. Atop its stone-like head, a singular vertical eye slowly opened. And as it swung its stone arms, countless fragments cascaded down. The diminutive robot, measuring merely 2 meters, stood before the towering 8th-order stone demon, which loomed like a colossal behemoth, rendering the robot akin to an insignificant ant. A fierce gust of wind swept through, and Qianzhen appeared, positioning himself protectively in front of the robot, sword in hand. "Humans? Why do you intrude upon my kin? Give me an explanation," the 8th-order stone demon rumbled. Mistaking Qianzhen for a representative of the Federation, restrained by a covenant, thus refraining from immediate aggression. "Strange, the demon has not attacked us," Jiang Ji noted, piloting his annihilation aircraft closer, astonished at the lack of conflict following their encounter. Observing this, Jiang Ji opted not to engage right away, instead recalling the robot ahead. "We are merely passing through," he cautiously asserted, simultaneously calling out to Qianzhen, "Uncle Qian, return for now." "Passing through? My kin has received no passage information from the Federation, and why were you observing us just now?" The voice of the 8th-order stone demon resonated like thunder, immense in its presence. Upon returning to the cockpit, Qianzhen pondered, "The Federation? Does this stone demon mistakenly believe we are from the Federation?" Lu Huai chimed in. "Judging by its demeanor, it seems to harbor no significant animosity towards the Federation. Could it be that the Federation's people can traverse this territory at will?" This speculation left the group astounded. The implication that Federation members could roam freely within the realm of the exotic demons suggested that the Federation was undoubtedly aware of the existence of Great Summer City, a solitary bastion enduring constant fear within the territory of the demons. Jang Ji probed further, his tone slightly firmer. I stated we are merely passing through. The notion that we were spying on your kin is preposterous. Given your stance, do you indeed wish to provoke conflict? He sought to gauge the tolerance of the exotic demons towards the Federation. Humph. The stone demon snorted in fury yet refrained from striking, instead retracting some of its oppressive aura. This is a one-time concession, let it not occur again. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send my kin to the Federation for an explanation. The mighty 8th Order stone demon had shown a hint of submission. In truth, Qianjun had merely revealed a fraction of his strength earlier, and being of the same 8th Order. The stone demon sensed his formidable prowess and lacked the confidence to confront these intruders directly. Thus, it was perhaps more prudent to yield and preserve its dignity. The act of submission was unexpected. It seemed the alliance between the Federation and the exotic demons was more robust than they had imagined, and the Federation's strength surpassed their expectations. Qianjun was taken aback. An 8th Order entity, particularly within its native tribe, had yielded to these outsiders. The might of the Federation was indeed formidable. Chapter 67. The robots assault the 8th Order. We should retreat for now and wait for the robot squad to assemble completely. Realizing that the stone demon would not initiate an attack, fleeting thoughts crossed Jang Ji's mind. He piloted the annihilation aircraft away from the stone demon tribe, ascending into the heights. Currently, most of the robots were stationed elsewhere. To completely eradicate this 8th Order demon tribe, they needed to await the arrival of all their combat readiness. In this battle, he did not intend for Qianjun to intervene. He wished to ascertain whether, with the current robots and mechanical weaponry, they could subdue a tribe possessing an 8th Order powerhouse. As for the stone demon's lack of aggression, that was of little concern to him. The Federal Alliance has allied with the otherworldly demons, not the city of Daxia. It would have been better had they never encountered the otherworldly tribe. However, now that they have crossed paths, Jang Ji has resolutely resolved to annihilate them. The memory of the ambush by the 7th-tier illusion demon remains vivid, and there exists no possibility for mediation between the otherworldly demons and the city of Daxia. Upon witnessing the extermination aircraft retreating, the stone demon tribe lowered their guard. They expressed mere curiosity at the appearance of humans, feeling no immediate sense of danger. After all, their kin were aware that the Federation would be sending individuals into the endless forest shortly. Bound by the pact, they could not take the initiative against the humans, thus allowing Jang Ji and his companions to depart unimpeded. Little did they know that moments later, with the arrival of the robots, Jang Ji had already devised a battle plan. High above, the extermination aircraft maintained a distant lock on the 8th-tier stone demon below, its massive form making it an easy target. 120 robots had assembled, with the meteor cannon and tracking bombardments prepared for deployment. As they approached the stone demon tribe, Jang Ji had completed the data collection within the tribe, fully aware of the distribution of the stone demons. As per protocol, launching a preliminary bombardment before combat had become one of the tactics employed by the robotic squad. The meteor cannon targeted areas where the stone demons were relatively concentrated, while the tracking bombs locked onto the scattered stone demons. Within the stone demon tribe, an air of unease enveloped the 8th-tier stone demon. Despite the humans having departed, it sensed an impending crisis looming overhead. Its instincts were not misguided. In the skies above, as the robotic squad readied themselves, Jang Ji pressed the attack button on the extermination aircraft. With the command given, a barrage of blue-white light erupted from the cluster cannon, unleashing boundless destructive power upon the 8th-tier stone demon. Before the 8th-tier stone demon could react, the cluster cannon struck its head, unleashing an overwhelming force of devastation that obliterated its towering form. Rocks and debris cascaded down as its massive body crumbled. In the realm of stone, absolute defense activated. The 8th-tier stone demon collapsed to the ground, a gaping hole several meters wide appearing in its body. However, it did not suffer severe injury. At the moment of the explosion, it unleashed its innate abilities. Its earthy yellow form glowed brightly, gradually transforming into a golden hue, while a faint yellow shield materialized around it. Humans, do you dare to breach the pact without fear of retribution? The stone demon roared. The appearance of the cluster cannon alerted it to the presence of the extermination aircraft in the sky. The humans had returned, attacking it, which plunged the creature into a state of furious rage. Retribution? The occupants within the aircraft chuckled. The Federation had forged the alliance with the otherworldly demons. What concern was it of the city of Daxia? As the cluster cannon descended, it heralded the commencement of battle. The robotic squad below began their bombardment of the stone demon tribe in earnest. The meteoric cannon and the locating tracking bombs launched in a coordinated assault, unleashing a deluge of shells. Caught off guard, the stone demon tribe suffered significant casualties, with half of their numbers obliterated in a single volley. Despite the formidable defenses of the stone demons, which were tailored to withstand ordinary adversaries of the same tier, they found themselves utterly powerless against the mechanical creations engineered by Jang Ji. It is worth noting that his mechanical products not only boasted mechanical enhancements, but also augmented combat capabilities. Each machine possessed a 15-fold enhancement, complemented by an additional 60% increase in combat efficacy. Surpassing tiers had become commonplace. Stone demons below the 7th tier stood no chance of survival. You humans breached the covenant first. Do not blame me for disregarding it as well. Upon witnessing the demise of his kin, an 8th tier stone demon let out a furious roar, seizing boulders from the ground and hurling them towards the aircraft's position. Following this, it unleashed another roar, its aura surging, conjuring an ethereal image of a mountain that solidified and floated ominously towards the ranks of robots, descending with a tremendous force. Upon witnessing this, Jang Ji promptly activated the cluster cannon, shattering the stone mass conjured by the stone demon. He realized that while the cluster cannon's power could initially reach the 8th tier, it could only injure the stone demons, known for their defensive prowess. Eradicating them entirely proved unlikely. Fortunately, he had anticipated this scenario from the outset, understanding that relying solely on the fighter aircraft for annihilation would not suffice. The true decisive force lay within the robot battalion. Although they were at the pinnacle of the 7th tier, their combined strength could certainly exhaust the 8th tier stone demon, ultimately leading to its demise. Before he could issue further commands, 100 robots had already engaged the stone demon. The advanced thunderstorm hammer and power armor operated at peak efficiency, and, combined with the robot's inherent kinetic energy, their speed subtly surpassed that of the stone demon, which was not particularly adept at velocity. The advanced thunderstorm hammer struck relentlessly, puncturing the pale yellow shield, and as the hammer connected with the stone demon's form, fragments of stone cascaded to the ground. You insignificant ants, perish! Bellowed the stone demon, its aura surging as its physique doubled in size. With a swing of its stone arms, a fierce gale swept forth, and as it stomped the ground, a powerful shockwave radiated outward. This area of effect attack caught several robots, sending them flying several meters away, despite their enhanced speed. Naturally, the robots possessed commendable defenses. Unless struck directly by the stone demon, they would not suffer severe damage. Moreover, their primary kinetic energy resided in their core, which, if not destroyed, would not hinder their combat capabilities. Once more, kinetic energy surged forth, and they rejoined the fray, maneuvering around the stone demon's form and seizing opportunities to deliver blows. Meanwhile, aboard the aircraft, Lu Huai and others fixated on the unfolding battlefield, their eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. 100 robots, propelled by immense energy, soared around the towering stone demon, occasionally illuminating the scene with explosive bursts of fire upon its rugged form. The spectacle was imbued with an epic sci-fi grandeur. Chapter 68. Annihilation of the Stone Demon Tribe. The emergence of the 9th rank in addition to the 100 robots engaging in combat with the 8th rank Stone Demon, the remaining 20 robots were also relentless, unleashing a barrage of mechanized weaponry. The Stone Demon Tribe suffered grievously, with the lower-ranked demons perishing en masse. As the tribe dwindled to a mere 10 7th-rank demons and a scattering of 6th-rank ones, the robots ceased their bombardment, opting instead to wield their advanced thunderstorm hammers in a decisive assault. 20 peak 7th-rank demons faced these severely battered stone beings, resulting in an overwhelming onslaught. One by one, the stone demons were obliterated, and witnessing this, the 8th-rank demon grew even more furious, wildly swinging its stone arms. It had never anticipated that its kin would one day face such utter devastation. Regrettably, despite its formidable defenses and vitality, its speed was lamentably inadequate. After an extended skirmish, it had yet to destroy even a single robot, while its own wounds multiplied. The stone demon race lacked blood. The stone that comprised their bodies served as their very essence. As their stone armor diminished under assault, their injuries intensified correspondingly. Admittedly, the robot's offensive capabilities were not particularly high, failing even to reach the 8th rank. Each strike merely breached the initial layers of defense. Even with the coordinated attacks of the annihilation aircraft, completely vanquishing this 8th rank stone demon seemed a distant prospect. Qian Zhen had been meticulously observing the battle from the outset, seeking to identify the demon's vulnerabilities. Suddenly, he spoke. Xiao Ji, the demon's weak point should be the vertical eye atop its head. You might want to test that. The vertical eye? Jang Ji shifted his focus there. I'll give it a try. As the words left his lips, a cluster cannon fired once more. The agitated stone demon, already beleaguered by the robotic intrusion, suddenly sensed a grave threat. In a panic, it activated its innate ability, absolute defense. With a thunderous roar, the stone upon its body surged upward, coalescing into a stone shield that protected its vertical eye. In concentrating its defensive capabilities upon its head, the demon left its other areas more vulnerable. The robots seized the opportunity, launching a frenzied assault upon its body. The previously sluggish progress of the battle underwent a dramatic transformation, with countless fragments of stone shattered. The stone demon howled in pain, though of the stone race. It was not impervious to suffering. Indeed, it proved effective. Witnessing this, Jang Ji's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the next moment, he piloted his aircraft, fixated on the demon's vertical eye as a target. This tactical approach yielded remarkable results. The once mighty stone demon found itself rapidly losing ground. It dared not allow its vertical eye to be struck by the cluster cannon, for that was the only vulnerable point on its form. Should it be hit, its combat efficacy would diminish by at least 30%. In the relentless ebb and flow of power, it is not just the tribes that suffer, but even a formidable 8th-tier stone demon may find its demise at the hands of these metallic minions. However, as time progresses, the strength of the 8th-tier stone demon begins to wane, while the swarm of robots appears inexhaustible, ceaselessly pressing their assault. Observing this, the stone demon grows increasingly anxious. While tribes can be rebuilt, it cannot fall victim to these insignificant pests. It must flee. This thought flashes through its mind, yet its own speed proves inadequate. Compounded by the menacing presence of the annihilation drones overhead and the relentless harassment from the robots, rendering escape impossible. Faced with this predicament, it has no choice but to call for aid. The distance to its kin is not insurmountable, and with the formidable offensive capabilities of these iron constructs, it believes it can endure until reinforcements arrive from its clan. The only true threat to its existence lies with that flying contraption above. In the next moment, the stone demon unleashes a thunderous roar, emitting a distorted magical sound from its stone body. This is a unique form of communication exclusive to the stone demons. The magical sound drifts away, resonating toward a certain direction, faintly reaching a distant location. Jang Ji's expression shifts as he realizes he cannot intervene in time. Though he cannot comprehend the content of the magical sound, the current state of the stone demon allows him to infer its intentions. This is dire. It is calling for help, indicating the presence of other aberrant beings nearby. Sensing an impending danger, Jang Ji recognizes that he can no longer afford to engage in a prolonged battle with this 8th-tier stone demon. He must resolve this swiftly. If an 8th-tier foe proves so challenging to defeat, what would happen if more were to arrive? Furthermore, who can say whether a 9th-tier being may emerge? Thus, it is imperative to avoid further entanglement with the stone demon. Senior, I humbly request your assistance, Jang Ji implores Qianzhen. Understood. With the hatch opening, Qianzhen leaps down, wielding his blade. As he descends, the powerful aura of an 8th-tier warrior envelopes him. This vital energy, typically searing, emanates from Qianzhen in an unexpectedly frigid manner, altering the very air around him and conjuring delicate snowflakes. This is the manifestation of his ice blade technique. As he approaches the stone demon, Qianzhen's gaze sharpens, his hand firmly gripping the hilt of his sword as he draws it with tremendous force. In an instant, a blindingly pure white arc of light emerges from the blade. The chilling brilliance freezes the stone demon in place, inhibiting its capacity for absolute defense. The blade's radiance pierces through its vertical eye with devastating precision. With a sudden roar, the stone demon finds its vital spot severed by the razor-sharp blade. And in a mere heartbeat, its once impenetrable body is cleaved in twain along the line of its eye. Its previously lauded defenses crumble before the blade as if they were mere tofu. In that singular strike, all semblance of life is extinguished. Qianzhen, a peak 8th-tier warrior, is more than capable of vanquishing the stone demon alone, especially now that it has already been significantly weakened by the preceding battle. Moreover, he strikes unexpectedly, delivering a perfectly timed blow to the creature's vital point, thus achieving a swift and decisive kill. Before Jang Ji on the battlecraft can fully marvel at this display, he observes a sudden change in Qianzhen's expression. Qianzhen had no time for further words as he leaped back into the cockpit, his tone urgent. We must depart. A 9th-tier entity approaches. In that fleeting moment, even Jang Ji sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from the distance. Reacting swiftly, he did not hesitate, immediately accelerating the aircraft to its utmost speed. Within mere tenths of a second, they ascended, the exhaust flames billowing as they raced back in the direction they had come. Simultaneously, he issued a retreat command to the robots below. Just 10 seconds after the fighter jet had departed, an even more colossal stone demon emerged in their wake, a formidable 9th-tier member of the stone demon clan. Upon witnessing the corpse of the 8th-tier stone demon, it let out a furious roar. Humans, how dare you brazenly breach the treaty and slaughter my kin of the 8th tier? You shall pay for this transgression. The audacity of humans encroaching upon the stone demon territory and slaying their outer brethren was unforgivable. It diminished its form and leapt into the air, pursuing the aircraft with astonishing speed, far surpassing that of the 8th tier. Chapter 69. Escaping inside the fighter jet, the countenances of the crew were grave. The aircraft howled as it reached its maximum velocity, the clouds rapidly receding behind them, while they could still hear the enraged roars from afar. Despite Jang Ji's earlier fervor in vanquishing the 8th tier demon, he had no intention of engaging with a 9th tier powerhouse. Not only he, but even Xinjun, at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, dared not claim confidence in surviving an encounter with a 9th tier entity. Hence, the immediate priority was to escape. Evasion was their foremost choice. As for the spoils of defeating the 8th tier stone demon and the intelligence stones, they were no longer a concern. As long as they could elude the pursuit of the 9th tier entity, opportunities to return and collect would surely arise. This region, apart from the Rebirth clan that possessed a 9th tier member, also harbored 9th tier stone demons, Xianjun remarked gravely. According to what was known in Sia City, it was improbable for two large clans to coexist in the same area. They were aware of the Rebirth clan residing in the Endless Forest, yet they had not anticipated the presence of the Stone Demon clan nearby. Considering the timing of the 8th tier Stone Demon's communication and the subsequent emergence of the 9th tier Stone Demon, it was evident that the Stone Demon clan's territory was not far off. Their previous actions had been akin to walking a tightrope, while it appeared inconsequential. It was fraught with peril. Had Jang Ji not reacted promptly, they would have already found themselves facing the 9th tier threat. While piloting the aircraft, Jang Ji remained vigilant regarding the movements of the 9th tier Stone Demon behind them. He felt relieved to note that the speed of the 9th tier Stone Demon did not match that of the fully operational fighter jet. Even considering the earlier 10 seconds of emptiness, should the two speeds be comparable, the distance between them would only continue to widen. Let us not return directly to Sia City. Let us circle around and shake off our pursuer, Qianjin suggested. I share this sentiment. Jang Ji nodded in agreement. He piloted the aircraft not toward Sia City, but rather in the opposite direction of the Endless Forest. Naturally, he also avoided heading towards the Chinchur Forest, where he had sensed the presence of a 9th tier entity the previous day. In such circumstances, he did not entertain the notion that they could lure the Stone Demon behind them into a confrontation with that unknown 9th tier adversary. Once the past has slipped away, fortune may favor us, but should misfortune strike, it is more likely that the pursuing 9th tier entity would transform into two. The Stone Demon lacks swiftness, yet the unknown 9th tier might prove otherwise. To ensure safety, it is prudent to first shake off this 9th tier Stone Demon. Perhaps the deceased Stone Demon held significance for this 9th tier, as the Annihilation aircraft was relentlessly pursued for 2 entire days before finally evading its grasp. At this juncture, they had traveled well over 300 miles. Had the Annihilation aircraft not possessed reconnaissance capabilities to circumvent the ferocious beast tribes encountered along the way, danger would have been imminent. Simultaneously, while maneuvering around the Endless Forest, Jang Ji discovered numerous small tribes of aberrant demons and unearthed many high-tier materials. Many of these aberrant demon tribes utilized materials of levels 6 and 7 or higher as their habitats. Upon returning for a respite and crafting several more aircraft, the scope of exploration could indeed expand significantly. Once he advances further, these materials could be immediately transformed into strength. It was time to return. After 2 frantic days of flight, relief washed over Jang Ji and his companions as the signals of the pursuing aberrant demons finally faded. It is fortunate to have your Annihilation aircraft, little G. Otherwise, facing a 9th tier entity would have been perilous, Lu Huai expressed gratefully. We must exercise greater caution in the future. Post the cataclysm, our understanding of this region from the Great Sia City is still far too limited, Qianjin concurred. Indeed, we must be prudent. The Great Sia City currently lacks the foundation to confront 9th tier beings, as direct engagement could lead to our obliteration, he added. However, there is no need for excessive concern. There exists a cooperative relationship between the aberrant demons and the Federation that we do not fully comprehend, akin to the so-called pact mentioned by the Stone Demon. From my observations, that 9th tier Stone Demon did not employ any offensive tactics against us during the pursuit. It merely chased us down. Thus, I speculate that their pact includes a clause prohibiting mutual attacks. Although our city did not partake in the signing of the pact, we are still a part of humanity. Perhaps we benefit from some of the pact's protections. Lu Huai recalled certain matters and remarked, indeed, over the years, while the aberrant demons have often been the unseen orchestrators of beast tides, they have never once personally attacked the Great Sia City. Perhaps they are truly bound by this pact. He continued, the previous 8th tier Stone Demon only retaliated after we struck first, and since we did not sign the pact, we were not subject to any backlash. This time, we fortuitously circumvented the conditions of the aberrant demon's pact, allowing them to act against us. But with that 9th tier, we have never engaged it. Might it be that it refrains from violating the pact by attacking us first? Lu Huai speculated. In their brief exchange, the two began to grasp the underlying truth. Jiang Ji, having only recently transitioned from an ordinary individual to an awakened one over the past few months. Had little understanding of such matters. So, you mean to say that the reason high-tier aberrant demons have refrained from attacking us over the years is due to this pact? Jang Ji pondered before suddenly recalling something, countering, "Wait, Uncle Lu, you should remember that 7th-tier illusion demon, right? Did it not attack me first? Moreover, the energy shield was also destroyed by a 9th-tier aberration." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Huai remarked, "Perhaps that illusionary demon was merely a pawn, misled into coming here. Otherwise, although the great Sia City lacked 7th-tier combatants at that time, missiles and ultimate weapons were still available. How could a mere 7th-tier entity dare to infiltrate? The mastermind behind it clearly had no intention of allowing it to return. It was just that it was slain by Elder Wang before it could unleash any backlash. As for the energy shield, it might not fall under the protection of the Covenant," Lu Huai speculated uncertainly. Jang Ji suggested, "Upon our return, I shall attempt to connect with the radio station. If I can establish a line to the Federation, we may glean insights into this matter. Should the Covenant indeed be as we surmise, we might find ourselves in a more stable position, as long as 9th-tier beings do not act recklessly. With the current strength of Great Sia City, we no longer fear the beast tide." Qianjun interjected, "We cannot be so optimistic. Even if the Covenant is valid, there are still 9th-tier ferocious beasts to consider. Thus, the immediate priority must be to ensure your swift advancement, significantly enhancing Great Sia City's capabilities to guard against unforeseen circumstances." Curious, Jiang Ji inquired, "Elder, is it possible for you to ascend once more? If you could become a 9th-tier powerhouse, Great Sia City would truly solidify its standing and no longer be threatened." Qianjun shook his head, "With my innate talent, achieving the 8th tier through martial arts is already my utmost limit. The 9th tier remains a distant dream. Without a fortuitous opportunity, I doubt I will ascend in this lifetime." Then, shifting his tone, Qianjun added, "However, if you could create machinery that significantly enhances my physical capabilities for me to utilize, I might be able to unleash 9th tier combat power. For instance, the powered armor and skeletal enhancements you previously devised. While such low-tier machinery offers minimal augmentation, if there were similar products at the 7th or 8th tier, combined with my martial prowess, I might genuinely wield 9th tier strength." Chapter 70. The Boundary Mountain Suit Machinery? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji rapidly searched his mind for any mechanical knowledge he possessed. Eventually, he indeed discovered a comparable product, the advanced version of powered armor, the powered mecha. Powered mecha is categorized into humanoid mechs and large beast-type mechs. It fundamentally differs from armor, while armor is akin to wearable clothing. A mech is a complete entity that allows a person to enter and control it, and its kinetic capabilities far surpass those of armor. The powered mecha possesses inherent intelligence, enabling it to engage in independent combat. When piloted, it can elevate the user's combat mode to one of absolute rationality, greatly enhancing their reflexes and speed. As for the beast-type large mecha, it stands as a fully autonomous war machine, its size comparable to the 10-foot stone demon previously encountered. Unfortunately, this mechanical creation resides at the 7th tier, a level he is currently unable to manufacture. Thus, in order for Great Sia City to truly possess 9th tier combat power, it ultimately returns to the initial challenge, advancement. After reaching the 7th tier, he would have far more capabilities at his disposal, such as further elevating the robotic battalion, enhancing its analytical abilities, and comprehensively improving various competencies. They might even take control of the power mechs, and then a legion of robots with 8th tier combat prowess would emerge, sweeping away all beast tides and aberrant demons without a trace. Jiang Ji opened the panel to examine his experience bar. Over the past few days, through relentless raids and the fabrication of machinery, his experience had progressed to about half. If he were to exhaust the resources from the points he had occupied, he could potentially reach 2/3 completion. The prospect of leveling up had unexpectedly begun to glimmer on the horizon. "It's time for us to head back," Qianjun interjected, breaking Jiang Ji's train of thought. "Indeed," Jiang Ji replied, just as he was about to maneuver the warplane to change direction, when Lu Huai suddenly spoke up. "Wait, I sense a military presence ahead." Lu Huai activated his abilities to their fullest. He could detect the presence of aberrant demons and fierce beasts from afar, and the essence of humanity was not unfamiliar to him. A military presence? Both Jiang Ji and Qianjun were taken aback. Although this area was remote from the endless forest, it still belonged to the territory of the aberrant demons. So how could humans possibly be present here? To them, this southern continent, apart from the solitary city of Sia, was entirely dominated by aberrant demons and fierce beasts, making human existence seem implausible. Yet, how could it be that Lu Huai sensed the presence of humans? Perhaps a well-organized military? Should we investigate? Lu Huai proposed. Encountering humans in such a place was exceedingly rare. Could they be remnants of an ancient nation that survived the cataclysm? Shao Ji, Let us approach cautiously within 3 miles. Qianjun suggested. He too was intrigued. If they were indeed from an ancient nation, perhaps the Sia City would no longer have to fight alone. Was the Sia City truly not isolated? Did others still resist the aberrant demons? All right, Jang Ji agreed, piloting the warplane towards Lu Huai's indicated direction. As they drew closer, Qianjun raised a hand to signal. Stop. As he focused intently, Lu Huai began to relay some data. 1,000-strong troop, predominantly 5th tier, with over 50 at the 7th tier. Wait, are those technological weapons? Could they truly be from the ancient nation? Lu Huai sensed something and was taken aback. In the forest below, numerous technological weapons were scattered about, some identical to the artillery shells previously used by the Sia City. There was an 8th tier presence. Likely the commander of this troop, but not a martial artist. Rather, an awakened one. Qianjun chimed in. Elder, do you think we should descend and negotiate? Jang Ji inquired. Such a decision seemed more fitting for someone with Qianjun's experience. However, Qianjun shook his head. The situation is unclear. There is no necessity. If we misjudge and they are not from the ancient nation, it could provoke a conflict. Conversely, if the Sia City encountered unknown individuals, we would also hesitate to allow them entry. Then, shall we return? It seems we have no other option. A mere 1,000-strong troop with an 8th tier presence indicates that their backing far surpasses that of the Sia City. Even if we harbor intentions for negotiation, we must await a balance of power between both parties, ensuring our own safety before proceeding, Qianjun declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Huai abandoned his descent, and Jang Ji nodded in agreement, piloting the fighter jet skyward. At the moment the aircraft ascended, a formidable middle-aged man in the forest opened his eyes and gazed upwards. Attention, unknown energy detected. Attention, unknown energy detected. The technological reconnaissance device flashed a warning in crimson light. The middle-aged man rose, his aura surging, and shouted towards the heavens. Who dares to spy on Mount Jia? Depart at once. Without a federal passage order, failure to leave within 10 breaths shall be deemed an act of war. As his voice echoed, the 1,000-strong contingent under his command unleashed a chorus of furious roars, their formidable presence sweeping forth. Not an aberration? The middle-aged man suddenly sensed something and expressed his surprise. The reconnaissance equipment had raised alarms, leading him to initially believe it was an aberration. However, the information relayed indicated otherwise. This direction did not signal an aberration or a ferocious beast. Thus, only one possibility remained. The man's gaze deepened as he peered into the distance, murmuring, "You, who have not joined the Federation, have developed to this extent?" With his 8th tier strength, he had merely sensed a hint of anomaly. Had it not been for the warning from the reconnaissance device, he would not have detected the presence observing this area. Unbeknownst to him, Jang Ji had long activated the stealth mode of the Annihilation fighter jet during their flight, and their altitude had remained high. It was only Lu Huai, a 7th tier, who inadvertently leaked a trace of energy during the investigation. Otherwise, the technological devices would have failed to detect the perpetually concealed Annihilation fighter jet. Within the now distant aircraft, Jang Ji and the others also caught wind of the voices emanating from behind. Mount Jia? Federal passage order? These words struck a familiar chord. If they recalled correctly, a previous 8th tier stone demon had uttered similar phrases. They had assumed they were among fellow ancient countrymen, only to discover they were, in fact, so-called federal personnel. Lu Huai's earlier joy at discovering compatriots swiftly evaporated, and his demeanor turned cold. Through the radio, he gleaned information that left him with little fondness for the Federation. Those who could ally with aberrations could hardly be considered virtuous. Qianjun spoke solemnly. We are merely 300 to 400 miles from Sia City. With their strength and technology, they must be aware of Sia City's existence. This place, known as Mount Jia, is it fortified against aberrations, or are we their true target? The group, who had previously contemplated future negotiations, extinguished that thought instantaneously. The Federation's alliance with aberrations condemned them as adversaries of Sia City. Chapter 71. Autonomous Awakening. Fortunately, Qianjun had the foresight to refrain from indiscriminately attempting negotiation. Otherwise, given the Federation's ambiguous stance towards this region, their party would have plunged into peril. Of course, Jang Ji was confident in his ability to annihilate the 1,000-strong force. Yet he was not eager to provoke the Federation lurking behind them. The presence of 8th tier warriors among the contingent implied the undeniable existence of 9th tier forces backing them. In the realm of the Yimo, 9th tier entities abound, capable of forging alliances with various factions single-handedly. It is only natural that the Federations boast a similar number of 9th tier beings. Not long after, the Annihilation aircraft returned to the grand city of Daxia. As they disembarked from the cabin, Yin Chuan, having already received news, hurried over with palpable urgency, not allowing Lu Huai a moment to marvel at the sights outside the city before forcibly whisking him away. With no assistant at his side, Yin Chuan felt utterly exhausted. Now that Lu Huai had returned, he could finally share the burden of work. Qianjun, smiling, took his leave to reminisce with Elder Wang, while also offering guidance to some martial artists within the city. Left behind were Jang Ji, alongside Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling. "What's the matter with you two?" Jang Ji inquired, noticing their dazed expressions. In truth, since leaving the city, the two children had been in a state of semi-consciousness, hardly uttering a word, waking briefly only to drift back into slumber. Their presence had been so faint that Jiang Ji occasionally nearly forgot they were there. During this time, Qianjun and Lu Huai had observed them, but found no signs of illness. In fact, their physical capabilities had not diminished, rather, they seemed to grow stronger with each nap. "Brother Jiang, I don't know either, I just feel very sleepy," Zhou Ling mumbled, yawning and rubbing her eyes as she was carried down from the aircraft. Zhou Ming was slightly better off, able to move on his own. Yet he too appeared exceedingly fatigued. With no other option, Jiang Ji decided to take them back to the mechanical factory and summoned several healing professionals to examine them. After the therapists conducted their assessments, they found nothing amiss. It was then that Grandpa Qin from the radio station came to visit. Upon discovering the state of the two children, he gasped, could this be the legendary autonomous awakening? In recent days, the radio station had received a wealth of information from the Federation. However, there were still no signs of a connection. Thus, upon hearing of Jiang Ji's return, Grandpa Qin had rushed over to inquire if Jiang Ji had found a better solution, only to inadvertently stumble upon Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling's condition. Autonomous awakening? What does that mean? Jiang Ji asked, puzzled. Grandpa Qin began to observe the two sleeping children closely before explaining, I have only recently learned about this myself. In the Federation, aside from the opportunity to awaken by touching a magic stone at the age of 18, some exceptionally gifted individuals may also experience autonomous awakening. This phenomenon is not age-restricted. It could occur before 18 or even after a failed awakening at that age. There is no discernible pattern. Unlike the process of touching the magic stone, those who undergo autonomous awakening can at least awaken to a formidable profession. The disparity in strength among individuals of the same tier is not something an ordinary awakener can compare to. At this point, Grandpa Qin cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Ji and remarked, of course, your exceptional situation is not included in this category. Jiang Ji's awakening as a mechanic places him in an entirely different dimension from other awakeners. It is likely that even those who have undergone autonomous awakening would not measure up to him. Old Master Qin continued, based on my observations over the past few days, those awakened with self-initiated abilities possess the strength to fight beyond their ranks. In the case of our great Sia City, such awakened individuals can at least reach the level of battling the heavens. Is that truly the case? Jiang Ji inquired, astonished. He had long hoped for his own awakening to occur swiftly, but only managed to rely on magic stones at the age of 18. He never expected that the two children he casually took in would possess such extraordinary talents. Master Qin, is this self-initiated awakening a sudden occurrence, or are there certain prerequisites? Jiang Ji asked. Old Master Qin shook his head. I cannot say for certain. However, I have heard that you took them out of the city recently. Indeed. Is there something I am unaware of during that time? Jiang Ji responded. There is a possibility. Perhaps they encountered some external scene that triggered the conditions for self-initiated awakening. Or they observed the battle between you and the Yi Mo. There could be various reasons. My understanding is limited, and perhaps the Federation has a systematic plan in place. Do you know how long this self-initiated awakening condition needs to last before they can fully become true awakened beings? According to the information disclosed by the Federation, those who awaken autonomously can succeed in as little as 7 days or as long as half a month, Old Master Qin replied. Is there a possibility of failure? Jiang Ji asked. To my knowledge, there should not be. So, we can only wait for the two of them to complete their awakening? Old Master Qin nodded. That is all we can do, as our understanding of awakening remains quite limited. Upon learning that the two were in a favorable state, Jiang Ji felt a sense of relief. He did not wish for Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling to awaken into any powerful professions. Their safety was sufficient. If something were to go awry during their excursion, he would feel immense guilt. After settling the two children, Jiang Ji accompanied Old Master Qin once more to the radio station. Currently, the radio remained unchanged, capable of receiving both images and sounds. After some adjustments on his part, it also had the capability for connections. However, every program broadcasted over the past few days had yielded no response to connection requests sent from Great Sia City. Thus, Jiang Ji shifted his approach. Since one signal proved ineffective, he decided to try receiving multiple signals. He arranged for the construction of several signal towers, hoping to capture additional signals. To his surprise, this change in strategy bore fruit. The radio successfully received several signals transmitted from the Federation. Among these were various programs, including an official entertainment radio station. What concerned Jiang Ji and Old Master Qin the most was an independent radio station belonging to an academic institution. This institution connected with students below daily, providing consultations and assistance to those in the Federation. This station was the easiest to connect with, prompting Old Master Qin to immediately enter work mode. He aimed to disguise himself as a student from this institution to better probe into the Federation's information. Seeing that matters at the radio station were finally taking shape, Jang Ji wasted no time in delegating all responsibilities to Old Master Qin and the others, content to await their updates. He returned to the mechanical factory, intending to devote himself fully to the creation of machinery, striving to elevate his experience points to a higher level before his next venture. He also planned to observe when Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling would complete their awakening. Naturally, Jang Ji was somewhat intrigued by such a marvelous phenomenon. Chapter 72. Misunderstanding. Shortly after Jang Ji and the others returned to the city at the Boundary Mountain, a middle-aged man who had just issued a command to lift the state of alert suddenly raised his head, his expression subtly shifting. What on earth was happening today? With individuals arriving at the Boundary Mountain one after another? Cursing under his breath, he reluctantly summoned his subordinates, preparing for vigilance, and shouted into the distance, "Halt! This is the Boundary Mountain of the Federation. Intruders shall be killed." In the distance, a colossal figure slowly emerged, its body rolling with stones, and a cold gaze emanating from the vertical eye atop its head. "Human, you are not yet qualified to obstruct me." The figure's voice resonated through the heavens, growing louder as it approached, revealing a mountain-like body before the middle-aged man's eyes. Ninth rank. The middle-aged man's complexion shifted abruptly. However, he did not falter. Speaking in a deep voice, a strong one from the Stone Demon clan, "Why have you come to my Boundary Mountain? The Federation has an agreement with your kind. Without permission, demons are not to set foot on this mountain. Do you intend to violate the pact?" "Pact? Nonsense. You are the ones who first disregarded the agreement. Yet you dare to impose it upon me?" The ninth-rank Stone Demon released a tremendous pressure that bore down upon the middle-aged man, bending his already straight back considerably. Even though he possessed 8th rank strength, it was utterly insignificant before the 9th rank. The disparity was far too great. "How dare a mere 8th rank attempt to stop me? Bring forth your 9th rank from the great Sia City. If I do not receive an explanation today, I would not hesitate to raise this Boundary Mountain." Violation of the pact? The middle-aged man felt a flicker of confusion. What did that mean? The Federation had maintained an unyielding distance from the demons. How could they possibly breach the agreement? He spoke firmly, strong one of the Stone Demon clan. "I do not know how you came to believe that our Federation has violated the pact. It is sheer nonsense. We have never crossed the Boundary Mountain. If you seek a pretext to wage war against the great Sia City, you need not disguise your intentions. Though your Stone Demon clan is formidable, we of the great Sia City are not weak either." Nonsense. Ridiculous. The Stone Demon peeled away its rocky exterior, revealing a somewhat smaller stone figure within. Enraged, it declared, "What do you see here? An 8th rank of my clan slain by your humans. Does this not constitute nonsense? Do you dare to commit such acts and then deny them? If I do not receive an explanation, let war commence. Do you believe my clan fears your kind?" It was the same 9th rank Stone Demon that had previously pursued Jang Ji and the others. Since they had not crossed paths, the Stone Demon was unaware that Jang Ji and his companions were not affiliated with the Federation. Moreover, it did not speculate towards the matters concerning the great Sia City, as the Rebirth clan was responsible for those affairs. After all, the Stone clan had led several beast-tied assaults against the great Sia City, knowing well the strength of those humans. In its understanding, the great Sia City could barely muster the power to slay a 7th rank. How could they possibly obliterate a tribe of stone demons, including an 8th rank, in such a short span? Thus, it was certain that the Federation's strong ones were responsible for the death of its 8th rank kin. The misunderstanding unfolded in a most extraordinary manner. Previously unable to catch up with the Annihilation aircraft, it remained unperturbed, for it understood the location of the great Sia City and naturally sought to the Boundary Mountain for an explanation from the Federation. The Stone Demon clan had but a few 8th-tier members, and with one now deceased along with several lower-tier kin, they would not let this matter rest easily. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, soaring through the air to meet the Stone Demon at eye level. "Lord Protector." The middle-aged man greeted with reverence upon seeing the visitor. This individual was a 9th-tier powerhouse, the sovereign of Great Sia City. Tu Yulong nodded, narrowing his eyes slightly as he regarded the Stone Demon opposite him. "Brother Sure, I have arrived. What explanation do you seek?" Upon the appearance of the 9th-tier human, the Stone Demon's vertical eye softened somewhat. "Why did you violate the covenant and strike down my kin?" Tu Yulong cast a glance at the 8th-tier Stone Demon corpse in its grasp, feeling a flicker of confusion. As the protector of Great Sia City, he was well aware that no one from his city had committed such an act. "Brother Sure, if I were to say that this deed was not perpetrated by Great Sia City, would you believe me?" "Impossible," the Stone Demon bellowed. "Who else possesses the strength to slay my kin of the 8th tier, if not you? It seems you are resolute in your denial. In that case, let us go to war, My kin cannot die in vain. Furthermore, your covert actions against my people may conceal treachery. I shall relay this information to other starry races and see who dares uphold the covenant thereafter." Upon hearing this, Tu Yulong's expression shifted slightly. He held no fear of the Stone Demon clan, yet the spread of such news could cast a dire shadow over the Federation. Moreover, with Shuo Fengmao just returning with news of the failed trial, although the Federation's higher-ups had yet to issue a final directive, he understood that Great Sia City was destined to confront the ferocious beasts to recover the Federation's dignity. In such a peculiar moment, making an enemy of the Stone Demon clan would be rather unwise. Moreover, this 8th-tier Stone Demon was not slain by anyone from Great Sia City. Why should he bear the blame? Brother Sure, you must ponder this carefully. Violating the covenant incurs backlash, Tu Yulong stated. I have made it clear that the death of your kin was not the doing of Great Sia City. If you doubt my words, I can arrange for an investigation. Anyone of 8th tier or above from Great Sia City can be identified. First, examine how your kin met their demise. Great Sia City possesses no 8th tier individuals skilled in blade techniques. In light of the impending conflict, Tu Yulong felt compelled to provide a brief explanation. Under ordinary circumstances, given the strength of Great Sia City, they would hardly regard a clan with only one 9th tier Stone Demon as significant. Aside from Great Sia City, who else in this southern continent possesses such power? If it is not you, then who? The Stone Demon had begun to entertain some doubts, yet remained defiant in its words. The southern continent is not solely inhabited by Great Sia City, Tu Yulong hinted. The 8th tier middle-aged man approached to quietly report on the earlier encounter with a lurking presence. Lord Protector, if I am not mistaken, an 8th tier entity has already emerged over there. Upon hearing this, Tu Yulong's gaze shifted slightly. The Stone Demon scoffed, exclaiming, "Humph. Are you suggesting that those insignificant ants could be responsible? How could a mere blood source nurtured by the Rebirth clan possess such strength? To slay an 8th tier before it could render assistance, and to escape the pursuit of a 9th tier, such power is inconceivable." I did not assert that, Tu Yulong replied calmly. But I can assure you that our Dahu city has not intervened. If you remain skeptical, you may seek confirmation from the Rebirth clan. Humph. This matter is far from over, the Stone Demon remarked, having regained some composure, wary of breaching the alliance. Moreover, Tu Yulong's demeanor suggested sincerity. Could it be that the demise of his kin was truly not the doing of Da City? With a menacing remark, he soared towards the endless forest, determined to uncover the truth behind this affair. Observing the Stone Demon depart, Tu Yulong's expression revealed a hint of intrigue as he murmured, Da Xia has persevered for 12 years and has still produced such formidable warriors. The people of the ancient nation are indeed resilient. Chapter 73. Those beyond Da Xia City at this moment. Jang Ji was industriously engaged in machinery fabrication within the mechanical factory, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding at the Boundary Mountain, unaware that the 9th tier Stone Demon, guided by Tu Yulong's words, had begun to cast its suspicions upon Da Xia City. During the previous Beast Tide, the presence of Qian Zhen had already come to the attention of the alien demons. It had become inevitable for the Stone Demon to learn of Da Xia City's 8th tier combat capabilities. With a slight reflection, the truth behind the death of its kin would soon dawn upon it. The danger emanating from the 9th tier was silently encroaching. Over the past 2 days, as Jang Ji crafted machinery, he had also dispatched several robots to observe the Stone Demon tribe. Perhaps due to the tribe's near annihilation, that area had become desolate, devoid of even ferocious beasts. The robots finally returned, bringing back the coveted Wisdom Stones. Jang Ji was taken aback to discover that the Wisdom Stones were a unique material produced in the dwelling place of the Stone Demons, explaining their previous elusiveness. Given that the Stone Demon tribe had resided there for an extended period, the quantity of Wisdom Stones generated was substantial. Henceforth, the production of Annihilation aircraft would no longer lack this crucial material. In just 5 days, 4 new Annihilation aircraft emerged. Jiang Ji's earlier directives had significantly influenced the situation, as many individuals had already mastered the operation of the aircraft. He selected a few suitable candidates from the group and allocated the newly constructed 4 aircraft, each accompanied by 20 to 30 robots, enabling them to independently venture beyond the city to seize resource points. This arrangement granted him leisure, allowing him to remain within the city unless exceptional circumstances arose. He merely needed to oversee the reception of materials for production. After all, he could still gain experience from the ferocious beasts dispatched by the Annihilation aircraft and robots. With this dual approach, his experience points soared rapidly, reaching 2/3 of the required amount. The increase in materials also indicated that the mechanical factory required further expansion. Fortunately, during these days, he had also fabricated a considerable number of auxiliary bionic robots, significantly alleviating the issue of manpower shortages. In stark contrast to the mere 200 war machines, the auxiliary bionic robots exceeded 1,000 in number. This disparity arose because Jang Ji had focused the enhancements on assistance during their creation, eliminating the need for additional weapon systems, thereby significantly reducing the required materials. One day, taking advantage of a brief respite, Jiang Ji ventured to the quarters housing Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, intending to observe their conditions. Suddenly, he received an urgent message from Yin Chuan. Xiao Ji, come quickly to the East City Gate. Although Jiang Ji wished to inquire about the situation, sensing the urgency in Yin Chuan's tone, he promptly departed. Climbing aboard his specially crafted mechanical vehicle designed for traversing the city, he sped towards the East City Gate. Shortly, he arrived to find not only himself, but also Wang Lao and Qian Zhen had gathered there. Uncle Yin, what has happened? Jiang Ji inquired as he dismounted from the vehicle. Yin Chuan's expression appeared somewhat peculiar as he gestured towards the base of the city wall. Come and see for yourself. With a hint of confusion, Jiang Ji approached the edge of the wall and peered down. People? As he discerned the scene below, he found himself momentarily taken aback. He saw several individuals who were clearly not from Sia City. Help us, please, let us enter the city to escape the beasts. Below, 6 or 7 disheveled individuals, battered and in tattered clothing, appeared utterly wretched. Upon spotting Jiang Ji and the others atop the wall, their eyes gleamed with hope as they shouted out in desperation. Who are these people? Jiang Ji queried. Yin Chuan shook his head. I do not know either. The guards at the wall reported that they discovered these individuals only this morning, which is why they alerted me. When I arrived, they were already crying for help, claiming to have finally escaped the jaws of the beasts and seeking refuge within the city. I have already dispatched teams to search the city, and it is nearly confirmed that these individuals do not belong to Sia City. However, to be prudent, I have refrained from opening the gate. Outsiders. Or perhaps they are from the Federation. Lu Huai pondered. Jiang Ji scrutinized the faces of the newcomers, suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity. He recalled having seen some of them before. Wait, I think I recognize them. Let me think. Jiang Ji closed his eyes in contemplation. The Federation? I remember now. During the Federation ranking tournament, I had seen 2 of them on a program broadcasted from the radio station. They were participants in the tournament. He suddenly recollected the program watched together with Old Qin, wherein these individuals had made an appearance. Jiang Ji was perplexed as to why individuals from the Federation would find themselves here, seeking assistance from Sia City. Subsequently, feigning ignorance, he called down. Who are you? Why are you here? Upon receiving a response from those atop the wall, the group below erupted with joy. We are from the Federation. We never expected to find a city of the Federation in such a place. We can finally survive. We are all from the Federation. Please let us in to recuperate. Those vile beasts are truly dreadful. What is the name of your city? We have never heard of it. Is it far from the Sia City? Please help us contact them. I wish to return home. The wilderness is truly terrifying. The beasts are dreadful. Jiang Ji and the others gleaned some information from their words. Sia City, and it seemed they had previously suffered an assault from these beasts, which led them to their current predicament. Silence. I ask you respond. Do not utter anything irrelevant. Yin Chuan snapped, his patience worn thin by the overwhelming workload of recent days. The incessant chatter of the group grated on his nerves. A commanding shout interrupted their conversation. What is the fuss? We are all Federals. What is the harm in exchanging a few words? Someone protested. Yin Chuan, infuriated, ordered, aim at them. As he spoke, several soldiers immediately raised their magnetic magic guns, targeting the individuals below. His disdain for the Federals was palpable. He believed they were no longer compatriots of the ancient nation. Witnessing their attitude, he felt no obligation to be cordial. Jiang Ji and the others shared no objections. Although they were all human, Sia City was not under the Federation's jurisdiction, and it was utterly inconceivable to open the gates to a group of strangers. The individuals below, now under the threat of the magnetic magic guns, were enveloped by an ominous sense of mortality. Those who had just been about to voice their grievances fell silent in an instant. Recognizing the gravity of their situation, they understood that further disturbances might provoke a violent response from Yin Chuan. Once the group acknowledged their precarious position, Yin Chuan began to inquire. Firstly, why are you here? Secondly, what transpired before your arrival, and how did you find this place? Thirdly, provide a detailed account of Sia City. Elder Wang shook his head, saying, Xiaoyan, what kind of questions are those? By asking in such a manner, you expose that we are not Federals. Qianjin chuckled, indeed. Your words might alert them to the inconsistencies in our narrative. The first 2 questions are acceptable as they could imply a lack of information. But the third, if we were Federals, how could we be unaware of the circumstances surrounding this so-called Sia City? Lu Huai chimed in, exactly. Old Yin, you are being rather careless. Where is your caution as the Lord of Sia City? It seems you are regressing. Yin Chuan dared not refute the 2 elders and merely shot Lu Huai a glare before responding. You are overthinking this. These individuals are merely at the 5th tier. Even if they do become suspicious, what of it? Any one of us could easily extract the information we desire from them. With that in mind, he declared, Why pretend? Let us be forthright. If they are perceptive, well and good. If not, I have means for interrogation. Upon hearing this, the group laughed. Elder Wang pointed at him, a faint smile on his face. You truly possess the makings of a city lord. Your methods are becoming increasingly cunning. Chapter 74. The Annihilation Strategy to the Inhabitants of Sia City. Outsiders were either friends or foes. There was no middle ground. Since the Federals were not allies, they could only be considered adversaries. In dealing with enemies, they would show no mercy. Upon encountering this group, they were immediately regarded as a source of intelligence regarding the Federation. The mention of the great Sia City piqued everyone's interest. However, the notion of allowing them entry into the city was utterly impossible. The great Sia City would never accept individuals of dubious origin, not even if they were fellow humans. Are you not under the Federation's banner? Exclaimed a perceptive individual in astonishment. Silence. I am the one posing the questions here. Your role is to respond, not to inquire. Utter another word, and I would not hesitate to make your heads blossom, warned Yin Chuan, unleashing his formidable 7th-tier aura. The palpable pressure transformed the expressions of the few into one of stark alarm, akin to escaping the jaws of a tiger only to stumble into a den of wolves. They silently questioned whether seeking assistance had been a grave mistake. Reluctantly, they began to clarify their circumstances, recounting their journey from the ranking competition to their exploration of the endless forest, participating in trials, and the chaotic dispersal caused by the beast tide. After listening to their accounts, Jang Ji and the others exchanged glances, a shared conjecture forming in their minds. Was it truly wise to send the young prodigies into the territories of the alien demons for trials? Yin Chuan pondered this notion, wondering if the higher-ups of the Federation had lost their faculties. Was it not obvious that this would lead to disaster? According to the knowledge of Great Sia City, each alien demon tribe possessed the ability to control ferocious beasts and even summon beast tides. While sending individuals under a covenant for a visit to the alien demon territories might provide a modicum of safety, dispatching these novices to hunt ferocious beasts was sheer folly. Despite their 5th-tier and even 6th-tier capabilities, if pitted against opponents of the same rank from Great Sia City, they would be annihilated in less than 10 seconds. These novices, despite their 5th-tier strength, had previously required considerable effort to contend with beasts of the same tier, let alone these inexperienced individuals. Elder Wang remarked, perhaps the Federation is unaware that the alien demons can command ferocious beasts. Qianjin nodded in agreement. That is a possibility. It is only in recent years that we have learned that some beast tides were orchestrated by alien demons. If the Federation has maintained a relatively peaceful period in recent years, they would naturally be oblivious to such matters. Inquire about the Covenant, Qianjin suggested to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan nodded and continued questioning the group. Tell me about the period when the Federation was established, and how the Covenant with the alien demons was signed. Are you not even aware of the Covenant? Someone instinctively expressed disbelief. With a swift motion, Yin Chuan unleashed a flaming sword aura that landed beside them, the searing heat causing them to recoil in shock. Do not utter irrelevant questions. Otherwise, the next place my sword strikes will be your bodies. Yin Chuan warned with a chilling glare. Yes, they stammered, no longer daring to play tricks, and hurriedly responded. Our Federation was established in the 5th year of the world's great upheaval, when the emergence of alien demons and ferocious beasts plunged nations into near collapse. It was only through the reliance on technological weaponry that we managed to preserve some cities amidst the chaos. Subsequently, the emergence of the Awakened sparked a spontaneous collaboration among nations, leading to the sharing of technological weaponry and affording the Awakened the time necessary to grow stronger. It was only after the first individual reached the 9th tier that the nations were able to firmly establish their positions amidst the onslaught of aberrant demons and ferocious beasts, gradually rising to power. Upon ascending to the 10th tier, this first individual leveraged the pretext of prior cooperation to disband the governments of the nations, transforming them into a new federation. Disbanding the government? Did these nations not resist? Lu Huai inquired with curiosity. Resist? The others shook their heads. The existence of a 10th tier transcends the limits of the human form. Even nuclear weapons posed no threat to them. Such beings can survive in the cosmos merely by virtue of their physical bodies. Indeed, some nations did attempt to resist at the time. But under the might of that 10th tier powerhouse, all dissent was swiftly quelled. Many high-ranking officials were slaughtered, and those who remained were left as mere sycophants. Thus, the Federation was successfully established. From where did this 10th tier being originate? Lu Huai pressed further. The Green Nation of the West, someone continued. Initially, as the Federation boasted only one 10th tier powerhouse, the majority of its members were from the Green Nation. It was only later, with the emergence of 10th tier individuals from other regions, that the Federation achieved balance and was divided into 4 major districts: East, West, South, and North. Our academy is situated in the Eastern District. Currently, we have 3 known 10th tier individuals in the Eastern District, ranking second in overall strength among the Federation's districts. A sense of pride flickered in the speaker's eyes. And what of the ancient nation? Have you gathered any insights? Moreover, since you hail from the Eastern District, were you not once citizens of the ancient nation? Old Wang suddenly interjected. At the mention of the ancient nation, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically, as they seemed hesitant to continue speaking. It was not until Yin Chuan raised his flaming sword that someone tremulously began to recount. The ancient nation was the first to oppose the proposal for the establishment of the Federation, and it was made an example of by that 10th-tier powerhouse. A significant number of its high-ranking officials were slaughtered. Had the ancient nation not possessed some strength, it might well have become a mere footnote in the Federation's formation. Most of the dissenters were killed, and those who survived had no choice but to acquiesce to the demands of that 10th-tier figure to avoid annihilation. Thus, the nations faded into history, leaving humanity's power confined to the Federation. As for us, we were indeed once part of the ancient nation, yet today, no one dares to speak of that former identity. Why? Because the ancient nation was too formidable, having existed for far too long. The cohesion built over the years cannot be so easily dispersed. Someone continued, for this reason. The very first decree following the Federation's establishment was that its citizens must no longer identify as individuals of the former nations. Those who contravened this edict faced the dire consequence of being implicated along with their kin. In the early days, many were indeed executed, and over time, in the interest of survival, no one dared to utter the name of the former nation. After all, having abandoned their old identity to merge into the Federation for the sake of their lives, it seemed acceptable to refrain from discussing the ancient nation for the same reason. Such cruelty? This is a plan for extermination. Old Wang and others gasped in astonishment, their understanding growing deeper. A race, compelled by circumstances, altered its name, which is of little consequence. However, the federal decree represents a methodical eradication of heritage, akin to boiling a frog in lukewarm water. As time unfolds, the past deeds will fade from memory, becoming mere legends across generations. Even if the new generation learns of their history, they will lack the emotional resonance to connect with it. This complete severance of a race's beliefs is indeed a vile act by the Federation. In a matter of decades, as this generation ages, the historical narratives of various nations will be entirely excised from the annals of history. People will come to identify solely with the Federation. Chapter 75. The Peace Treaty between humans and demons. Through the accounts of a few, Wang Lao and the others began to glean some information about the Federation. What left them feeling uneasy was the realization that many of the Federation's policies do not aim for strength or external conflict. Instead, they largely serve to restrain the populace, perhaps out of fear of a resurgence from the nations. They dread the possibility of these nations overthrowing the Federation and reinstating their former governments. The plight of the ancient nation plunged everyone into silence. Countless valiant souls were slain, leaving only a remnant of subservient individuals. This ancient land is no longer the cherished homeland they once envisioned. Perhaps, in this world, only the city of Daxiao remains as the sole survivor of the past ancient nations. Now let us discuss the treaty. After a brief pause, Yin Chuan continued to inquire. Having already shared so much, the others dared not express any further astonishment and resumed their narrative. The treaty emerged in the 3rd year of the Federation's establishment, coinciding with the 8th year of the world's transformation. At that time, several 10th-tier powerhouses had emerged within the Federation, and the overall strength of the Federation had significantly increased. Numerous high-tier warriors took to the field, slaughtering the ferocious beasts, which had a maximum rank of only 9th tier. Due to the seemingly endless numbers of these beasts, the Federation's upper echelons decided to drive them into remote mountains and perilous terrains. Once the beasts were expelled, the Federation fortified its borders, effectively neutralizing the threat they posed. Just as the Federation resolved the issue with the beasts and sought to eradicate the aberrant demons, the various demon clans surprisingly capitulated. They offered abundant treasures to the Federation in exchange for a portion of their territory. The Federation, lacking the confidence to fully eliminate the united demon clans, acquiesced to their demands and relinquished some land. After the world's upheaval, the human population had dwindled dramatically, and the Federation no longer required such an extensive territorial reach. Thus, they exchanged land for vast resources from the demons, many of which were celestial in nature and proved immensely beneficial to the Federation. Simultaneously, both parties signed the peace treaty between humans and demons to cease hostilities. Did the Federation truly resolve the beast threat in just the 8th year? Lu Huai exclaimed in astonishment. That is not all. The beasts no longer pose a threat to us, but what deserves our attention are those so-called 10th-tier powerhouses. Qianjin remarked gravely. He spent 12 years barely advancing to the 8th tier, while the people of the Federation managed to successfully ascend to the 10th tier merely in the 5th year of the world's upheaval. Such a disparity is indeed immense. Perhaps, the secrets hidden within the Federation are more profound than they can fathom. These individuals remain at the 5th tier, possessing only a superficial understanding of the Federation. From the perspective of Great Sia City, their concerns naturally differ. Are you aware of the specifics of the Covenant? The group shook their heads and replied, "We know little of the specific regulations. We are aware only that the first clause of the Covenant states that humans and otherworldly demons must not attack one another. Those who violate this will suffer a backlash equivalent to their own tier. The higher the tier, the more severe the backlash, with the maximum being the force of a 10th tier retaliation. Beyond that, there are provisions for cooperation, such as sharing certain resources, abilities, techniques, and technological weaponry. We are unaware of any deeper stipulations." Upon hearing this, Qianjun exchanged glances with Jang Ji and remarked, "It seems our previous conjectures were indeed correct. That stone demon refrained from attacking us due to the existence of the Covenant." Yin Chuan interjected, "If that is the case, then when we venture out of the city, we could boldly enter the otherworldly demon tribes to execute an unexpected extermination plan." He felt a surge of excitement. Great Sia City is permitted to strike at the otherworldly demons, yet the demons cannot retaliate against Great Sia City. This so-called covenant appears to harbor such a loophole. The thought alone is exhilarating. This plan holds the potential for success, yet we must possess the capability to completely annihilate the otherworldly demon tribe. For once we initiate an attack, the covenant will cease to protect them, and it will devolve into a brutal conflict. Of course, the covenant's existence greatly aids us, allowing us to openly investigate the strength of the otherworldly demon tribes without fear of being discovered, Old Wang remarked. Qianjun cautioned, "What you say is true, but you seem to have overlooked a crucial premise. This scenario can only unfold if the otherworldly demons remain unaware of our identities. Should they realize and seek verification from the Federation, pursuing such a plan might lead us into an ambush." Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan came to the same realization. I had indeed considered this aspect too superficially. Then, at Old Wang's prompting, he posed another question to the group below. Are there any preconditions for the signing of the covenant, such as offering some human-inhabited cities to the otherworldly demons? The demons require bloodlust. Could they truly be willing to exchange vast treasures for mere, ordinary territories? In truth, what concerns everyone most is whether Great Sia City was abandoned or not. There is even the possibility that it became a bargaining chip in the negotiations. After all, as people of an ancient nation, the fate of the ancient realm compels them to consider this dimension. The group hesitated. It seems there was none. The onslaught of the ferocious beasts was too fierce. Were not these areas all captured? Even if some survived, they should have returned, no? In recent years, there has been a complete lack of information emanating from this region. Dao City has become one of the most remote cities of the Federation. Beyond this, lies the territory of the aberrant demons, a consensus firmly held by our Federation. Yin Chuan shook his head in disappointment, realizing that the individuals before him were woefully uninformed about such matters. To truly uncover these secrets, one must venture into the genuine cities of the Federation. Well, we have divulged all that you wish to know. Surely, it is time for us to rest, he remarked. Noticing that Yin Chuan and his companions ceased their inquiries, the individuals below grew increasingly impatient. Their extensive cooperation and dialogue had merely been a means to gain the trust of the others, with the ultimate goal of entering the city. Rest inside. Yin Chuan and his companions chuckled. How could that possibly be? From the very beginning, they had no intention of allowing these individuals entry into the city. Their sole aim had been to extract information about the Federation, devoid of any thoughts of assistance. Hey, Xiaoji, what troubles you? Old Wang suddenly observed Jang Ji beside him, who had hardly spoken since their arrival, exuding an aura of profound silence. It was only upon hearing his name that Jang Ji's attention returned, as he pointed towards the individuals below, his expression revealing an unusual peculiarity. These people are not alive. Chapter 76. Unmasking and Imprisonment Not Alive? The collective response from the group was one of astonishment. What do you mean? Old Wang inquired. Jang Ji elucidated, to be precise. They retain the memories from their previous lives and possess the ability to move freely. They are living dead. Is such a phenomenon even possible? Yin Chuan expressed his shock. Could it be that those who had just engaged him in conversation, responding with such clarity, were indeed deceased? He prided himself on his vast knowledge, yet had never encountered anything like this. How could the dead seek aid in Sia City and possess such knowledge of the Federation? Jiang Ji nodded, affirming his earlier statements. Whenever he ventured out, he was equipped with an entire array of mechanical devices, integrating attack, defense, evasion, flight, and reconnaissance capabilities. Just moments ago, while Yin Chuan was questioning the individuals below, the reconnaissance equipment on Jiang Ji had begun relaying feedback. The equipment was capable of detecting both humans and aberrant demons. And were one to rely solely on the naked eye, the condition of these individuals would remain indiscernible. However, through mechanical analysis, Jiang Ji discerned that while the individuals below maintained human forms, Their core essence was entirely distinct from that of a normal living person. A typical living individual would radiate a vibrant, searing life force, whereas the beings below, despite their bodily functions still operating, exuded a chilling aura of death that was unmistakably unnatural. Nevertheless, Jang Ji hesitated to make any definitive conclusions. After all, these beings possessed memories from their past lives, and their comportment seemed entirely normal. Thus, he had been diligently employing mechanical analysis until this moment, achieving a breakthrough. He discovered that a faint wisp of black mist lingered around the heart of these individuals, this mist being the very essence that allowed them to maintain a semblance of life. Jang Ji shared his findings. Black mist? Could it be the reborn clan? Yen Chuan pondered, recalling something with a hint of astonishment. Wang Lao nodded in acknowledgement, stating that among the various factions of the Yi Mo, only the Rebirth clan possesses the ability to generate black mist. Consider this. If the Yi Mo of the Rebirth clan can control fierce beasts with their black mist, it stands to reason that they could also manipulate humans. Thus, one might conclude that these individuals were indeed brought forth by the evil. Yin Chuan, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "No wonder they have been clamoring to enter the city. It is all part of the evil's sinister plot. Had we shown even a modicum of compassion earlier, the consequences would have been dire." As he spoke, he brandished his sword, intent on dispatching the few individuals before him. However, Jiang Ji quickly intervened. "Uncle Yen, wait. What is it?" Yin Chuan retorted. "Since this is an Yi Moa scheme, regardless of their previous humanity, they should be eliminated at once." Although Yin Chuan vocalized this sentiment, he paused his actions upon realizing it was Jiang Ji who stood in his way. Jiang Ji elucidated, "Their current predicament suggests they are but puppets of the Rebirth clan. Ironically, this presents us with an opportunity to turn the tables." "What do you mean?" Yin Chuan inquired. Lu Huai interjected with a mocking tone. "I've noticed your intellect seems to be waning. Perhaps it's time to step down from your position as city lord." Before Yin Chuan could respond with ire, Lu Huai continued, "What Jiang Ji implies is that we can exploit this situation by feigning ignorance of their true identities, thereby gleaning information about the Federation or the Yi Mo from them. Our current knowledge of both the Federation and the Yi Mo is woefully insufficient. Their memories from life are precisely what the Sia City requires. Furthermore, if they indeed possess the ability to return from death, it indicates that we have merely scratched the surface of the Yi Mo's capabilities. Whether as sources of information or for Jiang Ji to utilize mechanical means to decipher the Yi Mo's powers, their current state is far more advantageous than if you were to eliminate them." Jiang Ji nodded in agreement. "Uncle Lu is correct. They wish to infiltrate the Sia City, and we can just as easily turn that to our advantage. While I cannot definitively ascertain if they are puppets, I can confirm that they were, in fact, human in their former lives. Should the Sia City wish to revisit its past, the information these individuals possess will be indispensable." Understanding dawned on Yin Chuan as he realized Jiang Ji's reasoning for his intervention. "I see now. My impulsiveness clouded my judgment. So, should we allow them entry into the city?" Jiang Ji shook his head with a smile. "There is no need for that. Uncle Yin can assign a few individuals to confine them outside the city walls, providing them with sustenance. Should we require further information, we can approach them at any time." "I never realized you harbored a touch of cunning." Yin Chuan chuckled in response to Jiang Ji's words. "Wait, what are you doing?" The few individuals below sensed something amiss as the residents of the Sia City descended from the city wall, armed with magnetic light demon extermination guns. "We offer you answers to your questions out of goodwill, and if you choose not to assist us, that is acceptable, yet you intend to imprison us?" They protested indignantly. "This is outrageous. I no longer wish for your assistance. I want to return." As they attempted to resist, the dazzling beams emitted by the magnetic light guns quickly subdued them, forcing them to accept the reality of their confinement. Qianjin remarked, "These individuals are rather adept at deception. From my perspective, they exhibit not a single flaw." Jiang Ji remarked, "Perhaps they are entirely unaware of their resurrection, which is why they exhibit the same habits as in their former lives. The abilities of the evil are indeed peculiar, even encompassing the phenomenon of resurrection." Wait a moment. Just as Yin Chuan was about to express his thoughts, a sudden realization struck him. The others, noticing his change in demeanor, cast puzzled glances in his direction. Jiang Ji inquired, "Uncle Yin, what is it? Resurrection?" Yin Chuan murmured to himself, his mind racing with thoughts. "Do you all recall the trials they mentioned earlier, as well as the beast tide we encountered?" "Of course," Lu Huai replied. "If we calculate based on time, both Xiao Ji and I passed through there. However, we sensed the presence of a ninth-tier entity and did not approach." Yin Chuan continued. "During the beast tide we experienced, there were two ninth-tier beings. One was an Yi Mo, and the other a ferocious beast. That Yi Mo might belong to the Resurrection clan. If I am not mistaken, after we deployed the ultimate weapon, that ninth-tier ferocious beast was annihilated. While the ninth-tier Yi Mo escaped, and subsequently employed its resurrection ability on the deceased beast, transforming it into its puppet. Yin Chuan's intellect swiftly ascended to new heights. Coincidentally, at that moment, the Federation personnel arrived to conduct trials. Yet, due to the existing pact, the Yimo cannot directly attack humans. However, by controlling the ferocious beasts, could it not circumvent the backlash? Thus, they could amass a beast tied to eradicate humanity? Lu Huai pondered briefly and added, "It seems there is indeed a possibility." This implies that the Yinhua had long been plotting this scheme, orchestrating a diversion to incite conflict between the Federation and the ferocious beasts. Chapter 77. The concept of exploring the universe in mere moments. The group managed to unearth a fragment of the truth. They had not anticipated that such a conspiracy was unfolding so close to the great Sia City. Jang Ji felt immense relief, grateful for his decision to refrain from joining the fray at that time. Otherwise, they might have encountered not just two ninth-tier entities. With the puppet ninth tier, the behind-the-scenes Yimo, and the human ninth tier, three ninth-tier beings converged in that vicinity. Had they inadvertently stumbled into the scene, their survival would have been highly improbable. What ulterior motives does the Yinhua have in inciting conflict between the Federation and the ferocious beasts? Yin Chuan pondered aloud. The others exchanged glances and responded in unison. The bloodthirsty energy? Qian Jun interjected. It must be more than that. I believe the Yinhua orchestrated this scheme not only to provoke a war between the Federation and the ferocious beasts, but also to disrupt the tranquility of the Federation. According to the puppet's accounts, the Federation has experienced an astonishing rise in strength over the years. If the evil clan fails to seek change, the gap between the two will only widen, ultimately leading to their extermination by the Federation. In other words, are they also striving for survival? There is a possibility. Yin Chuan remarked, intrigued. The upper echelons of the Federation seem rather oblivious, unaware of the Yinhua's schemes. Perhaps a great war looms on the horizon. He continued. The bloodthirsty energy generated during the war would further augment the power of the Yimo, a truly dual-edged strategy. To be fair, we should not underestimate the Federation, Elder Wang cautioned. The Federation's rapid ascent over the past few years cannot be as feeble as we might assume. Perhaps they had foreseen this matter long ago. Moreover, do you not feel that these so-called geniuses are rather feeble? Without even comparing them to our grand summer city, they cannot even dominate against ferocious beasts of the same rank. Is the Federation, which has birthed so many powerful beings, truly so lacking? Jang Ji nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, one would expect that the geniuses of the Federation, even if they are not superior to me, should at least reach the level of the Lord of Battle Heaven City. However, based on the information I've gathered from the radio, this generation of so-called geniuses appears remarkably weak. Even my manufactured robots cannot contend with them at the same tier. Perhaps this is merely a facade put forth by the Federation to bewilder the various alien races. Are these individuals merely pawns cast out to gauge the stance of the alien entities? Lu Huai queried, astonished. There is a possibility. Wang Lao nodded in agreement. Yin Chuan felt a wave of shame wash over him. Damn it. Both the Federation and the alien forces are cunning manipulators, blurring the lines of truth and falsehood. In contrast, I seem to be nothing more than a harmless lamb in this role of city lord. Laughter erupted among the group at this remark. Jang Ji continued. Our summer city is still far too insulated from the outside world. Once I advance, I must venture to explore this so-called Grand Sea City. By the way, Uncle Yin, you should summon Old Qin. He is currently the most knowledgeable person about the Federation in Summer City. Perhaps he can extract useful information from these human puppets. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, I will make the arrangements. Subsequently, the group began to consolidate the information they had just acquired to strategize for the future. The starry resources they mentioned, could they be the primary reason behind the Federation's rapid emergence of 10th-tier powerhouses? When discussing the information revealed by the puppets, Wang Lao suddenly pondered this point. Before the world underwent significant changes, various nations had already developed technologies capable of venturing into the universe. Could it be that they discovered something from the cosmos? The universe? Yin Chuan and Lu Huai both paused in astonishment. Such matters felt exceedingly distant to them. Qian Jun also nodded. Perhaps the alien beings and ferocious beasts indeed emerged from the universe, yet our summer city lacks the machinery to escape Blue Star. Otherwise, we could explore. By the way, Xiao Ji, does your annihilation fighter possess the capability to venture beyond Blue Star? Wang Lao inquired of Jang Ji. After a moment of contemplation, Jang Ji replied, It should be capable. The annihilation fighter's defenses can indeed breach the atmosphere, reaching beyond Blue Star. Oh, then what are we waiting for? Shall we not take a look at the universe? Yin Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having restrained himself for too long, he was naturally drawn to such extraordinary matters. If we could uncover some valuable items, might our summer city not also give rise to 9th-tier powerhouses? Jiang Ji shook his head in refusal. Not at this moment. Why not? Yin Chuan pressed eagerly. Firstly, while the annihilation fighter can leave Blue Star, It is far from being capable of navigating through the cosmos. Its speed is simply too slow. As I understand it, the universe is vast beyond measure. And at the speed of the annihilation fighter, it may expend all its kinetic energy before even reaching the next destination. Jang Ji elucidated. Furthermore, we possess no knowledge of the coordinates of planets beyond the blue star. It is conceivable that after decades of flight, we may still fail to discover a world teeming with life. Should we become lost in the cosmos, our fate would be nothing short of demise. Moreover, if we can ponder such matters, surely the Federation, which has long possessed the capability to traverse the universe, would have considered this as well. Perhaps, in the vastness of space, the treasures near the blue star have already been thoroughly scavenged by them. Given our current circumstances, venturing into the cosmos would be a sheer waste of time. Additionally, there may be unknown dangers lurking in the universe. Otherwise, why would the alien races seek refuge on the blue star? Old Wang interjected. Xiao Ji speaks truthfully. At our current level of strength, we are far from the point of stepping into the starlit sky and embarking on cosmic explorations. Observing Yin Chuan's slightly disheartened expression, Jang Ji smiled. Of course, at this stage, I do not possess such capabilities, but who can say what the future holds? Once I construct a battleship or master the art of starfield translocation, the era of cosmic exploration will not be far from our grasp. Xiao Ji, we shall await that day with bated breath. The group began to dream of traversing the cosmos, a shared aspiration for countless souls. At that moment, a patrolling robot hurriedly approached. Clenching its right fist to its chest in a robotic salute, it addressed Jang Ji. Master, Captain No. One has relayed news that Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling have encountered a slight situation, emanating a peculiar radiance. What? Jang Ji exclaimed, immediately rising to his feet. Everyone, it seems that Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling are on the brink of awakening. Since the matter is resolved, I shall return to oversee them. Jang Ji quickly informed Yin Chuan and the others. Very well, you may head back. Although the group was somewhat curious about the autonomous awakening, they chose to remain and continue discussing future matters, knowing that they would learn more about such occurrences in due time. Soon, Jang Ji piloted his mechanical vehicle back to the factory. Chapter 78, The Envoy of Realms. The misty world Jang Ji made his way directly to the room where the two children were settled. Robot number 1 awaited him inside, having been instructed to watch over them before Jang Ji's departure. Master, Jang Ji nodded, shifting his gaze towards Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling. He observed that they were enveloped in two distinctly different phenomena. A wisp of white mist gradually emerged from Zhou Ming, enveloping his entire being in a shroud of ethereal fog. In contrast, Zhou Ling emitted a chilling aura, imparting a sensation of lifelessness that was starkly opposed to vitality. White mist and death. What profession could this signify? Are they on the verge of awakening? Jang Ji scrutinized their conditions intently. The awakening of these two differed from his own experience with the magic stone. Those who awaken autonomously do not manifest celestial phenomena beyond their physical changes. It is worth noting that when he awakened, the heavens bore witness to a cosmic spectacle, revealing a glimpse of the future of the mechanic profession. Now, without such celestial signs, Jang Ji had no means of discerning the professions they were about to embrace. As time passed, 30 minutes slipped away. The transformations occurring within the two intensified, and Zhou Ming's form became completely obscured by the white mist, rendering him invisible. Zhou Ling has undergone tremendous changes as well. Her vitality has waned significantly, replaced by a chilling aura of death. Had it not been for the lingering sensation of her existence, Jang Ji would have been compelled to intervene in her awakening process. At that moment, Zhou Ming, enveloped in the white mist, suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of white light flickering within his gaze. As he opened his eyes, the surrounding mist retreated swiftly into his being, and once the fog dissipated, Zhou Ming was fully awakened. Xiao Ming, have you successfully awakened? Jang Ji inquired without delay. Jiang Gu? Zhou Ming, momentarily taken aback by Jang Ji's voice, quickly responded, awakening? It seems to have succeeded. I have obtained a profession called Boundary Envoy. As he spoke, he accessed his personal panel and said, Jiang Gu, look, this is my attribute panel. Jiang Ji instinctively glanced over, but found nothing of significance. It then dawned on him that each awakener's panel could only be viewed by themselves. He explained, Xiao Ming, outsiders cannot see your panel. Take a look yourself first, then tell me what abilities your Boundary Envoy profession possesses. All right, Jiang Gu. Zhou Ming complied, lowering his gaze to examine his panel. Concurrently, Zhou Ling's awakening process reached its conclusion. An endless aura of death emanated from her, as strands of light surged into her being. In the next moment, Zhou Ling opened her eyes, and the deathly aura swiftly merged into her gaze, dissipating entirely, revealing a 5-pointed star mark in her eyes. Xiao Ling, you two have successfully awakened? Jiang Ji's attention was drawn to her. Jiang Gu, how did you end up here? Zhou Ling queried. her memories still anchored to the moment of leaving the city with him and her brother. You and your brother triggered a certain condition and have been undergoing self-awakening these past few days. Jang Ji, noticing her bewilderment, recounted the events of recent days. Awakening? Can I also become a powerful mechanic like you, Jiang Ge? Zhou Ling exclaimed with delight. If that's the case, I would be able to assist you even better. Previously, she had been anxious about being merely an ordinary person, fearing abandonment due to her perceived ineffectiveness. Now, having become an awakener, she felt she would no longer be deemed useless. Jiang Ji smiled patiently and explained, your awakening may not necessarily lead you to become a mechanic. You could also attain another powerful profession. Now, let me guide you. Call upon your own panel in your heart, and you will discover what profession you have awakened to. Zhou Ling eagerly nodded and began her attempt. Oh, there really is a panel. Jiang Ge, please wait while I check before I tell you. Jiang Ji nodded with a smile. All right. At that moment, Zhou Ming, having comprehended the abilities of his profession, called out to Jiang Ji, Jiang Ge. What abilities does your profession possess? Jiang Ji inquired. My profession is called Boundary Envoy. The first ability is named Traverse the Misty World. I sense that if I utilize this ability, I can traverse to another world. Jiang Ji was momentarily stunned. Such abilities exist? However, having witnessed the phenomenon of resurrection, his mental fortitude had significantly increased, and he did not exhibit excessive astonishment. Please, attempt it for me, Jiang Ji motioned. Very well, Zhou Ming replied, channeling his innate power. Suddenly, a shroud of white mist enveloped him, and when the mist dissipated, his form had inexplicably vanished from sight. Jiang Ji's expression shifted in surprise after Zhou Ming's disappearance. He could no longer sense his presence, nor could any surveillance devices detect him. It was as if Zhou Ming had truly departed from this world. 5 seconds later, Zhou Ming reappeared out of thin air. Jiang Ge, how is it? Did you discover anything? Jiang Ji produced a reconnaissance drone and handed it to him, saying, try again and see if you can bring it along. If successful, capture the surrounding scenery as much as you can. Understood, Zhou Ming nodded. As the white mist materialized once more, he and the drone vanished from view. This time, several minutes elapsed before Zhou Ming re-emerged. Jiang Ge, take a look and see if it worked. He handed over the drone. Jiang Ji accepted it and accessed the footage captured by the drone. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, he finally grasped the essence of Zhou Ming's inaugural ability and comprehended the true implication of being a boundary wielder. Zhou Ming's primary ability indeed allowed him to traverse a realm known as the White Mist. This realm was perpetually shrouded in white mist, presenting scenes that bore no resemblance to any location known in Sia City, appearing instead as an independent world. Zhou Ming's rank influenced the surrounding white mist. Being newly awakened at the first tier, he could only disperse the mist within a radius of several hundred meters upon entering the white mist realm. This area constituted his territory as a boundary wielder, and within this domain, he was entirely safe from danger. However, should he venture beyond these confines, he would encounter entities of white mist who harbored considerable hostility towards him as a boundary wielder. Stepping outside his territory would subject him to their attacks. Jiang Ji retrieved several mechanical weapons, initiating an exploration of that realm with Zhou Ming. He had contemplated attempting to accompany Zhou Ming into the mist, but regrettably, Zhou Ming was currently unable to transport living beings. Perhaps, with a higher rank, such an ability would be attainable. Nonetheless, Zhou Ming demonstrated exceptional proficiency with mechanical devices. Although he had just awakened, he could exhibit combat prowess equivalent to tiers 3 or 4 when utilizing mechanical weapons. Chapter 79. The Bounty, Necromancer. Through their continuous experimentation, their understanding of the White Mist realm deepened. Although Jiang Ji could not enter the realm himself, he was able to view the scenes through the reconnaissance drone and other devices. After 10 minutes, Zhou Ming successfully dispatched a white mist entity using the machinery. To his astonishment, upon its defeat, the entity did not dissipate but instead reformed within his territorial bounds. Simultaneously, Zhou Ming sensed a faint connection to this white mist entity. Feeling as though he could exert some control over it, he immediately shared this revelation with Jiang Ji. Brother Jiang, after I vanquished the white mist spirit, it seems the opponent transforms into my apostle, Zhou Ming declared, waving his hand, and to his astonishment, a white mist spirit began to materialize before him. Simultaneously, he commanded the spirit to merge with him for a brief moment. As the white mist spirit integrated into his being, a subtle aura emanated from him. Brother Jiang, behold, this is my second ability, Mist Fusion, Zhou Ming said, disengaging from the fusion and gesturing towards the white mist spirit hovering in front of him. Upon merging with the apostle, I can share in its strength. Is the realm envoy truly so astonishing? Furthermore, could it be classified as a group combat profession? Jiang Ji mused, sensing the formidable aura radiating from the white mist spirit, comparable to that of an ordinary first-tier awakened being, leaving him somewhat astonished. If Zhou Ming were to continue slaying white mist spirits, he could swiftly amass a legion of white mist warriors under his command. However, he also recognized the limitations of the realm envoy. It possessed the ability to traverse worlds but lacked inherent offensive power. Were it not for the mechanical prowess, Zhou Ming might never have managed to defeat even a single white mist spirit in his lifetime. Only after acquiring apostles could he fuse with them, thereby endowing the realm envoy with offensive capabilities. Yet, this posed no insurmountable challenge. With Jang Ji's support, would Zhou Ming really lack for machinery? Exploiting the vulnerabilities of mechanical weaponry, he could quickly assemble a low-tier army of white mist. I wonder if the robot could enter? Jang Ji contemplated a new idea. Acting on impulse, he summoned Unit 1, instructing Zhou Ming to attempt bringing it into the white mist realm. To his excitement, Unit 1 was indeed classified as machinery and successfully traversed alongside Zhou Ming. A pinnacle-tier robot of 7th grade effortlessly swept through swathes of white mist spirits. Upon reappearing, although Zhou Ming himself remained at 1st tier, his apostles now included numerous entities of 4th and 5th tier. Due to his current rank limitations, he could only merge with 1st tier apostles for the time being. However, he was still able to command the converted white mist spirits. This meant that in under an hour of awakening, he had gained control of an army of white mist led by 5th tier beings. The speed of his power ascent surpassed even that of Jang Ji's initial experience. Brother Jiang, guess what I've discovered? Zhou Ming suddenly said, his tone imbued with mystery. What? Jang Ji, still curious from Zhou Ming's enigmatic demeanor, awaited his revelation. In the next moment, Zhou Ming extracted several items from his pocket. Brother Jiang, look. I found numerous mechanical materials in the white mist realm. Jang Ji turned his gaze, letting out an exclamation of surprise. Oh, solid stone, demon essence vine, golden flash wood? Aren't these the materials required for crafting 3rd tier machinery? They exist in the white mist realm too? How abundant are they? Zhou Ming nodded enthusiastically. Beyond my territory, these mechanical materials are everywhere. As long as we defeat the guarding white mist spirits, we can collect them freely. Everywhere? Jang Ji immediately shared Unit 1's perspective to observe its recent explorations. After grasping the situation on the other side, he became equally exhilarated. This isn't merely abundant. It's positively teeming. Countless mechanical materials are abundantly scattered everywhere, each in colossal quantities. To him, the mist-laden world has transformed into an uncharted territory, truly deserving of the title treasure trove. Xiao Ming, you have been an immense help to me, Jang Ji exclaimed excitedly to Zhou Ming. Despite having occupied numerous resource points in the wilderness over the past few days, the experience gained from manufacturing machinery still left much to be desired. However, the emergence of the Misty Realm has entirely remedied the shortage of materials. In such a brief span of time, the materials discovered by Zhou Ming and No. 1 far exceeded the total collection of low-tier materials amassed in Sia City over the last few days. It can be said that the appearance of the Misty World will undoubtedly accelerate his ascension. He has already resolved to thoroughly explore this enigmatic realm. Little did he expect that a casual venture outside the city with Zhou Ming would yield such remarkable rewards. With the existence of the Misty World, he need no longer fret over low-tier materials. Moreover, as he develops the Misty Realm, Zhou Ming's strength will also ascend rapidly, ushering Sia City into the presence of a second formidable awakener possessing group combat capabilities, thus achieving a dual benefit. Hee, I'm glad to assist Brother Jiang, Zhou Ming chuckled, sharing in Jang Ji's joy with a goofy smile. And me, Zhou Ling, having just examined her own panel, eagerly raised her hand to call out. Witnessing her brother's ability to aid the esteemed mechanic master filled her with happiness, yet she was determined not to be outdone. Oh, little Ling, what profession have you awakened to? Jang Ji, delighted, did not overlook her and gently inquired. My profession is necromancer, Zhou Ling promptly replied. Necromancer? What are your specific abilities? Jang Ji asked with curiosity. I can summon various death races from a realm called the Netherworld, such as skeletons, liches, blood corpses, and so forth. The most formidable among them seems to be called a bone dragon or something akin to that. However, as I am only at the 1st tier, I can only summon weaker skeletons, Zhou Ling explained, simultaneously reciting an arcane incantation. To their astonishment, a dark vortex materialized from thin air beside her. In the next moment, a humanoid skeleton, entirely black except for its white bones, leaped forth. A flicker of blue light danced above the skull of the skeleton. Brother Jiang, look. This is the skeleton I summoned, Zhou Ling exclaimed, lifting the skeletal hand triumphantly, akin to a child who has discovered a treasure, eager to share it with her family. Jang Ji gazed at the skeleton, somewhat taken aback. It was not the skeleton's appearance that surprised him, for Zhou Ming's creation of misty beings had already set a precedent. Rather, what left him bemused was the fact that Zhou Ling, a young girl, displayed no fear whatsoever towards the eerie skeleton. Instead, She casually grasped the skeleton's bony arm as if treating it like a beloved pet. Jang Ji truly did not anticipate that the professions awakened by the siblings would be so peculiar. One wielded misty beings and traversed realms, while the other summoned skeletons as a necromancer. Their professions seemed utterly incongruous with his own as a mechanic, let alone when compared to the professions of Yin Chuan and his companions. If word of their abilities were spread, Yin Chuan and the others would surely be left astounded. The two professions exist on entirely different planes. Within a single day, the great city of Dachau welcomed two formidable awakened warriors of group combat. In Chapter 80, the ascendancy to the 7th tier, Jang Ji guided them meticulously, enabling them to maximize their capabilities. Surprisingly, Zhou Ming was not capable of traversing the misty realm indefinitely. His ability to shift between realms depended on his own vitality and spirit. The more he traveled, the greater the depletion of his energy, and once exhausted, he would need to wait for recovery. Furthermore, attempting to transport machinery during his transitions would also consume his energy. Under Jiang Ji's rigorous testing, with his current first-tier strength, he could only carry 10 peak 7th-tier robots at a time. Exceeding this limit would lead him to a state of mental exhaustion, resulting in 1 or 2 days of slumber. Nevertheless, during this short span, he managed to gather a substantial amount of mechanical materials through the robot's diligent efforts, bringing Jiang Ji tantalizingly close to the next tier. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming, standing on the shoulders of a giant in Jiang Ji, rapidly ascended to the 3rd tier. Following his promotion, his territory within the Misty Realm expanded to a 100-mile radius, and the number of his disciples surged to over 10,000. With the core strength predominantly at the 4th and 5th tiers, had it not been for Jiang Ji's earlier contributions of vast machinery to Sia City, enhancing the overall strength of its inhabitants, a mere 10-year-old Zhou Ming could rival an army of tens of thousands. Alas, Zhou Ming's misty apostles were unable to wield mechanical weapons. Otherwise, in a complementary partnership with Jiang Ji, the residents of Sia City could have anticipated a life of ease, free from the burdens of combat. This remains one of Jiang Ji's regrets. His aspiration is for all in Sia City to live in peace, unshackled by the lurking dangers that breed trepidation. Fortunately, with Zhou Ming's territorial expansion, numerous high-tier mechanical materials have been discovered, and the previously limited robots are now proliferating at an astonishing rate. The vision of a mechanical legion of 10,000 is beginning to take shape. In contrast, Zhou Ling's development of her profession appears to lag significantly. While Zhou Ming gains experience from vanquishing creatures of the mist, Sia City has not organized any large-scale battles recently, leaving Zhou Ling without avenues to acquire experience. Currently, her tier remains at the 1st. However, in recent days, she has been steadfastly utilizing her professional traits to summon skeletons from the realm of the undead without interruption. Due to her innate talent, the undead she conjures do not dissipate over time. Rather, they remain in the physical world indefinitely. Moreover, despite her first-tier status, there is no limitation to the number of undead she can command. In the past few days, her skeletal army has even surpassed Zhou Ming's misty apostles, exceeding 100,000 in number. This situation compelled Jiang Ji to request Yin Chuan for an additional expansive area to accommodate the skeletons summoned by Zhou Ling. The very heart of Sia City has effectively become the domain of the three of them. In the center lies a mechanical factory. To the left is Zhou Ling's necromantic graveyard, and to the right is the training ground for the White Mist Apostles, perpetually shrouded in a hazy white fog. The inhabitants of Sia City have even come to regard this area as a unique tourist attraction, often visiting out of curiosity during their leisure time. Jiang Ji had previously dispatched robots to capture several 3rd-tier ferocious beasts for Zhou Ling to assess her strength. Despite the fact that the multitude of skeletons possessed only 1st-tier combat capabilities, their existence was remarkably unique, as long as Zhou Ling, the necromancer, remained alive, or the blue light within their skulls was not extinguished. They could be deemed an undead race. Even if they were shattered, their bones would reassemble, restoring them to their original state. The skeleton race, though slow and lacking in attack power, compensated for their weaknesses with sheer numbers. Under Zhou Ling's command, the throngs of skeletons astonishingly managed to slay 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. This effectively allowed the beasts to experience the overwhelming nature of combat that had once characterized Sia City. In recent days, not only were Jiang Ji and his companions delighted by the growing strength of Sia City, but Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling also felt joy in being able to contribute to the city and assist Jiang Ji. In the past, there was little to be done, but now, with pathways to strength emerging, they were all fervently striving for improvement. On this particular day, after successfully manufacturing another annihilation fighter, Jiang Ji finally heard the long-awaited notification sound from the interface. Successfully manufactured annihilation fighter, experience points 12,000. Experience points reached 72,900,000. Detected that you have surpassed 249 7th tier ferocious beasts, meeting the promotion criteria. Congratulations. You have successfully advanced to the 7th tier. 7th tier all category mechanical blueprints unlocked. Experience required for the next tier, 218, 700, 000. Initially elated by his promotion, Jang Ji's joy swiftly turned to despair upon noticing the last notification. Having taken so long to achieve the 7th tier, the daunting experience requirement for the 8th tier left him momentarily disheartened. If outsiders were to learn of his thoughts, they might chide him quietly. After all, ordinary awakeners often struggled for years to progress from 6 to 7, while he had surpassed most in less than half a year since his awakening. To be dissatisfied with the 7th tier and immediately aspire to the 8th was not something even the favorite of the heavens would dare to claim. However, Jang Ji was not one to reach too far beyond his grasp. After reaching the 7th tier, many of the endeavors he had long anticipated could gradually commence. Foremost among them was the creation of the power mech and the intelligent upgrades for his robots, enhancing their analytical capabilities and subsequently elevating their combat strength to the 8th tier. He had already prepared extensively, amassing most of the materials required for 7th tier machinery. And upon entering this new tier, he began his operations. The intricacy of 7th tier machinery had evolved far beyond that of lower tier products, requiring more than one individual to accomplish independently. The power mech was significantly more sophisticated than the 5th tier power armor, with a vast technological gap between them. Thus, Jang Ji summoned over 100 auxiliary robots to assist in crafting intricate components. Fortunately, with the mechanical factory at his disposal, many tasks could be efficiently allocated and completed. In a mere span of 3 days, all the necessary components for a powered exosuit were meticulously crafted. Jang Ji chose not to manufacture a large-scale war machine, but instead prioritized the creation of a humanoid mech, aimed at enhancing the capabilities of Qianjun, an adept of the 8th tier, by elevating his combat prowess to the 9th tier through the mech. The city of Daxiao would be liberated from its turmoil and firmly establish its presence on the southern continent, heralding a new era of ascendance. Before embarking on the assembly, Jang Ji summoned Qianjun to inquire about his preferences regarding the mech's focal applications, be it strength, defense, reflexes, or ultimately speed. It can be said that the inaugural powered exosuit was tailored entirely for him, necessitating a perfect alignment with his requirements. Only upon confirming his specifications could Jang Ji effectively channel enhancements to the appropriate facets. After a moment of contemplation, Qianjun replied, "Xiao Ji, as a martial artist who ascended through the art of blade mastery to the 8th tier, I possess ample strength. However, my reflexes and speed do not reach the 9th tier due to the limitations imposed by my vitality. This disparity is what separates me from the 9th tier. If your mech can significantly augment these two aspects, I would then possess genuine 9th tier combat capabilities. What of defense?" He continued. "Based on my estimations, if I do not allocate some enhancements towards defense, the mech's ultimate defensive capacity will barely reach the pinnacle of the 8th tier, only marginally surpassing that of a fighter jet. Should you engage in combat with a 9th tier adversary and sustain an attack, the mech might only mitigate a fraction of the force. Surpassing a critical threshold could even risk damage." Jang Ji elucidated the pros and cons of the mech. Yet, Qianjun shook his head confidently, asserting, "Defense is unnecessary. As a warrior, I tread the path of unrelenting offense. If I dwell on caution, my blade's momentum falters. Moreover, as you mentioned, the mech should inherently absorb some of the force, and my 8th tier physique should withstand the remaining impact. Even if I sustain injuries, I can endure for a brief period without succumbing. I have greater faith in my blade to vanquish the enemy before my own defeat." Upon hearing Qianjun's words, Jang Ji nodded, reaching a definitive conclusion. "I understand. In that case, I shall craft for you a lightweight powered exosuit." "Lightweight?" Qianjun inquired. Jang Ji nodded and elaborated. Humanoid-powered exosuits are categorized into two forms, the imposing mecha mode and the more agile lightweight mode tailored for formidable warriors. The mecha form boasts a towering stature, allowing an operator to enter the cockpit and control it. During combat, all incoming assaults are absorbed by the mecha, leaving the occupant unscathed. It is primarily designed for those lacking personal strength who must rely on the mech's weapon systems for offense, rendering it a standardized machine with fixed, predetermined power. In contrast, the lightweight form can assume a guise akin to ordinary garments, exhibiting no apparent alterations. When donned, it does not hinder the operations of a warrior like Qianjun. Simultaneously, it also provides a substantial enhancement to the wearer's attributes. Qianjun, a formidable 8th tier warrior, merely requires such augmentation. However, if he were to enter the Gundam-like form of the mech, his inherent strength would remain unexploited. After a thorough discussion, the two reached a definitive conclusion. Jang Ji commenced the assembly of the first power armor, while Qianjun waited eagerly by his side, harboring a sense of anticipation. He had previously sensed that his journey as a martial artist was nearing its end and had lost hope of ascending to the 9th tier. Yet now, Jang Ji had presented him with a glimmer of hope for rising to the 9th tier. Perhaps, once he experiences the grandeur of the 9th tier through the power mech, he might achieve a sudden enlightenment akin to touching upon a related concept. What began as a mere casual remark had evolved into this present outcome. Even with his resolve meticulously honed, he could not suppress a flicker of joy. He too would catch a glimpse of the splendor of the 9th tier. In contrast to crafting components, the assembly proceeded at a much quicker pace. With the assistance of robotic implements, Jang Ji completed the construction of the power mech within an hour. He simultaneously applied a 15-fold enhancement to the mech's reaction and speed capabilities. "Senior, please give it a try," Jang Ji urged, gesturing towards the completed lightweight power mech. Qianzhen promptly approached, responding affirmatively, "All right." As this power mech was of the lightweight variety, rather than the Grand Gundam form, its weight was naturally manageable, resembling a suit of dark silver armor that he donned with ease. Upon fully equipping the mech, the core within instantaneously established a connection with his mind. The knowledge of operating the mech surged into his consciousness, allowing him to grasp it instantaneously. With a mere thought, Qianzhen activated the mech's enhancements to their fullest extent. He felt his previously stagnant physical prowess surge rapidly, experiencing a remarkable leap in both his cognitive response and bodily coordination. Is this the physical strength possessed by 9th tier beings? A surge of ambition welled up within him. "Xiao Ji, I'm going to soar into the skies," he called out to Jang Ji before propelling himself into the air. This 8th tier warrior, who could previously only glide, was now able to fully defy gravity. The flight capability of the power mech compensated for this limitation, enabling him to ascend to the clouds with sheer physical force. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Jang Ji's lips. At that moment, the name of this mechanic would gradually unveil itself to the world. Without delay, he entered the nearby Annihilation Fighter, following closely behind Qianzhen as they climbed into the clouds. Ordinary reconnaissance aircraft were not yet qualified to observe the 9th tier. Thus, to collect data on Qianzhen and confirm his hypothesis, he had to rely on the fighter's reconnaissance capabilities to assess Qianzhen's current strength. As the fighter ascended, Jang Ji felt an incredibly terrifying chill, akin to a blade of ice, slicing through the sky. The destructive force of the blade sent shivers down his spine, even from within the confines of the cockpit. Perceiving all of this, coupled with the data that emerged on the fighter jet screen, Jang Ji couldn't help but exclaim. According to the analysis from the fighter's reconnaissance system, the power wielded by Qianzhen had already surpassed the limits of the aircraft. Were they adversaries? Even if the fighter's defense system were pushed to its utmost, it could withstand at most 2 or 3 blows before succumbing. Fortunately, he had not been arrogant enough to confront a 9th tier opponent when leaving the city. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Naturally, the focus of the Annihilation Fighter lies more in speed than in defense. So, this is the true strength of a senior? The power Qianzhen now exhibited had far surpassed his state when he defeated 8th tier foes. This also accounted for Jang Ji's limited perspective. He merely perceived Qianzhen's ease in slaying 8th tier opponents without realizing that his strength had already reached the 9th tier, lacking only in physical robustness. With the enhancement of the mech, Qianzhen could finally unleash the full potential of his blade's intent. In the clouds, Qianzhen flickered continuously, experiencing a significant surge in speed, even surpassing that of the previous stone demon. While he was uncertain if that was the stone demon's maximum velocity, it nonetheless indicated that Qianzhen had truly entered the realm of the 9th tier. After a while, having assessed his current combat power, Qianzhen finally returned to the ground. Unreservedly wielding his blade's intent, his fervent emotions gradually settled. Jang Ji also landed his fighter jet. "Senior, how is it?" Jang Ji eagerly inquired as soon as he disembarked. The data collected by the 6th tier Annihilation Fighter would inevitably contain some inaccuracies. For specifics, he needed to consult Qianzhen directly. "Very strong," was Qianzhen's first remark upon landing, affirming the mech's formidable strength. Chapter 82. Qianzhen enters the 9th tier. Qianzhen articulated his feelings. "Xiao Ji, your mech is practically tailor-made for martial artists. It truly elevates my combat power to the 9th tier. After utilizing the mech, my reflexes and speed have surpassed the 8th tier threshold, and remarkably, the increase in speed has triggered a chain reaction for my blade's intent, further amplifying my power. What is your true combat strength? Based on your estimation, where do you stand within the 9th tier?" Jang Ji inquired with curiosity. He was no longer surprised by Qianzhen's ability to achieve 9th tier combat power. Rather, he was intrigued by the extent of Qianzhen's prowess within that tier, as it pertained to the future development of Sia City. After a moment's contemplation, Qianzhen replied, "I would consider myself in the upper middle tier of the 9th tier. If I compare myself to the earlier stone demon and the 9th tier I sensed in the Thousand Stone Forest, I should be able to defeat them. Of course, The specifics would only be revealed through combat. The stone demon possesses formidable defense, so while I might defeat it, I cannot guarantee a kill. Upper middle of the 9th tier? Jang Ji's eyes brightened. Qianzhen's combat power exceeded his expectations. Initially, he believed that even with the mech's enhancement, it would be impressive for Qianzhen to reach the initial level of the 9th tier. He had not anticipated that he had underestimated Qianzhen's offensive capabilities, as Qianzhen had leaped from 8th to a formidable presence within the 9th tier. Such formidable strength is already sufficient to rectify the deficiency of lacking top-tier combat power in the Great Sia City. Senior, please take a moment to sense this. As Jang Ji spoke, he unleashed a newly acquired ability known as Combat Amplification, which emerged during his 5th tier ascension. This ability allows him to enhance the attributes of the machinery he creates by an additional 60% beyond their original prowess. Although this mech is not operated by him directly, any mechanical construct he forges is susceptible to the augmentation provided by his ability. As Jang Ji activated his power, Qianzhen felt the mech, which was already functioning at its utmost limits, grow even stronger. After a brief assessment, he realized that with the 60% enhancement, his strength had significantly increased. If he had previously harbored doubts about defeating the stone demon, he now brimmed with the confidence that he could undoubtedly vanquish it. His prowess had ascended from a mid-tier level to the pinnacle of the 9th tier. He promptly expressed his sentiments aloud. The pinnacle of the 9th tier? Jang Ji nodded in satisfaction. Since you possess such power, we should venture to that so-called Sia City. Ever since their last return, Jang Ji had been fixated on the boundary mountain, eager to traverse it and witness the extent of the Federation's influence. Qianzhen, too, felt a wave of nostalgia. Senior, would you kindly inform Old Wang and the city lord to extract as much information as possible about Sia City and the Federation from those puppets? Additionally, the radio station should also be tasked with gathering relevant intelligence from Elder Qin and the others. Qianzhen nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall consult with them about this matter shortly. The Great Sia City is situated in the heart of the southern continent, encircled by various perilous terrains. Since the city's territorial expansion reached 100 miles, further exploration beyond this limit has become exceedingly treacherous. One direction leads to the Endless Forest, the ancestral land of the Rebirth clan. Another leads to the Stone Demon tribe, known to host 9th-tier beings, while the rest of their strengths remain shrouded in mystery. A third direction points towards Boundary Mountain, which, after days of inquiry, has been reasonably confirmed as one of the defensive lines of Sia City. The final direction leads to the habitat of numerous ferocious beasts, known as the Wancheng Mountain, home to a significant number of 9th-tier beast clans. Having already reached the limits of their territorial expansion, any further development necessitates choosing a faction to engage in conflict. Currently, investigating Sia City for intelligence appears to be the most prudent course of action. The hidden strengths of the other 3 factions remain an enigma to Great Sia City, making a hasty declaration of war unwise. Moreover, considering that Sia City is merely a border town under the Federation's command, coupled with the previous conjectures regarding an impending war with the ferocious beasts, the presence of Qianzhen, a 9th-tier entity, would deter them from engaging in combat with Great Sia City lightly. Furthermore, for years, the inhabitants of Great Sia City have yearned to return to their ancestral lands, making this one of their cherished aspirations. While Sia City may not be regarded as true ancestral soil, it was once part of the territories governed by the ancient kingdom, and thus it is only fitting to fulfill this desire. Additionally, as a city under the Federation, Sia City undoubtedly possesses a wealth of information that is critically lacking for Great Sia City to eradicate the Endless Forest or the Stone Demon tribe. In order to avenge the grievances of the beast tied over the years, one must possess a thorough understanding of both oneself and the adversary. This, in summary, elucidates Jang Ji's decision to select the Great Ocean City. After Qianzhen's departure, Jang Ji delved back into the weighty tasks at hand. He must endeavor to accomplish as much of his prior plans as possible before journeying to the Great Ocean City. The anxiety stemming from the absence of 9th-tier combat strength has been alleviated. The next step involves upgrading the robots. At that juncture, a 9th tier alongside a multitude of 8th-tier warriors stationed at the boundary would pose no concern whatsoever. Just as Jang Ji was meticulously preparing to depart the city, within a solemn and austere hall of the Federation, dim light cascaded upon a round table centrally positioned. Surrounding the table were 10 seats, 3 chairs on either side, and 2 at the north and south ends. The 10 individuals exuded distinct auras, yet all shared an undeniable and formidable presence. As they gathered around the round table, silence reigned until a middle-aged man with golden hair spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we are all present, let us commence the roundtable discussion. The agenda this time revolves around fierce beasts and aberrant demons. Following his statement, a figure from the northern side interjected. According to the intelligence received from that region, the aberrant demons have indeed taken the bait we cast. This sufficiently demonstrates that these so-called starry races harbor an unyielding intent against our Federation. The individual seated at the eastern principal position scoffed. Humph. To use the talents from my eastern district as bait has resulted in grievous losses to our generation of geniuses. You owe us an explanation. With a derisive chuckle, the golden-haired man retorted, "What geniuses? Merely a collection of discarded pieces. I am well aware that the talents from your eastern district are kept well hidden." A representative from the southern seat chimed in. "Hey, ISNT at you Easterners who wish to claim a larger share of resources? We are all familiar with one another. Why the pretense?" With a resounding slap on the table, a fiery-tempered individual from the Eastern District exclaimed, "Does the Southern District wish to declare war on my Eastern District? If war is what you seek, then so be it. Who fears whom?" Unyielding, the Southern representative retorted, "Enough, enough. We are all citizens of the Federation. Let us not resort to threats of war at every turn." A voice from the North interjected, advocating for peace. After all, the Eastern District has indeed sacrificed some individuals. It is only just for them to seek additional resources. The golden-haired man concluded, "This month, the allocation of starry resources shall grant the Eastern District 40%. That should suffice. We have lost lives," the Eastern representative responded with dissatisfaction. "Just a few ordinary awakened ones. To receive an additional 10% is already a substantial gain for you. Do not be insatiable," the golden-haired man retorted with discontent. "You may relinquish your aspirations for starry resources, yet we can allow you to select a portion of what is traded from the aberrant demons." Upon hearing this, the Eastern representatives finally calmed, revealing smiles. "In that case, it is settled. You Easterners are truly losing all sense of decorum," remarked the Southern representative with a hint of sarcasm. The trio from the Eastern District glared, unleashing a tremendous aura. "Repeat that. Enough, enough. Let us settle down. The roundtable meeting is not a venue for quarrels," the golden-haired man interjected, seeking to restore order. "Let us deliberate on our stance towards the Emo. What more is there to discuss? The Emo have already begun plotting against us. We should commence hostilities immediately," a member from the southern faction remarked nonchalantly. "Nonetheless, given the existence of a treaty, we must seek justification to breach it before engaging in war," a representative from the northern faction countered. "Furthermore, the strength of the various EO clans is not to be underestimated. Although they possess fewer 10th-tier beings than we do, some of their latent power warrants respect. Unless someone from our Federation breaks through to the 10th tier or our numbers in that tier increase significantly, we cannot ensure our security. I believe there is no necessity for war. Since the EO wish to continue their charade, we might as well feign ignorance of their schemes and focus on our own development," a member from the Eastern faction suggested. "As time passes, the disparity in strength between the Federation and the EO will only widen. The world is on our side." Indeed, my Eastern brethren are correct. With our deepening exploration of the cosmos, the threat from the EO will undoubtedly diminish, and I support maintaining the status quo," a Northern faction representative added. Upon hearing this, a Southern faction member contemplated a sarcastic retort but refrained upon receiving a signal from the golden-haired middle-aged man. The golden-haired man then stated, "In fact, I from the Western faction also do not advocate for war at this juncture. Since we all share this sentiment, let our Federation continue to engage the EVO in a facade of diplomacy." Agreement echoed around the room. "Now that we have addressed our attitude towards the EMO, let us turn our attention to the ferocious beasts. The EVO likely aim to incite conflict between us and the ferocious beasts to gauge the strength of our Federation, as well as to unleash bloodlust. What are your thoughts? This battle must occur. We must demonstrate our strength to intimidate both the EVO and the ferocious beasts. According to the intelligence I have received recently, there are signs of collaboration between the EVO and the ferocious beasts. To maintain peace, our Federation must instill fear in the ferocious beasts once more, lest we find ourselves in a precarious situation akin to the past. Naturally, we must engage in this conflict. But the battlefield should be in the eastern sector. We must consult our eastern brethren for their opinions," the golden-haired man suggested. The eastern faction member responded, "I believe we can send a message to those beasts, invoking prior incidents as justification, requesting that they dispatch 3 9th-tier beings to serve in our eastern sector. Should they refuse, we can resort to warfare at that point. After all, launching a full-scale war requires a just cause, does it not? Of course, if war ensues. It is a matter for the entire Federation and should not rest solely on the shoulders of the eastern sector, correct?" The eastern faction member seemed eager to secure resources once again. "Hypocritical," a southern faction member muttered silently, though he remained silent. "Thus, whether or not we engage in battle, the eastern sector stands to gain. Indeed, a clever strategy. Your demands may be somewhat unreasonable for those beasts. This war is unavoidable. Since the events transpired in your eastern sector, it would only be fair for us from the western and southern factions to each send a 9th-tier being to assist. Surely, that should satisfy you," the golden-haired man remarked. Everyone is in need of resources, and it is unlikely we can spare any further. Assistance is certainly welcome. The Eastern faction member conceded with a smile. Now that matters have been settled, I must take my leave, as the others began to rise from their seats. Oh, one more thing. The golden-haired middle-aged man suddenly recalled something and spoke aloud. Upon hearing his words, the crowd was compelled to halt their steps. News from the Stone Demon clan indicated that they wished for us to draft a temporary agreement to dissolve our alliance. What are your thoughts on this? A temporary dissolution of the alliance? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? Do these creatures intend to strike against the Federation? The golden-haired man shook his head. Not quite. As far as I understand, their desire for an agreement stems from the Southern Isle. The Southern Isle? ISNT, that under the jurisdiction of the Eastern District, where we cast our bait. This matter does indeed relate to the Eastern District. Reports from the Stone Demon tribe suggest that remnants of an ancient nation on the Southern Isle have given birth to an 8th-tier being, which recklessly slaughtered their own kin. Hence, they seek an agreement to avenge their kin. The golden-haired man glanced at the individuals from the Eastern District, yet the three remained unruffled, their expressions betraying no change. Remnants of an ancient nation? Are we to believe that the last vestige we offered to the foreign demons has somehow given rise to an 8th-tier being? Without the Federation? How could this be possible? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Such is the reality. Do you think we should entertain this agreement? Since they are remnants of an ancient nation, whether we proceed or not holds no consequence for us. However, if the Stone Demon tribe could contribute some resources, fulfilling their wishes would pose no issue. These individuals are merely the sacrifices from the alliance formed with the foreign demons long ago, and they now offer us no assistance. Given their audacity to slay an 8th-tier Stone Demon, it is likely they are prepared for annihilation. One person remarked indifferently. What do our Eastern District brethren think? Indifferent. The three from the Eastern District displayed a lack of enthusiasm. Very well, I shall acquiesce to their request, and any resources obtained will be distributed among you. The golden-haired man nodded, smiling. Before dispersing, he added a reminder. Gentlemen, that so-called peace army has begun to stir nearby, so please inspect your respective territories. Unstable elements must not exist within Federation territory. The peace army? Understood. Indeed. Very well. The crowd responded in unison. Through relentless efforts, Jang Ji has successfully upgraded a significant number of robots. Upon reaching the 7th tier, their analytical capabilities have indeed surged, achieving the level Jang Ji anticipated. Primarily, he focused on analyzing the abilities of the foreign demons. Over the past few days, Jang Ji dispatched numerous robots to capture various foreign demon races. Subsequently, he had the upgraded robots analyze their capabilities, successfully discerning the essence of foreign demon powers and learning them, such as the Stone Demon's defense and the Illusion Demon's transformation. Most captivating to Jang Ji, however, was the regenerative power of the Rebirth clan. After analyzing a 7th-tier foreign demon and allowing Yin Chuan to select a corpse from several puppets outside the city for analysis of the residual energy in its heart, he successfully enabled the robots to master the coveted Black Mist regeneration power. Upon mastering this regenerative ability, he immediately instructed the robots to apply it to his own naturally disabled legs. Remarkably, his legs were restored. Upon removing the power exoskeleton and walking unaided, tears welled in Jang Ji's eyes, overwhelmed with joy. He was no longer a disabled individual, but a normal person capable of standing tall. In Chapter 84, the Mecha in High Form, Jang Ji silently rejoiced, grateful that he had endured the solitude and refrained from replacing his legs with mechanical ones. Otherwise, he would not have achieved his current recovery. While the so-called mechanical ascension was undeniably powerful, he found himself more accustomed to his natural form. After his successful restoration, he called upon Zhou Ming and Zhou Ling, assisting them in reclaiming their former physical states. The many individuals in Sia City, who had suffered disfigurement due to war, were greeted by their own beacon of hope. With the resolution of his long-standing anxieties, Jang Ji's smile grew more frequent, dispelling the gloom that had previously overshadowed him due to his disability. With the robot's analytical capabilities enhanced, Jang Ji initiated his combat power enhancement plan. He summoned several awakened individuals of the 6th and 7th tiers, allowing the robot to analyze their abilities. To Jang Ji's delight, the robot successfully grasped their powers through collaboration. However, he lamented that the strength of the abilities acquired through analysis depended solely on the individuals analyzed. For instance, after analyzing Yin Chuan's flame sword technique, the robot could only replicate Yin Chuan's skill, its potency constrained by Yin Chuan's own limitations. Moreover, the robot lacked methods to further enhance these acquired abilities, meaning that its already peak 7th-tier combat power would diminish rather than improve when utilizing these analyzed skills. Of course, should Jang Ji manage to capture formidable beings of the 8th or even 9th tiers for analysis, the capabilities the robots gained could ascend to corresponding levels. thereby enhancing their combat prowess. Only unique abilities like regenerative power could assist the current robots with lower-tier secret arts. To this end, Jang Ji formed a healing team skilled in regenerative power to serve as healers in future battles. He turned his attention toward Qianjun, the only powerful figure in Sia City, whose martial momentum could elevate the robot's combat effectiveness at this stage. Naturally, Qianjun did not refuse Jang Ji's request, though a peculiar expression crossed his face as he contemplated imparting martial knowledge to a group of robots, something he had never envisioned. With Qianjun's collaboration, although the robots were slow to grasp the nuances of high-tier martial momentum, they gradually succeeded. A group of robots adept in martial momentum appeared exceedingly strange to Qianjun. The momentum he had painstakingly mastered over many years was so effortlessly deciphered by these robots. Indeed, the wonders of the world were remarkable, yet their enhancement was precisely what Jang Ji delighted in. After mastering the martial momentum, the robots successfully broke through the 7th-tier bottleneck, attaining 8th-tier combat power. Jang Ji took the time to modify the thunder hammer they had been using, transforming it into a weapon akin to that employed by Qianjun, specifically a frost blade of the 7th tier. With the frost blade in hand, the formidable Unit 1 could now exhibit the combat prowess of a strong 8th-tier warrior. Nevertheless, it still lagged considerably behind Qianjun, who donned a powered armor. However, once Jang Ji crafted a lightweight powered armor and equipped it on Unit 1, its combat capabilities surged dramatically, nearly reaching the level of Qianjun prior to his enhancements. In its current form, Unit 1 would be capable of dispatching the previous 8th-tier stone demon with a single strike. Consequently, the overall combat strength of Sia City experienced a significant resurgence. After deliberation, Jang Ji resolved to explore towards the coastal city after exhausting the existing high-tier materials, maximizing Sia City's potential for growth. The third expedition was scheduled for half a month later, with the consensus among the group leaning towards cautiousness, preferring stability over recklessness. On that day, Jang Ji was diligently engaged in the fabrication of powered armors at the mechanical factory when suddenly, various reconnaissance devices he had deployed throughout Sia City began to emit urgent alerts. Warning! Warning! Unknown high-tier energy is approaching. Unknown high-tier energy is approaching. Warning! Warning! At that moment, dusk was descending, and darkness was poised to envelop the land. Yet within Sia City, blinding red alerts flashed, and a cacophony of warning sounds filled the air. What is happening? Jang Ji hastily ceased his work and stepped outside the factory. Unit 1, returning from patrol along the city walls, reported to Jang Ji, Master, a 9th-tier aberration is approaching. Earlier, Jang Ji had enhanced the combat capabilities of Unit 1 and the other robots to their maximum potential, assigning them to patrol the 4 gates as a means of ensuring Sia City's security, preventing any further occurrences of stealthy incursions by phantasmal beings. Given the current lack of warfare, their idle time was put to good use. With the upgrades, the robots' reconnaissance skills had seen considerable improvement, making them well suited for this task. A 9th-tier aberration? From which direction? Jang Ji was taken aback. He had not anticipated a 9th-tier aberration brazenly approaching Sia City. Did this imply that previous conjectures were incorrect, and that 9th-tier aberrations were not bound by the Covenant, allowing them to attack humans at will? Nevertheless, he remained composed. Had this occurred a few days prior, before his ascension, he might have been more apprehensive. However, now, not only did he possess the combat strength of a 9th-tier warrior in Qianjun, but the upgraded robots alone could also contend with the 9th-tier aberration. Master, the aberration is located at the North Gate. I have informed 10 8th-tier warriors to rush there. Very well, let us proceed as well. Understood. Jang Ji pressed a button on his attire, and to his astonishment, a miraculous transformation began to unfold. Ethereal light emanated from him, coalescing into various components of powered armor, akin to a robot morphing. Armored gauntlets, greaves, a torso, and a helm gradually materialized, culminating in a towering suit of powered armor standing 3 meters tall. As the transformation completed, a majestic form of powered armor materialized before him. The Gundam is adorned in a striking white-gray hue, its contours flowing with both grace and tension. Each component appears exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of a futuristic warrior. The intricate details exude precision and power, while beneath the robust exterior of the mech lies an inexhaustible reservoir of energy, poised to soar into the heavens at any moment. This embodies the true and complete form of the power mech. Within the cockpit, Jang Ji is enveloped by the Gundam, his senses seamlessly merging with the machine. With a mere thought, a surge of potent kinetic energy erupts from the mechanical wings at its back, akin to a bird taking flight. The dual mechanical wings unfurl, propelling him skyward, closely followed by Unit 1. Jang Ji maneuvers the towering mech, racing alongside the robotic companion towards the northern gate. This is the mechanical creation meticulously tailored for Jang Ji. Despite his current formidable status as a 7th-tier entity, he remains devoid of true physical strength. A mechanic's prowess is intrinsically linked to the machines he constructs. Now equipped with the ability to forge mechs, he has naturally outfitted himself accordingly. Otherwise, in situations akin to the earlier ambush by the Phantom, his lack of power would once again place him in peril. Previously, he could only equip himself with skeletal armor, his strength barely reaching the 6th tier. The sheer size of the Annihilation Fighter rendered it impractical for prolonged occupancy. The advent of the Power Mech has decisively rectified his deficiency in strength. This Power Mech possesses two distinct forms. One transforms into ordinary attire, providing both bodily concealment and commendable defense. The other is the current Gundam form, representing the mech's full potential, capable of unleashing its inherent might. Given his self-assigned role as a commander operating from the shadows, Jang Ji has prioritized defensive enhancements in the construction of this power mech. As self-preservation is paramount for a commander, he has previously tested its resilience, discovering that even Unit 1's full-force assault could not breach its defenses, illustrating the formidable nature of his current protective capabilities. According to his estimates, this power mech can withstand attacks from mid-tier 9th-level foes, although the defenses may falter against someone of Qianzhen's caliber. In contrast, the offensive capabilities Jang Ji can exert while piloting the mech are equivalent to that of a 7th-tier warrior, which does not denote overwhelming strength. Nonetheless, he need not concern himself with the intricacies of combat. Ensuring his own safety is the primary objective. With the mech at his disposal, his security is significantly heightened. From an ordinary physique, he has ascended to possess 9th-tier defensive capabilities, a transformation of monumental proportions. Henceforth, he will no longer be the commander whose subordinates are powerful while he remains a mere underperformer in battle. Since the creation of the powered exosuit, he has never taken it off. Until a more advanced mechanical replacement emerges, this exosuit will serve as his attire for the foreseeable future. Within less than a minute, Jang Ji arrived at the northern city wall. Number 1 summoned 10 robots from the team, standing resolutely outside the wall to form a mechanical defense line. Meanwhile, patrol robots from various parts of the city were hastening towards the location. Xiao Ji, you have arrived, Qianzhen remarked, already present and gazing into the distance with a serious expression. He had been imparting martial arts knowledge to the robots at the mechanical factory over the past few days and was not surprised by Jang Ji's current display of the Gundam form. The lightweight exosuit he wore was already donned, emanating an exceptionally powerful aura. Senior, have you confirmed the target's condition? Jang Ji's voice resonated from the Gundam's mouth. Qianzhen nodded. I sense a heavy presence. If my instincts are correct, the adversary should be the 9th-tier stone demon we encountered previously. 9th-tier stone demon? The Gundam's retina began to analyze, and under the shared perspective, streams of data unfolded in Jang Ji's mind. It seems our earlier estimations were somewhat flawed. A 9th-tier aberration can indeed take the initiative against us, Qianzhen remarked. There is that possibility, or perhaps the adversary has discovered some means to circumvent the Covenant. Over the past few days, information from the radio indicated that when we eliminated the 8th-tier stone demon, this particular demon did not confront us directly, mistakenly believing we were part of the Federation, and sought an explanation from the great Sia City at the Boundary Mountain. Subsequently, no conflict ensued, and the 9th-tier stone demon diverted towards the Endless Forest. So, they have uncovered our identities? They are aware of the true circumstances surrounding the death of the 8th-tier stone demon? Jang Ji inquired. Old Wang approached and interjected, it seems so. You inadvertently led the enemy astray, while the great Sia City, in turn, revealed our information. After all, our great Sia City possesses the capability to slay 8th-tier beasts. And the Endless Forest has long been aware of this, while the great Sia City, also harboring 9th-tier beings, certainly cannot be ignorant. Those despicable creatures. It appears that the great Sia City has indeed known of our existence. Yin Xuan and Lu Huai chimed in angrily. Being human, how could they provide guidance to the aberrations? Despite this, it was indeed Jang Ji who had slain the stone demon. And the arrival of this demon could not be deemed a case of mistaken identity. As the stone demon drew nearer, Qianzhen, sensing its approach, felt increasingly at ease when comparing his strength to that of the adversary. He was confident in his ability to withstand the confrontation. Grandfather Wang, Uncle Yin, and Uncle Lu, you should retreat to the rear. The 9th-tier battle is not one you should partake in at this stage, Jang Ji stated. As the 9th-tier stone demon was on the verge of approaching, it would be somewhat perilous for Old Wang and the others to remain at the forefront. You brat, we're all 7th tier. How can there be such a vast disparity? Yin Xuan glared at Jang Ji, then looked at his Gundam with envious eyes. He had long known that one day Jang Ji's strength would surpass his own, but he had not anticipated that day arriving so swiftly. In the current battle, it is rather remarkable that Jang Ji remains on the front lines while they, already at the 7th tier, must retreat. You shouldn't be so biased. Even your robot is clad in powered armor, Yet you haven't considered providing me with one as well, Yin Chuan quipped. Before Jang Ji could respond, Lu Huai feigned mockery, saying, "Are you not aware of your own strength? You can't even contend with an unarmored robot, yet you expect preferential treatment? How audacious." Jiang Ji chuckled, "Uncle Yan, there's no need to rush. The manufacturing time for mechs is somewhat prolonged, and the 8th tier robotic squad has yet to be fully formed. Rest assured, I will craft one for you when time permits." "Ah, now you're just painting dreams. Isn't that a tactic I used to employ?" Yin Chuan laughed, aware that Jiang Ji's method of distribution was indeed the most suitable for the great Sia City. Subsequently, the few of them retreated, leaving the front line to Qianzhen and Jiang Ji's robots. "It's here," Qianzhen stated. Following his voice, Jiang Ji looked up to see a colossal figure approaching rapidly above the northern gate. The 9th tier stone demon indeed exuded a formidable presence, towering several dozen zhang, even surpassing the height of a 100-meter building. Compared to the 8th tier demon, this 9th tier stone demon's rocky form appeared even more profound, resembling a miniature mountain. As its vertical eye opened, an overwhelming aura enveloped the great Sia City, causing some lower-tier individuals within to withstand the pressure, refusing to bow, brandishing their weapons with chests held high against the heavens. This was the first time many truly faced a 9th-tier powerhouse. Yet, the cohesion forged within Great Sia City over the years had rendered them exceedingly resilient. Mere intimidation was insufficient to compel them to yield. With a clang, the 11 robots, under the command of Unit 1, drew their frost blades, releasing a chilling domain. The combined might they displayed was not to be underestimated in comparison to the stone demon. "Xiao Ji, recall them. I will personally engage in this battle," Qianzhen declared, a hint of combat fervor emerging in his gaze. He had long yearned for a fight befitting a 9th-tier warrior. "Understood," Jiang Ji replied, summoning the robots back. Although he was eager to test Unit 1's current combat capabilities, he was determined to accommodate Qianzhen's request. He was also curious to see how much stronger Qianzhen had become with the powered armor. "Indeed, it is you." The stone demon roared, its voice reverberating like thunder. It sensed Qianzhen's prowess, confirming the truths gleaned from the endless forest. This city had indeed given rise to beings of 8th-tier caliber. Its 8th-tier kin must have fallen to them. A mere collection of domesticated prey daring to slay my 8th-tier kin. How audacious. "Do you not fear annihilation?" The stone demon's words momentarily stunned the crowd. Domesticated prey? Was Great Sia City perceived in such a manner by the foreign demons? "Huh. Knowing we can slay 8th-tier beings and still daring to approach alone, are you not afraid of meeting your own demise?" Qianzhen replied, leaping into the air to meet the stone demon's gaze, a light laugh escaping his lips. Before the imposing aura of the stone demon, he felt no pressure whatsoever. In the shadow of the demon's colossal form, his diminutive figure resembled that of an ant, yet for reasons unknown. An elusive sense of balance seemed to pervade the scene. The size of one's physique does not necessarily reflect the disparity in strength. How audacious for one of mere 8th rank to speak so boldly, the stone demon raged. Despite the formidable aura exuded by Qianzhen, it sensed that his true rank was merely 8th. To think that an 8th rank could slay a 9th rank, what a fanciful notion. Indeed, the captive blood food lacked the foresight to comprehend the vast chasm in their ranks. The ability to slay its 8th rank kin had inflated their egos. An insignificant 8th rank? Qianzhen chuckled. While the power of his mech had yet to be fully unleashed, the opponent could not perceive the mech's true capabilities. He indeed belonged to the 8th rank, yet the extent of his actual strength remained a secret known only to himself. The stone demon spoke once more. "You must provide an explanation for the unwarranted slaying of my 8th rank kin. Surrender 100,000 blood food, and I shall spare your city. Otherwise, do not blame me for tearing up our pact and turning against humanity." The demon raised its stone arm, astonishingly extracting a document from its vertical eye, issuing a threat. Its vertical eye was both the seat of its consciousness and a repository, with a structure utterly dissimilar to that of humans. After witnessing the might of the great Sia City, it hesitated to waste this temporary contract of alliance. This document held far greater value for the various demon clans than annihilating a mere group of blood food. It could serve as a significant bargaining chip. Thus, it sought to provoke Qianzhen into action, thereby completely dissolving the constraints of their alliance. In doing so, it could achieve vengeance while retaining the document for future use. Of course, should Great Sia City acquiesce to surrender 100,000 blood food, it might graciously allow them to survive. Jang Ji immediately analyzed the document presented by the stone demon. He had previously erred in his assumptions. The pact still bound the demons. Yet this particular stone demon had somehow acquired a temporary dissolution of the agreement. Perhaps it was this document that emboldened it to seek retribution openly. "Senior, swiftly eliminate the opponent while striving to preserve that document." Jiang Ji called out to Qianzhen. His curiosity about the document was insatiable under his analysis. He sensed a swirling power of rules enveloping it. He had a premonition that this artifact might prove immensely beneficial to Great Sia City in the future. Furthermore, the demon's words incited a profound anger within him. To demand the sacrifice of 100,000 lives for mere survival? What audacity! Great Sia City never cowers from battle. Upon hearing Jang Ji's shout, Qianzhen dismissed the demon's ramblings, hesitating no longer as he swiftly drew his great sword. This weapon had been forged for him by his disciple, Zhan Tian, upon his ascension to the 7th rank. Given that he now possessed the strength of the 9th rank, the sword's resilience had waned, prompting him to seek Jang Ji's assistance in reforging and reinforcing it. Since Zhan Tian had perished at the hands of the demons, he had named the blade Demon Slayer. As the demon-slaying blade was drawn, an extreme chill enveloped the surroundings, and delicate white snowflakes began to drift down from the heavens. Qianzhen's warrior powers surged forth, and the enhancement of his armor reached its zenith. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a direct assault aimed at his opponent's vital points. In a flicker of motion, he reappeared near the stone demon, raising the demon-slaying blade to strike fiercely at its vertical eye. With a resounding crash, the stone demon sensed an imminent threat of death and hastily closed its vertical eye, its sturdy stone body instantaneously forming a shield to protect it. The blade, entwined with swirling snowflakes, struck down with a force that, despite encountering some resistance, shattered the stone shield, landing squarely upon the stone demon's vertical eye. Producing a sound akin to iron clashing against stone, the demon-slaying blade carved a deep gash into the stone flesh, the residual icy power compelling the foe to keep its eyes shut. Qianzhen, witnessing this event, felt no surprise at his inability to breach the stone demon's defenses in a single blow. After all, the adversary was a renowned 9th-tier powerhouse known for its formidable defense, and he had not yet exerted his full strength. This outcome was within his expectations. His true objective was not to dismantle the adversary's defenses, but to seize the stone arm clutching the agreement. Seizing the opportunity while the stone demon hesitated to open its eyes, Qianzhen once again raised the demon-slaying blade, shifting his form to strike at the creature's right side. This was the very object Jang Ji required. Obtaining the agreement was a priority over slaying the stone demon. Thus, his attack on the vertical, it was a strategic move to prevent the creature from retracting the agreement, thereby advancing his scheme. Indeed, although the stone demon sensed the impending threat, it was unable to react in time. By the moment it intended to act, Qianzhen's blade was already descending. This time, harnessing the full might of his martial prowess, he unleashed the maximum potential of his strength. The demon-slaying blade emanated an overwhelming force of annihilation, slicing deeply into the stone demon's arm. With a sharp sound, the massive stone arm was severed at the root, hurtling through the air towards the city of Daxia. As the mechanical wings unfurled, Jang Ji maneuvered the towering construct into the sky, raising both hands to securely catch the weighty stone arm. Extracting the agreement from the arm, he then hurled the now useless appendage